We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Camp Twitch and YouTube, and joining us live in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine, where Choppy and I will be later on today, along with new morning show co-host Brian Broaddus, is Bobby Belt. Good morning.
How beautiful is Radio Row, guys? Isn't this just gorgeous? You can see the refrigerator they have here this year, the wonderful lighting, the asleep Nick Harris in the next room of Radio Row. It's just gorgeous this year.
The next room.
Wow. A suite.
Yeah, I'm at the hotel room.
Yeah, the bosses will love this start right there on Radio Row, site of all the guests. What happened?
Well, there wasn't going to be any guests this morning anyway, but this is the NFL just being messy with their credentialing process, and so I was in contact with them and I said, hey, we've got to get this straightened out so that I can have everything, and they said it wasn't going to be ready to go until after the show today. It'll be ready at like 9 Eastern, but we'll be in the middle of the show, so I can't get up there and do it until after the show.
So is Radio Row
Broaddus will be live from Radio Row.
Is Radio Row closed this morning? Is no one there?
I don't know. They never got back to me. They just told me my credentials wouldn't be ready, and I kept saying, hey, how am I going to get in there? How do I get over there? Never said anything, so I didn't go over there with the equipment this morning because I didn't want to have to turn around and be like, nope, can't get set up.
So set the scene. Who have you run into? White Castle last night, the trip over there, the weather. Did you see any Dallas Mavericks?
I did not see any Dallas Mavericks. The weather is pretty awful. I'm looking at a canal out here that is literally half frozen. Nick Harris had said last night before we went to bed, he's like, I think it's freezing. I was like, there's no way in hell. And I'm looking at it now. It's half frozen on top of this canal. So it's freezing outside. It's cold. We went to Prime 47 last night. You know who we ran into, actually, oddly enough? Michael Gelkin. Michael Gelkin was out here running around.
Dallas Morning News looking to make a return?
No. He's out here just on some other stuff, and he just happened to coincidentally be out here this week doing some other stuff. He's not getting back into writing, so we just happened to run into him while we were out there. But we ended up seeing Calvin Watkins last night. But out there, that big Cowboys bus was just parked outside of Prime 47 last night, and so they were in there hanging out, and so Nick and I were just getting drinks, chatting, catching up. Today's when a lot of the rest of the league gets in. So last night, like, you've walked into Prime, you've seen how ridiculous it can be. Last night, you would have been like, wow, I didn't know it could be this empty.
My dream.
Oh, wow. Yeah, right?
My dream, as we have our dinner reservations there this evening.
Oh, tonight?
Yeah.
That's where we're going?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
I don't remember the food.
How'd you pull that off?
Year.
I don't know. I mean, despite what Brian Schottenheimer says, I can get a reservation here and there. We sat with Florio next to us, remember?
Yeah, I do remember that. I just remember the dinner. I don't remember the food. I remember the food at St. Elmo's because we were in a basement.
Yeah.
I only remember that because we were in the basement. And we'll be next door today, or tomorrow.
So it wasn't totally popping and swarming, and even though you're going to be going back there tonight, you feel comfortable they're not going to recognize you and say, there's the guy that was ordering all the triple shot vodkas?
No, I didn't go too over the top last night. I did. Now, I will say that dram that I like so much, the High West, they've got it there at the bar, so I did order that. But
how much?
Because that's so, just one. It was like
how much
ordered
is
a
the
double
cost?
meat. I didn't see. I got a bill at the end of the night, and it was like I had ordered 2 drinks. I ordered some food. Todd Archer and Calvin Watkins came in, and I got their drinks, and I think it was like $150.
Okay, that's not too bad.
No, I thought it was going to be much worse.
Yes, and then awful flight over that Choppy and I have to look forward to today with, 11:15 boarding time, rushing here from the studio.
I almost vomited on the plane yesterday.
Oh,
and then this is not my normal just things, I promise. This was the most turbulent flight I've ever been on, and not in any sort of like, oh my gosh, the plane is going down sort of turbulence. Just this like non-stop back and forth swaying, like crosswinds. And so it was like being seasick. It's like you were sitting there on a ship that was just rocking back and forth. That was awful. But I mean, there was like,
and
half of the
DFW
Cowboys
security
staff was on it.
Security
What
lines.
I thought you were talking about DFW security, like your camera system. I was like, I don't know what that has to do with anything. No, it was no line, zero. I went straight through. There was literally nobody standing at the gate, and they gave me. I checked the bags, and then they were like, "Hey, this is going to be a full flight. We're offering to check your bag for free if you don't want to take your carry-on." And so I was like, "Okay," but
because you were talking about gridlock.
Yeah, I was worried. So going into the actual airport, it's bad. Because the gates A, B, C, and D, I think, are all under construction right now. So they all have detours to get to them.
Awesome.
And it's like the exits are blocked off, and it's just narrow and tight.
Got to get ready for the World Cup. That's what they're doing. They're getting ready for the World Cup.
Are they?
Yeah. That's they suspect, they hope that the redirecting of the traffic, because all the exits at DFW are to the left, and they're making them all to the right now on that little kind of whatever interstate they call it. It's just the International Parkway, I think.
So half the Cowboys on Bobby's team flight. I guess I was a little bit surprised they just didn't hop on Jerry's plane or the team charter, but they're all riding the commoner flight like Bobby.
Is there a team charter to this?
No, so the team charters. I assume they could get it whenever they need to, but the charter is generally for the regular season. But while they didn't have the charter, they were just on the regular flight. They did have the big old bus waiting for them, so they didn't have to Uber out. They had the buses waiting for them at the airport.
So, are you roommates with Nick Harris? Is there a what's a 2-room suite with a little divider wall? Is it a suite?
The not the honeymoon suite, the presidential suite.
Yeah. So there's that little door handle right there. He is sleeping away back there, and then this is the little frozen canal down there. I don't think you can see it very clearly because there's a glare on the screen, but yeah, I crashed right there on that couch last night. So,
and the Mavericks are stuck there as well.
They've been stuck, because the Nets have also been stuck. The Nets were in Florida, so they weren't able to get back to New York City. They're just getting pounded. It's getting pounded up there on the East Coast with all the snow. Brunoff talking. Oh, I know. You know who it was? It was Jim Cantori, our boy. He was in Massachusetts. He was in Plymouth, Mass. And he had thunder snow. He had some thunder snow yesterday. 11 years after we did the thunder snow during the Legends games.
So, Bobby, no snow and ice to worry about as of right now?
No, there were some flurries when I landed, and I think it's supposed to snow here in a couple days a little bit. But the only ice is this little thin layer on the canal. But otherwise, it should be fine. Now, yesterday we were stuck waiting to get to taxi because we couldn't go for 30 minutes because the plane in front of us that was trying to leave had to be de-iced, and that was taking forever.
And there is some quarterback combine news in terms of who's going to be showing up, who's going to be working out. Give us the latest on that.
Yeah, and so this is something that every year kind of gets some attention. Increasingly, more and more, you're starting to see more quarterbacks that just don't throw at the combine and are just there's no benefit to it. Jaden Daniels was one who just didn't even participate, really. I don't think Jaden Daniels even allowed himself to be weighed at the combine a couple of years ago. But yeah, Ty Simpson will throw from Alabama. He's got something to actually work for. He's got something to potentially move up for. Fernando Mendoza, who we talked about yesterday, who Todd McShay has his reservations about now, he will not throw at the combine. And so how much Mendoza does when you're just secure as the number one pick, you're seeing a lot of quarterbacks now who just go, I'm not going to do anything until there's heat on me to do so.
What do you think is the more important throwing day if you have to pick one between your pro day or the combine?
I don't know. I don't know that I would say there's a more important one. I think they're valuable either way.
Are they?
I think they can be.
What's valuable about the pro day? To me, it's scripted. Everyone has an amazing pro day. Ball never touches the ground.
I think some guys like to see some scouts probably like to see how they spin it. They would love to say that. I think. To me, if it's not on their tape, if their game film is not going to show you what you need in terms of their ability to read a defense, that's where the classroom stuff with Gruden probably is much more important.
Pro day is generally just the advantage there. It is scripted, it's safe. but it's comfortable. It's guys that he played with, and so it's like, okay, here you are getting to throw. Like, we get to see what you look like when you're in a practice setting working with your receivers, like you would be when you're at the next level working with your guys. And so I think it's more about watching him interact in a practice setting with guys that he's had with him for the last year or so.
And then how is the workout schedule going to work throughout the week in terms of positions and guys and the daily schedule?
So it's defensive linemen, I believe, first get here, and then it'll be the defensive backs, and then it's receivers, quarterbacks, running backs, them, and then they'll just kind of trickle in. They'll stagger them by day, and then I think offensive linemen are the last ones, but they'll stagger them in. They'll have them up the podium. They'll have them do interviews, and then the day after they do their interviews publicly. So anytime you start hearing about players saying, I met with this team, right, whatever else, it'll be the next day where they're out there actually doing their workouts and getting out there at Lucas Oil. But we shouldn't have any workouts until Thursday, I believe, is the first day of workouts.
Our NFL Combine coverage is brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors, East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the On Time Experts. I've not gotten a phone call from Brian Broaddus in about 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what has happened.
You guys fighting?
No, I think he is like, maybe he got what he wanted out of the morning show with his invite.
Oh.
And he's like, I don't need to talk and canoodle anymore. Maybe that's it. Maybe I've just been thrown to the side there until the next event Broaddus wants to go to. But he is giddy by all accounts. And I'm judging that by our email accounts when he's responding the first one amongst the entire staff to all the bosses. And he will be out there this morning for G-Bag today at 2 p.m.
Isn't canoodling making out?
Is it snuggling?
No, are you thinking of cahooting?
No, I was thinking of canoodling. Is canoodling actually physical contact?
Yeah, I think it's kissing specifically.
Let's see. Affectionate, amorous, playful physical intimacy, kissing, cuddling, fondling. That's to canoodle. Yeah. I think you're talking about cahooting. Cahooting is when you're like...
no, in cahoots. Love and kisses. I think he was in cahoots with me.
Yeah, let's see.
But I wasn't in cahoots with him. I think it's got to be a mutual cahoot.
Cahooting is conspiring, partnering, or collaborating secretly, often for dishonest, mischievous, or illegal purposes. There's not a whole lot of legal about what we're doing.
Right.
Maybe a little dishonest. Not dishonest, but...
conspiring.
Yeah, we might be conspiring against G-Bag a little bit.
The United States hockey team is living it up in Miami. They're going crazy with all the partying, and the Olympic ratings are in.
Oh, baby.
They just delivered their most watched winter game since 2014. NBC said they averaged 23.5 million viewers for their coverage from the games, up 96% from 2022 in Beijing. How's it up 96%?
Tommy, the time change would hurt in Beijing even more. You know, you're looking at, a 2 p.m. start would be like 2 a.m. So we're maybe in the middle of the night. Also, the way they're counting ratings now is a little bit different than it was 4 years ago. They started it, I think they started it, September of 25, something like that?
Oh.
Where they started the new rating system?
It was a little bit longer ago than that because we've had this happen. We had this happen with Super Bowl like 2 years ago. So it was after the last Summer Olympics, I think, but it's been within like the last year and a half.
But they were good. I mean, they really were good. They really were good games. One of the better ones that I can remember. The time change was a problem, but it obviously wasn't that big of a problem.
877-881-1053 is the way to get in on the Franklin & Franco Injury Attorney text line. Early shout out to Race Talk 365 on Twitter. Said, thank God my Uber driver has Sean and RJ on. So a shout out to you and the driver for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have a Godsmack ticket giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock commercial-free expressway as Roberto is joining us this morning live from Indianapolis, where all the reporters were talking to Stephen Jones. How are they going to fix the defense? How are they really going to attack free agency? Plus Stephen's thoughts on GP and CP inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys after this. And this is Franklin & Franco, the go-to car wreck truck lawyers in DFW. The consultation with Franklin & Franco is free, and you never pay anything until they win your case. I love their motto, do not get hurt twice. If you get in an accident, just before...
25-year transferable warranty. Visit RhinoShieldTX.com to schedule a free estimate.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
I want everyone to try to use their memory to judge, and I think Gavin Dawson noticed a difference yesterday with Stephen Jones. Is Stephen being a lot nicer, and will Jerry be a lot nicer to GP contract talks publicly than he was with Micah Parsons? Now, eventually it started getting ugly with Micah. I thought the most below the belt comment last year was comparing the crowd reaction to Micah versus CeeDee Lamb, and he doubled down on it as well. That's when I was like, man, this thing is getting vicious. Have they learned a lesson from that? Stephen Jones yesterday talking to Cowboy reporters with contract updates on Brandon Aubrey and tagging George.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we just finished up Javonte. He'd been in talks with Aubrey for, even before the season started. So, that's been a journey. But we hadn't been able to get to, a point where we can all agree. So, hadn't gotten done, but we'd love to get him done. And then Pickens, of course, leaning toward the franchise tag. We'll finalize that here over the coming week or 10 days, and then we'll go from there.
And Bobby pointed out last night, he sounds a little bit more exhausted talking about Aubrey than he does Pickens. I wonder what the holdup there is versus just saying, all right, 6. 6 makes you the highest paid kicker. There you are, top of the market. And isn't Brandon Aubrey's agent the one who really got over and currently holds the title for biggest contract in the league, and Todd France, Dak's guy?
Yep, it's Todd France, and which I'm sure selectively aggressive. I'm sure that's part of the complication right there. Is that Todd France is going to make sure he can get everything he can for Brandon Aubrey, like he should. But man, it's the whole fact of just talking about we've been working on that one for a while. We're not. It's just both sides aren't comfortable yet with what it is, and so we haven't been able to come to an agreement. Not totally, didn't sound super pessimistic, but it was definitely sounded more fatigued than he did whenever he was talking about Pickens yesterday.
And I wonder if Jerry had to be talked into paying kickers by Parcells. He did not like it, and I guess it was the Vanderjagt, and then it blew up in Bill's face. He was gone immediately. So, I wonder if Jerry's just like paying a kicker is exhausting. Doing that whole thing it does feel like he seems more exhausted by the process there, because it's like I got to negotiate and have a back and forth with a kicker's agent. Like the kicker's agent should just say, yeah, okay, sure, this is what you're going to offer, and I'll take it. But it's the times have changed, and you've got a guy that has been elevated. I mean, Bobby's right. There's a lot of kickers that could do what Brandon Aubrey did. You can't name them, right? They're not like household names. Brandon Aubrey is an NFL household name, largely because he plays here, but also because he was the first one. So he's become a household name, and that in itself is going to cost.
If I'm Todd France, and the top of the market is 6.8 or whatever it is.
6.5 Bucker.
If it's 6.5.
6.4 Bucker.
I am not...
The Bible verse that says women stay in the kitchen from Harrison.
Is that what it is?
I'm walking up there, and if I'm Todd France, I'm saying he needs $10 million a year. That's what I'm asking for. It doesn't mean that's what I'm settling for. That doesn't mean but I'm going to walk to the table and I'm going to ask for something outrageous.
Right.
It's like, this is Brandon Aubrey. This is the league's only superstar kicker right now. You're paying him $10 million. And so I'm sure that's kind of where they're at, is he probably sees opportunity to get his client paid at a very high level, and it can cause some difficulties in negotiations.
And the floor there for them, let's say they're going to ask for 10. Their floor is 7.5, 8.
I would guess their floor is probably 7. I think that's what he ultimately gets signed for.
Why isn't the floor 6.5? See, man,
You don't just try to beat it by $1.
Well, we used to just do this, like barely top the current high.
Yeah.
And then David Mulligetta came along and said, we're going to beat it by $3 or $4 million, but 6'4", we'll make you 6'5", maybe 6'8".
I think it's percentage of the cap, right? That's what they go by now.
Percentage of the cap is a big thing. Also, I think it's just they would look at him and say he's unique. He's not $100,000 better than Harrison Butker. He's way better than that. In fact, Chop, maybe he's $300,000 better. 6'7".
I am sitting here counting now these different salary websites. Probably not 1,000% accurate, but guess the kicking ranks for salary that Brandon Aubrey is. He is the highest paid kicker in the NFL?
I mean, it's got to be low considering. Let's say he was the 21st.
Lower.
28th.
37th. 8, I counted.
I'm sorry, there's how many teams?
I counted 36 names before getting to his $898,000 salary.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow.
A lot of names. Now maybe
Where's Pete Stoyanovich on the list?
I don't think Pete made it.
Wait, this can't be right. I'm gonna have to double check my math on this. But there's a lot. There's an absolute ton. I wish they had actually put like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but I have to go ahead and count it myself. So that's Stephen Jones saying for a while they've tried to work things out with Aubrey. Let's get a little bit more on Pickens.
We want Pickens here. Think the world of him. Want him here, love him. And I think he wants to be here, so all that's a plus. We've had people play under the tag, and then we've made deals with people, that have a tag and can go either way. And so we'll just, continue to, really analyze the situation and see what's next.
Yeah, and Aubrey is mid-30 ranked. Wow. In terms of that salary. So there's Steven basically saying, yes, the franchise tag is probably coming.
Okay. I mean, I get it. You have to do this. It's a housekeeping tactic. You can't just say, oh, we're not going to tag you, and then all of a sudden he is open to the free agent market. Pickens understands that. They all understand that. But, at the same time, this is for me, it's very simple. Just get it done. It's a very get-it-done thing. I don't want this thing to drag into April and May.
Oh, it's not that simple.
Well, for me, it is. For me, it's like, look, I don't care about your negotiating the 11th hour, saving $400,000 here or there.
Well, yeah, but
just get it done.
But David Mulligetta has shown you're going to be apart by $3 to $4 million off the high of where the market even says you should be.
I totally get it. I totally understand.
So you're still just like pay the Mulligetta tax.
I'm not saying you pay the Mulligetta tax.
You're saying just get it done.
Last year, they were. It turns out they were about $7 million apart on Micah, something like that. 47.
What if they're asking for 40?
Yeah, what's that?
Or they're asking for 40.
What if they're asking for 40? Okay. Well, first of all, that is then you decide to trade him, which is that's fine. You're making a decision. If you don't want to pay the 40.
But I'm asking you, what if they're asking for 40? Do you want to pay that?
Oh yeah. I think that he is a top 5 receiver? I think he's 5 or 6. Would I pay 40 is a lot. 40 is a lot. So at that point, then you make the decision to trade him. 40, but either way, you're making a decision. 40
is Jamar Jefferson, but it's going to drag out until you realize, I think, okay, they're not going to fold, they're not going to bend here. 40 is Jamar, Jefferson is 35, CD is 34, and DK is 33.
Yeah, the issue with CD,
he's going to end up taking like 34, so him and CD can be salary bros.
Yeah, because that's one of the issues. These teams or these players. When it's CD's room. He was here. He was the paid guy. You pay somebody else in that room more. Is that going to be?
Which CD has said he's fine with. I kind of believe him.
Yep, maybe.
He's like, if I have to told Dan Patrick, if I got to give up some money, now easier said than when you actually put pen to paper.
Right.
But I don't think there would be any acrimony between the two.
If I was his agent, if I was George Pickens' agent, I would say 40. And I'd be settling, just like Todd France would say 10, but I'd walk in there and I'd say 40. I'd say, you saw him on the field last year. You think there was anybody better than him on the football field last year as a receiver? Because the league doesn't talk about it like that. The league is telling you he's that good.
Bust the budget is the off-season slogan that we're focusing here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt in Indianapolis. Brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors. All right, Steven, they call you Cat Boy. It's an insulting term. Everyone thinks you're cheap and tight with the purse strings. You're not willing to pay market value or go over to what it takes to actually get the player signed. Stephen Jones on free agency this offseason.
It's looked different every year. Some years we do it different, a little different than others. And, every year is different. A lot of that will depend on what's out there and the value that we think is there. And we'll make decisions based on that. But, yeah, we certainly think we'll end up being involved in free agency.
Bobby, he also said we're going to need the money freed up from Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams with the potential extensions or restructures. Quote, we are going to need their room.
Yeah, that's going to be I would imagine that's restructure on Quinnen. That would be an extension or a reworking of the deal somehow with Kenny Clark. But that's they clearly want both of them here. Whenever you've heard some people go, oh, he could be a cap casualty, Kenny Clark, this is why it's never been the case. It's because they've got some flexibility they can get by letting him go, but they don't want to do that. They want him here. And so I'm sure they'll work this week on, that'll be one of their agenda items, is like, how can we work to get this done? How can we work to get this cleared up?
And Choppy, you were saying, well, dang it, now bust the budget is going to come during a time with a weaker free agent class. Shereen Williams, who we will see in Indianapolis, from Florio's website, listed their top free agents. I'll just run down in order.
Let's go.
Pickens, Daniel Jones, Linderbaum, Jags linebacker Devin Lloyd, Hendrickson, Kyle Pitts, who got tagged, Alec Pierce, Jalen Watson, Breece Hall, Malik Willis, Jamel Dean, Rashid Shaheed, Rasheed Walker, Kenneth Walker, Braden Smith, Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker, Mike Evans, Kobe Bryant, Jawan Jennings, Romeo Dobbs.
It's it's going to be the odd year where you overpay on a class, because that's the one thing, when you have a free agent class that isn't great, these agents still want the same thing. They want the top linebacker in the free agent class is going to want to reset the market. Like, the top edge is going to want to reset the market in that free agent class, whether they deserve it or not. And that's going to create a logjam. And it's also going to create a lot of teams overpaying. Even though they might not get the top market, they're going to overpay.
Yeah, and I would say that's another arguing point from Pickens' perspective probably is, look at this free agent class. If I was out there on the market, forget top receiver, I'm the top player. Nobody would be throwing their money around more than to me to get me signed.
All right, little Inside the Star here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Combine coverage. Bobby in Indy sleeping next to Nick Harris while making fun of me cahooting with Brian Broaddus. We're brought to you by East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the On-Time Experts. We may be bringing a dog to Indianapolis after our trip through the airport today. And do we have a brand new intro for the show after RJ Choppy's college broadcasting career? Peyton Phillip Russell has it next in PP in the morning after this.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, promo code TOLO, that's going to get you $75 a
Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning.
PP in the morning. Yeah. PP in the morning.
Hold on.
In the morning.
That is right. Maybe we can vote on the fan text. Do we like it? It's from Byron Anderson. Now, Byron's a great guy. He set up RJ Choppy's, Wednesday segment, chopping it up intro. This intro was long though. It was long, and that was a snippet of it. The intro he sent RJ was about 7.5 minutes.
I don't think it was 7 minutes of intro. I think the bed music, right?
No, there was no bed music. I listened to the whole thing. It was that same pee-pee in the morning. I was changed up a little bit, but it was all verbal all the way through. And I was like, all right, I got to find an ending point here. Can't have a 7-minute intro. But so I chopped it up a little bit, added a little bed music to the end of it that I mixed in there. So I think it's all right. What do we rate it?
So he edited this, made it, created it, got in the recording room?
I think he used AI.
Okay.
AI.
Either way,
you know
he put
these
it
AI
together.
songs. You heard them over the weekend, Sean. You know how good these AI songs are getting now.
I think it's really good.
Bro, you like it? Okay,
I
good.
like it.
And
I like it. I don't like your
because
segment name still.
Yeah, I added the Gavin part in there as well, so that won't be in it the whole time. But so it's about probably 22 seconds before it hits the bed music there. But
so the payload intro on Thursday, we were running the same intro for both.
Well, this one says PP in the morning, so
Yeah, I know that.
Right,
But
so
the original PP in the morning intro was what? The Gavin Dawson.
the Gavin
one?
Dawson, yeah, and then Eric saying the worst 30 minutes in live radio
and
history.
then the payload intro was what?
It was Zach and Eric. They were saying, we're giving Peyton a new segment here. It's going to be
This is
awful,
gonna be a
terrible.
train wreck.
It's gonna- yeah, and then Bobby's kid at the end of
Okay.
it.
All right.
So
yeah, they maybe mix them up.
He's horrible on the mic.
yeah, he's horrible on the mic. But yeah, no. So good job by Byron. Thank you. I'll have to email him back or DM or something, about that. But no, great on him. He sent RJ it over, and so I edited it over the weekend and then debuted it. So you can vote on the fan text if it's better than the old one. I know the old one was quick to the point, but here we are.
And they posted the video of RJ trying to drink the 20-pound beer.
Yes. Okay. So that is.
You only broke once.
Huh?
You only broke once.
Yeah, I told him. I said the hardest part of this for me is the beer. I don't chug beer. Although I can chug Corona rather easily, but this is a Mick Ultra. I just can't chug beer. It's a very big blind spot I have.
I thought you did a pretty good job of chugging it.
Well, I try. I spilled a lot of it. A lot of it went all over my shirt.
So you didn't break because of the 20-pound mug. You broke because of the carbonation of the chug?
Carbonation, yeah. It's cold. It's coming out. The trick is you got to kind of rest the 20-pound mug on your lip. That's the trick. Some people I've been told have lost teeth because they put it up to their mouth and they pulled a Jack Hughes.
I doubt that, but it makes for a good story.
Makes for a good story.
Well, the fan text has spoken early on. Not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. Little much there. Needs some work.
You're clearly not a fan of it, is what it is, Peyton. I know the fan text said it, but you just referenced repeatedly it's super long. It's long. I had to sit through the whole thing. Why not just say you don't like it, Peyton?
No. It's long because I
like
put that
it.
together. Byron didn't send me this whole thing, and I just copied and pasted it. He sent me a longer version. I edited it down, so I think it's good. I like what I've done with it, but I know it's a little longer than other intros as well. So
I like how
what I've done with it. I like what I've done to fix Byron's F up.
Okay, all right. You guys are screwing this up for me. Byron's a great guy. I love you, Byron. Thanks for doing the work. We'll keep the intro for now. Maybe I'll play with something else along the way. But all right, guys, let's get into it. PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. And guys, we have yet another terrible human being that will rot in hell, most likely for mistreating a dog. This traveler was told she couldn't fly with her dog at the Las Vegas Harry Reid International Airport a few weeks ago because she failed to fill out the proper paperwork. So what did she do exactly? She left her 2-year-old dog at the ticket counter and was going on her flight no matter what. Nothing was going to get in her way to keep her from going on the flight to wherever she was going. And if you haven't seen pictures of the dog yet, it's a golden doodle. Very, very pretty dog, 2-year-old dog, just a puppy. But here's some audio real quick of the interaction with this woman and security that chased her down before she got on her flight, confronting her that she had left her dog.
Actually, I'm going to put my bag down because I'm exhausted. Just follow them. You don't have to put your bag.
No, what we're going to do is we're going to walk you back to where your dog's at, and then we're going to issue a citation because you left your dog at the ticket counter.
Well, I was trying to rebook my flight.
So you walked out here to rebook your flight?
Yes.
And left your dog there?
Tell me at the counter because
to walk out here without your dog.
Awful human being.
Now, was she arrested?
She was arrested for that.
Abandonment?
Yeah, abandoning your dog, leaving at the, you just can't do it, so there's that. But so she got arrested, hopefully blacklisted from ever buying a dog again. And now there is a little bit of an update on this story. Went viral, and so this dog, nicknamed Jet Blue, was adopted by a Las Vegas police officer who found the dog. Amazing nickname. The officer and his family were actually looking to bring home a golden doodle several months ago. They were looking at different shelters, areas around
Good
Vegas.
luck finding a golden doodle at a shelter.
Right, yeah. Not many people abandon them other than this bee at the airport. And now they finally found one here. They finally found one. But the story had gone so viral that there were over 2,400 applications already filled out to adopt the dog. People had submitted, hey, we want to adopt this dog if it's free to go. 2-year-old golden doodle, we want to take it, bring it home to us and our family. But great job on the police officer for taking over this dog immediately. Because, what do you do there? There's a video of the security guards kind of looking at the dog like, well, I don't know what we do now. We don't really have a shelter at the airport to put the dog into, so now we got to figure out what to do with it. But great on the officer for taking over.
Really good looking dog. I was trying to think. My initial question was, all right, what's the one event where I have to get on the flight? And then you really can't come up with one, like making a funeral, maybe, like on time. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it.
You'll still be dead when you get there.
Obviously, you can't leave the dog. I guess the follow-up question is, how many of us are just scooping the dog up and taking it on the flight with you? I think Peyton is the number one shoe-in. Like, all right, I'll take it on the flight and figure out what to do while I have the dog in the air and when I land.
Well, yeah, like the thing is like, obviously the plane wouldn't let her on with the dog.
Right.
And, obviously, I didn't know that you had to fill out paperwork to take your dog on. All these people that have dogs.
I guess if they're not a service animal, you got to do something.
We're all service animals, right?
Well,
we did know this because we got held up for this when we were trying to fly out. There was that lady at the front of the ticket counter who didn't do her paperwork, and then she sat there and she delayed us boarding for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you not remember this at all?
I remember the last flight we took. The lady in the middle seat wanted out.
Yeah.
Remember, she wanted out.
You don't remember the one Bob was
I forgot. Now I remember it.
So you're trying to say, even if you were in the terminal getting ready to get on, you wouldn't be able to do it because you didn't fill out the paperwork beforehand.
Right. So there's nothing you couldn't just pick the dog up and get on the plane. So you're going to have to rebook. Or here's another thought: leave the dog at a boarding spot.
Yeah.
Like everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Don't take your dog on the airplane. Like, nobody wants your dog on the airplane.
Ooh,
nobody does.
Ooh.
We don't want your dog on the airplane, especially if it's not a lap dog. A golden doodle, it's like 50 pounds. I'm not sitting in the same row as that stupid thing.
Oh,
and
man.
I love dogs.
That would be entertainment for the whole flight. If you got a dog right next to you, you would love that.
It would be. It would be entertainment. But,
RJ Carton over here.
I love dogs, but I love my dog. Let me phrase it. I love my dog. Okay, and I like other people's dogs as long as they don't slobber on me.
This looks like
it's a great looking dog, but you know what the other thing is? This is my real problem.
This is a big dog.
All right, nobody in the history of the world has ever liked golden doodle parents.
Oh.
Nobody.
What's the golden doodle parent?
Rich. Nobody has. There's. Now listen, I should say this, and I do love my sister, but she's had a golden doodle, so I do have to say that. But there is a type. The golden doodle family, little snobby, not gonna lie. So I don't really have sympathy for her. If she can afford a golden doodle, they're like $4,000, then she can afford to change her flight.
Well, we don't have sympathy for her. You gotta have sympathy for the dog.
Oh yeah, absolutely sympathy for the dog. And by the way, do not check your dog underneath. Okay? Do not put it in a crate and put it underneath where all those dogs are sitting there underneath the belly of the plane. Half of them show up dead because they panic and they have anxiety. Put your dog in a Dogtopia. Leave it. Leave it at home.
The average cost of a golden doodle puppy from a reputable breeder is how much, Bobby? Guess.
$5,000.
Between $2,000 and $5,000.
Yeah, see, we were looking at like hypoallergenic dogs, and I know just how ridiculous those costs can get. I will say this right here, Peyton and RJ are always so like just in sync. It's like looking in a mirror sometimes with it. This will be the dividing issue that eventually breaks them up, is when RJ's hidden dog hatred comes out.
There's no hidden dog hatred.
A lot of anger
just
right
don't
there.
travel with your dog.
Yeah, Kirk Herbstreit did not like that comment, by the way.
Kirk, you know, I'm sick of Kirk's dog, too.
Oh, no.
Don't travel with your dog.
No.
Nobody at the hotel
Peter.
wants your dog.
All right, Craig Carton.
No, listen, again, I love dogs. I don't
Sean
want to
made
travel
that
with my
joke.
dog. My dog stays at home.
All right, it is PP in the morning every single Tuesday.
And you're not
at
a
this
mom and
time.
a dad, okay? You're not a parent. If you have a dog and no kids, you're not a parent, okay? You're not a dog
Oh,
parent.
you're dog mom. Dog
No,
dad.
you're not.
I love the people who go, I had a dog, I'm ready for a kid. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Ask Sandler how that's going to work out.
Former Major League Baseball player Jeff Kent was a guest on the San Francisco Giants broadcast on Sunday, and John Miller, the play-by-play man, decided to bring up an incident with Alex Rodriguez involving Jeff in 1998. Wherever this came from, we'll have to have more context from this from the broadcast, but where A-Rod slid into Jeff at second base, injuring him, sprained his ankle, and Jeff did not hold back on the radio broadcast when telling his side of the story here.
A-Rod, he was your size, and he came in hard on you, and you know, you survived it, but I think he got banged up a little bit. I think he was on the deal for a little bit.
Yeah, I did. He tore my knee up. He slid and rolled his fat ass past the base, the son of a bitch, and put me out for a little while. I was not happy about that because he was a middle infielder, and we were beating him up pretty good. He didn't need to be doing that.
So, not that you've thought about it much since then, but
that's half empty right there, John.
But that was the one time I do remember that a guy really came in hard on you. But anyway, and
I would throw the ball. I would literally throw the ball between their eyes. If they came in and they weren't ducking down, I was throwing the ball right between their eyes. They better get down.
And that's the way it got taught.
And I love this. We need this more on the broadcast. We need more Charles Haley's, with Brad and Babe on the broadcast.
Well, I don't know about totally Haley all the time, but no, this is I love Jeff Kent. This is beautiful. I love him calling A-Rod fat ass, which is, I don't think he's ever been fat.
And they're not the same size.
No, they're not. They're not the same size.
Imagine Jeff Kent to reporters.
I know.
In his prime. This is him after getting into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he was cantankerous as all get out. But boy, does not hearing Johnny Miller's voice just bring you back.
I love him.
It brings you back to the old days, Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN and Joe Morgan.
Was that John Miller?
That was John Miller, yeah. He does the Giants games.
I know he did the Giants games. It didn't hit me that was him.
I thought he died like 15 years ago.
No. Replay that. Let me go back to my childhood growing up in Baltimore, John Miller.
A-Rod, he was your size, and he came in hard on you, and you survived it, but I think he got banged up a little bit. I think he was on the deal.
That's John Miller.
That's right, him, right?
I think if you hear more of the play-by-play call, him calling the actual game, I think it makes more sense. But yeah, no, it's him, and him and Joe were fantastic there. But yeah, I can't wait for Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks to have Rugen Odor on the broadcast.
Pepe, I want to hear the intro as the outro. Give the Tolas one more little taste to see if this should be the new Tuesday at 6:40.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning.
In the morning.
All right.
In the morning.
I like it.
And
I like it.
Yeah, it's getting.
Every intro, I think, to start off with is doesn't come off as strong,
Right.
but I think people get used to it.
The Eagles cannot guarantee the return of A.J. Brown. What they're talking about in Indy at the Combine with Bobby Belt there. It's around the rest of the NFL and a Godsmack ticket giveaway next on Sean and RJ. But I'm sitting here complaining about gas bills all the time. It's more expensive than my electric. How? How am I keeping those other costs down? Well, DFW Security obviously is is known for the security. I got a force field around my home. I literally can.
Tennessee Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Around the rest of the National Football League with Bobby Bell live at the Combine in Indianapolis. We will be there after the show today. And our coverage from Indy with Brian Broaddus co-hosting in the mornings is brought to you by East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the On-Time Experts. So, Bobby, what is the schedule after the program today, after you already went out last night with Nick Harris?
The schedule is to pick up this Comrex unit, throw it in a box, and then go over to the convention center and start getting everything set up. And then Brian Broaddus will be rolling in there, and we will chat. We'll record with Ian Rappaport this afternoon, and then we'll get him set up for G-Bag. And then I got a couple of meetings today.
Oh,
well, meetings, huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
And then we have dinner tonight. Everyone think that's going to go as planned? Will Brian Broaddus be attending?
What time is the reservation?
Reservation, I'll look up here on my phone in a second, as I had to confirm it yesterday. I'll look it up here in a second. But he can walk in after, appetizers or a drink.
He'll be there.
Because he's off at 8 o'clock.
It's
right?
a 7:15.
Oh, he's off at 8. Now he's on. We have
it's around the
next
corner
night
from the
is
convention
6:30.
center.
Tomorrow night 6:30 dinner.
Yeah. So
he'll miss that one.
Yeah, he'll miss that one. But let's see if he just, kind of just moseys on in.
He can mosey. We got no problem moseying. I mean, just take a longer time to eat the Caesar salad.
That's right.
Now,
Now,
right.
I'm going to get penalized if it's 3 at the table instead of 4.
It's the same table. So I don't think so.
Just tell him you bought 2 chairs for me because you thought it was Southwest policy.
Wow.
Bobby Bell live at the Combine in Indianapolis. Teams are going to be giving...
that was good.
No, it was good. That's why I said wow.
Teams are going to be giving their press conferences. When does Brian Schottenheimer speak? As the Eagles look like they already did.
He is not on the... Well, so the Eagles, I think, spoke with some of their reporters yesterday. He's not on the schedule yet. I don't think it's officially been announced, but I believe he's going Thursday. So he should be talking to the media on Thursday.
Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni talking to Eagles reporters, asked about A.J. Brown. Quote, yeah, my expectation is he wants to be here, and obviously you want good players like that in your building. But the headline is Sirianni cannot guarantee A.J. back in 2026. As Howie said, it's hard to get good players in this league. A.J.'s a great player. He's a good teammate, and A.J.'s a good person. Does he want to be here? Yes. Do I want him to be here? Yes. When asked directly if Brown will be there next season, Sirianni's response, not as straightforward. I think we're still in a spot I can't guarantee how anything is going to play out heading into next year. I am thinking I'm going to be the coach next season, but you can't guarantee anything past tomorrow. So there it is. Door open.
Door open. This feels like an Eagles thing. It's weird. The Eagles, they buy all these players. They sell all these players. They do both really, really well. It would not surprise me at all that they don't just up and move on from him, rebuild with him, and still be okay.
So tell me if this is my instant judgment reaction. Tell me if this is a little bit too much hopium in my mind. If A.J. Brown is not on next year's Philadelphia Eagles and they don't replace him with a significant receiver, the Cowboys can win the East. Overreaction or not? Or true, false, however you want to answer it.
What happens with George?
They keep George.
Then they can win the East. I don't think they can win the East without Pickens. And now, obviously, if they replace him with
Crosby.
Alec Pierce, or you know what I mean, or whatever.
Now, my counter back to myself is, Bobby.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown is on the block and in these discussions for a reason. They didn't have him ball out last year, and they still won the division. How would you answer
they
it?
still won the I would say, yeah, they still won the division, but they won the Super Bowl when they did have him ball out. So you get that. But, I mean, that was obviously more about Saquon Barkley. It's like MLB bullpens. It so fluctuates year to year to where I think they've got a potential shot depending on what they do here, whether he's back or not. But, yeah, I mean, if AJ's not there, I think that makes Philly exceedingly more vulnerable than they are currently.
I do too. 877-881-1053. So I'm rooting for AJ to get dealt out of there, maybe for a second-round pick. We have other trade ideas that people have been floating around.
Yeah, I didn't want to get to this because it kind of backs up y'all's theory.
Send it in the email.
Well, because it backs up y'all's theory about George Pickens' trade value, if this is correct.
Oh.
And I don't like saying that you guys may be right. So this is 4 hypothetical trades over at ESPN, just like they did for Max Crosby, and we saw how awful some of their suggestions were. Let's see if these are awful. The very first one, Jeremy Fowler. The Eagles get a first-round pick from the Cleveland Browns, number 24, and the Browns get A.J. Brown.
No. Why would Cleveland want A.J. Brown right now? Unless you're, convincing yourself somehow, some way you're going to compete very quickly. And a first-rounder, in my opinion, would feel a little bit too rich. So that's Jeremy Fowler supporting or not supporting what you said?
He's supporting a first-round pick for A.J. Brown, which if A.J. Brown gets a first right now, George probably gets a first right now.
Yes.
So
first and second.
I do think you're overselling it there. But who knows? Maybe we're going to go down here. Maybe we're going to get to your boy Seth Walder, and he's going to have another awful trade suggestion.
He'll trade A.J. Brown for a 3 and a 7th in 2029.
This is a good trade for the Browns, because if you go out and get a guy like A.J. Brown, then Shedeur Sanders will finally respect Todd Monken. And so I think that would go a long way to having him respect him.
It doesn't make any sense for Cleveland. They're too, to me, I mean, they got a decent roster. They just need a quarterback, but it doesn't make any sense for them to give up a 1 for him.
Dan Graziano's offer, who I saw in Prime last night. The Eagles get a first-round pick from the Buffalo Bills, number 26 overall for A.J. Brown. Yep. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think you can maybe get a first for a team like Buffalo, who'll be more desperate to add a finishing piece. They may be, in my opinion, more willing to overpay a little bit versus the rest of the market to finally break through.
You can overpay when you've got Josh Allen. You can make a little bit more aggressive moves because he can make up for what you lost, theoretically. But yeah, it's when you're a team that's on the cusp, you've got to make these kind of moves.
That makes too much sense.
Trade number 3. I'd be all over this if I was Philly. I don't think it would get offered. The Eagles get from the Baltimore Ravens a second-round pick, a fourth-round pick that can become a third-rounder, and Rashad Bateman for A.J. Brown.
That feels like a nice value for AJ, a 2 and a 4 that can become a 3. What do you think? The inclusion of Bateman is adding too much?
Yeah, that feels a little rich to me. I don't know that, but I mean, that also sounds like the kind of deal Howie would swing. Oh, give me, you don't even have to give me a first rounder. Give me a couple day 2 picks and then just throw Bateman in there.
Yeah, because Baltimore is in the Buffalo mix. They have to break through. They have to try to get Lamar over the hump. Yeah. So that one makes sense.
Let's see. Oh, man. Look at his numbers this year. Bateman. Didn't do much. I think this is... The 2 and the 4 are intriguing because that's the meat and potatoes of your draft, right? That's a team. That's a meat and potatoes of that team's draft. Like the Eagles, I mean, they could use those picks. I mean, and theoretically go through another rebuild if they wanted to.
And are you ready for the Seth Walder offer?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, boy.
I know we all have been waiting around for this.
A 3 or 6.
The New England Patriots reuniting Mike Vrabel with his guy, A.J. Brown. The New England Patriots send a first-round pick, a third-round pick, and a sixth-round pick for A.J. Brown and a second-round pick from the Eagles.
Man, he loves throwing in these extracurricular picks.
What's up with this dude?
This is your calculator boy right here.
I mean, that probably means he'd be the smartest one of the bunch and be the most accurate when it comes to this, but...
Well, this sounds dumb again. So he's right now, when you say his name with trade proposals, I think it's automatically going to be the dumbest one, and he delivers again to me.
So at the end of this article, all these trades, which if you're the Eagles, don't you feel like, oh, yeah, I like some of those offers. I would take those for A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the verdict, no offer gets the job done. Says that basically none of these are enough to make the Eagles move off of A.J. Brown. If that's true, then yeah, George Pickens would be worth a first at least.
One of the things I thought was definitely, you got one final thing on this?
Yeah, because if none of them are good, Good enough for Philadelphia. That means that Philadelphia wouldn't take a 1 and a 3? The Walter deal?
Well, then it's AJ and a second.
Oh, I forgot the second. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think a 1 for him from Buffalo or Cleveland. If I'm Philadelphia, I'm going to take the 1 from Cleveland.
I thought it was inevitable that we were going to finally be done with the tush push, but maybe Bobby's theory that Philadelphia is not that good anymore to make us get rid of their cheat code is in play because the league is saying, no, there's really like no major tush push initiative or drive this year.
What we had, we needed 24. And we were right there. We were so close last year with the voting, and it's, I guess, not even going to be. No one's going to put a stink up about it this year in the league meetings.
And then a box came into Maricopa County at the last second shop and saved their vote.
And you had to declare how you're voting before you actually do it.
You have to
stand on both sides of the wall. But yeah, they're talking about no tush push, and then replay flags, Bobby.
Yeah, I hate this. I hate this idea. Troy Vincent had brought this up and said that they're considering the idea of allowing replay officials basically to flag certain things that they catch that the officials didn't and that teams don't then call in for. And so this is apparently connected to a couple of different things. One was, Vincent noted 2 examples from the 2025 season. One was in the 4th quarter of the Super Bowl when Stephon Diggs and Josh Jobe grabbed each other's face masks on the sideline. Jobe then delivered a left-handed punch to Diggs' helmet. There was no penalty flag thrown on the play, but if NFL enacts what the competition committee is discussing, the on-site replay official would have been able to possibly penalize and eject Josh Jobe for the punch. And then there was another issue in a Rams game during Week 16. Both of these involving the Seahawks, by the way, doing things that would have gotten them ejected because it was in a Seahawks-Rams game. But this is, I'm totally against this. I don't like the idea of somebody in a booth being able to just go like, hold on, we're being informed that the booth official just threw a penalty flag.
Yeah, that they're not like deciding on initially that was thrown. They would just be throwing the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be like, I saw this, I spotted this from afar, I caught it, you guys didn't, and I'm penalizing them.
It's it's tough because you want them to get it right. But there is the on the field. Did they see it on the field? And I don't like using the eye in the sky because what if they're just not looking? You know, some guys get it, some guys don't. I don't like. I would say to keep that out. Keep the replay out of that when it comes to penalties.
I don't want them to get it right. The whole get it right above everything else is starting to cause too many problems to me. It's the same thing with the robo-umps. It's the same thing with the 100 frames per second. Let's slow it down and get 2 frames that show it as, oh, look, there was a loss of possession. To me, we all know, yeah, that he caught that, or yeah, he dropped that, or oh, this happened, that happened. Like, if you miss it the first time, I think you just live with some calls that didn't go the way you want.
Around the rest of the NFL with Bobby Belt in Indianapolis, brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors. Choppy and I will be there right after the show today, along with Brian Broaddus and Ian Rappaport tomorrow on DFW Sports Station and your home of the 720 giveaway. We have Godsmack tickets as we go commercial-free in the Expressway with Ask Reddit at 7:40, and Stephen Jones with a fresh update on Christian Parker and how are they actually going to fix this wretched defense. Stephen tells you how. Commercial free on the home of the Cowboys next.
But we're going to fix your energy costs with a real simple switch. Base
Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do so here on Sean and RJ, along with Bobby Belt live in Indianapolis with our Combine coverage kicking off today. We will be there for tomorrow's show, along with Brian Broaddus. Broaddus is going to kick it off in the afternoon for the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors, on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. And yesterday, Stephen Jones talking to media members in Indy, and he knows, hopefully, what side of the ball needs to be fixed.
We want to fix this defense, and we feel really good about the offensive side of the ball now that we got Javonte done, and we know we'll have George back. So we feel really good about that side of the ball. I think this is obviously, we spent a lot of time on it already in the offseason, revamping the defensive coaching staff, and now we'll, take the next steps, which are to improve, the personnel on that side of the ball.
It seems like Christian Parker is being a little extra quiet. Like, normally when you get a job and you're like, all right, who do you like? We could always get McCarthy or someone to answer, like, who's impressed you in training camp? Give us a couple of names under the radar, maybe someone who's not getting as much attention. I don't know if we're going to be getting names from Christian Parker. We've gotten a Savone Ravel here and there. Obviously, you're going to love Quinn and Williams, but my prediction is they're going to be quieter than normal, especially Christian, talking about who he likes with all the possible turnover and personnel change.
And, obviously with potentially him wanting players from other teams. Maybe they want to bring guys in that he used to work with, that would fit there. But obviously on this team, and I'm cool with that. There's an evaluation process that has to go through. If he doesn't know who he wants, or even if he does, he's not ready to say because they don't want to kind of show their cards, then I've got no problem with this.
What do you mean if he doesn't know who he wants?
As of already?
Yeah, he better. He should.
It's still early. I still I mean, there are certain guys where you better know that that they fit in your system or not, right? You better know. But other guys, I think that you could still have questions about how they fit. Now, I'm not sure that I would prioritize those guys then, because if you don't know, then maybe that means they don't fit.
If Gavin Spittle walked into his job that he's got today, like let's say today was his first day on the job, and old
hockey
Barrett
podcaster
Sports Media calls him up. Yeah, Barrett Sports Media calls him up and says, "Yeah, you're over at 105.3 The Fan now. They got a lot of they've got different folks over there who talk about some of the talent you have over there. Who you like?" And he's like, I think we'd all be like, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
I think it's exactly
the
what he
problem
did.
is Christian Parker. I think Christian Parker would look at a lot of this defense and go, I don't like a lot of it. There's a lot of it that was bad. They were awful for a reason last year, and they keep talking about the pieces that they have, and they've got a couple. Quinn Williams is awesome. If depending on how you're projecting out health for certain guys, Overshown and Bland may be players that you like. But there's not enough players to field a NFL defense next year. And so it's really hard to talk about them positively when 80% of this defense that started last year may be gone when I get to it.
When talking about fit, you brought up a point that I heard myself, or I read myself, with a Jadeveon Clowney headline.
Yeah, so the Clowney thing is,
It's kind of threw me off.
Are they playing coy? This is also the thing where I don't believe a word anybody in the NFL says from basically the end of their season until the end of the draft. It's silly season. They're doing they're playing coy. Or maybe they're not sure, but if you don't let the player and you want him out, do you try to talk yourself out of the player? So in this situation, let's say Christian Parker doesn't know whether he likes somebody that he fits, but he likes the player. Would he not try to talk himself into wanting to bring that player back?
Yeah, but the headline that you referred to that we need to talk about is Jadeveon Clowney a fit?
Right.
And to me, it's like, how would he not be a fit? I guess you can talk about 3-4 versus 4-3 edges, but Bobby, what am I missing here? Whether Clowney is a fit or not? Because Steven, I don't want to take this too far, all right? Because Steven mentioned Clowney along with Javonte immediately when the offseason began, and obviously they backed up their mouth with signing Javonte. So I think they love Clowney, but it just kind of threw me when reading the headline, is Jadeveon Clowney a fit for this D? Why?
Yeah, because I think we've always all thought of Jadeveon Clowney, even before he got here in Dallas, as just like, oh yeah, that's a guy who stops the run, and he's just a nice technician, so why wouldn't that ever fit into a defense? And didn't Christian Parker just get done telling us that, hey, you fit your scheme to the players, and you do this and that, so how it'd be odd if your big defensive free agent that everybody thought you were going to bring back is the guy that you go, well, he doesn't fit my scheme. It's like, really? Because that's kind of the complete opposite of what you told us you're going to do. I wonder if it's more about what Clowney's expectation is in terms of playing time coming off of the year he had, and him maybe feeling like, hey, I'm kind of rejuvenated and I'm ready to go out there and I'm ready to perform and I'm ready to be a full-time player. And maybe Christian Parker just looks at it and goes, I like you. I think you can contribute. You're not going to be out there 80% of the snaps. Like, that's just not the way that I'm going to run the defense. So I don't know. We'll find out more about that while we're out here. I'm guessing we'll hear some whispers about what that meant. But my initial inclination off of it was, okay, if you're talking about Clowney like that right off the bat, I wonder if there's just a disagreement about how much he can still contribute at his age, like what Clowney feels like he can do coming off that year, and what Christian Parker kind of looks at and says, this is what I think you can do reliably.
Also, we're about 6 months away from when Jadeveon Clowney actually decides that he's going to want to play football.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you don't try. If you like him, you try to get him in. But, also, if he doesn't think that he is a fit right away, then there is are you better off just walking away? And
maybe they got out of that negotiation, or maybe their first couple, because they said early on they were going to talk about it. Maybe they sat down in that meeting, and maybe Clowney's agent went, he had a pretty good year. This is the Jadeveon Clowney of old. We want $20 million next year. And now Steven's just playing a little bit of a game like, ooh, you were pretty comfortable here last year, right? Maybe you don't fit here. Maybe that's the case.
But there's nothing from a scheme fit that would make him a square peg round hole.
No, he's played in 3-4. He's played in 4-3. Yeah, he's played. I mean, Jadeveon Clowney's played a lot of different, defensive schemes throughout his career. I think he could fit. You could find a way to make him fit into anything that you want to do.
But he wasn't happy in the Carolina one, and when reading how they used him, that doesn't make sense. So I think he was sitting there dropping back in coverage. Yeah, he may have played.
They will
ask
linebackers to drop. You're right. They will ask linebackers to drop it. I mean, it could be that maybe they feel like he can't cover as much, and it's just like, well, I don't want somebody who's just going to pin his ears back and rush. That could be part of it.
Stephen Jones on his now. I didn't see any reporters ask or tweet where the Joneses were. That would have been one of my first questions. Where were you guys? Why were you guys up there at the press conference? Here's Stephen giving the first public audio comments on their new DC.
Oh, I just think he's got a great defensive mind. He's been under a lot of top defensive minds in this league. I think he's learned from a lot. Also like what he said. He goes, I got my own ideas too. Twists that he would add because he's respectful for chain of command in terms of executing who he's worked for, but he's also, can bring combinations of those things and bring it to the table. And then I thought he was outstanding on, how him and Shotty went about hiring the support around him, the coaches around him, the assistant coaches. They were very thorough. We were very thorough.
Stop.
Thorough.
That's my new Steven word.
Thorough.
He was very thorough. They were very thorough. That's my new Steven word. I love the twang.
We were very thorough.
That's so old school Southern thorough.
Give me both. Give me both, starting from their Pepe to the end of the clip with Steven on CP.
The coaches around him, the assistant coaches, they were very thorough. We were very thorough. And all the interviews that we did, and I think we put an outstanding staff together, and now we got to go get the players and their vision for the type of players that'll help him execute what he wants to do philosophically on defense.
How have we gone 15 years without getting the word thorough?
I know.
To come out of their mouths.
I know.
How have we has that? Cooper. I mean, Cooper happens all the time. Schedule. We've gotten schedule.
We're very thorough.
There we got thorough. How have we gone 15 years without thorough?
Now we have to see if we can get Jerry to say it and whether it matches. Whether he got whether that twang matches, and that's just how they say it.
Yeah, also we need to, when we get to training camp, G-Bag, that's got to be one of their things is Eric, whenever Eric goes into every interview in training camp with something, it's like, Eric, see how many times you can get him to mirror the word thorough back to you. Use it in your questions, see how many times he'll throw back at you. And then if you can get to a certain number.
We executed the Dick Fangio for them in San Fran, right?
Yeah, but I did not feel good about it because I can't remember who I used it on. It was... I think I used it on, I don't remember who I used it on. Whoever I used it on, I said it, and then right after I said it, I was like, I just got completely self-conscious, and I was like, they know I said Dick Fangio and not Vic. They know I said it, and I can see it on, and then I lost where I was with my question. I just started stumbling and spitting out nonsense.
Yeah, I thought it went right over their head. I thought the execution was there. I didn't see any, was it Ted Wynn? Was it Dalton Schultz? Was it Mayock? I can't remember who it was.
I think it was Seth Payne.
Oh, Seth Payne.
Yeah.
Well, Seth.
The listeners loved the interview.
I love Seth, but his head is always, it seems like it's in a different city. He had no idea he was supposed to sit down.
Stafford?
Live, not live, throwing Stafford into his underdog's Super Bowl
How's Stafford going to do this week? He ain't playing, man.
Yeah. Now, look, when you look at Christian Parker's staff, he's 34, and each one of his hires is under 45. So now we're going from the sage veterans who have been head coaches and they've been DCs to a bunch of young bucks. Stephen Jones, any concern with too much youth?
Not necessarily designed. We certainly weren't afraid of it. Let's put it that way. I mean, we've eyes wide open. We see what's going on around the league and the success that's being had. And, you do have to communicate. These kids, you got to figure out how to communicate with them. And, certainly the younger you are, you have a better chance of knowing what they like and, what gets their attention. And, I think it's a plus, and there's no question the energy levels are there, and we're fired up about our staff.
I don't care about the age. They're good. They're good, right? Age be damned. But I do believe there is value in that old person that just is like they've seen it all, the advice guy.
We were very thorough.
But Robert Duvall died a couple weeks ago, right? And all of his characters was like the sage, older, as he aged, his characters were all kind of the same. This that sage older guy that had a ton of advice that you could lean on. I think every staff does need that. I don't care what the ages are for the most part. Are you good or not? Do you fit within the system or not? Are you able to build players up, coach players up or not? That's the important part.
So out in San Fran, go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, I was just saying there was something about the whole is there any risk with going with a younger staff, and they've said no twice now, where they've said no, there's no risk there inherently built in. It's completely safe or whatever else. It's like no, there is a risk. But that's what I think people like is that there's a possible downside to this, but you're getting out of your comfort zone and you're willing to swing for something that could be bigger and better than what you've had here.
You see the report out of Denver of who they're meeting with in terms of a defensive name. Mike Zimmer about a role on Sean Payton's coaching staff. This is Mike Kliss, who is reporting that they recently met. So old Zim, is he still in the Metroplex, Bob?
He is still in the Metroplex, but we don't say that just awful name you just threw out there, Mike Kliss, some Denver TV guy, the one that went after Brian Broaddus years ago, and is now a coworker of one Ryan Cottrell there in Denver.
Right. Work on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. One more clip about the Cowboys defensive coordinator. So Kevin Clark on the This Is Football pod had Cooper DeJean on. And Was he walking around with one of the Bella girls?
Yes. Well, that's who he's supposedly dating, Nikki Bella. I didn't see them together.
The Bella twins were walking around.
And he was there, but I don't think they were there on the same day, at least on Radio Row.
So, Bobby, why don't you set this up and why being unprompted means so much more?
Yeah, Kevin Clark is, he was doing all his interviews, so this just came out yesterday or 2 days ago, even though it was at Super Bowl. He kind of stacked up some content and was releasing it. But in the course of an answer, he had mentioned how important Christian Parker was to him. And that was without being brought up or pushed at all. And sometimes when you get asked about guys or coaches, you get very stock, just safe, professional answers of like, oh, he's great, he's taught me.
And each team that we're playing is really important and definitely helped me a lot.
I think the specifics there are great of the fact that he says he's finding specifics against every team that we're playing, and he's finding advantages for us, and the fact that he is now repeatedly, I mean, we're
draw up plays. That's kind of the cheats. That's kind of the cheat code. That's what you're looking for. You know, you get great players, great coaches can draw up plays. Others can coach guys up. Not as many can do both. And if you can do both, I mean, it's even better. And there is excitement. I mean, there really is. I don't usually get excited for defensive coaches, but I am excited for this.
Commercial free in the Expressway on DFW Sports Station. Ask Reddit after we hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call the number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Godsmack at the Toyota Music Factory on Wednesday, May 27th. That's call the number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, Nick Harris will jump on with us at some point. It's always interesting to see how late other media members sleep. You know, when you're like, hey, can you come on? It's Eastern Standard Time out there. Mm-hmm. It's an hour later. And are they like, no. Like, we know Babe Laufenberg is the latest sleeper. Mm-hmm. And I thought Bobby was setting up Nick to come on here at 8 o'clock. And then I'm like, yo, are you giving me confirmation or not? And he goes, let me text if he's awake. So I was assuming he was already up.
I assume he would be because I'm loud. You guys know that. I'm loud, right? I told him yesterday, it's the most amazing thing. We were getting ready to go out, and he's like, all right, I'm going to get a power nap in before I go. And he goes, but, hey, do whatever you got to do to get ready or whatever. And I was like, well, to get ready, I got to go through the doors where you're sitting. And I was like, I don't want to wake you up. And he's like, you won't. And I was like, are you sure? And he goes, yeah. 60 seconds later, he was out.
Whoa.
Cold. And he is like he is one of these dudes. He's one of those dudes who just goes like, I need to sleep, and he'll lay down, hit the pillow, and he's out, and he can just sleep through a bunch of loud noise. So I don't know if he's maintained his sleep this whole time, but I would assume he had to have been stirred at some point.
We can get him sometime in the 8 o'clock hour, maybe 8:40 and below the belt here on DFW Sports Station. I'm sure Brian Broaddus is not happy that he is joining us as co-host tomorrow and throughout the week instead of today, because this is his favorite segment.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. And this is Ask Reddit. We do it every Tuesday right around this time. It's where we kick around the most viral questions being asked on the Ask Reddit forum. And we will kick off with RJ Choppy. So, RJ, which celebrity just bothers you and you can't put your finger on why?
I can't think of an individual celebrity, so I will just say directors. Directors in general, I think they're all a little weird. I just assume they all wear the backwards, cab driver hat, the director's hat. They sit in that very pompous chair that's got their name on the back. That kind of canvassy type chair, doesn't lean back, the director's chair. I just find them all to be a little off-putting.
What about
Sean,
you, Bob?
You got a celebrity that bugs. Okay, so my big one, and this one always gets me killed. I don't know why he bugs me. I'm not a Keanu Reeves fan. He just irritates me for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's just because he's a bad actor. The whole little
I'm sorry. Note,
what? Did you see he is a bad actor. He's the one note. Bullets?
Okay.
Yeah, that's great. And how he survived Boban and everything else. It's wonderful. But just the one note tone of everything, I just can't. It's so irritating.
I agree with you on that. I thought you were talking about Keanu the person. I was going to have a huge problem with you going after Keanu the person, but if you're just talking about his acting chops, I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves, I'm not signing him up for any big, serious, like, major, when I say serious, not just like a Matrix role.
Look, I get into this with everybody because, and the Fantastic brought up, I don't get Will Ferrell, right? I get him as a supporting actor. When his role in Wedding Crashers or Old School is phenomenal. You start throwing him as the main character, I'm just like, all right, how many times can you do the over-the-top character? So I'm out.
Peyton Russell, which celebrity just bothers you and you can't put a finger on why?
I mean, I kind of got a finger on it, but it's Pete Davidson. I don't understand why women find him attractive. I don't think he's funny. I don't like his acting. I don't think he does anything right. I mean, he looks pale, looks like a ghost. So it's Pete Davidson for me. Just hate the guy.
That's a great one.
Some of the answers on the fan text here: Jason Statham from the 214, Billie Eilish from another 214, 682, Amy Schumer is another one. So we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell.
I got mine finally.
Okay, hit me.
J-Lo. Now, this is a very sensitive topic in my house because J-Lo was like my wife's number one concert or show that she wanted to go to. I got her tickets. We got stuck in Vegas, and we did not go. But since then, my wife has kind of turned on her. I don't know. There's just like a douchiness that has kind of developed here over time. She's hot. She's a legend. She's smoking. I think she made me feel bad for Ben Affleck with the all-time cigarette photo.
That's a great photo.
That's
amazing.
That is an amazing all-time photo, and I just feel like she is absolutely impossible. So my answer for this will be Jennifer Lopez.
Oh.
All right, Ask Reddit, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, and I know you have song examples for this, for me, Chop, and yourself. But Peyton, what's the best story ever told in a song?
So this is definitely going to show my age a little bit. This was one of the first songs I remember listening to on the radio in my mom's car. She picking me up from, elementary school, kindergarten. But this is one, and, I think it's a great story. The song's a bop. It shows you, hey, just because a girl doesn't want you, you don't have to get depressed. You don't have to, hate yourself. You go out there, you show the world you're the effing man, and then she'll come back to you, and then you reject her. You put it back in her face. So she tried to humble him, and then she got humbled. So
I
take
like
that.
it. Very nice.
Who in the world answers Avril Lavigne when we start talking about the best in anything in music? But okay, Peyton, that's your say. People are going to criticize my take, I'm sure. But Choppy, what's the best story ever told in a song?
Well, if that showed Peyton's age, this one's going to show mine. And I'll say this. It's not my favorite song. I like the song. But we did spend, 2 weeks on it in the introduction and history of rock in college. And it is the great, epic American Pie.
Now for 10 years we've been on our own and moss grows fat on a rolling
It starts out being about the plane crash of the Big Bopper and Buddy Holly, and then it goes into a 10-year run of just kind of wallowing through the forests, and then it gets into the Beatles and into the Rolling Stones, and then you have some Bob Dylan thrown in there, and the references to these guys, we really got to dive deep. I mean, I could break down every line of this song.
It's a fantastic song. I know it also gets a little bizarre too, like this section right here of, and while the king was looking down, the jester stole his thorny crown. And Don McLean has said, like, well, I don't even know what it's about, the third verse. I just kind of wrote it and slapped it together. For me, I'm going a different direction. I'm going with storytelling ability. So for me, I like whenever a musical artist can make me vividly see whatever they're talking about in the song. Like as I hear them going, I'm immersed in that moment and I can see it and visualize it. And that's why for me, the number one of all time is Nas in the Stillmatic intro.
Narration describes the lives of lost tribes in the ghetto trying to survive. The feature opens with this young black child. Finger scratch, cigarette burns on the sofa. Turning the TV down while Mary Jane girls 45's playing.
I think this is such a great song, and I think the storytelling ability to just like give all these little details of his life growing up, and like, oh, you got the 45s playing in the background, and there's the hash browns from C-Town, and like you just kind of see all the stuff. And he talks about walking out his front door and having to step over people, and it's such a vivid image, and it's why Nas is one of the greatest of all time, and way better than Jay-Z. So.
My song that tells the story has to do with a show slogan from spring training.
Oh, yeah.
Surprise, Arizona.
Now you know me to tell us if there's no love for my daddy because the power wasn't there. He passed away, I didn't care because my anger wouldn't let me feel frustrated. They say I'm wrong, I'm all heartless, but all along I was looking for a father and he was gone. I hung around with the thugs, even though they sold drugs, they showed the young brother love. I moved out and started running. I need the money on my own, so I started slanging. I ain't guilty because even though I sell rocks, it feels good putting money in your mailbox. I love paying rent when rent was due. I hope you got the diamond necklace section to you. Because when I was low and you were there for me, you never left me alone because you cared for me. I see you coming home after work late and you're in the kitchen trying to fix us a hot plate.
Hot plate.
You're just working with the scraps you're given, and mama made miracles every Thanksgiving. But now the road got rough and you're all alone. You're trying to raise two badass kids on your own. There's no way I can pay you back, but my plan is to show you that I understand. You're appreciated.
All right, there it is. That is the story of You're Appreciated on the morning show.
People coming in with, a ton. This is more text than I've seen in probably 8 months. A lot with Stan from Eminem. A lot of people coming in with Bob Dylan Hurricane. Let's see. Brenda's got a baby. That's by the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Gordon Lightfoot. It's a good one. Shout out. Broken Window Serenade. Whiskey Myers. That's a good one, too.
Man, that is those are all really good answers. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald actually is about as long as the Expressway. Fun fact, if you ever listen to that song. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, let's go ahead and go with, how true is this statement? If a man wanted you, he'd pursue you.
There's some truth in it. Although, like, I think there's plenty of guys that want women that won't pursue them. And it doesn't mean that they don't want them as to why they're not pursuing them. They're not pursuing them because they're scared to cross the room to go over and talk to them cold. It's a very difficult thing to do. They don't want to ruin they don't want it out there because they don't want to handle the rejection. They don't want to ruin the friendship, whatever. I don't think it's all that true.
I think that's a great answer. I think, a lot of times you'd be like, yeah, like because it's like you want to tell your friend probably in high school, hey, it's not happening. Like, read the tea leaves. And you'd think that men, and it's true, they're going to be way more aggressive than women, but then the fear of the rejection, Bobby.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that I think the fear of the rejection, if you felt like, hey, I've kind of put out some vibes before, or they don't seem interested, I'm not going to go put myself out here to get rejected then if I'm not sensing that this has a possible ending here. Then I think that there are absolutely caveats here where it's like, he could absolutely be interested in you and just be like, that's not a calculated risk I'm willing to take right here because I don't think it's going to end the way I want it to, and so I'm not going to do it. And then there are other people who just they're Joey Gallo, and they go, I'm going to swing at everything, and then I'm pursuing it. And so, Peyton, what do you think about that? The statement that if a man wanted you, he'd pursue you.
Yeah, I think it's very true. I mean, any man who wants a woman, they're going to try and get your attention one way or the other. I mean, look, I'll admit it. I've admitted on the show, I'm a simp. I was a simp growing up, high school, college, all that. So it's like, if I want a girl, it's like I'm going to do whatever I can to try to impress her, even if that means going over the top, even if I do get rejected, which happened quite a bit. But, I think any man, who wants a woman is going to go and try and
Is that a simp? What is your definition of a simp?
Oh, my definition would be more just like the guy who just caters and yes, is just almost groveling at the feet of somebody.
Yeah, you know, will do anything. Always over complimenting. You know, if she's having a bad day, be like, "No, you're still the most beautiful girl." You know, you're trying to get her attention.
She
you're
gives
trying
you
to
nothing
get
in return.
on her good side. Yeah,
She gives you
exactly.
nothing in return.
All right, ask Reddit here on 105 the Fan, 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what's a harmless sentence that instantly raises your blood pressure?
Ooh, it's the one where people are like, lighten up a little bit. You know, calm down. It's like, because then to me, it's like telling me, okay, I took everything a little too to heart. You know, I'm too serious right now, and I don't want to come off that way. But now it backfires on me, in a way. So anyone telling me lighten up, hey, lighten up a little bit here, guy.
For me, the answer is Bobby in one of his moods again, doubling down on bad takes would be the one that causes me to snap and lose my mind. By the way, that is now the four-time G-Bag of the Day champion. So
really?
For 5-time status today. Yeah, I'm not proud. This is not a G-Bag of the Day championship I want, but
it got you a contract though, right?
It did. I take this one too seriously. It's not that big of a deal, but I do get irked when parents say that they're babysitting their kids.
Oh gosh, this is in my house. What do you get irked about?
It's just like,
I got the kids tonight, or like I gotta watch the kids.
Yeah,
well.
I got them. But when you say I'm babysitting, like babysitting is like an indication that they're not. I don't know. They're not yours, and I own my kids, so they're mine.
I'll match your irk with an irk.
Okay.
You irk me, I'll irk you.
Oh no.
This is to Boomer Esiason and Kirk Herbstreit and anyone else who right now is just like, hey, just shut up. If you don't love the country, just get out. Just move. If you don't like things, just pack up. Get your passport. Head on over to DFW Airport. So those people are no longer allowed to complain at restaurants. That's how I view it. If I go in a restaurant and give a Yelp review, or if I give 3 stars, or if I give 8%, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to complain about restaurants or never go in one anymore. Doesn't mean you don't want to eat out. Doesn't mean you don't want to live here, but you want the service to be a little bit better and the food to be a little bit fresher. There you go.
Some of the answers that we're getting here on the fan text: 915, no offense. 817, there's something I got to tell you. 321 or 214, we need to talk. And then 201, when a girlfriend says, I'm so confused. So those are some of our answers there on Ask Reddit.
He has awoken from his slumber. Was he really afraid to have that drink in front of Jerry Jones? Cowboys insider from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Nick Harris, joins us on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube next. But let me go ahead and get you set up.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with a very special guest from the Combine in Indianapolis here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW's sports station with Indianapolis coverage brought to you by East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the On-Time Experts. We'll be out there right after the show today. Brian Broaddus broadcasting from Indy, from the G-Bag Nation today, starting at 2 o'clock, and Bobby Belt has awoken out of his deep, instant slumber. Cowboys insider from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Nick Harris, kind enough to join us this morning. Why did you allow Bobby Belt to be your roommate for the night?
Yeah, why not, right? And I get to wake up to him talking about Avril Lavigne. I thought I was having a fever dream or something earlier. I was like, what's going on here?
No, he did. I asked him. I said, so, okay, you've been awake, right? I've been talking too loud. And he said, no, you texting and asking if I wanted to come on as I rolled over. That woke me up. So he did sleep through this entire first hour and a half of the show of me yelling.
Nick, you're an instant sleeper just like that. Is that every night, or this was just like a special occasion yesterday? And can you instantly sleep on planes?
No, if I am moving, I cannot sleep. But if I'm still, I can sleep on this table right here. Like, I'm good. Like, I can sleep anywhere, everywhere. I just have to be still. But, no, planes and me do not get along when it comes to sleep, unfortunately.
All right, so the last time you kind of gathered with these important NFL people was at the Super Bowl in San Francisco. Got to retell your story that you wrote about in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram about the drink with Jerry Jones.
Yeah, so it was myself and a couple of reporters got invited to talk to Jerry. It was the Friday before the Super Bowl. He had just landed, this was the Thursday. He had just landed in San Francisco, and he had about 20, 30 minutes, and he was like, hey, why don't y'all meet me in the hotel bar here in about a half hour? And we're like, hell yeah, that sounds great. So we meet him in the hotel bar, and I don't drink. I haven't my entire life, and so everyone's ordering drinks around the table of the reporters and Jerry and the PR head, Tad Carper, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, all right, I can't order a Sprite here. I can't look like a jackass. So I whisper over to I tell the waiter, I'm like, hey, get me an old fashioned. Like, I scream it. And then I pull him closer. I was like, hey, man, I don't drink. So, like, make me look good here. And he's like, oh, I got you. Don't worry about it. I was like, okay, cool. So, we start talking whatever. And then he starts bringing around the drinks. And I see an old fashioned. I see Jerry's Johnny Walker Blue. I see a draft beer. And I see this pink drink. I mean, it couldn't looked more feminine than in that moment, and it may as well, he may as well just put an umbrella coming out of it too. I mean, it looked really bad, and so I looked at him, and then he looked at me, and I was like, all right. And then I looked at Jerry, and Jerry definitely saw me with the drink, and I could just think in the back of his head, he was like, these damn journalists and their goofy drinks.
But that is a cool drink in San Francisco.
Yeah, one could say.
No. So was it like totally different, Jerry? We've never been in that environment with him other than the media party in Malibu. Like, that's the dream setup for me, to sit there and having drinks with Jerry Jones. Or was it kind of normal Jerry talking to the media?
No, he was definitely more open. I think if we had gotten him this time last year, though, when there were a bit more buzz topics, he probably would have been able to let loose on a few more things. But this year, there's not really that many buzz topics. It's George Pickens. I mean, that's going to be the biggest one that we talk about throughout the offseason. And then how are they going to approach free agency? And I thought he gave good answers on both. But the biggest thing that I took away from that conversation was, during the season last year, it was midway through the year, he said that he took a huge, broad look at this entire thing and how they've been operating over the course of not only the past year, but over the course of the past half decade to full decade. And he was like, how I've been doing things can't be how I do things moving forward. He said, if I don't change, I'm not successful. And so those quotes are sticking in my mind as we move forward into the offseason. And we got a chance to talk to Stephen Jones when we touched down in Indianapolis yesterday. And I asked him, I was like, hey, he said this in San Francisco. Where have you seen that manifest the most? And he was like, well, it's early, but we just hired a defensive staff that averages 36 years old as their age for the entire staff, all 9 assistants. He's like, that is not something we would have done in the past, whether it be hiring a 34-year-old defensive coordinator and then putting a bunch of young guys around him. We've wanted experience before, but now we want the young, bright minds. We want to see what that gives us. And so that's the first place it's manifesting. I wonder if it manifests in free agency or personnel acquisition. position at all. I think that's going to be the big question, but that was probably the biggest thing that I took out of that conversation.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline, on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube here on Sean and RJ. Do you think that the Micah drama will help or benefit George Pickens' negotiation, Nick?
Yeah, I think it's too different. I think it's an apples to oranges comparison, just because they are two completely different negotiations. The only similarity that you're going to find here is that you're working with similar agents, and David Mulligat is the big one, right? But also Trayvon Smith is heavily involved in this ordeal as well, whereas he wasn't necessarily with Micah Parsons. But you're talking a different position. It's not a guy who was a first-round pick, so we don't have the fifth-year option to refer back to during this entire thing. Franchise tag is going to be used in this situation, whereas Micah Parsons still had a whole year before that was going to push to a reality. I think the only other similarity we could run into is the fact that George Pickens could get traded. And, I trust Ian Rappaport's reporting quite a bit. I think he does a fantastic job. And I was telling Bobby yesterday, I was like, I'll tell you what, man, Ian Rappaport continues to mention in all of these George Pickens reports, hey, it is a possibility he still gets traded at the end of the day. Now, he's not leading with it. He's not saying, hey, Cowboys expected to trade George Pickens. But every time he's like, hey, man, just make sure that you mention that this is on the table. I think it's notable for sure. And I think he's going to be on y'all's airwaves later, correct?
I think Bobby is going to have him set up for tomorrow. Bobby and brought us with the sit-down with Rappaport that we will air tomorrow. Thank you for the professional radio tease.
Nick, do you think it's as simple with them and George as they have a number, and if it goes above that number, they're going to look to trade, and if it's below that number, they'll continue negotiations? Do you think it's that cut and dry, that simple?
I don't. I think if you look at, and I put out a tweet yesterday that kind of balances where George Pickens' production has been versus where he maybe could get paid at the end of the day. Since he entered the league in 2022, he is 8th in receiving yards across the NFL. And of the 7 receivers that are above him, all have received extensions, and at the time of signing, they were all in the top 5 of average per year. And so using that same kind of logic, is George Pickens going to land a contract that lands him in the top 5 of average per year? And if he does, that floor is $32.5 million. That's where Garrett Wilson and the New York Jets sits right now. It really comes down to how comfortable are the Cowboys with a long-term deal with George Pickens. I think if there were no off-the-field concerns at all, I think this would be cut and dry. But while the Cowboys do have a higher tolerance for a lot of the things that pushed him out of Pittsburgh and got him traded to Dallas to begin with, I still think about, okay, maybe another year, another type of prove it year, quote unquote, on the franchise tag could be beneficial for the Cowboys to kind of evaluate the whole thing before committing to him long term. I think that's the biggest nuance that you're dealing with in this negotiation, not necessarily the price point. I think if they feel comfortable and they wake up one day and they're like, you know what, we're going to go ahead and get this thing done long term, I don't think the money and whatever that price point is necessarily will get in the way.
Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star Telegram joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so we are out here for the Combine. There's still draft stuff going on. I know there's a big free agency focus, but obviously 2 first-round picks for the Cowboys, a nice advantageous position to be in, but they don't have those day 2 picks. Walking into this weekend, before we start hearing all the buzz coming out about meetings and stuff like that, if you were to just say, hey, I think one of these guys ends up being a Cowboy with one of those 2 picks, who is it, and how would that player fit into the team in 2026?
Yeah, I've been leaning more toward Mansour Delane, the corner out of LSU, quite a bit. I've just loved his game, too, going back to his time at Virginia Tech even. And he was recruited by secondary coach Ryan Smith, who's now with the Cowboys. He was recruited by him to go to Virginia Tech, so there's experience there with Mansour. And then his experience at LSU, just a lockdown corner. He's got the measurables. He's got the traits. He can play man. He can play zone. He's versatile. He can step up and play the run. I think it's just a guy that has proven versatility as well. I don't know if he necessarily has slot versatility, which that would probably be the big question if you are drafting a corner there. But Mansour Delane makes so much sense at 12. The Caleb Downs dream, of course, you would love to keep that going. I just don't see how he slips to 12. And then I'm starting to feel that way about Sonny Styles, the linebacker out of Ohio State as well. So, I feel like if Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs are somehow one of those guys there, I think they swing on that pick. But if not, I think Mansour Delane is a phenomenal consolation prize if you stick and pick at 12.
I'm glad you brought up those two, Styles and Downs, because that's where I wanted to go next. So let's start with Styles. Sonny Styles is the name that has been most commonly mocked to the Cowboys at 12 over the last couple months. There's some buzz that he might go a little bit higher now. But just explain his game, what he's all about, former safety who transitioned to linebacker. Talk about Sonny Styles and what the Cowboys would be getting with him.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the former safety because you see those traits and instincts in the second level, and he's a huge presence in that second level. He's 6'4", 245 pounds. I mean, he looks like damn near an edge rusher walking off the bus, but he has so much hip dexterity, and he can flip around and cover guys man to man. He can cover zone and guys that are trailing across the middle of the field. He could step up and play the run. He did not have a missed tackle last season until the very final game of the year for Ohio State. Wow. Now, granted, he had 2 in that game in the Cotton Bowl that they lost against Miami, but he's a short tackler. He can step up and play in these guys, and he's been a lead communicator for Ohio State the last 2 seasons. And so that's a huge thing, too, because if you do not go out and get a veteran that can man the communication aspect of things for Christian Parker on the field, then you have to get a damn good player there at either 12 or 20 that you feel comfortable in doing so. And Sonny Styles can certainly be that guy. And so I'm a huge Sonny Styles guy. I think when it comes to being a true off-ball linebacker, he's the best we've seen in the draft class in probably a half decade.
And on Downs specifically, we played the clip last week. Daniel Jeremiah tapping the brakes a little bit on him. Not aggressively so, but DJ just kind of saying, I think he's a good player. I think he's a solid player, but he's a tough evaluation for me. He doesn't pop. Like I don't see the star player that everybody's talking about. What have you thought about Caleb Downs, and do you kind of get what DJ's getting at with that?
Yeah, I understand because safety is such a tricky position, right? And I do not agree. I think Caleb Downs, when it comes to being a true defender, what position does he play? Does he play safety? Does he play linebacker? Does he play slot? He plays FBP. He plays football player, and sometimes he plays FBP. And so he's a guy that I think you can play anywhere. And I think day one he would be a slot starter for this team, for the Cowboys, and he can play in the box and man up against tight ends and give you that versatility. But also he's just a smart, instinctual football player. And that's a guy who I am very confident. If I had to pick, 5 guys in this draft class that I think will have double-digit year careers, Caleb Downs would be my first draft pick off the board for that.
Now, when you look at we talk about Downs, we talk about Sonny Styles. You're a big fan of Mansour Delane. There was talk yesterday. I know Steven had discussed the possibility of maybe moving some of those picks or obviously changing up some of their position. What do you think would be the most likely way to try to pick up extra capital? Would it be trading down from 12? Would it be trading down from 20? Would they potentially look at just packaging and going up if they really like Caleb Downs that much?
Yeah, I think if they were to acquire more capital, I would say trade back from 12 because we've seen we look at all these mock drafts and we look at all these teams that are ahead of the Cowboys that are trying to pick up defensive help. And sometimes there's some scenarios where the Cowboys are kind of wiped out there at 12. And, there might still be a team trying to jump up to 12 to go ahead and get Ty Simpson if he has a huge combine week. Hey, if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan and you're rooting for your favorite defender to slip to 12, you need to be rooting for Ty Simpson to have a phenomenal week, and you need to be rooting for all 3 of these receivers to have a phenomenal week. Mekhi Lemon, Carnell Tate, and Jordan Tyson. Now, Jordan Tyson isn't competing this week, but you need to continue to root for him in the draft process because the more guys that go in the top 12 out of that group, the more some of these premier defenders start to slip down. But until that happens, there's likely scenarios that the Cowboys are wiped out of the elite talent whenever they get to 12. Maybe pushing back to 16 and picking up a second round or a third round pick could heavily benefit them in this situation.
Nick Harris, /star Telegram here on the Fan. What is and what time is your weirdest meeting that you have set up out there in Indy?
I'm an on the fly type guy because if I set anything in stone, I'll miss it out here because I tried that a couple times last year. Well, I'd be like, okay, at 10:45, I need to make sure to be here, and then I would be having a phenomenal conversation with somebody. And I was like, I have to abandon this. Why did I do this to myself? And so I'm an on the fly by my jeans type of dude out here for sure.
So what different times do you think you'll be going to sleep?
I told Bobby when we flew out here, I was like, if I'm averaging more than 3 hours of sleep per night out here, I'm doing it wrong.
Listen to that Forward Start telegram. That is how you hire Cowboys Insider. Thank you for letting Bobby crash, waking up with us, and we will see you in a few hours. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, y'all be safe. Safe travels.
Nick Harris, Forward Start Telegram, brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors, East Dallas Diesel, and the on-time experts. RJ Choppy became Mike Tirico again.
Oh, no.
He addressed the leadership of players again, and more shots fired at me, apparently. The latest RJ play-by-play after the...
Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
That rescheduled game because of the ice storm here in North Texas, as Isaac will shoot a three and baked it in. Everything going right for Tarleton State as they're having more fun than BravoCon.
Little BravoCon shots.
Hey, baby.
Making the missus happy. That's old Byron. I can't go totally in on him after extending the very nice invitation to go and see RJ Choppy do his thing.
Yeah, and I'll be doing a baseball game with them here coming up in the next couple of weeks. TCU and Tarleton, and then I think they're trying to get us out there in the fall.
Man, they're making, I don't know, this Tarleton money. This AD department, I mean, they're spending their NIL on us.
Yeah.
August.
Yeah, I got more stories for you, too. I'll tell you that after the break.
An August possibility to go do the show out there at Tarleton.
Yeah. So I went out there to on Saturday night or afternoon. It was a 4 o'clock game. They took on Utah Tech, who. Now I said I did some research on this game, and by research I meant I found out who they were playing. In a related story, when I got there, Byron said, "Do you know who they're playing?" I said, "Yeah, they're playing the Monarchs of Utah Tech." He goes, "Yeah, they're playing the Trailblazers of Utah Tech, not the Monarchs." That's on me. That's on me. I apologize.
Now, are there any diehards who chirp at you that you're not taking it as seriously as you should? There's got to be diehards. I just don't know if they get at you.
The diehards would be the broadcast students. People try to make their way in, and guess what? I get it. I understand. I should be taking this more seriously.
It's like the Texas Legends fans that got you fired.
The Texas Legends fans that said, no, we need to have a serious broadcast here. I get it. I understand you want a serious broadcast. I'm there to lighten the mood. If they wanted a serious broadcast, they would have brought in a serious broadcaster.
So I asked Peyton Russell.
Like Sandler.
To use, I asked Pepe to use his expert radio ear to go through some of the high or low lights.
Now, RJ brought his expert analysis, as he usually does when he fills in for these games. Does these games at Tarleton State University. And, one of his tactics that he usually uses is talking about leadership, guys using leadership. Now, we went back because he did a game last year, basketball game last year, and he talked about guys using their leadership. So we're going to play that clip as well, and then we'll play what RJ had to say over the weekend.
Inside, Brennan, no good. Follow McLaughlin. He puts it back.
And he's got to use his leadership here. When you're down, he's a good rebounder. Take advantage of some size that you might have. Try to get some rebounds. Try to play physical underneath.
Runner there for McLaughlin, and he's going to pull the Lopes back to within 2.
Back-to-back baskets, using his leadership, using his body, using his skills. He's kind of taken over here in the last minute and a half for them.
So it's the go-to for RJ Choppy there. And that was about 2 years ago to the day that he did one of those games out there at Tarleton. And so now we fast forward to the weekend, and how is RJ going to use the leadership again when talking about a player's game?
Transition work for Tarleton State. Mazzell up and under. Little English on it. Finishes it home.
Using the body, using the leadership, coming away with points.
Did you have that written down? Were the words you were like, I gotta fit this in somehow?
I did not. Byron had a lot of things written down. I did not pick up on
I would hope so.
I did not pick up on a lot of what he did because some of them kind of were just during the throes of the broadcast. Like somebody hit somebody under the waist. He goes, man, he hit him below the belt. And then he started dropping.
Oh, you're saying he had material written down?
He had material
not
written.
Like stats and.
No, he had material written down in his own. I didn't see it. It was on his own spotting chart. He was dropping segment names.
Wow.
From the fans.
So impressive.
Good idea.
Fantastic. And so now we get to talking about,
So you're, sorry, Peyton, real quick. So you're just basically looking at the roster, seeing senior written next to the name, and then saying use this leadership.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's all I did. That's the whole time. I figured, I didn't know any
freshman is, hey, you got to use the young legs here.
Yeah. One of the times I was like, man, there was a freshman player, and I was like, it's like, this is so, he's so advanced. It's not like he's a 23-year-old out there. He was 22 as a freshman. I didn't know that. I didn't know. Had I researched, I might have known that.
So while they're, guys are taking.
Just real quick, the fan text did point out yesterday that when Choppy said this using his leadership, that's when Utah Tech went on a run, and so as a Tarleton fan, they were blaming Choppy for jinxing the game.
Yeah. It's true. Now there was an ejection in this game.
Whoa!
This was the most violent hit I've ever seen. There was a guy, and he just checks into the game. He takes his elbow and does a American Dream Dusty Rhodes elbow to the back of the guy's head.
Dang!
Dude was down. I've never seen anything like it.
So while the guys are shooting free throws, there's downtime on these broadcasts. You got to fill the downtime as guys, are going to the free throw line, shooting 1, 2, maybe 3 free throws. And so RJ and Byron are talking about the twine on the net, the basketball net, and what the purposes of it. And they go a little back and forth here.
Potter's second free throw, nothing but net. He tickles the twines. And Mazzell will bring it back up. Texans up by 9.
Did the nets have to be made of twine at some point? Is that where that phrase came from?
Yeah. I'm sure it does. I don't think they just made up that name. I don't really know even what twine is, but you're supposed to tickle it when you shoot.
This is what keeps me up at night.
Got to tickle the twine, man.
Yeah.
Got to do it.
And it was a peach basket. And then they had the metal ones at the playground. I always like those when you swish. It makes a lot of noise.
I hate those rims.
Oh, yeah, the rims are the worst. The thick, the double-rimmed rim. Those are terrible. Nobody can shoot on those.
You never make it. You got to dunk it laid up, if anything.
Yeah, good luck.
Okay, so now RJ, and I feel like after this clip, because it's a shorter clip, and I feel like there was more you wanted to say, but you kind of censored yourself a little bit here. Byron made a shorty joke, and then you wanted to talk a little bit more about the shorties on the court here, and so this is the clip.
He's had a couple of easy looks, just hasn't found the touch on those shorties. 2 times.
Always need a good touch on the shorties.
Always need it.
Always need a good touch.
I've never heard shorties used.
It was a floater.
Bunnies.
Yeah, it was a floater, right? Yeah, it was a floater.
Yeah.
And he called it a shorthanded goal. Maybe he was just in the hockey mood because the next morning was obviously the gold medal game.
We get to one more clip here. We have 2 more here from RJ at the Tarleton State University game over the weekend, basketball game. And so now Byron's, he's starting to come up with nicknames about guys at the free throw line here. And RJ really liked this one when Byron called him Mr. 2.5 here. And so here's the clip.
Potter gets to the line. They call him Mr. 2.5. As that free throw up and good. Makes it 3 points there.
I like what you did there.
Gets most of his 3-point plays from the line, not from behind the 3-point arc.
So 2.5 is Bobby's reference to Adam Silver,
Absolutely.
the commissioner.
Yep, the commissioner.
Not going to punish you. 1, 2, 2.5.
And then the 2-time right before that was for CA. Got you down. On the previous clip when he had said the 2-time.
Mr. 2.5. All right, one more clip here. Look, Byron, he's a Tolo. He's always listened, always sent us intros, and like RJ said, he's fitting in segment names in the broadcast. And so here's Byron talking about the turn it on, leave it on listener here at the end of the broadcast.
Appreciate you sticking with us as you've turned it on and left it on here at the EECU Center, 58-52. Byron Anderson, RJ Choppy.
So shout out Byron, man.
So you did the whole game?
Did the whole game.
Nice.
Did the whole game. Yep. So the new stadium is fantastic. They have there. It's brand new. The crowd compared to the old one, different. The crowd, the old one. I mean, it was right on top of you. They were knocking us offline at the old place because the plugs were right there. They could just unplug it, and now they can't do that anymore. It's a really great spot, and we'll be back. I'll be going to the baseball here in April, and then of course. Later on in the fall.
Have you called a baseball game like that?
I have never called a baseball game. I will say this. That one I might take seriously.
Oh.
That one I might take seriously. In fact, Byron, I've never done play-by-play for baseball.
Oh.
I'm going to kick him right out of that seat.
Make him do color.
Yeah, because he was, he's the college baseball player.
He was a college baseball player?
At Tarleton. He should do the color, and I can do the play-by-play.
Do you have a home run call that you've been saving up on?
No, I do not.
Houston, we have liftoff.
There we go. Yes.
That's
out of here.
Perfect. See? Yeah, just go with that one there. No, I will say Tarleton, just shout out to them because I know we've said nice things about them before, but like Byron's been so awesome. He's been such a strong supporter of our station and spreading the message of the show and the station and stuff like that out there. So he's always been really great about bringing us out there, and I can't thank him enough for like how nice he's been to us and help spread the listenership out there, because that's a great area. I love the Stephenville area and all the folks who are listening to us out there.
And Tolos were there, and the president of the university. He's a big listener. Wanted to say hi.
Really?
Yeah. It was really, really cool seeing everybody out there. They do bring it. Like, and we met a few Tolos that had moved out there. They grew up in the DFW. They're like, all right, their kids are out of the house, or they just wanted to, work took them out that way. Or they live in the Weatherford area and they just commute to Stephenville for work, or vice versa.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
So they're inviting us to go out Friday, August 28th to hype up their game against Prairie View A&M. Let's just say, with hotel. So let's just say that we left here at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, got there, left at noon.
Left at noon.
Where would we go and pregame and party while trying to get some work done?
Ooh.
Is there two places?
Bull Nettle.
Oh yeah, Bull Nettle Bar. Hearsay is the one we went to the other day. There's plenty of places out there.
Oh, there's plenty.
Yeah, it's a college town. It's a small college town.
Yeah.
But there's stuff to do.
Is everybody, Peyton Russell, I guess I'll start with you. I should start with Aiden. Is everybody familiar with Bonnie Blue?
Oh, yes.
Okay. More than a Bella Danger? Who's got the higher profile?
No, I'm more Bella. Aiden, are you more Bonnie over there? No.
He's shaking his head no.
Are these poets?
No, it's what you.
Are these?
No, it's what
I'll send you a link.
Bobby, sent in your prep email, Kristen.
Oh, I don't know about that. This was in Choppy's email. Let me read from it. So Bonnie Blue, she is famous for the 400-man challenge that we had discussed on the show not long ago. And there's something in the animal kingdom, as I watch lots of lion documentaries when I'm depressed, apparently. There's something in the animal kingdom called estrus. And then when the lioness comes into heat, and she's like, all right, these big male lions, if that's not their baby, they're going to smother it, so I got to confuse paternity here. I got to make the rounds. I got to clean up. That's basically what Bonnie Blue did. So she had the 400-man challenge, and she has now announced she is pregnant with her first child after taking a pregnancy test following the 400-man challenge. So God knows who the dad is.
How do you track that down?
So I do believe I've seen situations where someone has gotten.
What have you seen related to this? Yes,
I
tell
think
us.
Where the DNA matches more than one partner. So
What?
yeah, not my personal life. It's been on Forensic Files.
Wow.
It's been in the Maury things. Because
how was this not prevented?
I mean, maybe she pulled the goalie.
See, Sean, when a man and a woman love each other, something beautiful happens.
I would have thought, how often do you hear about adult film stars getting impregnated through their work?
I don't, but maybe, the guy, for lack of a better term.
This is the Bella Danger.
Played ring toss.
Oh, okay, so here's my question.
Ring.
Here's my question, is that she can only get pregnant during a certain time of the month. Why did she schedule this around that? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true. They have there's a 48-hour window. There's a 48-hour window where a woman can actually get pregnant, or that's the most likely time. And yet somehow it always seems to happen.
Well, not with this. Oh, you mean just in general?
Yeah, just in general.
Yes. All right. So there it is. Bonnie Blue with a little Bonnie apparently on the way. He has correctly picked the Cowboys selection several times in recent years. Mel Kiper's latest mock draft in Below the Belt after this.
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
It's time to say goodbye to Caleb Downs, at least according to Mel Kiper. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as Window Nation. We got a new Mel Kiper mock draft. I'm curious, what is the general sentiment back there in the Dallas studios as I await y'all's arrival here in Indianapolis? What's the general sentiment back there in the studio on Mel Kiper at this point?
I like Mel. I think Mel is probably, let's say if his fastball used to be 96, he's low 90s maybe now. He's more of a, he's learning how to pitch, not just be a thrower.
Aside from his Shador meltdown, I can't sit here and question his Cowboy credibility with what he's done recently. So when Mel Kiper mocks for the Cowboys, I have to pay attention.
Do you listen to Mel Kiper more as an insider or as an analyst at this point?
Ooh.
A draft. Yeah, he's not an NFL insider by any stretch. But I think he's a draft analyst.
For the Cowboys mock, I'm listening for insider.
I agree. At this point, I think that Kiper at this point has largely become an insider. I don't think he's... at this stage,
where else do you think he has like this similar reputation with other teams picking?
I think he's got a handful of guys that it's not even specific teams. A lot of times it may be just a sense on league overall thinks this about this player, or make sure to work this guy in, or certain things like that. He's got relationships like that where I think that's where a lot of his rankings come from now, is more sort of the cultivation of some of the people that he talks to and some of the stuff that he does. I think that it's about half insider, half analyst at this point, whereas in the past he was just analyst and then he wasn't on the inside. That was kind of his whole claim to fame initially. But we do have his first mock draft. Go ahead, Chop.
From the 214, Mel is iconic and deserves Hall of Fame consideration. Do you ever think?
Well, he's iconic for his field. Yeah, he's a legend.
Should he be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for...
As a contributor?
Yeah.
I'd be okay with it, sure.
Yeah, he completely spurred a whole subset of the NFL now in the way it gets covered. So I think as a contributor, he absolutely should be considered. All right, why are we saying goodbye to Caleb Downs? And I guess Sonny Styles for that matter too. Because this isn't they're terrible, say goodbye to them, you don't want them. This is no, people are catching on too much. In Mel Kiper's latest mock draft, dropped 3 hours ago, according to ESPN, the #1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana. That one's kind of been basically penciled in at this point for the Raiders. But #2, the New York Jets select Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State. It says this would be the highest draft slot for a safety since, anybody want to guess, 1991?
Team?
That's too much of a giveaway.
Eric Turner.
Eric Turner, very good. You called it. Eric Turner, #2 overall pick in 1991. He says Downs is worthy, though. He reads the offense so well, and then he has quickness, physicality, and ball skills to make plays both against the run and the pass, truly impact the defensive ceiling from the back end.
What did Woody Johnson do with their defensive game plan with that story that was out?
So he was going to, they were interviewing Wink Martindale and talking to Wink Martindale about, hey, you're going to come in here, you're going to be the defensive coordinator, call the defense, it's going to be wonderful, can't wait to have you here, Wink. And then he went back in for a second interview, and all of a sudden it was, all right, can't wait to have you here. Aaron Glenn is calling the plays. I am calling the plays. You are not going to be calling the defense. And the word apparently was that in between the two meetings, Woody Johnson, as reported in a couple different outlets, that Woody Johnson had told Aaron Glenn, no, you are calling the plays. That's what's happening. You're going to call the defense. That's why you're here, is to run the defense. And that's how the Wink Martindale hire got flipped. So Woody Johnson, again, meddling to the extent that he does. Number 3 overall pick, the Arizona Cardinals take David Bailey, edge rusher out of Texas Tech. Titans at 4 take Arvell Reese. Giants get offensive tackle Spencer Fano from Utah. Carnell Tate, the receiver from Ohio State, goes to the Browns at 6. And then at 7, the Washington Commanders take linebacker Sonny Styles from Ohio State. And they say this would be the 4th Ohio State player off the board, the most ever in the first 7 picks for one school per ESPN research. Styles is getting a lot of love around the league right now, and he's going to be fun to watch at the Combine if he works out. The former safety has real speed on a 6'4", 243-pound frame. So you can round out the rest of the picks leading up to Dallas's. It's Mekhi Lemon, receiver from USC. Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame, goes to the Chiefs at 9. Ruben Bain, edge rusher from Miami, to the Bengals. Francis Mauigoa from Miami goes to the Miami Dolphins. And the Dallas Cowboys are sitting here. And you've lost Caleb Downs. You've lost Sonny Styles. And if I just said blindly without telling you the player yet, this is the position I want. If you're telling me generally everybody's kind of the same at this spot, what position do I want the Cowboys taking here?
Corner.
Chop?
Corner.
Okay. All right. Mansour Delane, cornerback, LSU, who Nick mentioned with us at 8 o'clock, is kind of like becoming his big crush, and it makes sense. Again, Ryan Smith, who Nick had mentioned, just hired on to work with the defensive backs, somebody close to Christian Parker. He initially had recruited Mansour Delane to Virginia Tech years ago, and so there's a familiarity there. They write that no team gave up more passing plays of 25 or more yards last season than the Cowboys. They gave up 46. God, 3 25-yard passing plays a game.
Oh,
my
God.
Lord. That's insane. Trayvon Diggs was...
I'll say this, man. If this is how it ends up, I know everybody wants Downs. This is perfect. To me, corner's their biggest need anyway. And I think that even though they may find Downs to be the better overall player, this is one of those kind of like the decision is made for you, and it's the fortunate one because it's the corner's a more important position on the field anyway, right? Higher premium position. This to me, I know you missed out on the player that you love. Yeah. We all love Downs. We all love Styles, but this is the right position to take as far as I'm concerned, and it forces them into it.
I agree.
And this is what Mel writes. He says, Diggs was cut at the end of the season. Bland is coming off his second surgery on his left foot in 2 years. If there weren't already enough signs for Dallas, the entire cornerback class is still available at number 12 here. So you get your pick of the litter. He says Delane can shut down opposing receivers while also making a bunch of plays on the ball. He broke up 11 passes and pulled down 2 interceptions last season. Best cover guy to me in the draft. I mean, Jermon McCoy is really strong from his film that was literally on those Betamax tapes from so long ago was the last time that he played. But Jermon McCoy from Tennessee goes at 13 to the Rams. Jordan Tyson, receiver, 14 to the Ravens. So things are setting up, looking like, okay, you've still got some edge rushers on the board, some linebackers for the Cowboys as they approach 20. 15 to the Buccaneers, C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia. Peter Woods, the defensive tackle from Clemson, goes to the Jets at 16 in this mock. The Detroit Lions take Zion Young, edge rusher from Missouri. 18, this one would potentially sting them a little bit. This is somebody who's been talked about in the second round for much of the draft process, but it's starting to generate some buzz that he could be a guy that goes closer to the top 20. And you've already done corner. Minnesota Vikings at 18 take safety from Oregon, Dylan Thieneman. And Thieneman is a lot of the boxes that you want checked for what Christian Parker wants to do here. But he ends up going to Minnesota here. Keldrick Falk, edge rusher from Auburn, goes to the Panthers. And then the Cowboys sitting at 20. This is a name he keeps throwing out. Now, to be fair, Mel was throwing out Sonny Styles for a while at 12. Now he's thinking that goes earlier. He thinks Sonny goes earlier than Dallas's pick. But the one at 20, I think he's thrown this in a couple times now, and it's not going to make Sean happy. Miami edge rusher and 25-year-old Akeem Mesidor. And it says it's an all-defense first round for Dallas. First the cornerback, now the edge rusher. Of course, Mesidor wouldn't be a one-for-one replacement for Micah Parsons, who was sorely missed in Dallas last season. But with 12.5 sacks in the final season of a 6-year college career, Mesidor would at least jumpstart the pass rush and start to build that unit back up. Jadeveon Clowney was the lone Cowboys player to crack 6 sacks in 2025, and he's a free agent. Jerry Jones has to commit to using a premium pick on the edge, especially with one of the league's tighter cap situations situations. Well, he's clearly not talking to Jerry because Jerry would have told him their cap situation is just A-okay. But you come out of this with a new starting corner and new starting edge rusher, and everybody's feeling better about the Cowboys at that point, right?
Will there be any teams that let Messidor fall to round 2 because of the age?
Man,
is that insane?
Probably not. I wouldn't think so. I mean, he's got some injury history too, but he's so ready. Like, he's so ready to come in and be an effective pass rusher. But see, that's the risk. That's the risk with these two positions at corner and edge rusher, is that at edge rusher, nobody looked more ready to come in and sack the quarterback than Donovan Ezeraku. And then I lost my hair. And so it doesn't totally add up all the time. It's such a difficult position to transition to right out of the gate, and corner's another one like that.
And the teams that aren't going to let him out of the first round, to me, are we're right there teams, right? The Cowboys are not there, but this is like a Philadelphia fall to 23, a Buffalo, as you said, a Chicago, who is supposedly, desperate and thirsty for Max Crosby at 25, Buffalo at 26, San Fran at 27, Houston at 28, the Rams at 29, Denver at 30, New England, Crosby talks 31. That feels like perfect sweet spot. Seattle at 32. Look at those defenses that I just freaking ran down, and imagine adding that dude.
Yeah, and if you look at the list of who are the other players that get taken behind Dallas, the rest of his mock draft, he only has one edge rusher going in the first round, and it's New England with R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma. But you mentioned Philadelphia and who they might take there. Philadelphia, he has them drafting Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq, who has been getting a lot of buzz, but specifically from Daniel Jeremiah recently. Daniel Jeremiah started moving him up his rankings, and DJ thinks he's going to just blow up the combine, like that he's going to have one of the more impressive athletic testing.
Bobby, real quick on this, he has Ty Simpson going to Pittsburgh at 21. If Ty has a good camp or combine, pro days, all that stuff, is that a trade down spot, flip spots opportunity?
I would love it if he is impressive enough to potentially go in the top 15, and you can start making Minnesota stress and make Minnesota want to go up and get him. I mean, Michael Penix was thought to be a second rounder for so long, then he went 8, and McCarthy moved his way up, and Bo Nix moved his way up. And so if you have an impressive enough run as a quarterback, they will move you up the board.
Below the belt from Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Starting off early in Indianapolis, brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors, East Dallas Diesel, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. We will be there right after the show. Brian brought us starting in Indianapolis for the G-Bag Nation coverage today at 2 p.m. Mark Cuban said it, and now someone else in the American League West agrees. We really don't care that much about winning as baseball fans either. Choppy has it in Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers next.
After we get you over to
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about losing? That is Artie Moreno.
And Mark Cuban.
And Mark Cuban. Now, I do love a good pencil-thin mustache. I think we need to bring those back. Artie Moreno has one.
You get him confused with Arthur Blank, maybe?
No, it's a little pencil-thin.
No, I'm saying, do you think he could be confused for Arthur Blank?
I think, I think you can maybe...
So it's Artie's, it's Art's, it's Arthur's. They're the guys who still rock the mustaches like that.
So per Jeff Fletcher, Moreno said, he was asked about his top priority, and he says he wants to win. It's just what the cost of winning is right now. And you know how Mark Cuban said fans don't really remember winning. They remember the experience. Artie Moreno said being a winner is not even top 5.
I like the fact he's finally transparent. Look, I've never understood after all these years why they don't try to win. Well, we just got the answer. Look, this is a spaghetti team. You know what I mean by a spaghetti team? When you're cooking spaghetti, you want to know if it's cooked. What do? You take the spaghetti and you throw it against the wall, right? And you see what sticks, and what falls is right. And that's what the Angels have been doing. Look at what they did this offseason. They threw everything against the wall, hoping a couple of these guys fit. And you wonder why we never cover them in the postseason. Well, the owner just told you that. He doesn't think that the fans think winning's important. Wow. That's all I got, Trey, is wow.
That's Jim Bowden. Now, Moreno said the number one thing fans want is affordability.
Okay.
They want safety. They want a good experience. Winning is not in their top 5.
Jeez.
So, now, look, I think to me,
safety is a thing that is not thought of.
I don't think
you're assuming safety. You're not.
It's L.A. There it is.
Yeah. Fair point.
I'll tell you this. In football, when I go to a football game, I just want to see my team win. Games are at a premium, right? There's one game a week. It's not 10.
Yeah.
Although I think it'd be possible to have 10 games a week. That's just my math. When I go to a baseball game, it depends on who the other team is playing. When I used to go to a Ranger game and they were playing the Angels, I wanted to see Mike Trout. And I don't mean I wanted to see Mike Trout go 0 for 4.
Yeah.
Right? When Eric Gagne was having his year, if the Dodgers came to the ballpark, I wanted to see the Dodgers in the lead in the 9th inning. I wanted to see Eric Gagne. I wanted to see Mariano Rivera. Right? I don't go to the ballpark I sometimes go to watch a good pitching matchup. When I see Aaron Judge, I want to see Aaron Judge hit a ball 500 feet. So it all depends on what sport you're at. When you're going to a Mavs game and they're playing, I don't know, prime LeBron James, you wanted to see LeBron James. You weren't necessarily going there for the Mavs.
Right.
You were going there for the player. In football, we're going there just to watch our team win. In all the other sports, we still like them to win, but there's also an aspect of the entertainment that we want to see.
And look, to be fair to Artie Moreno, there was a period where we're not talking about the Athletics here.
No.
Let's not get it twisted. They just missed.
The aughts in the 2000s,
Yeah.
they won the division like every year.
They spent for Josh. They spent for Pujols. They paid and missed. They tried to build their version of dream teams. They have the horrific Rendon contract. They still had to pay it.
Yep.
They still signed him.
Poolholes. I mean, they paid a lot of guys, man.
Maybe we should stop asking. I don't know. I know that they are team owners, but maybe billionaires are a little bit detached from what the normal sports fan wants. Just maybe.
Right. Look, my assumption is that all owners want to win as long as it doesn't get in the way of their bottom line. Because it is, at the end of the day, ownership is about making money. What is the most... all right, let me ask you this. Let's say you own a company, okay? Your company makes the most money. Would you rather your company make the most money or make the best product? And it's not always the same.
And what's the difference in money that I'm making? How much less am I making with the best product?
What's
the difference in quality?
The difference in quality is Ooh, that's a tough one.
That answers my question. You know, if the quality of the product is terrible, awful, and I'm making more money, I'd rather lose a little bit of money if I'm that much better in quality.
Okay, but now that's one owner. You might have another owner who's like, hey, look, the most important thing to me is not making the best product; it's just making the most money.
Right, then that would be the majority of people,
and that's probably the majority of the people. And that may, but GMs should all want to win, and some owners want to win unless it gets in the way of their money, Bobby.
But here's the thing, the problem with that analogy where it falls short is in that analogy, we're still assuming the consumer, the one buying it, wants the best product, regardless, or wants to consume the product in a certain way or what have you. This is just a fundamental misunderstanding of your consumers, thinking it's not even in their top 5 concerns is the team winning the game that they're at. I know, like, going to a game as an 8-year-old, going to the game as a 20-year-old, going to the game now, presently, I don't want them to lose. That's at the top of the list when I'm there. I don't want them to lose. I don't want this game to suck. I want them to win when I'm there.
What are his other I would like to hear the rest of the 5. I'd like to hear how he managed to keep winning outside of the top 5. What are the rest?
Yeah, it was affordability,
safety.
This is what he says. He goes, the moms want to be able to afford to bring the kids. Moms make about 80% of the decisions. They want to be able to bring the kids and be affordable, and they want safety, and they want to have a good experience. So they get all the entertainment stuff or whatever. The purists, it's just straight winning.
These guys, Kuban and Moreno, like, somehow they have separated the team winning from that being the good experience. I think Mark, you talked about it when he first took over. I think they're like, all right, we're going to have the best pyrotechnics, and we're going to have the best video board, and we're going to have the best halftime act. That has never one time in my life of being a sports fan and attending games, that's never topped my team winning the game. Not once. Now, maybe if I take Ollie a 5, if I take my kids and they don't care about the game, they want to see but that stuff is still limited throughout a game presentation. What do I get, a freaking dot race in Major League Baseball? I get them running around the outfield once or twice.
Yeah, and look, again, a lot of it depends.
Cheerleaders down top of the dugout, whoop-de-doo.
Right. Again, a lot of it depends on who they're playing. For me, let's say it's 2001 and I'm at the ballpark and prime Barry Bonds comes in. Would I rather Barry Bonds not play, or would I rather Barry Bonds hit 3 home runs and the Rangers lose?
The Corey Majors question.
I'd much rather Barry Bonds hit 3 home runs and the Rangers lose. I want to see Barry Bonds.
No, you want Barry Bonds to hit 3 home runs. You want to see Barry Bonds, and you want to beat him.
Sure.
You want both.
Sure.
You can want both.
You can want both. In this scenario,
that's baseball. Football, you don't want to see the 4 touchdowns with the loss from Peyton Manning.
No, you don't.
Well, you might Peyton Manning, but the opposing quarterback.
Right. Yeah. But in this scenario, is he either doesn't play or he plays and they win. I'd rather he plays and they win. That's just, like, if I'm going to go see a game, I'm going to spend, because I'm paying a premium to watch Barry Bonds play this game.
I feel this way about a lot of people giving political opinions. I don't believe that they believe what they're saying. They're just following the formula. I think Bobby kind of went here with Kuban when he said it. Does Artie Moreno really believe this, or is this just a way to justify and pacify you at the bottom of the division or in the middle of the division? It's kind of like, you're smoothing it over, Bobby.
Yeah, I think in this instance, Artie Moreno does believe it a little bit, because I think the way he's talking about it, he's literally just talking about game day experience. Somebody walking into the ballpark on a random Wednesday, what are they walking in there and expecting to get for their money? They spent money, so they want experience. I think that's where he's going from, which I can see what he said, but it's an awful way to say it. The new MLBPA head, Bruce Myers, said that after these comments, they've already spoken with the Angels players, and he said the players took notice of it. The PA did too. Ooh. He said the bottom line is players are competitors. They grew up competing every day. They go out, try their hardest to win every game, and players want to see owners doing the same thing. But just think about the reaction we got from Jerry when he said, I'm on the phone talking to you instead of fixing our defense. People melted down over that, and that was a joke. It just doesn't exist in the NFL.
Diamond Cavs and our Rangers spring training coverage brought to you by ASCO Equipment, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the on-time expert, Zero Res, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. G-Bag and K&C will be in Surprise next week.
Yeah, and I also think part of it is if you're going to the game, you want one thing versus watching it at home. People watching it at home, may want a different experience. They may just be looking for a win versus at the game. You may be looking for seeing great things. One thing that's not great is Buster Olney's ranking of second baseman. He has Marcus Semien at number 8.
Oh.
And he said, quote, still a high-end defender, now part of Starnes' effort to improve the Mets' run prevention. Even at age 35, but the Rangers made him available for a trade because of the decline in his offense the last 2 years. OPS plus 126 and 23. That means he's 26% above league average. 103 and 24, and then 97 in 2025. Look, if you're Marcus,
well, this is okay because I'm sure Josh Smith is ranked higher.
You would think, but Josh Smith is not ranked higher.
Right.
He is not in the top 10. He's not even in the honorable mention.
Yeah.
Like, Marcus's last 2 years of WAR combined are less than his 2023. He had a 307 on-base percentage, and that's rounding up, guys. It was a 684 OPS. 684. That's on-base plus slugging. In a related story, Aaron Judge's slugging was 688, which is higher than his combined on-base plus slugging. If he's one of the 10 best at the position, then my statement about second baseman Chase Utley confirms it. They're just guys not good enough to play shortstop. You can't have Marcus Semien as one of your top 8.
Well, that's where I was going. I was like, it may be an indictment of the position.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it may be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now,
like, name me the top 5 second basemen in baseball.
Oh, God. I mean...
Chuck Knobloch.
It's Ketel Marte. So on his list, Marte's one. Nico Horner, who he played for.
Cubs.
Yep. Jazz Chisholm. Bryce Terang. And then Brendan Donovan.
Okay.
And then Gleyber Torres, Xavier Edwards, Simeon, Bryson Stott, and then Ernie Clement with Toronto. I mean, that's a bad position right now. That's a real bad position. Because you got Louis Arise.
What is the love? What's the love for Simeon, though? Because we had this with The Ringer recently when they wrote about that the Rangers had moved on a year too early from Simeon, and that was like an analytics person saying that.
Yeah, I don't know what the love is.
The leader, well-known guy, champion. You know, he had that Toronto, the great Simeon PR.
Yep.
I'm not saying it's not deserved, but it started in Toronto.
For sure, and it did. Yeah, he had a great couple of years in Toronto. I mean, he was good in Oakland, but really kind of made a name for himself with the Blue Jays. The best subtraction of the winner, according to The Athletic, Nick Castellanos got the most votes. This is from execs. Marcus Semien, second most votes. 5 of the votes for him as the best subtraction of the offseason.
Like giving the Rangers props for getting rid of him?
Giving the Rangers props for getting rid of him. One exec says, I respect him as a player. He's durable. He's a pro. But this deal is the Rangers saying they needed to get him out of there. They chose Seager as the guy they had to have, and Semien as the guy who had to go. It had clearly been an issue for a couple of years.
And Seager confirmed that, to me, in my opinion, when he was asked about it. In surprise. He was asked about it, and it spoke volumes.
It no doubt spoke volumes. And then one more thing here. CBS Sports ranked the starting rotations in Major League Baseball. Over under 2.5, the ranking for the Texas Rangers.
Because of the way you're presenting it, I will say that it came in at 3 or lower, unfortunately.
It did. It came in at 4. They said they got a lot of talent, good number of questions. DeGrom is talented as anyone. Evaldi, shoulder injury. Gore, an all-star, but a terrible second half. Leiter, really, pretty good most of the time, but doesn't seem to think that he's more than average.
Who's got the better rotations?
See, and this is the thing. To me, the only ones you can really say... Yeah, the Dodgers, obviously. I mean, they got all-stars.
Yep.
The Yankees have a really good rotation, but they have got a question with Cole and Rodon. But they also have the Tigers and the Red Sox. I think the Red Sox, Sonny Gray's a bum. He can't pitch in a big market. He's perfect for Cincinnati and perfect for St. Louis.
There it is, RJ Choppy with Diamond Calves on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Do you want to save the college quarterback list for Broadus, or you want to unleash it right here, Bobby? You can go ahead and pick.
Oh, let's save it for Broadus. I want to fight with Brian joining in on that too.
Okay, well then that means Bobby will be responsible solely for the content in the red zone. Next on Sean and RJ, and actually the players that Dane Brugler is looking at, as Dane will join us this week from Indy. Brugler's watch list at the Combine after this.
They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Red Zone is your daily football fix at 20 after. Just go ahead and remember that. Hopefully you're turning it on, leaving it on anyway, as it's Sean and RJ Tolo Tuesday edition with Bobby Belt at the Combine in Indianapolis. Brian Broaddus is getting ready to fly out, and then we will also go ahead and fly out after the show today with our Combine coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Yorgi Pet Care Connectors. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Some NFL news coming in. It's going to be the Lions returning to international play with a game in Germany. And then Raiders general manager John Spytek. Yes, that is the name of Tom Brady's GM. John Spytek told reporters at the Combine he expects Max Crosby to be with the Raiders next season. So we'll see if that actually comes true or not.
Yeah, we're not trading Micah Parsons. He's not going anywhere. All right, we're not moving this guy. We're not moving. Everybody likes to talk at this time here. I know he wants to be a Raider. Like he's clearly loved being that Raider persona, and he's been super loyal to the organization. So I'm sure they would like to make it work on both sides. It's just the second you ask him to do something that is against what he feels is his character, I just wonder how much that then damages things. And whether you think that's silly or not, I don't mean specifically, but whether somebody thinks that's silly or not, it's something that was a non-negotiable to him, or like this is just like this tells me who I'm working with, and now I don't think we're aligned anymore.
Stephen Jones speaking with reporters yesterday, and we'll just throw two players in one clip here. I got this from John Machota's Twitter account. Stephen, on how contract talks are going with Brandon Aubrey and Pickens.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we just finished up Javonte. He'd been in talks with Aubrey for, even before the season started. So, that's been a journey. And, but we hadn't been able to get to, a point where we can all agree. So, hadn't gotten done, but we'd love to get him done. And then Pickens, of course, leaning toward the franchise tag. We'll finalize that here over the coming week or 10 days, and then we'll go from there.
So there you go. Aubrey taking a while. Wonder how much more Dak's agent, Todd France, is asking the Cowboys for when it comes to Aubrey, and then leaning towards tag, as we all knew, for George.
This is fascinating to me. So you mentioning that Brandon Aubrey has Todd France now as his agent. And when you look at the Cowboys roster, there has been an influx in guys that have switched to Todd France in the last year, and I hadn't realized it. But I mean, they've got I think he went from, I think Dak was his only guy on the roster at one point, to now he's got something like 5 or 6 guys, and a lot of time, I mean, it's guys like, I think Wanye Thomas is with Todd France now, and Tyler Smith obviously added Todd France to his contract at one point. Jalen Tolbert has switched to Todd France recently, and so that's always going to be a sticky negotiation for them. That's going to be a difficult one. Calvin Watkins, who I ran into last night, just thought it was the most hilarious thing that he used the word journey. He's like, I started almost laughing sitting there that Steven just in trying to summarize their negotiations with Aubrey. He goes, it's been a journey. And so he's like, I can tell that one's been frustrating for him.
So one last thing on Javonte. I talked about how much I love his game and I love his toughness, and I love the character even more, because he was asked about his future in December, and it looks like he followed through with this. Quote, I love it here. I love my teammates. I love everybody. You don't always want to just follow money and things like that. You want to go somewhere where you can succeed and be a part of something that's special. I feel like it's very special here. And there is Javonte coming in with the 16th highest running back salary. Yeah. So he followed through because of fit.
Kind of like what we talked about in the last segment with, owners winning or making the best product versus making the most money. Whereas a football player or any athlete, fit versus salary, like how much less would you take to A, win, but B, also be in a spot where it's the right fit for you? Right fit, lifestyle-wise, family-wise, whatever.
Ian Rappaport expected to join us tomorrow from the Combine here on 105.3 The Fan. So will Dane Brugler. That is Bobby Belt already putting together the guest list. And Dane has his own list out there, Bob.
Yeah, Dane Brugler has the 21 prospects that he is interested in seeing this week at the Scouting Combine. And some of these guys are not guys at the top of the draft. He wants to see them for whatever reason. For instance, one of the guys he's got on here, Mississippi State wide receiver Brennan Thompson. He said, this is my pick for the fastest 40-yard dash at this year's Combine. Thompson is small. He'll probably measure in at 5'9" and around 170 pounds. But size doesn't matter much. Hear that?
Yeah.
If no one on the field can catch you. Thompson ran a 10.18-second 100-meter dash in high school, and you can see that speed in his game. Others in contention to run the fastest 40, Barian Brown from LSU, Chris Hilton from LSU, Deion Burks from Oklahoma, Eric Rivers from Georgia Tech. Some of the other guys on the list, we mentioned this guy earlier, Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, who I think is worth keeping an eye on for Cowboys fans over the next month or so in terms of just a backup plan, or somebody at 20 maybe if they don't get downs and they're really committed to getting somebody who's a little more versatile at safety. He writes that with his scheme versatility, Thieneman can bring all kinds of value to a defense. He can make plays over the top in coverage or downhill as a run defender with his speed and athleticism. I'm eager to see how that range manifests itself in his athletic testing numbers. Will his performance be enough to punch his ticket top 25 selection? Because that's the biggest thing, is that he's been thought of as being this like mid-second rounder for a lot of the process. Now you're starting to hear some buzz he could be higher. So it's like, all right, if the testing's there, he might push himself into the top 25 and be kind of a surprise player at that point. Ty Simpson is on this list. What's our general read on Ty Simpson after watching him play last year?
So Ty Simpson jumped out to me after he put it on Vanderbilt. Here's Vanderbilt going to Alabama, and it's like, all right, my godson's squad, Diego, they're going to beat them 2 straight years. And that was when, like, me and my boy were sitting back and we're like, whoa, Ty Simpson he's showing the goods. And that's when I came away super impressed. They absolutely deserved that W, and Simpson, to me, was the difference.
He is, to me, he's like the classic, like, coach's kid type player. You know, seems to look at the game in a coach's kid kind of way.
Yeah,
he's got skills. He's not the most talented. He's not the most raw talented player there is. But yeah, he's like, I actually like him. I think he's going to be a halfway decent player, at least early on. Like, it seems like the transition to the NFL game might not be too big for him.
Isn't he more impressive physically than Mendoza?
In terms of like his measurables,
yeah, like I'm taking his arm over Fernando.
Okay, yeah. So like when you watch, that's what I was about to follow up with. You were talking yesterday about how you don't get the tinglies, you don't get the tickling of the twine, to turn a phrase, when you watch Fernando Mendoza throw. Even though you like him, you think he's solid, you just don't get that like special feeling. Do you see more of that in Simpson?
Yes.
I think that Simpson is really solid. I think that it's just so tough when you've played as little as he has. When you start as little as he did, that's usually a bad recipe in the NFL. That's been a pretty consistent marker of, if you start these few games, if you play this little at the college level, you generally don't succeed at the NFL.
And something happened at the end of Bama's season with him, like that surge, that ascension that I was waiting for it to be like, all right, here we go.
They stalled out.
Here comes the rocket ship. Stalled out a little bit.
I mean, they had a 5-game stretch that was very, very difficult, and they seemed to breeze through it, and then it all came crashing down.
Like, this kid's a better athlete, has a better arm than Fernando. I don't think it's close. Like, the first...
Definitely.
Go ahead.
So Dane wrote that Simpson was on his list this week because he said Simpson could be the 13th pick or he could be the 53rd pick, and neither outcome would be all that surprising. He says the Combine is going to be a pivotal week for him, starting with getting his verified height, weight, and hand size.
Yeah.
Then he'll need to pass his medicals to ensure whatever issue he was dealing with late in the season isn't a concern moving forward, and scouts will want to see his passing skills when quarterbacks work out. The only area that shouldn't be a concern for him is the team interviews. Chop? As a coach's son, Simpson ought to ace that part of the Combine test.
I mean, the first five throws I'm looking at here, when I was doing the same with Fernando yesterday, it's not even close. in terms of impressive, in terms of deep outs, in terms of arm strength, in terms of big boy throws. I mean, it's not close. I am wondering what his height is.
He looks like he's a little guy.
Yeah, like if he got a 6'2", I think that would be very favorable for him. Any idea?
Yeah, he's a smart.
He's listed at 6'2".
He's listed at 6'2", but that means
go.
he could be 6 3/8. That means
right.
because it's just they're so off. I still remember Michael Crabtree. I think was when he was at Texas Tech. I think he was listed at 6'4", and then he got to the combine and he was 6'1.5". Next one on the list, Akeem Mesidor, the 25-year-old wonder. The edge rusher from Miami, he said, often labeled the other Miami pass rusher, Mesidor played his way out of Bain's shadow this season, but scouts are eager to see his testing numbers and how they compare with the tape that says he is a first-round pick. And, Sean, I told you there's the age, and then there's also the injury history. As Dane notes, Mesidor also had multiple injuries to his feet in college, and so medicals will be critical. And you know what they say about big guys? Once the feet start to go, it's over for you. Bill Walton, that's what ended his career.
I'm getting all the updates from Team Tolo here with the coworkers in the building. Kevin Walker has been sending all morning long. Mary Kay Cabot in Cleveland says the Browns will explore opportunities to trade down from the number 6 pick. Alec Medford, Brian Broadus just said, I just landed. And then
baby.
Eric DaCosta in Baltimore says they have made Tyler Linderbaum, not a big enough rear end and ass for the Cowboys, a market-setting offer. So Alex said, I've heard him linked to the Giants a lot, so this could be somewhat big. We want him staying in Baltimore.
Yeah, the Giants connection makes a ton of sense because just Harbaugh having been in Baltimore and then now being with the New York Giants.
Oh, thanks for that tie-in, Bob. I didn't think of that.
So this is what I do. Look, this is on-the-ground reports from Indianapolis. This is what you guys can't provide
On the
from where you're
ground.
sitting
On the ground.
in the comfort of your Dallas studios.
Jim Cantori here, baby.
Yeah, all right? So just, show some damn respect. D'Angelo Pons, cornerback, Indiana, who's really impressive, got a lot of fans during the whole run with Indiana. He says the size is the size. There's nothing Pons can do about that. An NFL scout told me during the season that Pons stood 5'8" and a quarter, 174 pounds, and he has 29.5-inch arms. So I expect his combine measurements to be close. I'm more interested in his on-field performance. He was a state champion in the 100 meters, running a 10.37, and he should perform well in position drills. I do wonder if the NFL has started, just over the last decade, they've had a couple different guys who are smaller players like Desmond King and Denzel Ward who succeeded at the next level. I do wonder if the NFL has gotten a little bit softer on, all right, if you can play inside, if you can do some things at your size technique-wise, we're going to be all about that.
There it is. Bobby Belt from Indianapolis. Brian Broadus just landed. We are flying out right after Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, where we finish up Ask Reddit with Kevin and Corey after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Forward and
Cowboys and Rangers off to Indianapolis to join Bobby Belt right after this. Good morning, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors.
Sorry.
I was just saying hi.
Do you guys ever change the way or direction that you're walking to avoid continuing to talk or potentially talk with a person? Like you're walking alongside somebody and you're like, crap, I think we're going to the same place. Do you ever break off just because you're like, I just don't want to have this conversation anymore?
I did that before. I went in the bathroom and they had to go to the bathroom as well, so we just both walked in the same place, and yeah.
I don't
Same
leave.
urinal?
No, I went to the stall.
I don't leave a building any other way. My exit is always determined by who I see where.
Okay.
If you walk out with me from Radio Row in San Francisco, Choppy will be like, hey, there's such and such. Hey, here's not. And I'm like, out that door. No,
Even if
wait.
it's further, that's...
Definitely. Dodge an elevator.
Okay.
Coffee break room. I don't want to have the extra interaction if I'm not feeling it.
Who's somebody at the station? Who's somebody at the station that you want, like, you would stop for? Like, there they're going. I'm going to walk this way. I'd like to catch up with them.
Anyone in sales that can make me money.
Yeah.
Yeah, Choppy's the opposite, right?
Yeah, like Radio Row, like I will never like not love going to Radio Row. I love that's where I see everybody for I see them once a year. I don't talk to them when I'm not there. I see them once a year. It's I love it.
You're a road trip friend.
I'm a road trip friend. Yeah, but also like even in here, like a lot of times in the morning, I'll go through the other way just to say, hey, I'm here.
So that's how you build a winning culture, actually. You build a winning culture by everybody knowing everybody's name, everybody in the building, from Jorge all the way to Bob.
Like I just texted Bobby.
Jorge at the bottom.
He's actually for LaGrande was what I was thinking.
I just texted Bobby, if such and such is on this flight out here, like I'm doing the show from Dallas tomorrow. Just
send your texts into the Franklin Returning Fan text. Guess who Sean was talking about?
Not Kyle. He's lovely. Okay, you mentioned the elevator. Have you also done the thing where you see somebody coming to the elevator and you like maybe make it look like you're trying to push the door open, but you're pushing door closed so they don't make it?
Oh, and then you go, I'm sorry.
The fake door open. You got to do the the extended
very exaggerated.
Like I'm lunging towards it.
Yeah. No, I'll always keep it open. I'll stick the foot out, but I'm trying to stand at a position in the elevator to where they could not see me if the door's closing.
Oh, that's clever.
You know what I mean? You stand to the side.
Walk in and just get in the front corner and just kind of.
Yeah. Like I guess nobody was in there.
Yeah.
Oh well.
And you kind of hide out.
Okay.
In there.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. These are all the tricks. Now, I also think a lot of this is determined based upon our time slot.
Yes.
Like when I'm waking up at 4:45 and I'm just like, all right, I've done my talking for the day.
Yeah.
Like when I go home,
right,
say what's up a little bit, but everyone knows I'm not like my phone is always on silent. I don't want to talk anymore, especially when I get right up out of here.
Grego was when I worked with him a couple times.
He was always in the bathroom.
Well, yeah. He said, you know what happens to a shark if they stop swimming? They die. And he's like, that's me after the show. I don't stop swimming. I get out of here as quick as possible. And so that was always his.
Okay.
I don't want to talk to anybody. I get out of here. And so usually that's the case. Kevin stands around and talks to
Did he say I don't stop swimming or I don't stop sniffing?
Oh man.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we do talk with Bobby Belt at 10:20 today. We'll have him on live from the NFL Combine for more of those amazing jokes. And also we go at 11 o'clock, our NFL Draft Focus, Avion Terrell and Kenyon Sadiq, who I wish the Cowboys needed a tight end. This dude is so awesome.
Who says they don't?
I say they don't right now.
Okay.
They will in the future whenever they let go Schoonmaker and Brevin Spanford, but this guy's fun to watch.
Bobby, let's finish up Ask Reddit from Indy.
All right, let's do it. Let's go to Corey Majors first. Corey Majors. This is this is not just pointed to you. I don't have any reason for asking this other than just it's the top one left on the board here. What is the worst mistake of your life?
What an unfair first question.
Worst mistake of
That's
my
just the
life.
top one here. I don't know what
Probably
to do.
quitting IT to pursue this because there was a big gap in pay between the time periods.
Oh.
I was in six figures in IT. Left that because I was bored. I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I want to pursue this because Randy Galloway sounds like he's having a lot of fun. That being said, it was still the best decision. Like financially, terrible decision. But best decision because I love my work now. Like
the two cities.
Yeah, you build cultures.
Yeah, building culture. So maybe financially leaving a six-figure job.
Bobby, what's wrong with your awesome new cell phone? You already have text message problems, communication issues?
No, it's specifically too broad as it finally went through, but I think it's because like him coming off airplane mode, it wasn't sending delivered. Everything else was delivering. That was just the one that wasn't.
Well, he texted me just fine on my iPhone 6.
Yeah. It's a financial mistake, but it's not a mistake.
Picking the wrong person.
No. I mean, getting divorced is always a financial mistake.
You got divorced?
No, pick the wrong person.
Oh.
Yeah. When you have children, getting divorced is always a financial mistake. It is a unsurvivable financial mistake. It costs you, especially when my kids, I got divorced out, they were like 5 and 2. I mean, it's going to cost me, I don't know, 150, 200 grand over the course of the next, just child support.
He can't even do his taxes.
And just child support over the next, over the time. So it is you cannot recover from that financial mistake. And that's why I'll be working forever.
Mine is not checking my DMs.
But I would do it again.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Wait, what?
That came out wrong. I don't mean it like that.
I'd get married and divorce her
very
every
happy.
time.
I would do it again. Is that
I'm saying
like current?
No, like
exclusive.
saying getting divorced wasn't a mistake. It was a financial mistake. It's a financial mistake to get divorced.
But you do it again.
Was it a personal mistake?
What would you do again?
I would. The whole everything. I would do the whole divorce again.
Okay, that's what you meant.
It's still a financial mistake.
Yeah, we're just asking what you meant by your saying.
Oh yeah.
You said the sentence, so we're getting you to clarify.
Yeah.
What would you do again? Like, you ready to get divorced again?
Oh no.
You would do the divorce again?
Everything that has happened up to this point, I would do
have
again.
happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
Almost everything.
Kevin, do you have one?
Lots and lots and lots of stealing.
What? Stealing?
Oh, yeah. I used to steal a lot.
Really?
Yeah, I got arrested for it.
Klepto Kevin was his nickname.
What are the top 2 things you stole?
When I was in middle school, I stole multiple boxes of cards. So,
the crown jewels.
Wow.
Yeah.
He did develop a plan to rob a bank.
Oh, yeah. My mom was really concerned about that. Obviously, I didn't
How old were you?
it. 12.
Yeah, so why is it obvious? As if you're smart enough, you probably could have done it and gotten away with it. We don't know if you did it.
Oh yeah, did you do it?
No.
What do you think the foolproof? Tell us how you do it.
I don't. That was like 30 years ago.
You haven't thought about it one time since?
No. I'm not going to say no.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say
every time you watch a movie, you're not telling me.
There was a cutoff point where I was like, I need to stop thinking about that.
There you go.
So yeah.
What was the thing that would get you caught? Did you ever think about that? Like, if I get caught, it's going to be this one thing that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was the whole reason I got arrested is because we got greedy. We stole a box of cards from the Tom Thumb, and then we went back the next day to do it again, and that's how we got caught. So it was getting greedy.
So not one of the people on your team that ends up tripping or dropping something.
I'd have a limited team. This wouldn't be a heat-style exercise where you take some outsider that might mess up the whole deal. So, yeah, that was... I still feel bad about it.
What's yours, Bob?
Do you want the sort of unserious answer, or do you want the real answer that's very sad?
I want the best radio answer.
Oh,
it was the amount of times as a teenager I bickered with my mom and wasted time.
I get that.
Gosh.
Oh man, is this because she died?
Yep, she's
God,
dead.
Well, it's not because she died, but like,
I mean, if she was alive,
I could have been. It could have been. Yeah, it could have been me killing her with that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
They never did an autopsy, so I don't know. No, the other answer would have been on a very smaller one. We canceled going to a Waking Norman concert, who's one of my favorite local bands. We were supposed to go, and we're like, something came up, and we just didn't try to. we didn't work hard enough to get past it. That was the last show they've done together, and that was like 10 years ago, and I didn't know that was the last show they did together. So that's the less serious one.
My less serious.
All right, Kevin Hagelin.
Go ahead.
What movie will you never watch again because it was too emotional, dark, weird, whatever?
Flight 93. That movie is so good, and it crushed my soul until the very end. And so
the Shanksville one?
No.
When they crashed over Pennsylvania?
That's the Let's Roll. That's the Let's Roll one.
And so it was excellently made. I don't think I can watch it again.
I mean, any horror film like Hostel. Oh God, Hostel.
House of 1,000 Corpses. Would never watch it again.
Agreed.
Like Schindler's List.
Oh yeah, that's
never saw it.
I wonder about the first, like, I don't know if this counts, but like the first 20 minutes of Saving Private Ryan. Like, I'm glad I saw it, but my goodness,
I can't put myself through Up anymore.
It's the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, dude. I skip forward every single time because the first 10 minutes
That
is
first
so
10
sad.
minutes is sad as hell, Sean.
They did it on purpose, too, so they could get the little kids to think that way. I might lose my parents.
Up is very depressing to open the movie. Saving Private Ryan, it's funny you bring that up because I think Sean was out, so I had only told Choppy this. Kristen was having Addison watch the movie Operation Dumbo Drop, which is like a fun little movie about returning an elephant to people in Vietnam or something during the war. I wasn't paying attention. But I told Addison, I don't know why I did this. I was like, this isn't a war movie. You want to see a good war movie, 12-year-old Addison? And so I threw on Saving Private Ryan 2 weeks ago, and it was heavy, but that's a great movie. Pay it forward. I won't watch Pay It Forward ever again. That
movie.
Pay, you have one, Peyton?
Yeah, mine would be Saltburn. I think I've mentioned this movie a couple times on this very show.
Yeah.
Hated it. There's about 4 scenes in there that just make you turn your head and go, really? Why did they think this was a good idea to put this in the movie?
Bathtub scene.
That one at the grave.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, that one, too.
All right, fellas, we are out of here. We'll talk to you tomorrow from the Combine in Indianapolis, where we meet up with Bobby Roberto Belt, Ian Rappaport, and morning show co-host rest of the week, Brian Broaddus.
Don't tell you to have a safe flight.
Guys,
I forgot what
Sebastian Walcott had a successful surgery. So
And look how Corey just thought that was more important than you telling me to have a safe flight.
Yeah.
Now we'll know who to
Worst
blame
mistake ever.
if we have the same result as Mrs. Belt. KNC.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow, is that
I thought he closed the computer down already.
joke.
KNC next on the Fan.
Now K&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel, injury attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
I got a couple things going right now. First off, I'm trying to post the run sheet on the KNC Twitter right now, so give me just a moment on that.
Man, you know what I discovered? I am going to have to be perhaps just a tiny bit more careful with some of the verbiage that I continue to use.
That is true.
In the run sheet.
The other thing is, and I've told him this, so I feel like I can now share this story. Alec, I had a dream last night, not you, but yes, you are Alec, that I had committed a murder.
What?
And everybody, like all of y'all were in this dream, and we were all having discussions about how, like, oh man, it's not safe around here, because nobody knew who it was. They were investigating it, but everybody was like, oh, it's not safe. And so what I did was I was like, well, I think we all should just get out of here, because obviously somebody's trying to kill all of us. And everybody was kind of like, oh, that's a good idea, but there were lots of, still trying to figure it out. Well, then I was like, well, everybody had left my house. By the way, this house that I was living in was dope. I really didn't want to leave. It was a really nice house. But everybody left, and I was like, I got to get out of here. I got to get away from this place. So I started packing my bags up. Well, John Turturro from Big Lebowski,
among many
other movies, he shows up and he's like eating some honey toast, and he's walking around behind me. He's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just packing some bags because it's obviously not safe around here. We need to go stay somewhere else for a little while. This is not safe. There's a murderer on the loose." And
you
don't worry about that. He didn't know that. So he started getting suspicious, though. He's like, hold on, is this guy trying to make an escape? Somehow he turned into Colby Tolbert. And at this point, I started trying to pin it on Colby Tolbert. Our friend, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet in the world.
Actually, I don't know why I reacted like that. I've already heard this story, and I texted Colby Tolbert that Corey was a traitorous a-hole.
And I was trying to pin it on him. I cut the spring on my garage door, and I started unplugging things that would So I was trying to frame him.
You're trying to do garage door things to frame him?
To frame him for whatever murder happened, and it was going to look like he had murdered me, and I was going to make a clean escape. But here's the thing: I don't remember doing the murder. I just know that I did. Like in my mind, I was like, I just know that it was me, but I didn't know what I did. But again, just a dream. Just a dream. I don't think I could bring myself to actually doing that. So,
Well, two things. One, Just a Dream, good song by Nelly. Two, you might be evil.
Oh.
You might be.
It's a dream.
Yeah, but you noticed that you said, I don't think I could do that. But you didn't say you didn't think you could bring yourself to frame one of your buddies if you did commit a murder. You're like, I don't think I could commit a murder. What about that other part?
Yeah.
Again, here's the thing. I did in the dream, I guess, because I didn't do it. That's what I'm saying is I didn't have the part of the dream where I got to experience that.
Okay.
I feel like if I experienced that, there would be a lot of guilt. A lot of guilt.
I would certainly hope so.
So,
because if not, I'm really concerned.
Yeah.
All right.
Sebastian Walcott, successful UCL surgery, 5 to 6 month recovery before he can start hitting.
Okay. So let's seriously just time that out for a second. So end of July, at best, end of August, until he can even start hitting. And that's not like in a game. That's even like simulated at bats, or I'm assuming he'll be in Arizona doing some work there. And so essentially the season's over, right? Like, that's what we were all afraid of, and this pretty much confirms it. He was not able to avoid surgery. Getting this wipes out his season, and it just It really sucks because Sebastian Walcott has been the gem of this farm system for several years, and I was really hoping we would get a full minor league season out of him where the results match the hype. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, the hype is there. Nobody questions the hype is there for Sebastian Walcott, but you would have loved to see, like, I don't know, 2/3 of the season at AA, 1/3 of the season at AAA, and he walks away from it, and you're like, wow, he hit 280 with an OPS of 900 and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay, so now the results match the hype. 2027, let's ride. And now 2027, it feels like you just go back to that exact same
board.
Yeah, and that exact same hope and dream.
Yeah, this is one of those where it feels wasted, but here's the thing. He is a young player, right?
Right. And he's not a pitcher.
He's still very young, and this is... We were talking about the worst mistakes we've ever made in our lives earlier, and I'm sure that we've all made other mistakes that were even more ridiculous that we somehow recovered from that we, at the time, didn't think we'll ever recover from. I'm sure we all have those things in our past. And, I mean, just think about the heartbreak that you felt. Like, that probably put you in a place where you're like, man, I don't know if I can ever love again. And I'm sure there are other things that Alec and I both experienced that put us there. But when you go through it, overcome it, you become better for it. And maybe this is Sebastian Walcott's, he's going to be better because of it. I understand it takes away the year and it takes away that, but maybe this is that opportunity for him to go to another place and be even better. That's the hope.
And, I immediately...
Some adversity that can really make the man tougher.
And, like, if you want to talk about the mental aspect of the game, let's look at the mental aspect of the game for Rangers fans. Here comes Profar 2.0. And I know that's the worry because his minor league stats did never necessarily match the hype. But let's go to this from the 214. Too much missed time in the development stage. He'll never be able to make up for that lost time. So that is true, but here's the real outcome I think that you can look at if you want to positive spin it. And I'll positive spin it right here. He won't be an amazing wonderkind by the time he reaches Major League Baseball. Because the hope was, like, he turns 20 in a couple of weeks. So the hope was, oh yeah, maybe you'll see him towards the end of the year. He'll be 20 years old, making his Major League Baseball debut. Wow, that's crazy. So now that's not going to happen, and you push everything back at least a year, though honestly I can see how you would push it back now till 2028. Well, I mean, if he starts the season on the 2028 roster, he would have just turned 22. And so, like, that's still super young. He could have the most amazing freaking career ever. It's just going to be he would start it as, oh man, look at this young player. He's got something, as opposed to look at this kid who's the youngest kid in baseball, or like the second youngest kid in baseball, or whatever the case is. So I agree with that person. You can't get that time back, but that does not mean it's time wasted, because even if you go off of the 6-year trajectory of starting your career under like a lower pay scale, you're talking about years 22 to 28.
Yep.
And so he could still be badass through that time. And for his career, he could still be badass by the time he gets to free agency. And so there are still plenty of bright spots ahead, but I get the concern that everybody else has.
I think one other thing that I'll add to this is, like you said it, he's been the gem of their farm system. That's my concern, is that, like, your farm system, it looks very bleak.
Yeah, because you know how many top 100 prospects you have without him? None.
And you look very. That doesn't mean you don't have some good players there that aren't, that aren't there somewhere. But your stack of Connor Griffins is non-existent,
right?
And which, again, that's the way it is. With Sebastian Walcott, the recovery time, 5 to 6 months, like you said, it's going to be that. But you got to start looking elsewhere, and you again have to figure out how to refill this farm system, or find it, or create it in some way, because it's not one of the ones that everybody's seeking to go get their players from your guys.
And I want to make this clear. I support the trade that they made for Mackenzie Gore. But that runs antithetical to what you just said about restocking or promoting your farm system. Is you just took out 5 of your top 20 prospects, I think, though obviously the Rangers have a questionable track record when it comes to developing prospects anyway. But you clean that out for a kind of win now and hopefully win in the future move. And I'm totally fine with that, but that doesn't help restocking that farm system. And you're really onto something there because, like, let's say you had in all of baseball top 100. And by the way, we're going to have Tim Kirkjian on tomorrow, and I'm sure we could talk some more about this. But if you had prospect number 20, 48, 74, and 99, it feels like this would be, I mean, first of all, good job. But also it feels like it would be a little easier to cope with this because then you could be like, yeah, I know, but this dude's ready to go. Or this guy's ready to play by midway point in the season. You're like, we got all these other prospects. Instead, you have nobody else in the top 100.
Yeah.
And so that's why so much hype gets put behind Sebastian Walcott.
Yeah, so and if something in your roster needed to be moved, you feel confident you can move your farm system into that. Like that's the goal is I can trade this, get something else I need in return, and then I can refill it and replenish it with whatever I have down in the minors. Like that's the hope is you've stacked them up that much and you're not even close to that.
All right, so you have started off by bringing me sad news. That's first it was your murder dream, and then it was Sebastian Walcott really is done essentially for the entire season.
I mean, I didn't commit the murder, so that's positive.
Okay, well, here's positive news for you. Did you see, and this is why they restructured his contract to begin with, that the Falcons GM informed Kirk Cousins that he will be released on the first day of the brand new league.
Well, it's nice they let him know that now so he can go ahead and start talking to teams, right?
Well, I mean, I guess, but also...
Or does he have to wait until he's officially released?
You're supposed to, but I think... much like the legal tampering period, you and I know exactly how that goes.
If the team changes their mind at the last second, they're like, you know what, guys? We were thinking about it, and we had already made up our minds, but we have to go back on our word.
Then I believe he will have a grievance with the union because that is the entire reason that he restructured his contract to make it easier for them to go ahead and cut him. So I think that's probably part of the reason why. All right, I know we were talking about Sebastian Walcott right there. I've got a couple of other Rangers notes for you if you would like to dive into
Do we have some happy ones?
Yeah.
Danny Jansen is probably going to go ahead and put him in the Rangers Hall of Fame. He had a home run yesterday.
Okay. Well, there's that. Robert Garcia.
He has more hits than Corey Seager. Right?
Okay.
That's right.
I'm not worried about Corey Seager. Stop trying to make that happen. Because then it's going to panic me. All right, Robert Garcia, he had a rough debut in the Cactus League, but his second game of the spring, he pitched a scoreless third inning with 1 strikeout and 1 hit allowed. Now, more important than probably even that, he threw his changeup 5 times. He got a swing and miss and a called strike with the pitch. So that's obviously something you would love to see thrive if he's going to be the closer or even one of the possible closers. Here's another bit of good news. Cam Cauley, he has made an early push to, I mean, he's an infielder, so clearly you might have an availability for him. He's 4 for 10 in 4 games with a pair of doubles. His average exit velocity is 98.4 miles per hour. Now, this doesn't have to be a bad thing. Justin Foscue left the game yesterday with right hamstring tightness. Now, Skip Schumacher stopped. Skip Schumacher said he wanted to play, and I get it.
I bet he did.
So Foscue was like, I want to go back out there, but Schumacher added, he's trying to make a roster. I understand. He's having a really good camp, but let's not turn this thing into a 4 or 5 week deal. It'll be a couple of days, maybe even today if he feels better. So let's just see. So I appreciate the fact that Foscue wanted to be back out there, but I also appreciate the fact that Schumacher's like, well, let's use some common sense here.
Do you think that gives the player a little comfort, feeling like, you know what, they do want me. They're just trying not to hurt me. Does that, like, I might have a spot on this team?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have a spot, you don't care. You don't care what they say. You're like, I got to get out there as quickly as possible.
I mean, I do, but at the same point, like, they can care about me all they like if I can't get back on the field.
Yeah.
But you're right.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will go live to the Combine and talk with Bobby Belt. Next, right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, live from the NFL Combine. It is our buddy, the man who dominates crosstalk, Bobby Belt. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I feel like the man who dominates crosstalk is not a good title to have.
Why not?
Because I feel like that's saying like it's an open space for all of us and one person is like hogging it.
Oh, I meant it in a positive way, if that helps.
Oh, well, thank you then.
Yeah, no problem.
Sure.
And that's why I gave you a magnet as your present to go to the Combine.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It says it's Hank Hill. And it says, I don't have an anger problem, I have an idiot problem.
I just felt like that was particularly appropriate given the last week or so.
Put it on your laptop.
I don't know if that's the best idea. All right, so obviously a lot of discussion about prospects, and we'll get to that. But how much other NFL business takes place at the Combine that has nothing to do with the draft or little to do with the draft?
A ton. I mean, there will be meetings kind of getting the lay of the land for free agency this week. Every agent in the world is out here. There will be a lot of trade discussion, kicking around ideas. This is a huge networking time for a lot of people around the league too. If they're trying to make connections or have a job lined up in the future, if maybe they feel like their time's running out somewhere. So, I mean, just about anything that could go on generally happens out here in Indy. So there's a little bit of everything related to NFL business that occurs out here because it is an opportunity where they get everybody in one spot. But it's a really unique setup relative to the rest of what the NFL is and how it operates throughout its calendar. And honestly, I mean, it's really unique relative to how the other leagues operate and the way that they're around each other.
When you get out there, who are the three people that you're like, I have to talk to these three people before I leave?
And
I don't necessarily need to give away sources or anything, but I know you talk to a lot of people.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of times it's just there'll be an agent friend I have who I want to check in with. It's usually a good opportunity for me to, if you want to just talk about even every year, knowing, hey, I want to check in with that person. I know I want to stop by and see David Cantor while he's at Prime 47. I know while I'm out here, I'll want to bump into Ian Rappaport, who we're going to have on the show tomorrow. Dane Brugler is always somebody that I want to see when I'm out here. But yeah, then there's always other people that I want to catch up with, maybe on the down low a little bit. But it's just more than anything, it's places you want to be. So you want to go stop by Prime, you want to stop by St. Elmo's, you want to go to certain places and just be in the atmosphere and let the night carry you kind of thing.
Do you think St. Elmo's, the establishment, is better than the vastly overrated 80s movie?
Yeah, I think it's better than the 80s movie. I do not think it's better than the song Man in Motion.
Yes, that is a fantastic song, and that is a great point by you, Bobby. Now, maybe I'm just being naive about all of this, but when the rumblings were, I think from Clarence Hill, that Pickens' team said the negotiations start at $30 million per year, I'm like, sounds good, let's do that.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is that's more. So here's the deal: the franchise tag this year is $28 million. Yep. It's a 120% increase for the second time. That would mean that the second tag is 33.1. So a lot of times agents say if you have tagged him already, then the floor, the very bottom that you could ever even reasonably suggest, would be the average of the two franchise tags. It has to start there.
Okay.
And the average of the two franchise tags is right around $30 million. And so because of that, I think when it says it starts at 30, I think that's more like, here's the floor. If you come in and say anything under this, we're going to feel disrespected. So I don't even think it's their signing for that. I think it's more, that's where you better, like, even if you're trying to start on one end, you better be starting here because we're going to be on another end of the spectrum completely.
So I've kind of thought the comp, just in terms of price, would be something like McLaurin getting $32 million a year. Do you think, or do you get the sense, or maybe even that even that would be too low?
No, I think that's we'll hear a little bit more about some of that stuff, I think, as the week goes on. You're going to have a lot of agents come into town today. Yesterday it was mainly teams that got into town. Today it'll be agents and some combine players and different things like that. But I think once they're out here and they start taking meetings and you're going to start getting a sense of where things are, I think 32, 33 sounds roughly fine to me. Like, I think that's about where I would guess it would come down. But I also know that if I'm his agent, if I'm representing George Pickens, I'm walking into the negotiation, and as you often ask for more than what you're willing to settle for, I would walk in there and say, you're going to have a hard time showing me a receiver who was better than him last year.
Right.
And if I've tapped into it once, I can tap into it again, so we want 40. And I could see that that's a 40 versus 30 type of discussion, and then maybe you're negotiating to 35.
Man, I would hate for him to negotiate himself out of a place that he likes. Like that, and I know like the money is all that matters, but in a place where he is useful, that he will be a key component to the entire thing. But I understand, gotta get paid, and then you end up with like the Raiders, but you'll have Fernando Mendoza.
That's true.
That'll be a fun thing to go through there. We just saw that the GM for the Dolphins is like, hey, everything's on the table, including a possibility of a trade with Tua.
Yeah.
How much would
Good luck with that.
How much would that shake things up around there?
I mean, that would be pretty significant. I think everybody's looking around kind of wondering what's going to happen with Kyler and Tua in general. Both of them being guys who it seems like have hit these crossroads in their career and are probably in need of a reset. I don't know. I would be terrified to take on Tua Tagovailoa just because of all the risks that are associated with his durability and things. Kyler, to me, feels like Kyler could be the next Darnold or one of these next guys who kind of revives later in his career if he just gets in the right spot, because I think he's clearly immensely talented. But no, it'll be, I would expect that they'll try to figure out some way to get out from under Tua. And if they're going to have a whole fire sale, then I'd be interested to know, what are you planning on doing with Minkah Fitzpatrick? Are you going to cut him? Are you going to trade him? If you're trading him, what's the price point look like? That would be something that I'd want to kick the tires on at that point.
Do you have any interest level in Diego Pavia's 40 and shuttle times because he made a bet with Johnny Football?
I have an interest in knowing what his 40 time is, I guess, just to be able to project out what speed he'll run from his car to the front door when delivering pizzas, because he's
wow. I like that, though. I like that. We are going to be talking.
Sorry,
about...
he's too small, and he's not got enough physical, like, big time tools to be able to perform things. I love the moxie. I love all that. That's great. But I mean, like, this is the end probably.
One of the guys we're going to be talking about here in just a little bit is Kenyon Sadiq. And I heard you this morning say that Daniel Jeremiah is very high on him and thinks that he's going to be a riser at the Combine. I watched him and I was like, he's a faster, more explosive Jake Ferguson. I was asking people, can I compare this dude to A.J. Brown because of the stocky build? And I'm just kind of curious, like, how much you think this guy might wow people this week.
Yeah, I mean, he's somebody who physically is very impressive, and this has become like the new norm for tight ends. Not like the norm necessarily, but in terms of just you've got these physical marvels that play the tight end position, and a lot of times teams look for, all right, if you're kind of a bigger receiver but you're super athletic, let's see if we can put you into this tight end fit. Whether you were, over the last several years, Vernon Davis, Eric Ebron, obviously, like we're talking about here, Kenyon Sadiq, and then even to a lesser extent, people who wanted like put Evan Ingram at tight end when he was a receiver, and then ultimately developed that because they thought, man, that skill set and those traits mismatch at tight end because of the way that defenses have typically played tight ends, and they've had to adjust to it. They have to adjust to those tight ends becoming more vertical threats and things like that. And so, Kenyon Sadiq, I imagine he is going to impress a lot of people with the physical traits. And so when he gets out here and he impresses people, that's probably going to cause him to rise a little bit and get a lot of value. Kyle Pitts did the same thing, a few years back. And so he'll test well, I imagine, regardless of which drills he ends up doing, which ones he participates in. But he's going to be somebody that some GM will just fall in love with and make their priority of we got to get that guy.
Can you walk me through, and I've kind of asked Broadus this question before, can you walk me through a little bit more the thought process maybe of some of the decision makers of, man, he has amazing physical tools and ran these specific times, but also I watched the tape and it doesn't always show up there. How come sometimes those specific numbers kind of dwarf the importance of the tape at times?
Because I think you're also talking about your level of comfort in the guys you have doing the evaluation of the person and doing the evaluation of the student. Tyler Smith was impressive physical traits who his tape looked really sloppy, and you wondered, all right, how much is he going to be able to clean some of these things up? And the work they did with, Klein Kubiak was the area scout at the time for them. He's now a national scout, but he was the area scout for Tulsa at the time and had done a lot of work to figure out, all right, we understand what kind of a student he is, and we understand what kind of a worker he is. And so then you can kind of project out some of that a little bit. But you've got to be able to trust your evaluation of how do they work. And that's why, as much as some people like Choppy will roll their eyes at it and stuff over does he love football and how committed is he and those sort of intangibles that sometimes people roll their eyes at. For a lot of these teams, they think that that's the missing element to determining how much you tap into your potential. And that they view that, everybody in this league is super talented, so you got to find margins wherever you can. And if effort and, how they study and how they work is an area where you can separate them a little bit, then that's really valuable. So I think in a lot of instances, people just will write it off to he's young or he hasn't gotten in the right place yet. He needs to get within our parameters, and then we'll be able to tap into what this potential is.
This week, how much of a priority do you think the Cowboys are making of trying to acquire more picks, or do you think they're in the mindset of, no, we're going to rock with what we have and use our financials to be able to add some other free agency pieces?
It's such a silly thing, I know, but it's the whole Steven line of they're open for business. Yeah. So I don't know how much they're just going to actively start working the phones. They're going to listen, though. If somebody's talking to them, or you kind of get an idea of hey, we might be interested in moving back, like the reports about Cleveland at 6 and things like that, then maybe you find a match. Or maybe Minnesota.
Oh, no.
Ty Simpson out here. We're worried he's not going to get down to us at 18, and we want to move on from J.J. McCarthy. Let's go up to 12. Dallas, here's our 2 third-rounders to move from 12 to 18. And then you're picking 18, 20, and you got a couple in the third round. And so they'll listen on it. Steven sounded yesterday like they were completely open to whatever resources were available to them to be able to give Christian Parker the tools he needs to get the defense fixed. And so whether that's trading for players, trading draft capital to increase your number of selections, playing in free agency, I think that all of that is on the table for them. And I don't know how much they'll just actively pick up the phone and say, hey, who wants our pick? But if they start having conversations around her, they start hearing where some things are going. A lot of times those work out themselves on draft night.
Man, excellent stuff. Excellent start. I know Broadus is about to get there, and the rest of the guys from your show will be there for the rest of the week. Thank you very much, good sir. He didn't say.
Bring Kevin back a magnet or something, bro.
Man, dang,
this guy.
That kind of hurt my feelings just a little bit.
Awesome.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Are Dodgers fans phonies? And is anything in your family this valuable? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
The number one Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time for some baseball nuggets. Now let's start with, I love it, with pitching news. Chris Sale has signed a 1-year, $27 million extension to stay with the Braves. That also comes with a club option, which I think makes a lot of sense in terms of if you run into any injury problems, you can bail. But if you get the Chris Sale of 2024 or even somewhat of 2025, you can be like, all right, let's go ahead and keep you around because you're good at pitching.
So you wouldn't bail on Sale?
Not right now.
He's on fire sometimes, dude. He is a fire sale at times.
And I thought,
when he retires, it'll be a going out of business sale.
I thought that was a real sports point that you were making.
I like Chris Sale. He's a fantastic pitcher. Arm slot's a little awkward, but even still,
it seems like it's worked.
He gets the job done.
Worked out for him. Now, we talked about MLB.com's top 10 shortstops. Buster Olney does not feel as great about Corey Seager. He was 2 on the MLB.com list. He is 5 on Buster Olney's list, but still in the top 5 ahead of Trey Turner and Jeremy Pena. So I guess that's something. Now, let's talk about the Dodgers. You want to talk about a Dodgers player or their fan?
Let's start with their fans, Kevin.
Okay.
We're about the fans here.
Pete Crow Armstrong said, I love Chicago more and more. It's just an incredible city. The people are great, and they give an S. They aren't just baseball fans who go to the game like Dodgers fans to take pictures and whatever. They are paying attention. They care. Burn on you, Dodgers fans. And I kind of get his point.
I don't know, dude. I went to that game. Everybody was invested in that game.
Oh, I did not think that.
It's because you weren't paying attention.
No, it's because I
too
was
busy looking around
paying attention, and there was a lot of people D'ing around.
D'ing around whenever it was time. They were all invested.
They were
all
taking
plays.
pictures in the middle of the game and not sitting down and trying to block our view.
So you're saying they can't multitask? Seems
yes,
like they were.
Because they were not looking at the field at all.
How are you going to get a picture with the field behind you if you're looking at the field?
In the break.
What break?
Between half innings.
Between innings? Well, I think that they're better fans because they can do both. I wish everybody was like Dodgers fans. Did you see how many Dodgers jerseys there were?
There were.
I think there is a fair amount of people at every single one of those games.
I could see
doing exactly that. But I understand what Pete Crow Armstrong's trying to do. He's trying to rally up the troops. He's trying to say, look, we have this ivy wall out here that separates you and me. But we don't need to be separate. We need to be together.
Okay. All right. So does this make you root for the Cubs more or the Dodgers more?
Look, man, I'm rooting for teams that are spending later down the road.
Oh, no. You out on the Rangers?
The Rangers have a top 15 payroll.
God. That's depressing. Now let's talk about the player.
Because they invested in pitching, Kevin.
They did.
When was the last time we did that?
It's been a long time.
3 years ago, and we won the World Series.
Dude,
almost 4 years ago.
Everybody knows that you can invest in both, right? Well, I guess honestly we can't invest in both.
You have to pick one.
All right, let's go to Juan Soto. He says, "Don't forget me in the MVP conversation." He goes, "I'm going to be there every year too," talking about competing with Ohtani in the National League. So he better keep doing what he's doing because I'm coming. He's really good. He's really good. Oh. I've just got to defeat him. Definitely, it's not going to be easy, but I've got to find a way to defeat him.
I like this. I really like that a lot. I hope it happens. He's the kind of player I root for.
Because you're against the Dodgers?
Yeah. Well, hold on. I'm for the Dodgers.
Okay.
But I'm also for baseball in general. And if that dude's playing at a high level, this is a good thing.
Now that I would agree with.
What was the best, our growing up memory, one of the best moments was Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa.
Sure.
It was exactly what we needed at the time. Something that was impossible, trying to get to those numbers, but also that feat itself was significant. It was huge. And Kevin, think about this every year. The home run race was always Ken Griffey Jr. might be in the mix.
Right.
Every year it was there were about 2 or 3 people. One would fall off and then something would happen and then you were like, they're never going to make it. Then all of a sudden they could. So when you have those kinds of things where you're rooting for those kind of 2 people, a handful of superstars to do special things, I'm after it, dude. I love it.
By the way, going back to the Cubs, they also picked up Michael Conforto on a minor league contract. Now, let's talk about, do you think your family has anything super duper valuable that they have passed down through the generations?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right. Alec, do you think your family, because I don't think my family has anything valuable we've passed down for generations.
I have an oil well.
What?
Hold on. Is this because you watched Landman?
I found out.
Okay.
My great-grandfather in Oklahoma, he was working for the school district, and they were doing a search for something out on the land, and they found an oil well, and they put a pump on it, and that thing has been pumping out oil since my great-grandfather found it.
A lot of oil?
It got passed down to my grandfather, who in his will passed it down to my mom. And I think that's going to be mine one day.
Oh.
Or mine and my sister's. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
It pumps. Yeah, it pumps out about $20 a year, but it is an oil well.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So
hey, better than $0.
It's a sexy pick.
Thank you very much, Jerry, who knows something about oil.
How in the world have you never asked Jerry Jones an oil pumping question?
This is something I just found out this year.
Okay.
Like literally the other day, my mom was like, "Oh yeah, we can make about $20 a year," and I'm like, "I guess it's 12. It's shared with like 12 other people."
Okay.
So yeah, there's a lot going on here, but
right. I demand
I got
more
the lease
oil
on it.
questions next year. All right, Alec. What about you? Do you think your family has anything amazing passed down through the generations? I promise there is a logical outcome to this question.
There's only one thing that I know of, and I know on my dad's side there's a rare coin collection that has been passed down, of some that aren't circulated, some that are over 100 years old, some that are hundreds of years old. And it's not one of those like, oh, it's going to be valuable one day. It's some that it's like, no, they're actually valuable and very valuable now.
Okay. Ooh, I like that. From the 972, somebody said that they have a gun that was used in World War I that has been passed down. And see, those are the kind of things that I think are interesting, because there was an auction that was just completed for what was dubbed a surprise Honus Wagner card. And I was intrigued by that. I was like, what do you mean a surprise card? Well, nobody knew this family had it, because they had kept it in their family for 116 years. Nobody knew they had it, and it is the very valuable T206 Honus Wagner. Put it up for auction, and it sold for $5.1 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's the find. Like
it really is.
That's what everybody's hoping, that they can go in there. It's obviously you're saying goodbye to a loved one, right? As you're going along with something like that. But then you find something, you're like, I wonder what this is worth. And you hope you take it to the right person that's going to shoot you straight. You go find an RJ Dukes or somebody you can trust.
In this instance, they did take it to Golden Auctions.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
that would be like that's the hope. You find that, or like an oil well or something. You know.
Yeah, man, I'm still like my mind's still kind of racing.
When I ask Jerry this, I'm gonna be like, all right, so I just found out I have an oil well in Oklahoma. Is he gonna go, I'll buy that thing from you right now. We're gonna drill deeper, baby.
I do not think you can rule that out. I really don't. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
I don't think you can rule that out.
I need to go see this thing.
Okay, well, let's see if we can figure this out.
Show from the oil well site.
Now, this is just, first of all, nothing today will be more interesting than that. I will attempt, but just keep in mind, like, this next few minutes, I'm doing my best, but nothing will be more interesting than that. So the Wagner belonged to Douglas and Dennis Shields. their grandfather, Morton Bernstein, who is the founder of the National Silver Company, as well as a co-founder of Ollie's Bargain Outlet. So that's one thing. It's like, you're happy that people get paid. It does not feel necessarily like this family was hurting for the money, but still, a really cool story right there. They sell it for $5.1 million. Dang. Now, let's talk about the ABS. Willie Adames, he won, that's right, an automatic ball and strike challenge by less than 0.1 inches.
Really?
0.1 inch?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that. But yeah, so that's how close it's already been. And I think that's super fun. And I think it's going to make for a very interesting, at times agitating regular season, because you're going to look at a thing that the computer's like, nope. And you're like, it's in the box. Mm-hmm. It's touching part of the box. And they're like, beep, 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 beep. And that means you don't get it. One can assume.
Are you okay? I was going to say, are you sure that's
I don't know
the
that
language of the computer?
For a fact, no. It would say 100001110.
Kevin,
we got screwed again.
Kevin, a couple of texts have come in from the 817. I'm pretty sure I'm going to inherit generational debt. From the
oh no!
Also from the 817, different one. My grandfather passed away last Thursday. Yesterday, I received her and my grandfather's OG wedding rings, 14 karat gold, got some weight to them.
Okay.
Boys, I personally have 15,000 acres with the mineral rights.
Sounds like you and Corey should talk.
My dad's highly successful, however, he's 77. Actually, today just married a 60-year-old who's, hold on, I don't know what exactly has happened there.
And it said she's never had a job her entire life.
So you're going to inherit that. I got my uncle's ashes passed down to me, and it's the one I don't even like. Still debating what to do with them. Any ideas?
Oh, my goodness.
Set him free. Where was his favorite place? Take the ashes to that place.
Yeah.
Set him free.
Although he did say it's an uncle he doesn't like.
I mean, but like this is
it's their dying wish.
Let it go. So this is you letting it go. Let that go, too. And just set them free. Set them free in the ocean or something. Go take a cruise.
By the way, that part of the text you were reading, that person went on and said that she has like 1 million grandchildren and 5 kids of her own and said bye-bye to my son's college fund.
Oh, no.
So
it was a good run.
It's not all good, but
it started out all right.
Yeah.
Dad got married, I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then the story from there on.
If you're ever thinking about getting a divorce with kids, you need to talk to Choppy, because he showed us some shocking figures about what that's going to set you back. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our NFL Draft Focus continues with a breakdown of Kenyon Sadiq and Avion Terrell next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the KRL Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. While Broadus is arriving in Indy for the Combine, you've already got Bobby Belt there. Sean and RJ will be arriving there later today to do their shows out there. So we got all kinds of stuff covered out at the Combine. Back here, we continue our NFL draft focus. Who are we focusing in on today?
It will be Avion Terrell and Kenyon Sadiq. But before we dive into that, I did want to add a little conversation because
it's about how much money you make.
All right, somebody said they have an investment opportunity for us on the fan text. And then they said, just need to know what's your current salary before taxes.
Yeah.
Kevin responded, I'm making S ton of money. Don't worry about that, and signed it as me.
Which I don't think I've ever done before.
I think what's going to end up happening now is we're just going to end up having a very vicious battle of texting back the worst things possible and signing it as the other person. And
that's going to get us a meeting.
I think the more important thing is we should just be signing it as Alec. And so that's really going to drive his personality, his persona, and we can create the new character, Alec Medford. Also, have you come up with the shirts Medfordplex yet? Because I still think that's a very important. I think about that way too much. When I'm driving around, I'll be like, driving around the Medfordplex, and I'm like, that dude needs to make this a book.
Yes.
Dude, if we do a remote soon, I'm showing up with Medfordplex t-shirts.
There we go.
I will make it happen.
And also, I'll stand firm. That was a positive text.
Yeah.
It's talking about your wealth.
It's not true, but I appreciate you responding. Just know that person that got that text. It's not true. All right, so our friend Dane Brugler posted yesterday. I kind of hinted at this, but he posted his list of the 21 players that he can't wait to see at the scouting combine.
Okay.
And I wanted to point out a few because there's some players that we have brought up.
Ooh.
Player number 1, I know Carnell Tate. Everybody's very excited to see Carnell Tate. Player number 2, Dylan Thieneman.
Oh,
the safety out of Oregon that I think that both of us are very excited about. He did bring up Jermon McCoy. Jermon McCoy also on the list. One name that I'm looking forward to right now, Jack Kelly, linebacker out of BYU.
Okay.
I'm going to write that one down, and I need to go watch him because this dude has some very interesting traits that I want to find out. And then another one named Jake Goldbay, linebacker out of Cincinnati. 6'4", 240-pound frame. And Kevin, he is on Bruce Feldman's freak list.
Oh, okay.
For his 1 point.
Which, as we pointed out, can have some really top-notch players.
He's got a 1.54 second 10-yard split.
Okay.
A 4.24 shuttle, a 10.7 broad jump, and a 36-inch vertical at 6'4", 240.
Oh, wow.
So,
Man.
Yeah, this dude is a linebacker who...
Those are some wide receiver numbers kind of right there.
Yeah, so and that's one of those body types that people are just going to froth at the mouth over when they see him in the tight shorts and shirt. They're going to be very excited. So I just wanted to throw out a couple of these names we've already discussed, we've already talked about, but there's a number of other ones that I think are interesting players you could find in other rounds. Akeem Mesidor also, he said, often labeled the other Miami pass rusher. Mesidor played his way out of Bain's shadow this season, but scouts are eager to see his testing numbers. Mesidor's had multiple injuries on his feet, so medicals are important. So there you go.
For sure. And if you could play your way, by the way, even adjacent to Bain's shadow, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, and I think one of the other positives is your coach, not your head coach, your position coach is a Hall of Fame defensive end.
Right.
Jason Taylor knows how to get to the quarterback. And I think that has something to do with when they go, they're going to be asking him, obviously, Mesidor questions and Bain questions during this run of the combine. But when they pick up that phone and they call Jason Taylor, don't you think that name, that voice carries weight with it?
Sure.
Yes, these guys are ready for the NFL. Not because I need a job in the NFL.
Yeah.
I have a great job at Miami, but and not just because I want my guys to go on. I would hope that that guy is giving me legit information because I can go back to that well over and over and over.
And how many people do you think there are in the NFL who, when they hear from somebody specifically like that, they're like, that's as good of a recommendation as I can get? It's from somebody who, Hall of Famer, knows what it takes at that position to excel. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so that's where we're looking right there. So I just wanted to throw that out there, Alec. I think we're going to have to take note of that list. And start going and checking in on
if there's anybody we've missed,
some lower round picks because dude, that's where once we get after the first round, which I think we've done everything we can to make sure we have everybody that could be there at 12 or 20. I think we're already done with that. Now we got to go find some players that are going to be where we might be picking after that, or who knows, maybe they surprise us and collect more picks.
I would not hate that
Some
at
way,
all.
shape, or so you want to trade George Pickens for picks is what you're saying.
I would rather trade the picks we have for more picks.
You hate our picks.
Oh, look. Okay, you know what? Here's a hot take. I'm just going to throw it out there. I would rather trade George Pickens than have him play in the franchise tag this year. That's my hot take. Make a long-term agreement or move on.
You would rather have him on a long-term deal than trade him?
Correct. Yeah, so the hierarchy goes like this. Long-term deal with George Pickens that gets done in the next week and a half before free agency, maybe 2 weeks, before free agency really starts. If you cannot do that, trade him. Third option, let him play in the franchise tag. That is my hierarchy of desire for, I'm going to stop right there because that almost sounded really bad, for the outcomes of the George Pickens situation.
Have you ever wanted a player to play in the franchise tag?
Yes, it was son of a gun.
Dak.
No. Oh my gosh, this is gonna piss me off. It was DeMarcus Lawrence. It was DeMarcus Lawrence, because you had seen the flashes that you're like, holy crap, this dude could be awesome. But there have also been injury concerns.
Yeah.
And so I did want him to play on the franchise tag because I was like, hey, give me a clean season or clean-ish season. Like, let's go. Full-on, long-term deal and everything like that. I don't think you have that same concern. Well, you don't have that same concern from an injury perspective with Pickens. I know some people are worried about attitude and all of that. I think he brought you a pretty damn good attitude this year. So I hate the idea because of the way the salary cap works. I hate the idea of sitting with a chunk of $28 million that you can't do anything about. Like, that's probably what Micah's cap hit would have been with a contract extension, $28 million. And he's making, $45 million? That's how big of a deal it is when you can't move any of those numbers. So I do not want that to happen.
Somebody said trade Pickens for picks. Go get Alec Pierce and draft defense. I like that in theory. I think Alec Pierce is a really good deep threat. I want him. The slant was such a weapon with Pickens. Right. That's the only reason. And then somebody said Hierarchy of Desire sounds like an album for progressive rock band.
Prog rock, as they like to say. And look, I just disagree with this person. I am really sorry. I did not mean to hijack your segment. Brother Kevin, you cannot trade George Pickens under any circumstance. I just don't agree with that. I want him to be here, and the trade I would love to make is obviously for another first rounder if you had to. I am more against the idea of letting somebody play on the rookie option or the franchise tag because you just can't manipulate that money in any way. And I think that's a huge albatross towards what we're trying to do in free agency. And I understand negotiations are complicated, but I really, really think the Cowboys need to get this done in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and start with Kenyon Sadiq because this dude is exciting to watch. However, let me go ahead and preface this with sometimes he doesn't catch the football that you want him to catch.
Okay.
He'll make some outrageous catches, and then sometimes you're like, hey, why didn't you catch that easy one right there?
Right.
And that's a very frustrating thing because a dude with this kind of talent, this kind of explosiveness, this is where you're like, you can be something. So I wanted to set it with that. Understand when you look at production, there might be some limitations there that might be better. He might be able to solve it. Maybe he can work on some of these things on catching these balls without turning his head and trying to take off upfield a little too soon. Leave that asleep now. This dude is, I have him down as Jake Ferguson, but faster and more explosive. He will lower his shoulder and put it right through you. He will run over you. He will also finesse his way around you and go catch the ball up in the sky. He is a fantastic deep threat. Body type kind of looks like A.J. Brown, where I'm like, is he a receiver? What exactly is this guy? Because tight end, physical build, 6'3", 245, like he is built, and he's an athletic freak too. And so this is the type of tight end that I wish the Cowboys needed a tight end.
Yeah.
Because this guy is probably going to be a perennial all-pro tight end for somebody out there. Alec, that's where I'll leave it to you.
Intriguing.
Just to kind of define how he is physically, how he looks, how he's built, I don't remember if I came up with this or if a friend did when we were watching one of his games live. If you think of like any mainstream artist right now, musician, think of their bodyguards that are following them into buildings and stuff. Like think of like SZA or The Weeknd. They have these like 6'5" massive humans wearing all black that are terrifying, and they don't need guns because they have two of them called their biceps. Like that is Kenyon Sadiq. He is absurd. Athletic freak. I think he's what the league is going to hope the tight end position transitions into. Like, he's the future of the tight end position, the more athletic guy that can run any route you ask him to. That's why Corey's right when he says, is this guy a receiver? Because he has a receiver route tree. He is that athletic. He is that twitchy. He gets in and out of his breaks like a receiver, like an A.J. Brown type. If you want to talk about the connection that Dak and Jake Ferguson had with the seam, this is a guy that he is going to vandalize the seam in NFL games. He is going to be a nightmare for linebackers to cover because he is just faster than most people over the middle of the field. Again, Corey mentioned he might not catch every football that you want him to. As a run blocker, he needs a little bit more refinement because defensive ends will beat him every now and then. He gives up leverage in the run game, which is an issue, but it's not anything that he can't fix because, again, he is stronger than most people he's going to line up in front of.
And he can fix it with a touchdown. You know, like he'll be like, I'll just go catch a touchdown instead of blocking that defensive end right there. And I think that the other thing, as you're talking about there, it's going to give defensive coordinators a fit. If, let's say, you put him with a Pickens. That safety is confused now. He's like, which one of these guys do I cover? You send both of those guys deep, and it's just you wreck somebody's day. And so, like, this is I don't think the Cowboys are going to want to pursue him because they have other needs.
Right.
Lots of defensive needs. But, Alec, you brought up a very fun game. What offense would you like to see this guy in? And I think that there's just so many fun offenses that he would fit into that like to throw the ball around. Alec, you said Bucks, Rams. Then he threw the Niners in there.
Ooh, yeah. I could see the Rams and the Niners for sure.
Yeah, because remember, the Rams are the first team in NFL history to ever use 3 tight ends at the same time.
They love it.
Yeah, they love doing that. And, you know, Sean McVay is the forefather of that, I've been told. So, yeah, I think the 49ers make a ton of sense just because George Kittle, he's going to be out for pretty much the entire season, I would imagine. As long as they move that power plant away from the facility or move a facility to a new facility.
Still under investigation.
Yeah, any offense that involves the tight end as a receiver, not an inline blocker all the time. If you want to split them out wide, you can do that. So any of those creative offensive masterminds that like to ask people to move out of position, he's going to thrive in.
Dude, the Bears already have a really good tight end. Somebody said the Lions would be a great place. Kansas City would be a great. Actually, Kansas City's a fantastic fit. Now that I think of that, and considering what Andy Reid's been able to do with the tight end over his entire career too, I threw the Eagles in as a conversation. If they're going to move on from A.J. Brown, Alec punched me and said never talk about the Eagles again. And I was like, oh, you got a good point. I shouldn't bring that up.
Nick didn't help you with that.
And here's the thing that's happening now. So he's hyped up like Kyle Pitts. Everyone said all this about Kyle Pitts. It's unfortunate that Kyle Pitts did not turn out. That is true. I would say, I always tell people this when they ask anything about any of the players we're talking about. Go watch the film yourself. And when you watch the film yourself, tell me what you think. Because right now, I don't get hyped up about certain people like this. The athleticism, the build. If he can snatch the ball out of the sky more frequently, he's going to be a very fun receiver, a tight end for somebody.
All right, well, we will pick up on the other one tomorrow, but thank you, gentlemen, as always, very much for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus somebody paid how much for a card of who? Next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Bar.
Oh, 877-881-1053.
Does it help that he was looking at the label to see if he could give you more specific?
RX Bar.
I appreciate that. He just wasn't as enthusiastic as raisins like we got yesterday. And
raisins?
Yeah, but I'll take it.
What about raisins?
Ooh. Should do prunes next.
And dates.
That's right. And speaking of dates, I did send the date story to Brandon Hurtado. He got a good laugh out of it.
Nice.
He got a good laugh out of it. That's still one of my favorite stories ever. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, somebody paid how much for a card of who in 2026? We'll get to that here in just a little bit. Guys, we go to the National Day calendar where today is basically Kevin's day.
It's National Trading Card Day!
That's right. Woo! So that's what the question of the day is going to be focused on today. The question of the day, what is your sports prized possession? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. I will let you ponder. It could be a ticket stub from one of your favorite memories. It could be something autographed. It could be a piece of game-used memorabilia. Your sports prized possession.
I have a question for you, Alec.
I have an answer, I hope.
How much money do you think I could spend on National Trading Card Day before it was problematic with my wife?
Ooh, that's tough.
$600?
Yeah, because the going rate of any wax products right now is just pretty much absurd.
True.
So you could justify just one box, just one hobby box. That's all I need.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, it's a $600 hobby box. You know?
Yeah, it is tough, and I know people will say it's the hobby. We might need to change that terminology.
Yeah, it's a hobby.
Yeah, or not even hobby. I think you should take that part out of it.
It's an investment.
Yeah, like
it's a club at this point.
I just don't know. Maybe all the hobbies, you're like, yeah, I want to make this model airplane, $600. That feels not right, but to be fair, I've not priced model airplanes in a long time.
I haven't at all, so I'm impressed that you haven't in a long time. While you ponder your sports,
you can get a good one for $10.95.
Hey.
JetBlue, Airbus.
There, well, once they complete that investigation,
the Southwest ones are $84. I got you. I see where you're going with that.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Then
maybe I'll have to make a run to Michael's after the show and just build a model plane because it's cheaper than the sports card hobby right now.
Hey, man, if anybody can get an endorsement from Michael's, I think it could be you. There's been multiple Michael's references in the past year.
There have been for many different reasons. It's kind of odd. There's a lot of great holidays today, which made landing on sports card day, or a trading card day rather, that much more difficult. Today is National Tortilla Chip Day.
Oh. How can I ask a question? But maybe Corey should ask a question. You feel like you're pondering or concerned.
I like tortilla chips.
How much difference do you think there is?
I don't love Tostitos.
Oh, well then a lot.
But I do love the Julios.
Yes, those
tortilla
are so
chips.
good.
They're seasoned. They have a little seasoning on them. It's lovely. It's wonderful.
It's amazing.
See, I think I've always thought that tortilla chips don't have a big variance because I just use them as a vessel for dipping.
That's right.
And so I can't say I have like a favorite.
What do you dip them in? Queso? Nothing else? Salsa?
No.
You don't even dip it in salsa and like knock off all the tomato-y stuff? You just...
No.
Wow.
That doesn't impact the fact that you can do it. I just don't.
I want you to enjoy life to its fullest.
Okay.
And it seems like you've limited yourself.
Hey, you know what I will say? Because they are friends of the program. Taco Bueno salsa. It is not super chunky. I feel it's a good introduction to salsa. It's actually the first one whenever I was a kid and I would not eat anything. That was the first one I tried. I was like, oh, this stuff's kind of good.
I love that Alec has given you baby steps to get into.
No, because trust me, I was at that point where I would eat nothing.
Are there any other spots in your life where you look for the same descriptor?
It's also National Steak Burger Day.
Oh yeah, Corey's idea.
Was that?
No, that was a steak milkshake.
Oh yeah, the steak shakes,
protein drink.
Yeah, steak shakes were amazing.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to come up with that idea. They're going to have. I don't have that much time on my hands. I got to get these books launched.
Exactly.
Look at you. And not just a national day, a world day. It is World Bartender Day. Shout out to the bartenders.
Corey was a bartender.
That's right.
Bartenders, listen. It was an awesome job. If you can do it while in college, enjoy. That is one of the most fun jobs. I was able to talk to people about sports all day. And other stuff also. I was able to serve up drinks. People always wanted to buy you a drink too because you're the bartender that's cool. And you're like, I can drink all this for free if I want. But
did you ever just charge them for it and not do the drink?
No.
Okay.
No, but I would put drinks on other people's tabs.
I've heard
if they
that
needed.
in your face, University Park.
It was
kids.
my way of creating its karma,
Oh,
so
like, did somebody have to act bad to get? Okay,
yeah, I didn't just do it.
All
like
right.
if they acted snotty,
they
got the potty.
Huh?
I don't know if that's a.
I don't either. But
you know what I'm saying.
Phrase.
All that accomplished was making me miss the college bar scene. That was always fun. Running the bars on Division Street in Arlington at UTA. Yeah, it was good times. Good times. Yeah. And today, a birthday to throw out there. Floyd Mayweather Jr. Today is his birthday.
Bro.
Very topical.
So, I was going to bring this up.
I can't believe we finally get this fight.
I was going to bring up yesterday the absurdity of it was Floyd Mayweather prepared us for this. He said after his exhibition match with Mike Tyson, he was going to really start boxing again. And I was going to bring it up yesterday. We just didn't have time. And I was like, meh. And then you're like, first ever fight in the Sphere. It's the rematch between Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. A fight that was 4 or 5 years too late when it happened the first time is now happening 11 years later. I get it. Money is nice. Mm-hmm. If I was Manny Pacquiao or maybe Floyd Mayweather, I do not believe I would turn that payday down either. And combat sports events in the Sphere look really cool.
Yeah, that's where I'm the problem here. I'm one of the many people that allows these things to happen.
You're gonna watch it?
I'm going to watch.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch every second of it. Plus, I just love anything that happens in or at the Sphere. I just think the presentation is awesome. So the fight, probably going to be miserable.
Did you see, though, it's not an exhibition.
Yeah.
They said it's going to be a real deal fight. So I will probably watch it for that reason, too.
More power to them. I'm watching it just because it's inside of a giant ball. That's it.
My buddy's been to the Sphere 4 times to see the Grateful Dead or Dead and Company.
Oh,
with John Mayer as the lead for them now.
Oh,
yeah, he's and I'm like, do you want to see you want to see another band? And he's like, no, this is the band I want to see there.
I get
he
it.
Loves it.
You find something you like, you stick with it.
I kind of like it, not gonna lie. So the question of the day for National Trading Card Day: what is your sports prized possession?
So I have a Bob Lilly autographed rookie card that I just love. But also, we did a story on a local hockey team years and years ago about them all shaving their head and donating the hair for one of the sisters on the team. One of the players' sisters had cancer and wrote the story. Turned out lovely, and all of the players gave me like an autograph stick or like a mini stick, and it was nice.
That's really cool. Nice. That's really awesome.
So like the monetary value, don't care. Like I just really enjoy it.
Yeah, I think that's I might have something that's worth something somewhere.
Sure.
I might have, out of all the cards I do have, there might be one card that you're like, that's a nice piece right there. I think the ones I've purchased, it's the Magic Johnson-Larry Bird combo that I got in Mansfield, where I was like, Kevin, do you think this is a good price? And you were like,
Roadshow.
Yes. And I was like, okay. And I got it for a sweet deal. And they're up in value, by the way, so I'm good there.
Yeah, I mean, look, it feels tough to invest in those two and be like, I don't know. Like, it feels like their place in basketball history is pretty secure.
I didn't have anything of either of those two that was significant. And I was like, this is, like, those two are my memories of learning basketball. But it's the Will Clark autographed baseball card, baseball and baseball card set that Kevin gave me for Christmas one year.
I got that for him because
it's my player. I love that guy, and I don't have any autographed baseballs. That's the only autographed baseball I have, so I love it.
And it's those kind of things that, like, you know, Alec, like you're kind of getting at. They take out outsized value, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe somebody would give you $60 for that, but you're like, there's no way I would never sell it for $60.
Yeah, those are my favorite because for the longest, and I just now, I think, finally put it away in a box somewhere off of my desk, was the first baseball I ever got signed, like, in person, was Jeff Bannister.
Oh,
like,
okay,
you know, so I'm like, it just had sentimental value.
For
it's
sure.
Like, am I the biggest Jeff Bannister fan on the planet? Probably not. I bet his family is. But
that makes sense.
Like, it was the first baseball it was a game-used ball that I got signed. So I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. I finally got somebody to sign something at a game, you know? So, and I just now put it away, and Derek Holland might have gave me a little bit of a look whenever I told him that was sitting on my desk still. So,
Brandon has an autographed baseball from Dirk that he got at his charity baseball event, and he just loved it.
That's one of my favorite stories because we all know Dirk the way we know, like we think that he's just a wonder. But you said that Brandon stuck around, and every single person that was out there waiting, Dirk signed for.
There was an astonishing amount of people, and I would have thought he'd been like, auto, gotta go.
Yeah.
But no, he just, and with the baseball, he's like, yeah, throw it down. And so, like, he was actively going out of his way to fulfill these autographs, and that's like reason 8 million that he's the best.
901 asks, can you get pennants graded and slabbed because they have a 96 team signed Avalanche pennant?
I'm sure you can. I don't know if I've seen a graded pennant, but I bet you can because they've really upped the game on like tickets being slabbed and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another thing. Sorry, I already gave my answer. If I can give a bonus answer, I have a pair of 1959 World Series tickets that my grandparents gave me because they went when the White Sox were in the World Series at Old Comiskey, and that was the last time the White Sox had been to the World Series since the 05 one.
Was that when they cheated?
No. Man, if that was from the Black Sox thing, sorry, Grandma and Grandpa, I'm going to sell those. But yeah, so I think those are really cool, and the artwork on them is super neat as well.
See, from the 940, a Nolan Ryan signed baseball. From the 214, Jason Kidd autographed rookie card. That's awesome.
Oh, I love that.
Jason Kidd, one of my favorite basketball players ever, so that's on my list of things I want to get as a rookie card. But yeah, I loved his game growing up when I thought I was going to be tall enough to play basketball. From another 214, a signed Mickey Mantle ball given to me by my father-in-law at my wedding.
What?
You better stay married. That is an awesome gift.
Yeah, because you don't want to lose it in the divorce.
Yeah, which I learned can be very costly.
Dude, that rocked me this morning.
And this also rocked me. Thank you for the transition, Kevin. Somebody paid through Fanatics Connect.
That's a different website.
Yeah, that probably is. Fanatics Collect announced that they sold a one-of-one green Kaboom, which, you know, super sought-after card.
And Kabooms are awesome.
Kabooms are so cool. But it was graded a 9.5 by BGS, so very solid grade. It's a rookie card from 2018. The NFL. You can start thinking about the 2018 NFL draft class. And there's some big names in that draft class. You know, you could think of
Saquon,
Baker Mayfield even. But how about Josh Rosen.
What?
A rookie green Kaboom 1 of 1 of Josh Rosen graded a 9.5 was sold in 2026 just this week for $26,400 on Fanatics Collect.
Shut
Dude,
this is the new.
He threw 12 touchdowns and 21 interceptions. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
that's not good.
This is the new all-time record price for any Josh Rosen card.
Sure, by $25,000?
5 times higher than the previous card.
Okay.
And the reason it sold for this high, the winner of the auction said that he is now at the halfway point in a quest to track down all 50 of the green Kaboom cards
all right.
that are part of the 2018 Kaboom set.
Why?
So he's trying to get every single one of one.
Okay, I thought
from
you
that
were.
set.
Sorry, for half a second, I thought you were saying he was trying to collect every Kaboom of Josh Rosen. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand.
So that now he has reached 25 of them. That is his 25th of 50 one-of-one green Kabooms from the 2018 set. So he's already got a lot and probably invested a ton of money. But that much money, $26,400 for a Josh Rosen card in 2026.
That
Is that legal?
I guess
Dude,
so.
out of that draft, Josh Allen has the most rushing touchdowns. Saquon Barkley has 55. Josh Allen has 79.
So weird.
Nick Chubb has 54. So he's one behind Barkley. He got drafted in the second round.
And Sam Darnold won the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Usually I hate it when people are like, you could sell something for whatever somebody values it at. But in this case, that is spot on. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the deepest and weakest positions in the upcoming NFL draft and free agency. Next, right here on The Fan.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 through 2025.
Warren under pressure, and he throws an interception. Caleb Downs.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and don't skip leg day.
Ooh. The Ravens say they have made a, quote, market-setting offer to Tyler Linderbaum, the center and the number, kind of depending on where you look, 2 or 3 potential free agent on the market. And so we will see if they get that deal done, but it feels like it is definitely moving in that direction.
I like what you just said there because I have seen lists that had him at 2.
Yeah.
I've seen lists that have him at 3. I always just kind of, maybe this is MLB.com lists, Fangraphs, like we put those all together, right?
Yes.
And we kind of take all the information from all over the world.
It's like a composite.
There was a guy that once said, read the left and read the right, and that way you can figure out what you actually think.
Sure.
And I think that same way when it comes to lists like this, I put him at the 2-3 range as well.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. Now, let's talk about the New York Giants and their faux GM. He said, because of course there's lots of reports when John Harbaugh got hired, that he would report directly to the owner, and so people were like, so really you outrank the GM. Well, their GM came out today and said, I'm still the general manager of the team and my role has not changed. I'm still tasked with leading the entire football operation. This is not an overreaction or reality, but do you think that Harbaugh actually surpasses him on the chain of command?
Yes.
I think I do too.
I really do.
Yeah.
This is he got the job and told them he already felt that way anyway, and still got the job.
Right.
So yes, I absolutely feel that way.
Now let's go. Yes, to Corey.
Calvin Watkins an hour ago said Tyler Smith had a cleanup procedure on his right knee.
How's he going to be our left half?
Several Cowboys players underwent off-season surgeries.
And I feel like that happens.
Expect full recoveries before camp or off-season program.
I feel like that happens most every year for most every team because football is freaking brutal.
We were nervous there for a second, though.
I was okay. Because I feel like you would have flagged me down with much more intensity right there. All right, let's talk about the Houston Texans. Nick Caserio was asked about the idea that C.J. Stroud might not be with the team after this year. He said that is, quote, moronic, and the quarterback is not going anywhere.
Why?
Because they think he's good, that playoff game notwithstanding, and they...
the whole playoff.
Yeah, that's fair. And they can give him an extension this offseason. Perhaps they should wait 1 year on that.
What do you mean? Because of the playoff situation?
Yeah, and some of the regular season.
Isn't it wild? This doesn't make sense to me. His rookie season was spectacular.
Yes.
Like, we were like, oh, crap, Hall of Fame, let's go. Then his defense gets better.
Yes.
And he gets worse. And we see this happen a lot.
That is odd.
You'll be like, oh, man, that defense, that quarterback could just play. And you're like, how is this happening? But yes, so good luck to C.J. Stroud.
Now, if you combine free agency and the draft, what is the strongest position for available talent this offseason, and which one is the weakest?
I'm going to say cornerback.
Ooh, cornerback.
Except for we did take Bland off the market, so.
Is number 3 on the list. It's a good year to need a slot corner. It's a bad year to need an outside corner with size. Is there any part of you that feels like more and more corners are just a touch shorter, and that's becoming maybe more normalized for some teams?
Dude, there's a corner in the draft that's 5'8" and a quarter, and everybody's like, "Yeah, we get that, but," and I'm like, "No." What Broadus would say about that is he better walk on water.
Okay.
You know, he better be a dude that, like, you can't touch him, because if you're going to have him at that size, and occasionally you'll find a player in the NFL that has that size, but Kevin, it's a reality that with receivers being the size they are, you kind of have to figure that out, because they'll body you and get in the way. So I understand what you're saying, and it is because of the speed and the sticky factor, and those things matter.
Now, above cornerback in the hierarchy of talent, interior offensive line, and number one on the list, edge rusher. Now, I like this breakdown from ESPN. Good year to need any sort of edge rusher at all. Bad year to need a truly elite dude, unless you're willing to send 2 first-rounders for Max Crosby.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
On the other end of the talent spectrum, the last position is quarterback. It's a good year to need Fernando Mendoza. It's a bad year to need anyone else.
Oh, man, that's not good.
But
I mean, for us, it's fine. Actually, it's not good for us either.
Ty Simpson.
It's not good for us.
Because you would want to run on quarterbacks to push down the players that you would actually consider
You want
drafting.
a 3-quarterback first top 10,
agree with that.
And this isn't the place to be able to find that, especially when you're picking at 12.
Do you think there's any way that quarterback fever could put Ty Simpson in that area? I know it sounds absurd, but Ryan Tannehill exists.
Yeah, and then the Jets are...
the Jets exist also. That's a good point. That sounds like a yes.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that. Maybe. Maybe.
All right.
But I think people are afraid of quarterbacks like him.
Okay. The Lions are going to play an international game in 2026 in Germany. And you know what? I might pick back up with that with another question in NFL overreaction or reality. Zach Ertz said he plans to play next year, and he expects to be cleared from his torn ACL around week 1.
Really?
So he said.
Wow.
Don't you feel like players are always ahead of the actual timeline?
Yeah, but it's the, like, you're at a point where your age is depicting a lot of things. He's still good tight end.
Yes.
He's not great, but he's still good. And then his wife is a dominant soccer player with lots of medals. So I wonder if that's another factor of that's just what we do. We compete. We're competitive. I've seen her in this part of this stage of her career. I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
I don't know. Bradley Bozeman, the Chargers center, is retiring. Stephen Jones said, we haven't gotten to the point where we can agree on a Brandon Aubrey extension. I'm assuming that's yet. And then the NFL said they're thinking about letting replay officials throw flags.
I love it.
Do you?
Yes.
Why?
So we can get it right. Now, these flags are going to be thrown
for
in
non-football acts. So, like, if there's some pushing and shoving afterwards.
I felt like I was doing that Saturday Night Live bit where you talk and I just kind of talk and go, hopefully I get it right. Yeah, the Diggs hit that didn't get called.
Right.
That one I think they can be like, hey, we should throw a flag on this. Y'all didn't see it. They're the eyes in the sky. Let them do that part of the job, but also write down the limitations of what you actually do need to come up with the rules. And I think that's what Troy Vincent said was they were still coming up with the verbiage on to detail what their role would be.
Are you worried at all? That's the verbiage for now.
No, because I know how things are. Once they take some rights away, they continue to take more rights away. But why would they ever give those rights back? Except they did it with pass interference and replay. Okay. Remember they were like, hey, we're going to start making this, we're going to review it. And they were like, screw that. This is stupid. Why do we ever do that in the first place? And they're like, oh, yeah, that whole Saints and Rams situation. That's why.
Okay, well, man, I think I've become now more intrigued by this entire idea. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, will the Rangers have a top 5 starting rotation this season? Next on the Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to get to the Texas Rangers. Will they have a top 5 rotation in all of baseball this year? But first, I want to go to Corey for not my favorite update ever.
Broderick Fox is a possibility for tomorrow.
Nope, get to the one.
Rope Hintz is unlikely for tomorrow due to illness. Glenn Gulletson has spoken, and Mikko Rantanen is out for at least 2 weeks, possibly longer.
And then the last part that you said when he goes, but it's not season ending.
It's not season ending.
All right, that doesn't make me feel that much
Jake
better.
Ottinger won't start tomorrow.
Well, that was always the plan. You already knew that. We talked about that yesterday.
That is true, yeah. It's not season ending. He'll be back before the end of the season for Mikko Rantanen, according to Glenn Gulletson, but he will miss at least 2 weeks, possibly longer. That's a bit of a concern. Like that's your superstar. That's your dude right there, and you kind of want that to go. But is this team good enough to withstand that?
Yeah.
This isn't like it's Corey Seager and we're done.
Yeah, no, I think this team is good enough. You just hate the idea of, especially in an intense divisional race that will define the Western Conference playoffs, that you're going to be without your top player, or certainly one of your top players.
Explain a little more of this to me, though. Leah Simakopoulos says, and this is why Jim Nill waited to make a trade until after the Olympics. Because we can add a player to the roster and Mikko's not on there,
I don't.
What are your needs?
He did go on injured reserve, but they're not going to put him on long-term injured reserve. Only by doing that would you have been able to take advantage of the savings, I do believe. But it gives you a clear idea of what you need. Like, you might have thought, hey, I need this one thing. Well, if one of your top guns is not going to be out there, that might kind of change your hierarchy of needs.
So go out and get like a Nate McKinnon or...
not with his sore losing attitude.
Jack Hughes.
Yeah.
Or...
But you can't afford... You still can't afford those people. But... something that's pretty
Maybe
okay.
Connor McDavid then? Like if I'm going to go for a second-tier guy.
No, and not Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans would be a great addition.
You can't afford any of the hockey players that you listed.
Okay.
And I cannot imagine them being up for trade. All right. For the Rangers, can you go ahead and give me cut number 5, please, good sir?
Glove behind the cap. Leg lifts. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Splitter in the zone. Butler unable to connect. And another strikeout for Nathan Eovaldi. That is strikeout numero 8 this evening.
By the way, love you, Jared. Glad you and the wife and the kiddo are able to spend all of this quality time together. The question we pose, will the Rangers have a top 5 starting rotation this season in Major League Baseball? My follow-up question to you, Corey, as well. Do they have to?
Yes.
Yes to both?
Yes to both, Kevin. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Repeat the question, please.
Okay, come on. Will the Rangers have a top 5 starting rotation this season?
Yes.
And do they have to?
Yes. I already said yes to both of those. I do think they will have a top 5.
Okay.
Because I think of now how much both of those top 5 or top 2 pitchers pitch. I have a question. DeGrom, I'm glad we got to see a full season of health from him last year. Is he still the DeGrominator that we've all known and loved? Have we ever actually truly seen an extended period of time of him being that as a Ranger? I don't know. I know we've seen spells where like this, that dude is dominant. And maybe it's because he is so good, has been so good in his career. They're just like, it's tough to be that good all the time, and he makes it look easy. He really does. Eovaldi, since he's been here, has spells in a season where he just wears down.
Yeah.
That is just how it is, and if you want him for a playoff run, you kind of have to deal with that because I'll be honest, I don't know if there's any other pitcher I'd want. That pitcher right there, I'll take into above almost everybody out there when it comes to a playoff scenario. And I know you're like, but hold on, what about Scooble? What about Skeens?
No, I understand.
If all these proven.
Yeah.
Jack Leiter had a couple innings yesterday. Gave up, I think he struck out one, had a walk, had a hit, given up. That was it. Nice work, Jack Leiter. I feel like he's making that progress to the next phase. And then Mackenzie Gore, we'll see. We'll see on him.
Right.
But I have high expectations for him. Now, here's my thing. And I think a lot of Rangers fans out there are kind of in the same place with this. Maddox is gone.
Yeah.
Maddox was definitely a key
for sure
to the success that you had you've had the entire time.
How much did he teach Teagues?
Right.
How much do you believe in Teagues already?
And that's what is because I feel like Maddox's entire approach is just throw the ball low. Keep throwing the ball low, and we'll be fine. Stay at the bottom of the strike zone, unless you need to get a guy off balance, then throw high and at his face. Don't hit him in the face; just throw near it. That seems to be the approach they had. Well, you didn't get shelled too often, and that's a good thing if you can execute those pitches. So I am kind of curious as to where the approach is going to be. What's the main factors of what Teagues has? So I'm excited though. You have talented pitchers there.
Now, CBS Sports agrees with you for the most part. They have their top rotations looking a little something like this. Let's go all the way up to number one. Hey, guess what? It's the Dodgers. Then
who do they even have?
Everybody, all of them. And especially because Shohei's like, I'm really ahead of progress from last year. Boston Red Sox are second. The Tigers are third. But then the Texas Rangers are fourth. Now, CBS has some trepidation about the Rangers starting rotation, despite putting them at number 4. And it says the Rangers have a lot of talent along with a good number of questions. Jacob deGrom, he's as talented as anybody, but he barely pitched for 4 years, and then he came back last year and threw 172 innings. How will he hold up at age 38? Nathan Eovaldi. Yeah, Nathan Eovaldi. Pretty much exactly what you just said. Had a 1.73 ERA last year, but a shoulder injury ended his season, and now he's 36. Mackenzie Gore was an all-star for the Nationals, but then fell apart in the second half with a 6.75 ERA and a whip of 1.7. Look, we've talked about this. I still think that boils down to a span, and we had him on the show. 3 out of 4 starts in succession were just awful. But the rest of his second half was good. And so I know you look at the second half and you're like, it was trash. It wasn't trash. That 3-start run was trash, but the rest of it was fine. Then you got Jack Leiter, it feels like you're locked in on that. And then you go Rocker. He's had some subpar results. Latz, he only has 9 starts. Cody Bradford, he's shown flashes. He still hasn't pitched an entire season. And then Jordan Montgomery, when he comes back at the midway point, obviously he fell apart. Not before last year. And so you've got 8 guys, 4 of which I feel like you feel pretty confident, but they all have little something that we might be worried about.
And I wonder, aside from Skeens and Scooble, which Scooble, his little something has got to be his contract situation. Is it a good or bad thing?
I can see that.
It's probably a good thing because it keeps him motivated, keeps him on cue for things, but it can wear on you, and it can become an excuse at times, too. You know what? Maybe I don't want to do that today because I've done all I need to do. Josh Hamilton. So like that could be a thing. But these two things are looked at separately, although they are complementary, and that is the offense and the offense and the pitching. And they get looked at separately like, oh, man, they had great pitching this year, despite how every single pitch was terrifying. If I give up a home run here, that's game. That literally could be game.
Right.
And I think that those two things are more paired. Their success this year is going to hinge on not just this pitching, but what those bats can or cannot do.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, and that's why I asked do they have to be?
Yes, they have to.
Top 5. And I think that's the concern that we all have. But
until our offense proves to us that they can, that they don't have to be.
Look, we talked about it, and I think we'll deep dive a little bit more tomorrow. But if you can take the combination of Young, Berger, and Peterson and say you're going to get 85% of what their peak is, I think that will change a whole lot of things. Absolutely. Now, here's another bit of good news, and CBS even mentioned this. If you get kind of the upper echelon version of all of these pitchers, that gives the Rangers a chance at having the best rotation in baseball. So look back at last year. Now, I realize these are overall pitching stats and not just the starting rotation. Best ERA in Major League Baseball last year, Texas Rangers. They were also tied for the best whip, and that's walks and hits per innings pitch. It's just a kind of a good indicator about, hey, maybe your ERA looks good, but how do your peripherals look in 2025? And they gave up the second fewest hits. So you saw this last year, and you would argue that on paper, this could be a better rotation depending on if Jack Leiter takes another step and depending on what Mackenzie Gore looks like. But you're coming off a season in which your rotation, second fewest hits, tied for the best whip, tied for the best ERA. They did have the best pitching staff in all of Major League Baseball last year in the regular season. And you see the potential for it to be better.
Yeah.
I think the potential for it to be better, right?
Yes, the potential is a nice word there.
But the ages can make you worried. What I would really love to see, and I think we would really all love to see this is, you know what, Corey? I gave some negative potentials. What about positive potential?
Okay.
All right. Jack Leiter, he takes a similar leap from 25 to 26 that he did from 24 to 25.
Here's the leap I want to see, because I know he's got stuff.
For sure.
I know he's got velocity. The leap I want to see, this is it. This is it. Two things. One, complete emotional control from the start.
Fair.
Like, I know you get excited. You love this game, dude. It's so much fun to go stand on that mound, and it's so exciting to live up to Dad and all those things. You're a competitor. He's a competitor just like his dad, too. Figure out how to maintain that quality of emotional control immediately, and then get past 6 innings.
Fair.
Because the third...
I bet he would say that, too.
Yes, third time through the rotation. And you know what? We've had very good luck tracking down Jack Leiter at spring training.
Yep.
It seems like he's always willing to talk to us. I think I need to go do a painting for him. And
that's right.
But we've always had good luck talking to him. He's really kind with his time to us. I think that could be a fair question to ask him. Hey, are these 2 reasonable goals for you this year? And because I think that him saying I can get through a third time in the rotation would be a huge thing for this coaching staff.
Yes, lineup. I definitely get you right there. Mackenzie Gore replicates the first half of last year. Remember, he had an ERA of just about 3 and 138 strikeouts and 110 in a third inning. And then Kumar Rocker, we talked about it. 14 starts, 10 that'll totally work for you, 4 that were god-awful. If you can cut that in half, I know you said to 0, but if you can cut those down, if Jacob Latch shows that he can be a consistent starting pitcher with more opportunity, maybe Cody Bradford is ready to go in May. Maybe Jordan Montgomery is ready to give a big giant middle finger to the Diamondbacks for the second time in his career and really show what he can do. There are positive possibilities as well. So I don't want to just dwell on the
Who's the one pitcher that is kind of in that 4 to past range that you're like, I really want it for them the most?
I think it's Jacob Latz. I really do, man. Like, I know last year ended up being like a very mediocre season, but man, more often than not, when you needed him, especially on short notice, he's like, I got it.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think it's him.
Yeah. That one, obviously for me, like, I want Rocker to send to take over Evaldi's spot. And Evaldi be like, there was nothing else I could do but just get out of the way for this guy.
But now he's a third pitcher. Yeah, that'd be freaking awesome. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Let's do that right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll do some NFL overreaction or reality, plus our final brand new Olympic segment, Sled Poets Society. Next, right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on.
Center, DeMercado behind him, fakes it to him, back to throw, buried. That's Ezeraku with his second sack, and he's been pushing the pocket all night, and he dominated on that play.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for NFL overreaction or reality. And because we played that highlight, I'm going to start with perhaps one of the bigger questions of the day or statements of the day. Overreaction or reality? You trust the Dallas Cowboys drafting defensive players? This is a refrain we get on the fan text all the time. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. So you got Deron Bland, of course. In the last 5 drafts, you also picked up, even if they're not here anymore, Micah Parsons, Osa, DeMarvion Overshone, and people like Revel and Ezeraku that they seem to be high on.
Revel, we knew was going to take some time. Ezeraku was good.
I agree.
Bobby did lose his hair because he thought it would be better.
Oh.
Because it takes time.
That's a good point.
For those guys, no matter how high they were drafted.
Maybe he wasn't that great.
He was all right. He was good. Shamar James, Kalen Carson. I don't.
Oh.
I trust them taking offensive linemen. There are some, when Dan Quinn was here, they did have a very defined idea of what they wanted on a lot of things. It still didn't, they got Micah and Osa. Those were nice players.
Right.
Nashawn Wright has turned out to be nice. Interesting. Jabril Cox, Quentin Bohanna, Mukwamu, guys that just couldn't find the field. So, no, I don't right now. I need to see them nail one of those that just really stands out.
Okay.
Because who stands out right now?
Would you say Osa, Bland, and Micah?
Osa doesn't stand out. Osa does play, though.
Okay, he does play.
Bland has a very unique skill, and Parker talked about that. He was like, that dude has a knack for getting the ball. We're going to work on all the other aspects of it, too. So that's... I think that there are some really good players. They got to be on the field. Overshone's not on the field. He could be an electric player.
Do you think they need to draft more Michigan players?
Probably. Yeah, that's it. Maybe more Mason Grahams.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You trust the Dallas Cowboys drafting defensive players?
It's tough. I gotta say overreaction just hearing some of those names, but I do think part of it, and I'm not saying that this isn't their fault, it is the front office's fault. Part of it is the changing scheme every other year, pretty much. Let's just hope that Christian Parker is a success. He hasn't coached a single game with the team yet. But if he stays here for, let's say, 3 years, if that's a thing, then I think at the end of those 3 years, you say, you know what? They got a couple players because they finally have an identity. And even with Dan Quinn, there was always the lingering thought of, well, he's going to be a head coach next year, right?
Right.
And then they gave him the pay raise, and then he did leave. So we always knew that was going to be short-lived. So they did have a good defensive coordinator, but didn't have time to really prove that to him and to us. So I got to go overreaction for now, but I think a little bit of consistency within the scheme could go a long way in changing my mind.
Then I guess bonus question to go along with this, is there too much expectation from the fan base being put on Christian Parker? Because
Yes.
Yeah.
And too much expectations is a good word. There's another one because of need. Help me come up with that one, because of the failures of last year's defense.
Right.
Now it's like the load's that much heavier.
Right.
And so, and that's...
And we can like Christian Parker all you want, but if you don't get talent, well, good luck
He can only coach and scheme them up so much.
Right. No, I'm with you on that. Overreaction or reality? I got one more Cowboys one for you to kick this off. The Javonte deal was the start of a Cowboys free spending offseason.
I was driving this morning, Alec, and listening to Sean and RJ, as I do. And it was very early in the morning, so I was thinking a lot. he said bust the budget. Jerry Jones said
Right.
bust the budget. Is that, come up with a better phrase? Because they don't need to bust the budget, but they definitely do need to spend. And so, because busting the budget means you're done forever. Like, you're never going to come back from this.
Are you worried that their budget was like, we're going to spend $18 million on free agents, and so when they spend $30 million, they're like, did you see that?
We spent so much. We busted our budget.
That's what I'm worried about.
Can you come up
history?
Can you come up with a better term to deliver to Jerry so that he doesn't feel like it was a busted budget?
Yes.
Not manage appropriately, because that's still kind of staying within that $20 million range. But I want something that's like invested in value, or find something that's really makes it feel like he struck oil.
Yeah, walk the tightrope. When we went through the budget, we were
walking the tightrope.
Yeah, we were on the razor's edge.
Yeah,
but we made it work.
And the tightrope's as high as it's ever been.
Yeah. Until the next year, unfortunately, and the next year, and the next year, and the next year, and ugh. Alec?
No, I mean, that's what you should tell him. The tightrope's as high as it's ever been, Jerry, and we're going to walk that tightrope. See that? And you know what? We're making it across.
You know what? Don't you feel like that kind of folksy saying more than any data spreadsheet or whatever?
Jerry? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He's like this one right here, man after my own heart.
That's why you need to tell him about your oil well.
I do.
That's the best way to get any of this done.
Jerry, we struck oil. Now we need to walk the tightrope.
I'm in.
Together, hand in hand.
Yeah, I forgot the question. Oh, Alec, overreaction or reality? The Javonte deal was the start of a Cowboys free spending offseason.
I don't want to say reality. I don't want to, but I'm going to say reality, tongue-in-cheek to an extent. But whenever Bobby puts his thinking cap on and does his research projects, I tend to put a lot of stock into those. And the look that he gave whenever the Cowboys make a coordinator change versus the money that they spend that offseason was really intriguing to me. And the way Steven was talking at the Combine yesterday, the way Jerry has spoken, I do believe them when they say, hey, that defense was borderline historically bad, and we need a lot to fix that. And the draft is not going to supplement all of that. I feel like they know that, and I do think they're going to swing and miss on some of those key names that you think might have some sort of tie into the scheme, to Christian Parker, whatnot, or just the bigger names. They're like, hey, that would be cool. It's not super expensive. They're going to swing and miss. But I do think that they're going to bring in some names that you're like, oh, that's not a one-year rental player that we're going to forget about after a year. It's not Robert Quinn like a couple years ago. It's going to be a couple of decent names that are going to be nice, and maybe they get a Pickens deal done too.
Overreaction or reality? In the next 7 years, it will be set up so that every NFL team plays an international game each year. Because we brought up Detroit, they're going into Munich. I know this is ultimately the NFL's goal, so I'm going to set it at 7 years. Overreaction or reality? Every NFL team will play an international game every year.
I got a new idea.
Oh.
The future of this. Eventually, they're going to add it. They're going to get to 20 games for the season.
Oh,
okay. This is my goal here, Kevin. We're going to get to 20 games, and every team's going to have 2 international games.
So then you can still have 9 and 9.
They'll call it the NFL Cup, the International Cup, and you can win a Super Bowl or a big game, if you will.
Let me tell you,
the International Cup, and Jerry's gonna be like, "I want that statue."
We're gonna win 4 of those cups and still have no real Super Bowl. That's the future I'm projecting.
Do you think people would buy in on that? I know they haven't with the NBA, but if there was like a couple games international and everybody got to play some, and you had whoever came in with the best record or whatever,
I can't rule it out because the Europeans would embrace it because they're like, "That's the system I know.
Yeah, we understand this.
I can't rule it out."
Yeah, I think this is absolutely what the dream is for the NFL. Is they want all the teams to be accounted for internationally. They want the entire globe to have a chance to see the NFL product in their own stadium, their own environment. And you know what? One of the things that I think is awesome is I hope that while Roger Goodell goes to these Germany games, or wherever it is, he sees something that he likes that he wants to bring back to the NFL here. That he's like, dude, we got to figure out how to get these flags that are going all around the state. We got to get this kind of environment because these people are passionate. And I know the NFL fans are passionate already, but to be able to kind of bring all that environment to it, yeah, I think he wants that as well.
Alec, overreaction to reality. In the next 7 years, every single NFL team will start playing an international game every year.
That's an easy reality. And if you wanted any kind of signal that was the hope, just look at who performed the halftime show at the Super Bowl this year. They are making a push to try and draw international audiences right here, right now, so they can lay the foundation for when they are in every single country and every single continent and promoting this product every way that they can. And it wouldn't shock me if we're almost on like a rotating schedule with the halftime show where it's like every other year we've got an international flavor that's coming in, something to shake it up and draw in a new section of the globe. That's what they've wanted for a while, and I mean, it's going to get to the point where we can't joke about the international games anymore. Right now, it feels like it's a bunch of bad teams getting sent everywhere. Eventually, it's going to be, well, you have to wake up and watch these games because you're going to get like Eagles-Chiefs one day in Brazil, and you're going to be like, what the heck?
Yeah.
I got to wake up at 6 in the morning to watch this game.
I think I know the answer to this next one, but overreaction or reality, you get hyped up for the NFL Combine.
What kind of question is that, Kevin?
It's a statement.
We kind of... Valid.
That feels like what you would say.
Valid. I'm proud of you, dude.
It's the trap I fall into, Corey, every time is he's like, give me one example. And then I start firing off multiple, and he's like, I said one.
And you caught on. I'm proud of you.
Eventually.
There's lots of growth here. Yeah, it's only been 15 years.
Yeah, it took a long time.
I love the Combine for the simple fact that I start getting more information that helps me kind of start deciding things. And what we discussed with Bobby this morning is that it started to, if that's the case, I'm done watching the NFL. Come on. That's what's going to...
If they have all those international games?
That's going to keep you from it. The halftime show is a disgrace. Okay. I love it because of the information that starts happening right now, too. This is where the NFL is like, all right, we took a little bit of a break. We got to keep the fire really hot until about June, and then we're going to take another little break, and then we'll have you back in July.
Right.
That's what the NFL does. So, yes, you're going to start getting rumors. You're going to start getting ideas of what players are going to go where. You're going to start getting smoke screens. This is the fun part. But the Combine itself, I really just want to see who can run the fastest. That's the only thing I'm really looking forward to. Which dude had the 4.2? And that was awesome to see somebody run that fast because we all showed up for the 100-yard dash at field day, but nobody wanted to watch the potato sack race. We were good at it. Nobody cared about it. They wanted to see who won the 100 meters.
Alec, I have a feeling we'll go down the same path, but overreaction or reality, you get hyped up for the NFL Combine.
Reality, and I'm just going to echo some sentiments there because it's fun for what we do for the information, but even as a fan of football, I just love the influx of information that we get. And like Corey said, the smoke screens and stuff like this. Literally just seconds ago, Jordan Schultz, the Vikings are having trade talks with teams regarding two-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle Javon Hargrave. You know, like that's a good player that we didn't know was available until now. You know how Jordan Schultz got that information? He's at the Combine right now, and he's getting information from people. I love that we send our crew to the Combine, and we get our own localized information. And then, like Corey said, watching people do athletic stuff is fun. Just at the end of the day, a lot of those drills do not matter. It's not going to impact these guys' draft statuses, their rankings, or whatever. But whenever you have guys like Xavier Worthy come around every couple of years, and it's like, you have a real chance at seeing a record being broken. I'm going to watch. I'm going to watch every second of it. And it's going to be the most exciting 4.27 seconds ever.
Oh, never mind. Overreaction or reality?
It's longer than that, dude. Come on. Never. Not one time.
I saw a 40-year-old version. Nick Sirianni says he cannot guarantee A.J. Brown will be back with the Eagles. Overreaction or reality? You would like to see A.J. Brown get traded to the Bills.
Sure. You keep trying to give Josh Allen a legitimate receiver.
We're going to do something. I know their GM's going to keep yelling at me and saying they're well, I guess he can't.
He had Stephon Diggs for a while, and then
they still didn't
Gabe
win.
Davis was the next big deal. Sure. Send A.J. Brown there.
He does not support this
to
idea.
get rid of him from the Eagles. Nobody won. But then again, what good did that do him? I mean, they won one Super Bowl with him.
I would take.
And then everything fell apart after that.
Yeah, deal. I want that deal. Let's win a Super Bowl next year and then be terrible. Accepted.
You were trying to trade Justin Jefferson to him.
Oh yeah.
You're trying to get Tyreek Hill up there. You want the Cowboys to trade Pickens to him.
We can do it. Well, if they'll give us the first.
You said sign Pickens to a long-term deal and then trade him. Sign and trade is what you always say.
No, long-term deal is first. Trade is second.
But sign and trade.
I do not have them working concurrently. All right. Alec, I got a lot of apathy for this suggestion from Corey, so I'm going to give it another shot. Overreaction to reality. You would like to see A.J. Brown get traded to the Bills.
I just want to preface everything with this.
Go Birds.
There we go. Just remind everybody.
Oh, that's why he's upset.
Just had to remind everybody. But reality, I would. For a couple of different reasons. One, I want him away from Philly. Even though it is kind of fun to see everybody melt down and try to point fingers at who's the toxic person in this situation. Is it Jalen Hurts? Is it Sirianni? Is it A.J. Brown? It's fun to laugh at. So I'm going to be sad when that's gone. But I don't like matching up, especially like the corners we ran out there this year. I'm not a fan of matching up against A.J. Brown at all. But yeah, for the Bills, that would be a great way to kind of introduce your first-year head coach, Joe Brady. Say, hey, here's a shiny new toy, a shiny new weapon. Go make use of it. And then when they lose in the divisional round again, I'm still not going to feel bad for Josh Allen. It's going to be great.
Okay, I like that. And there is today's edition of NFL Overreaction or Reality. Perhaps we will do another one tomorrow. But I'll probably need Corey's sign-off before we do that.
Is it going to be a lot more A.J. Brown are you going to try and present more, hey, who should be traded to Josh Allen?
I can guarantee you there will not be an A.J. Brown statement in tomorrow's NFL Overreaction.
We'll see about that.
Man, today's going to be the day he gets traded. I'm going to be like, well, whoops, let me figure that out now.
Kevin can no longer guarantee things.
Yeah, that would be a shame. All right, if you can, go ahead and give me cut number 7. It is time for our final brand new Olympic segment, Sled Poets Society.
Blondine and Manganello come off the edge in second and third. Marika Groenewoud puts her troubles behind her these Olympics and wins gold. Silver for Blondine, and Mia Manganello is an Olympic medalist in her final race.
All right, let's start.
What was that name again?
Manganella.
Nice.
Let's start with hockey. The United States women's 2-1 overtime victory over Canada on Thursday at the Olympics was the most watched women's hockey game on record. It drew 5.3 million viewers, and the audience peaked at 7.7 million in overtime. But I just want to point out, if you compare it Olympics over Olympics, this one was 5.3 million. The previous gold medal matchup, which was, of course, between the U.S. and Canada, because that's the only matchup you get, was 3.5 million viewers. So that marks a big jump up. That game started at 10 o'clock at night, but this game started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I can see how both of them were rather inconvenient for people.
Oh, yeah.
And this shows the first, jump in a minute, because if you go back to 2018, it was 3.7 million. Last Olympics, 3.5. This time, 5.3. Did you guys feel like there was palpably more excitement? Let's stick specifically with women's hockey in this Olympics.
In this one specifically?
Yeah.
Yes, and I know why for us. We had skin in the game.
Yeah,
I get you. It definitely became. Oh man, somebody said slope fiction is a good one. We had Hillary Knight on early, and so we had somebody to root for, and she had some specific goals that we were like excited for her to achieve too. With her points scored, so that was a big deal. But yeah, there definitely was some more excitement for it because there was a history with Canada, and it seemed like the men's team was going to be kind of in the same boat. So it was a US v Canada when it came to hockey, no matter what. Even though the score didn't turn out the way you expected, it was still the exact difference that you expected.
Now, there's some viewership that has come out for the men's hockey game, and that one started at 7 in the morning here.
Okay.
It drew 7.7 million viewers in the United States, which I'm surprised. That feels lower than I thought it would be. And 8.7 million in Canada.
Wow.
Which that just shows how
much. They have 8
much
million people in Canada?
They do. The Four Nations final drew 9.3 million viewers in the U.S. I would assume having a nice primetime slot made it significantly easier than the 7 in the morning start.
Hey, listen, man, that 7 in the morning start was kind of cool, because you got the game in, you got the action in quick. If you got up in time. If you didn't get up in time, you may have missed it. But yeah, absolutely, man.
So I think we'll get some more ratings data over the course of today, but wanted to throw this out there. For the United States, we didn't get a chance to mention this yesterday, but I love this. Jack Hughes, after scoring the game-winning goal, he said, "This is all about our country. I love the USA. I love my teammates. I'm so proud to be an American." Just a ballsy, gutsy win. That's American hockey right there. And then their flight home, they were supposed to go in New York. Snowstorm diverted them. They ended up in Miami, where they went to a party at the club and at one point sang the national anthem in the club with their hand over their hearts.
Nice.
What's that restaurant off of Bush?
Texas. It just says Texas on it, right?
Where they do the national anthem.
I've never been there. It's a steakhouse.
It is. And I went there and it was really good, but no one notified me ahead of time that we were going to do that. And they were like, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the national anthem." And I thought they were joking for half a second, and then everything stopped, and they had like a band do it. It was really neat. I just didn't know that was going to happen. Do you think if you were in the club and you weren't aware of United States hockey, that would throw you for a loop if you were waiting for the beat to drop and instead the national anthem played?
Yeah. Especially if you're saying I'm not even aware that the hockey players are there, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'd be looking around like, who are these tall guys with no teeth? I would be kind of thrown off for a minute, but I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm an American. Put my hand over my heart and look for the nearest flag.
I like that. He's an American. All right, let's talk about, we didn't really mention it at all yesterday. Finland did win the bronze medal, which means for Dallas.
They earned bronze, Kevin.
Sorry. Well, they did win a game to get it. Do you give them special consideration?
They lost gold.
Okay. They earned a bronze medal, and as Corey told you earlier, unfortunately, that has dropped ran in for at least the next 2 weeks, probably longer. Let's look ahead. Because somebody said, you guys, you need to understand how important this is for Canada. Well, I got bad news for you. You're not going to win the next Olympics either.
Why? Why not?
Well, that's what the betting odds say. The United States has been installed as the favorite to win the men's hockey gold medal at 2-1. Canada 2.5-1, and Sweden is next up at 5.5-1. So there's a big gap. But the United States is favored to win the next gold medal in men's hockey as well. You have to make a prediction right now, 4 years out. Are we going to do it? And is Jason Robertson going to be on the team? Those are both the predictions.
Kevin, this might be a longer story than you want.
Oh.
And as you can guess, it involves the season of Shoresy. This season, Kevin is currently the 6'5", all 6'5" Eurocast is saying that they're the best hockey on the planet now. And Shorzy, who's Canadian, has brought his U.S. teammates in as well. And he's like, we are bringing North American hockey back. Now, I have no clue how this is going to end. All right, it might end in failure, but they're bringing the North American style back. Kevin, that North American style, we saw it. With those two on the ice, we saw both of them go back and forth that way. It was physical, it was fun, it was skilled, it was fast. That's North American hockey right there.
Okay.
And I thought that the U.S. team completely embodied the grit that it takes to be American and to play the game the way that they played.
All right.
Therefore, I say, we will win again in 4 years.
Oh, I love it.
We have established the presence that it takes to be the dominant hockey on the planet.
Now, do you want to go to figure skating or the bobsled?
Bobsled.
So
I feel like figure skating is expensive.
That is so true. So the Israeli bobsled squad was disqualified from the Olympics for lying about the status of one of their bobsledders to substitute in another one, and it got self-reported by the coach. So you're only permitted to sub someone else in if there's an injury or illness. And so multiple people had agreed to lie, and they obtained a medical certification for the false story so they could sub in the new person, but busted, and they said it does not meet the appropriate manner and values of the Olympics, so they chose to withdraw from the race.
Oh, really?
Which is the right thing to do.
Go ahead and quit.
Withdraw from the race for cheating, not quit.
I don't know. Seems like they could have said, you know what, let's go out there and prove that we're not cheaters and that we're better than that. Instead, they chose not to. They chose to go away.
Okay, so you wanted them to stay in while cheating?
No, I wanted them to stop cheating and prove that they were better.
Okay, but
finish sixth in your own way.
Okay.
Or eighth, or whatever you were going to probably finish without cheating.
We're not going to finish in the top 8. That's going to be my bold bobsled prediction. They were not going to finish in the top 8. I don't know how much you care about these things, but have you seen Alyssa Liu's social media game?
I saw her with the jersey, the USA hockey jersey.
Love that. Now, her Instagram followers going into the Olympics.
250,000.
That is correct.
Your face, Alec. You never knew that.
What? Alec, he got the exact number, so there's a lot of pressure. Her Instagram followers went from 250,000 to what? You have no margin for error.
That's
Corey got it exactly right.
Jeez.
Sorry.
It's got to be in the millions. I would say 4.4 million.
I was going to say 3.4.
Now, normally I would be proud of both of you. Well, I am proud of Corey. But Alec, normally I'd be proud of you because the answer is 3.6 million.
Whoa,
I'd be
that was close.
Oh, good job. You did pretty good. But Corey got the first number exactly right. Yeah, I went from 250,000 to 3.6 million. Now, I don't know if all of those people are just trying to shake Alyssa down for skating tickets because now they're part of the Stars on Ice tour, which you saw, all of the great people from the Olympics. They're hitting the road. They're going to be in Allen at what I still think is the Allen Event Center, but is apparently now called the Credit Union of Texas Event Center.
That's right.
For Stars on Ice. Now, I don't know if our boss got a ticket or not, but he said the tickets sold out in 7 hours. So I decided to just take a look. All of the tickets available for Stars on Ice right now are retail tickets. The cheapest singular ticket you can get in there is $422.15. That's for one ticket.
This is fascinating. That again, you just pointed to somebody from the 657 said just followed her. She's at 5.2 now.
What?
Can confirm.
So Because you just followed her as well.
Well, I wanted to see if maybe I was closer after a day or so. Maybe it was an old story.
Yeah.
Just trying to redeem myself.
Could have been. That could have happened since Kevin announced it, though. Like they get 3.6 and
so
all of a
much
sudden,
interest in that.
especially the Tolo bump.
Do you think they were hoping to get it to 4.4 to like help Alec hit it on the money? Man,
she has a really interesting story too. To
so
go
in
along with
12
it.
hours,
Yeah.
it's gone up from 3.5 to 5.2.
Yeah, because here's what's happening, and we talk about this a lot. The more you start putting out now, the more it spreads to everywhere on social media. So like the algorithm picks it up and starts pushing it out. If you only do like one post, that might forever exist in Nowheresville.
Right.
But if you do a bunch of them, now you're starting to become a contributor, a creator. That being said, that just shows that's all it takes, really. She had 225,000. Now she's at 5 million.
Unbelievable.
Because what did she do? She won the event.
Yep.
She didn't say anything that went viral.
You know the other thing that she did? She did have a video on her Instagram that went viral. Remember we talked about the ribbons breaking? She was one of the people from the team competition, and she goes, "My medal don't need a ribbon." And I thought that was fun.
She's got a fun personality. She's cute. There's a lot of things that people are like, I want to understand what she's doing, who she is, and all those things. So there's a lot going on there. But that's what that's you get on a worldwide platform like that, and you perform at the best, the whole world's going to notice.
Now, last thing I got for you, America songs have skyrocketed in popularity in the last couple days as well. Streams of Leonard Skinner in general are up more than 100% on Spotify in the U.S. That spiked on Sunday with them being up 140%. America, F yeah, is up by 350%. God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood is up 85%. And Star Spangled Banner up 80%. I did not know you could play that on Spotify. But I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
I just don't know how many people were like seeking that out. But
well, how do you think they got it at the steakhouse? They went to their Spotify and hit play. Or do you think they had an old cassette and they just popped it in?
Actually, at the steakhouse, I kind of do. At the club,
they didn't have some trumpet player come out and.
No, they did.
Wow,
they did. It was really neat.
That's cool. At the club, yeah, they're probably using something else.
Something else. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, man. Where did Mel Kiper have our guy going next to the Fan?
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what could be the most controversial edition of the C-Block starring Corey Majors?
Somebody texted in earlier, Kevin, they were pursuing a shout-out from Corey.
Oh.
And it was the FedEx drivers, I do believe. They were sitting around waiting for a printer to get fixed or something like that. I'm sorry, I can't find the text right now. But I did want to shout out the FedEx drivers. Don't want to leave out the UPS drivers and the Amazon drivers, the DoorDashers and Uber drivers, and anybody else that I may have left out. I don't want to leave you out, but I did.
Okay.
Your thoughts?
Don't leave anybody out.
Okay, if you drive and it's not July 4th, please let me know because I would like to hear from you.
Okay.
So there you go.
I feel like we should get a lot of feedback on that.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the first thing I wanted to start with was we all like controversy, right?
Controversy creates cash.
We all like when players have real rivalries, right?
Yes.
We all like when coaches get involved in those rivalries.
Ooh.
And I loved Ben Johnson taking a shot at Matt LaFleur. And Matt LaFleur's like, what the hell, dude? We've never really competed against each other. And Ben Johnson's like, the hell we didn't. I was a better offense than your offense.
Okay.
Just because I was an offensive coordinator with the Lions doesn't mean I wasn't thinking about destroying you. So I love stuff like that. Beer salesman, bread delivery drivers. Yes, thinking about all of you. The Averett Express. I don't know what that is.
I know you couldn't do this because you would lose your job. But I just want to know, if you're a bread delivery driver, have you ever wanted to like just jump in to all the bread?
Ooh.
Like I realize the reasons you should not. I just want to know if you ever thought about it.
All right. Averett Express, truck drivers, United States Postal Service, and there it is from the 575. I know it's not Friday, but Corey didn't give me a birthday shout-out last week. So can I get a quick shout-out to all my fellow FedEx workers who are also just sitting around listening to KNC while we wait for our scanners to fix so we can continue on our work day. Oh, I didn't know their scanners weren't working. And thank you for sending that again.
And they said they're going to listen either way.
And they took a shot at the UPS drivers out there. I don't want to start a battle.
Another person said they're a UPS driver.
Yeah, AutoZone delivery. Thank you, all of you. Currently DoorDashing in Midlothian. Thanks for the shout out. Love you, Richie.
You know who else drives a lot? Golfers. That was from the 805.
All right, back to the conversation of rivalries. Speaking of UPS and FedEx. Kirby Smart and Mario Cristobal.
Oh.
Do you know the last time Georgia and Miami played against each other?
I do not.
I don't either. I feel like it's been like 40 years.
I really felt like you were going to give me the answer.
I think I saw something that said it was like 40 years. I got to go back and find that, though.
Okay.
Hold on. Give me a second, Kevin.
No, just skip it.
It's very important.
No, it's not.
60 years. Okay. 60 years since How? How's that even possible?
I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense. Figure this out. Fix the scheduling.
Okay.
They shouldn't go 60 years without playing against each other.
Okay.
However, the two head coaches, Kirby Smart and Mario Cristobal, former assistants under Nick Saban, got together at the 5th annual Steve Spurrier Awards dinner, which honored several coaches and players, including Hurricane freshman Malachi Toney, who was super exciting to watch this year. You think he's going to be one of those guys that everybody's like, I can't wait to see him next year, too?
Yes.
Yeah. And isn't he younger? Like, when he was a kid, people said that all the high schoolers used to come watch him play because they were like, this kid just is insane.
Oh, yeah. Wow, he doesn't turn 19 until the season starts in September.
That's nuts.
Whoa.
For as aware of the game as he was.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
You saw him do things in the game that were just insane.
Yeah.
That being said, Malachi Toney and Bulldogs redshirt freshman cornerback Ellis Robinson the fourth, because the I goes before the V.
That is the fanciest name since Stetson Bennett.
Ellis Robinson the fourth. Kirby Smart was the first one to have the microphone when he got up to speak. He called out Cristobal, who was sitting a little too close to Robinson. He said if it had been up to me, he would have paid a lot more NIL money.
Whoa.
So I don't like you being real close to Mario right now. He's still got another year left. Got to be careful around Mario. Sometimes he'll take your players, if you know what I mean.
Can I guess what happened next?
Smart took another shot at Cristobal.
Oh, then keep going. I got my guess.
Over their record in the AAC or the ACC, the Hurricanes have not won a league title since joining the ACC in 2004. He said, Cristobal came up to me and he's like, you got to start getting some protein shakes in. You've had too many carbs. So I told him, you've got to spend more time around Steve Spurrier because he won more conference championships at Duke than you have at Miami.
Jeez. That's a sweet burn. My response would be, I've won fewer conference championships than people that your players have killed in driving incidents.
Oh, my Kevin!
Is that not?
Dude! First off, I haven't even read what Cristobal said yet. How do you know he didn't say that?
Oh, man!
Secondly,
yes!
That can't be your first response. You've ended the whole back and forth. You have to save that one till the end. Okay. That's the zinger at the end.
Gotcha.
You go for go for these guys are jabbing, you're stabbing, dude.
So you wanted me to go up there and be like, how was your national championship game? That's right. You didn't make it. Ooh. Like you wanted me to start with that.
Cristobal got up on stage, Kevin.
Man, I really
And Cristobal said, I didn't know this was like this, but I'm glad it is. First thing I'll say, it's great right there to watch a video of what a player like Carson Beck could do with great coaching. You know what I mean?
Ah, zing.
That's a good one. That's a good one. But he said
that's the jab you're talking about.
And Beck played for Georgia for 5 seasons.
He did.
And then another 12 seasons for Miami or something like that.
Just one, right?
Then he added, let's give it up for Kirby Smart. I mean, if it wasn't for all his years of pre-NIL, we wouldn't have NIL right now.
Ooh.
Robinson family, great seeing you. He's talking to the Georgia player.
Yeah.
We leave at 9:30 on the real jet. We have more than one restaurant in Miami as opposed to Athens.
Man, instead of you guys should probably start taking the jets since your players are a menace to society on the road.
He wasn't done, though.
Oh, come on.
Cristobal, who lost the national championship, but beat A&M, said, I can go for a little bit now. You got to give a guy like Kirby credit. I mean, when you have all the time to sit at home watching us play on TV throughout the playoffs, when you don't take care of business, but congratulations on the SEC championship. That's awesome. We're 5-0 against the SEC in the last 3 seasons. I don't know what you were.
Oh, man. All right. But it's playful banter.
Yeah. And then lastly, Cristobal, I think this was in the Gators' hometown, Florida's hometown.
Okay.
I'm in enemy territory. I got a feeling some of you guys are on Kirby's side here. You guys are super professional. I never felt so welcome in enemy territory, except in 2024 at the Swamp 41-17. Dude, he did a wrestling move, and he walked into their town and took a shot at their team.
I like it.
So there you go.
That was nicely done.
There you go. Nice job, Mario Cristobal, for demolishing Kirby Smart, maybe winning over Malachi Tony's like, hey, I want to go play for that coach.
Sure.
All right, hold on. He's playing Robinson. Robinson's probably like, man, maybe I can go. So that was fun. That was an absolute blast, and I hope we get invited to that event next year.
Probably not to speak, though, right?
You don't want to talk?
No, I'm saying.
Because you would try
right?
stabbing immediately when you get on that stage.
I learned an important lesson.
Just like, do you remember your rap song that you did about Bobby?
Yeah, that was too far.
No, you did really well, and you saved the worst part for the very end.
Man, you think that was the worst part?
Jab. I know. I've heard the follow. You're like,
yeah.
Your follow-up song, guys. By the way, don't go at Kevin in a rap battle, is all I'm saying. He'll find a way. CBS Sports, Kevin does have the needs for every team at the scouting combine.
Okay.
Have you seen this list?
Does ours just say in big letters, defense? Okay, Corey, can I just tell you something that's irritated me about the offseason? You'll click on some of these stories.
Yeah.
Hoping to get valuable information. And then it'll be like, the Cowboys really need to work on their defense. Well, no freaking kidding. Come on, give me something more specific that you're looking at.
Well, here's the thing. It just says linebacker.
Okay.
And that's where the conversation I want to have comes into play.
Okay.
Do you guys agree that linebacker is the biggest need for the Cowboys?
I don't think I do.
Alec, do you agree? Don't answer what you think it is yet. Alec, do you agree or not?
I'd say no.
Okay. Choppy this morning said cornerback.
That's what I think.
And we have $90 million invested in Deron Bland.
And that is unfortunate.
Do you agree it's cornerback or do you think safety?
Corner.
Okay. And some people are like edge. Okay. I think linebacker.
So every level.
I'm in the linebacker realm here.
Okay.
And that brings us to Mel Kiper, who, listen, man, for what
Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
For what Mel Kiper's done in his career, he created something that nobody else had.
Yeah.
This ability to be a prominent voice in draft.
And he beat out Todd McShay, right?
Yeah, he did. His first one popped up, or his mock draft, has popped up. Guess who's going number 1 overall?
Go out on a limb and say Fernando Mendoza.
You got it, buddy.
Hell yeah.
I'm proud of you. You're crushing it today, man. Number 2, Caleb Downs is now off the board to the New York Jets immediately. And
At 2?
That is infuriating. Kevin, if you're going based on talent, that dude's
You're
right there.
No, you're right.
Our David Bailey that we were excited about, 3.
Does it keep going? Because I want to ask you about another player.
Arvell Reese has tumbled to 4.
Okay. Does it feel like, and I know we kind of talked about this yesterday, that while David Bailey is slightly moving up, Arvell Reese is taking the opposite slight fall down? Not a free fall or anything.
We kept seeing the David Bailey and the Titans. We kept seeing a lot of names with the Titans. Arvell Reese might be the perfect guy to go to Robert Saleh's defense. That could be a great place for him.
I'd like that a lot. That would be a perfect fit for him. If somebody's really going to unlock all the athletic potential that he has, Robert Saleh would. I don't even want to think about that.
So if that's the case, Kevin, that might be the right fit. For the pair of them. But you're right. He was the number 1 until Fernando Mendoza stepped in and was like, guys, I like 12 personnel.
What does that mean?
I don't know. You got to go watch the Presley interview. Commanders take Sonny Styles, and that's where linebacker, now it's not linebacker as a need for me anymore because I don't think anybody's high enough on the list for me to take it 12. So there are a couple of names that I like there, but I can't do it anymore. So that leaves me in, guess what? Cornerback is still available, and at number 12, he has a gentleman we talked about, Mansour Delane from LSU, who I think every single one of us would feel absolutely comfortable with him out there with, when Bland recovers, with Siobhan Ravel. You feel like you have solidified that part. And then Jermod McCoy right after that, who we'd love to see him. We need to see him. Where is he in his recovery right now?
Yeah.
But you're going to probably have your option of those 2 cornerbacks if things fall in the way that Mel Kiper's saying. You do scroll down to number 20, and he has the Cowboys taking Akeem Mesidor, who I'm very high on. A lot of other people have concerns about his injury history because he had both feet had some problems there.
Right.
But I think that this is a dude that you put in. I don't say he's going to go have 12 and a half sacks right out of the gate, but I think you get a vicious defensive end to put in the system that I feel very comfortable with. So that's the Mel Kiper mock right there.
Do you like that mock? Are you surprised? I know how we feel about him, but are you surprised at all that Downs is that high there?
I am, but again, if you're going on the player's ability and talent, then that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
It's just nobody values safeties like that anymore. And that's where we're kind of fingers crossed. Alec and I both are fingers crossed, hoping that nobody values safety until 12. But I just don't see it happening. Still leaves a hole for trying to find the right fit for your nickel spot, but I have a lot of faith that Christian Parker is going to be able to work something like that. And if we get one of our, our Oregon safety, maybe he gets lucky. He goes 18 to the Vikings, so maybe not. But what it does in that draft immediately, you've solved two problems. You've filled your edge. You filled your defensive end quota. You have also gotten a cornerback that we feel is going to be very good for a very long time. You just got to figure out in free agency how to find that linebacker.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, catching you up on the stars with a regular season about to restart. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Riding a tied career-long streak, Harley, he scores! The backhand in overtime! Thomas Harley, one more time against Winnipeg! Game over!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Stars get back after it tomorrow. So let's do some catching up on the Stars with the regular season about to restart. The Dallas Stars had 7 Olympic medalists. Obviously, the Finns all took bronze. Ottinger, well, he didn't get to play, but he did still get a gold medal. And the Canadians took the shameful silver. Now, among those people, Miro Heiskanen, 2 goals, 3 assists. He had the highest per game ice time of any player in the entire tournament at 26 minutes and 24 seconds. I feel like that kind of replicates what we see when he's here with the Stars. And then Esa Lindell had 3 assists and had the 5th highest ice time per game in the entire tournament at 24 minutes and 29 seconds. And then you brought up the news earlier, Mikko Rantanen, 2 goals, 4 assists, so 6 points for the tournament. He got placed on injured reserve. We heard this morning that he is going to be out at least 2 weeks, but he'll be back before the end of the regular season, or it's not a season-ending injury. But obviously, that makes me nervous.
I need to ask somebody better in the know. Maybe Brian Ray tomorrow. A guy like Miro, who spends that much time. What's the difference in those dudes? Is it the difference in their attack? Is it because they're on defense and they don't have to move up so much?
To get that high level of ice time per game?
Yes. And again, he goes off and then he's back out on the ice, with the Stars immediately. Like he's like, let's roll. This is just who I am. Yeah. Or is it just because their legs are built differently? I don't know. I'm very curious. So I'm going to ask somebody. I'll start with the Hockey Hawk and then check and see if he talks about this on the Spits and Suds podcast. And then I'll ask Brian Ray tomorrow.
Harley had a goal and 3 assists in the Olympics as well. But now we're focused on the NHL. You're done with the Olympics, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're done talking anything Olympic-oriented.
Okay. Yeah.
Nothing's happened since all the winning.
Ooh, we might get the final rating for the men's hockey game. But outside of that, good, right?
Sounds good to me.
Right?
Yeah.
Except for with Connor McDavid, I want him to continue to fail to win.
Okay. All right. Look, I know we're celebrating his failures. However,
I'm celebrating that we won, and I want us to win the cup.
Ill.
It's true.
And it may be a little bit because of his loss also is finishing, not even bridesmaid, like 3rd or 4th
They
bridesmaid.
finished 3rd. Don't you think there's some excitement when you get put in the game or you have to win to get a medal?
Stars are kind of used to that too, though, aren't they? Where we're here, we're like 3rd or 4th team, 3rd or 4th best team out there.
So you're saying we're Rope? We don't even get to
Finns.
the game.
We're the Finns.
We get to the game to get to the game.
Yeah. That's it. And that's where it stalls out. And McDavid, at least, has gotten there.
Biscuit!
I'm sorry, dude, that I had to bring it up. Sorry I had to do that.
All right.
Guys like Jack Eichel,
Well, you make a valid point, and now I'm kind of sad
I love the
about
Stars.
that.
I love the Stars. However, we've fallen short, and then we take shots at the dude who got past us.
So now are you going to point out that Connor Hellebuck is going to take his team on a miracle run just to even get to the playoffs? And then, look, man.
Somebody said the Stars are just the Bills of the NHL.
Son of a gun. How did we turn into Finland and the Bills?
From the 214, Corey has a point here.
I know, and I hate it.
I know, I do too. Should I have not said it now?
No, it's important that we know. Even if we don't like the information or it doesn't fit our worldview, it's important that we know. Now,
this is the year, though.
That what happens?
That the Stars get over the hump.
And win the cup or make it to the Stanley Cup final?
I don't have that predictive power, Kevin.
Okay.
I just say this is the year.
All right. I thought you were going to be like, I can't change the future. I just know it.
Yeah, I just
because that's a fair point. All right. So
I'll take a cup run though.
Absolutely.
Even if they lose, I'll take the run.
Now, one of the heroes of the Olympics, of course, Connor Hellebuyck. The good news for the Stars is Winnipeg is awful. So they have to do some.
They're back to lose a peg.
Yes,
huh?
Exactly. They're going to have to do some just huge amounts of winning if they're going to make the playoffs. So I don't think you need to worry about the Hellebuyck momentum carrying over into the playoffs because I still don't think they're going to make the playoffs. But for the Stars, they play in clearly the best division in all of hockey. Colorado's got the most amount of points. Minnesota's tied for second, and the Stars are fifth with 83, 78, and 77. So,
and now we're potentially 2 weeks without Mikko.
Yes.
Is what you're telling me.
At least, right?
Yeah, potentially at least 2 weeks.
Yes.
If not more.
Probably
it's
more.
Terrifying.
Yes, it is.
How can we keep up pace?
Well, that depends on what do you want to get out of this. Do you feel comfortable sitting at C2 or C3? Because, remember, they changed the playoff system a while back. You're way ahead of Utah. So it would be pretty shocking if you fell into the wild card.
So making that push to get to seed 2, is that worth it? Is that worth it to gas yourself like that?
Do you think?
Or can you just coast through, get to the playoffs, and then make a run from there?
Well, I think that's going to depend on how good you think Colorado is, right? Because if Colorado stays at number 1, I think you're fine taking on Minnesota without home ice advantage. But if Colorado were to somehow fall behind Minnesota, this year Colorado is 21-3-4 at home. So then that would feel like having home ice is pretty dang important, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if that's the case. How are they on the road, though?
So there's the bad news.
Oh, no, they're just as good on the road?
No, they're not just as good, but they're still pretty damn good. They're 16-6-5 on the road.
All right.
But
susceptible.
I like that. Keep an eye out on Colorado once they get going again tomorrow. Because going into the break, at one point, they were 31-2-7, which means of their 40 games, they lost 2 in regulation. Which is insane, right?
Yes, that is absolutely insane.
Okay.
And can you keep that up? I don't know.
No. See, and here's the thing. They couldn't. Because you know how we talked about the Stars were winning going into the Olympic break?
Mm-hmm.
Colorado? No. 6-7-2, which means, yes, 6 wins, 7 regulation losses, and 2 overtime or shutout losses. So while I told you they lost twice in regulation in their first 40 games, in their next 15 games, they lost in regulation 7 times. So, while the Stars are doing great going into the Olympics, the Avalanche were spiraling. So watch out tomorrow night. How does Colorado respond in the next week or two? How do the Stars respond in the next week or two, especially without Mikko?
That is definitely the thing that I'm going to see who's on the other side, because ultimately, don't we still have to answer to Florida at the end of this thing?
You very well might, but it does feel like if you can make it through the second round, you should be a pretty decent favorite in the Western Conference Finals.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's...
Or the Hurricanes. Yeah, that's right.
Because Florida,
they're not.
They suck this year.
Yeah, they stink.
So
Carolina, who's I was thinking about.
Let's focus in on Thomas Harley and Jason Robertson.
All right.
One in the Olympics. Had 1 goal, 3 assists. That's Thomas Harley. Watch Thomas Harley's defense in the next few weeks. Because Thomas Harley's defense, when his defense is on point, the rest of his game is better.
Yep.
I don't think you have to say that for everyone. There's a whole lot of players where it doesn't really feel like the cause and effect is there. But for Thomas Harley, when his defense on point, the rest of his game is better. So watch for that in the next few weeks.
You know, last year it was awesome to see his responsibilities grow. And then this year it seems like he's elevated because of that a little more too. As you're saying, the defensive part, his defensive responsibilities turn into more offensive opportunities for him, but they also turn into great opportunities for the Stars because he's doing his job responsibly, not just saying, well, I'm only this. He's saying I'm so much more. It is nice to have a Miro and a him, because what both of those guys can do.
And then the other thing with Robertson is you might have the best player in hockey that didn't participate in the Olympics, right?
Do you think you're going to get revenge tour, or do you think he's glad that the Olympics are over? I think
Robertson?
Yes. I think
he's ready to go.
I think he should be. He's probably relieved that the Olympics are over because he doesn't need to have the conversation anymore about not being involved in it.
Right.
And he'd be like, they won gold. It does. Yeah, sure. It would have been awesome if I'd have been part of it, but I wasn't, and they won gold. So they did the right things to build that team. Now I have to go out there and show why I belong on the next one as the leader of the next one and become that next level player.
Well,
that's what I'm hoping.
I'll describe this for you. You tell me if you think this is a net positive. Maybe a net really positive. He said he kept up with all his training, but for the first time in a while in season, he was able to disconnect from hockey for a minute. Because he goes, look, when you want to get away, like last year, you're still working out and training. You're still having that focus. But now you have some time off. You can just enjoy it. And he goes, I knew what days I wanted to get back in and training and skating. It's kind of like a mini training camp, which we don't normally have. And he said, you have 3 or 4 days and then you're in it. Now we had 3 or 4 days, then a day off, then another 3 or 4 days. And this is the part right here. It gave me an opportunity for a little bit of a mental reset. And I think that's potential to be super positive.
Oh, for sure. Because even whenever you are rehabbing, you're connected to the hockey game too. So there's no way he's been able to disconnect from it for a while. Okay, all right, disconnect. Come back with fire, though. Don't melt the ice, though, because we kind of need the ice. We don't want a big hole under the ice.
Okay, well,
like in Italy.
I mean, that would be pretty shocking. But isn't this the spot where you were like, hey, is he going to be focused on the Olympics or anything like that? I don't question that he'll have that fire, at least in part because of that.
And that's fine. I just don't think he'll be distracted by the question or the doubt.
Okay,
anymore, because, again, they just won gold without him. Okay. Then whatever they did it right. I need to go be more like a player. Maybe he can. Maybe he says, no, I don't need to be like one of those players. I still just have to be me and go out and be the scoring machine that I am. I'm going to set up dudes. I'm going to score. That's what I'm going to be. I would like to see him add a little more physicality. I don't know if he can add any more speed as a skater. You are what you are sometimes. But the physicality part of it, clear some things out, man. Be a guy that draws gravity.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live in...
presents the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, all next week with access you won't find anywhere else. The Fan's coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how was you today?
Terrific, Higgy. How are you?
Man, I'm doing fantastic. We got 3/4 of the G-Bag Nation here, and the other quarter is at the Combine. Brian Broaddus, are you already in football heaven?
I am in football heaven. I've got a hug from Todd Bowles. I told Ian Rappaport, he told me you don't have to introduce yourself to me. I know who you are. And John Snyder called me out on the podium today while he was giving a talk to all the media. Immediately everybody turned and looked at me, and I had to tell them, I said, that was my intern at one time, and they all started laughing. So, and John was laughing too. So far so good. We're having a lot of fun here.
Kind of feels like that's the best way for you to get a GM job, is being like, I taught that guy everything he knows.
I wish that was that kid right there. When he got to us, he was 22, 23 years old, and he knew exactly what he wanted to do. I mean, he took no crap from anybody, and I mean, his opinions were always really good. He fought for every player he ever wanted. He wouldn't give up, and I told him after we came down the podium, he yelled at me. He goes, "Come here." And he and I sat there and chatted for a couple of minutes, and I said, "I'm so proud of you." And he says, "Man," he goes, "I thank you for helping me." And I go, "I didn't help you. You already knew what you were doing." And he goes, "No, man." He goes, "You fought for me, for me to be that intern." And I said, "Well, I was. You were the most qualified guy. I know that." And he goes, "Well, thank you for doing that." So that part of it made me feel really, really good to know that he appreciated that. But
That's so cool.
That guy is he's an evaluator. I mean, he really is, and he knows what he wants to do with his team. He knows how to build his team. He's not afraid to make tough decisions. I am super, super proud of him.
Just think about that. They just won the Super Bowl, and he's like, you know who I need to shout out?
Bobby's going to pull it for me. It was so funny. I was standing there to the right of him on the podium in the crowd, and he saw me, and he goes, "Brian," like that. And so I was like, "Oh no!" And everybody just kind of looked at me, kind of funny. But yeah, it was cool, that he. That was a long time ago, man. That was a long, long time ago. But we had a really good run in Green Bay. We really did, and I'm super, super, like I said, I'm super proud of it.
Many beers ago.
Mm-hmm. Many beers ago, my man. They put a $100 bill. Scouts put a $100 bill. It was dollar beer night. Put a $100 bill on the bar and said, "We're not leaving until this is done." And Snyder learned a very valuable lesson that night. He goes, I told him, I said, "Hey, John, those guys are professional drinkers." He goes, "I know. I learned." So yeah, he's John's a lot of fun. He really.
We'll see
really
if he's turned into a professional drinker this week.
That's like 10 beers now. Back in the day, it was like 100.
Dollar Leinenkugels, man. Those dollar Leinenkugels. Those were fun.
Yeah, Brian. I learned a lot reading your stuff. Whenever you were at the DallasCowboys.com, I would read that and just be like, "This is kind of what you're looking for." Is there any piece of you look at the players he gets, and you're like, "Oh yeah, he kind of had that. That's a player I would have gone after."
Well, first off, everything you read from me at .com was David Hellman's words. Hellman made me actually legible when it came to reading stuff. He does have a background in Green Bay. There is this, you always talk about, we laugh about the Packer way. The way to evaluate, the way to build your team. It's changed a lot over the years because, with Ron Wolf and him starting it, and his son now in New England, Elliott Wolf. So there's a lot of guys that are still in the league that kind of went through that system. But you could tell that Johnny along the way has done some things his way and kind of brought it forward. There were things that we were kind of thinking about, the small players, the small corners, things like that. We really weren't into that so much in Green Bay, and now it's really changed where you've had to evaluate. And I think that you look at his team. Johnny said something that really cool tonight. He was talking about. He goes, "My team is. I got some young guys. I got some dogs. I got some young dogs. I got some veterans. I've got some smart guys. I got some fast guys." I mean, he was talking about how he was describing his team. He wasn't just talking about one thing. He's got individual groups that are his 53-man roster, and so it was funny to hear him describe. He goes, "I've got young guys, I've got young dogs, I've got veterans." He was just kind of telling everybody how he built his team, and he's not wrong about that.
It's an eclectic collection, Kevin.
I like that. Yeah. Now, this is unrelated to anything in the sports world.
Okay.
But yesterday, Corey and I were leaving the building. And we have.
I thought you guys stayed the night here.
Not yesterday. Yesterday was different. We had to leave. Doctor's appointment.
Correct.
Yeah.
They have that set of double glass doors, the one that anyone can go through.
Did you run into one?
No, that is not how I hurt myself. And there's another one that you need a pass for. Yeah. So there was a lady just standing at the door, and a guy opened it up and let her right in. So my general question is, if you see someone standing at the door you need a pass to, and you've never seen them before or don't know who they are, are you kind of like, "Excuse me, will you move over there so I can get in?" Do you just open the door and let them on in? What's y'all's strategy there?
I'm letting them in every time.
Okay. That's what Corey said.
Yeah.
Why is that?
It's just none of my business, Yeah.
Corey goes, "Let the security guard deal with it."
I would say let them in and then leave, so in case something happens, you don't get injured.
Yeah, as long as I'm on my way out.
Yeah, I'm on the way out.
Screw everybody else.
I'm leaving the building. If she does something crazy, then I'm out of the building. I'm at the elevator.
I actually think it's different, like if for a place of work as opposed to like an apartment building. That might be a little bit more where.
So at work, you're like that's
eyeball.
fine.
Yeah, who's gonna come in here and do something crazy?
Like assuming you also work here.
Like you, yeah. I'm just trying to
look like Angelina Jolie. Like she was going to go off and Mr. and Mrs. Smith, something like that?
Nah, this one did not. She was an old bird.
Okay.
I mean, if you really wanted day, she would have been like she could have been a young pretty hot back in the day.
Yeah. If you really wanted to cause chaos, a glass door's not stopping you.
Okay.
Going through the regular lobby where security will let you in on the first door is not stopping you.
Okay. I like the idea of opening the door though and being like, "Yes," and like,
how can we help you?
Yeah, they have to present
what are your
their
intentions?
case to
What are your
you,
intentions
like in the Wizard of Oz, and you're like, "All right, what do you got?
Do you have your key card?"
Yeah,
and that's part of the reason why I feel good. Like being up on the 16th floor, you have to have a specific key card. Like, she's that first floor, she might run amok. But up here, I think we're going to be all right.
He's got a point, too. At my old apartment complex, like I used the gate. I would go in the gate, and if there were people standing outside, I would pull it shut in front of them. I would just be like, "You have your own car." Hotels always feel the same way at our hotels because you have the entrances down the hallway.
Yeah.
You let people just come into the hotel out in spring training or not.
During our conversation with Josina Anderson on the way to that media party that stunk, she was talking about how she got robbed, and it was somebody just let this person in, and that's why she does not do this. Like anywhere she goes, she makes sure if I don't know you, I'm not going to be the one that lets you in, and then you can go and rob somebody or do something illegal to affect my building.
Yeah, I feel bad now saying what I said.
Now I think I didn't think about it before. That was an eye-opening
I saw
conversation.
Josina too. I should have apologized to her if I'd known I was going to say this.
Broadus is like, "Sorry, Josina, I would have done the same thing."
Brian Broadus, hey, I heard you got robbed, and it's because somebody let you in.
Yeah, ask her about the 2 stalkers that she told us about too. She's full of stories.
Dude, we had
she's got some stories.
When Adrian and I lived in an apartment together, there was some screaming going on outside.
Oh no!
You said screaming?
Yeah, and knocking on our door, banging on our door, and this lady screaming. I was looking through the people. And I was like, "I promise, I have no clue who she is, Adrian." And she was like, "Are you sure this isn't a jilted ex-girlfriend?" And I was like, yeah, you're the only girlfriend I've ever had. And so I opened the door, and I'm like, what can I help you with something? And the lady, like, she's got mascara running down her face, and she was like, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong floor. And I was like, it's okay, just can you please keep it down? And Adrian went and sat out there for like the next 3 hours with her, talking about her ex-boyfriend. It's on the floor above us and everything. And I was like,
they're best friends.
Are you ever worried about the peephole attack?
What?
Like they only knocked on the door to get you to look in there so they can go pow pow, hit you with like a fire poker or something, fireplace poker.
Sounds like teeth.
Yeah, I did kind of watch a movie where I was afraid that was going to happen in it, but I was just curious if anybody else ever thought.
That's like a new
Aaron
fear.
Andrews had a bad experience. With
that is true.
Thing.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Yeah.
That
peephole attack
is very true.
Was it a fire stoker they had?
Oh my gosh! What do you find?
It's an awful thin fire stoker,
fellas.
More like a shish kebab.
What do you find, fellas?
I thought we were doing a fondue pot or something.
Pure Gold as always.
Thanks
for
guys.
Yes. We'll pick Brian's brain as he's live at the Combine. Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. He'll unload his notepad or do whatever he wants.
Okay.
Do whatever he wants.
I like that. Squirrel. Peephole attack. All right, roll home with the G-Vag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
The more time you give,
Underdog is the best place in Texas to get in on all the ag.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. That was quite a story from Broadus about John Schneider in the crosstalk, and that sets off a week of combine coverage for Broadus. He joins us live from Indianapolis all week long here, 2 to 7 in the G-Bag Nation. General at your service at East. There is Broadus in his East Dallas Diesel hat. Rocking that thing, representing. You can watch us on 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here at 75 and Fitz. You fix it to go 5 flawless. Chiafalo is back. Wolchuk is here, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. There's a lot of headlines flying around already out there, Brian. Looking forward to chatting about those things with you.
Yeah, I'm excited. There's if I could just set the scene for you,
sure.
A little bit different than some of the Combine's radio rows that I've been in the past. You have your television and then like the big stations, the Sirius and all them are on the other side. They have a barrier. We're on the team side of things. So right next door to the Seahawks, the world champion Seahawks, and got as you can see, the Browns behind us. We're in that kind of a mixture of being with the teams.
Cool.
One of the few radio stations actually on site. Was going around doing the walk and stuff like that. A lot of the teams are here. A lot of teams got some set up for TV. But man, off and running here. Bobby and I interviewed Ian Rappaport just a little bit ago for tomorrow's show. So yeah, a lot happening here already, guys, with the Combine.
So where are you in relation to the field? Can you watch the field, or do they have a monitor that you can watch?
No, yeah, I'm going to have to. They have a media watching area. I think it's section 132. You sign up, and then you would go, and they would take you into that area, and you would sit. But yeah, if I were to watch the Combine, I have my screen here that I could actually pull it up on the NFL Network and be able to watch it as going on. But yeah, we have no access to the field. If you were to walk further down the hall, and then there's a tunnel that goes from the convention center down into Lucas Oil. So that's where all the people, that's where I plan on hanging out before our show, hanging out as my guys all make the walk into Lucas Oil. I'll be able to grab them as they're going by.
Love that. Love it indeed. And love the story that Broadus told about John Schneider shouting you out, man. That's got to go in like a top 10 career highlights in an amazing football career, dude. It's not every day that a reigning NFL champion, one of the best GMs in football history, gives you a shout at the Combine.
Yeah, it was cool. And Bob, you know how Bobby's really good about pulling stuff?
Yeah.
He goes, man, we're going to find this. And, literally John is answering a question, and he stops. He goes, Brian, good to see you. He points, and then when it was all the final question, he's coming off the podium. He goes, Brian Broadus, come here. And so I went through the crowd, and he gave me a big hug right there, and we were talking, and it was nice to see him. The guy's I've just had the utmost respect for what he is and when we work together and stuff like that. So, but it was funny. I mentioned about Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles and I worked together in Green Bay. And so I was talking to Brianna Dix, who works with the Buccaneers. Coach Bowles walks up and it's like, Brian Broadus. And I'm like, Coach, how you doing? And he goes, man, how you been? I haven't seen you in forever. And I'm like, Coach, yeah, I'm working and I'm doing radio in Dallas. Well, that's great. Gosh, dang it, great. And I'm like, okay, well, hey, get up on the podium now. It's time for you to talk. So, yeah, I'm just it's kind of like running into a lot of the old folks that that you had a history with, and so hopefully we can bring a little of that back home to Dallas when we do these shows.
Good guy. He's glowing.
Yeah,
I love this. I ain't gonna lie, boys. I love this so damn much. I really do.
I'm so happy for you right now.
To be able to just walk around the corner and it's funny. Kevin Turner, we used to do work with. KT found out that Mesidor has figured out a way to prevent narcolepsy, falling asleep just there. KT's like, Broadus, you got to ask him. What's his secret for not being? So yeah, I'm on a lot of different projects right now, but this is my. I love this too much. I really, really love this way too much.
Well, make sure you ask him about that busted up foot he's got. All right, make sure that the feet are checked out.
Yeah, man, I'm going to get on our doctors here. I'm going to, I've got some connections at this building, so I can once these medicals start to hit. I'll be able to kind of make sure that our guys are okay, Zach, so you and I don't get in trouble pushing somebody that might be a little banged up.
Well, he's got the foot issues, right? Like, I mean, if
he does both feet.
If that ends up being just like a gout or bunion thing, you could probably give him some pro tips immediately. You know what I mean? Like,
I did.
Hand him your prescriptions.
I did. I got up this morning, and Eric, I appreciate you bringing that up. With the gout treatment, I feel like I'm moving around well right now. I haven't had any issues. That's the one thing I don't need: the bunion and the gout to act up. I've got a lot of walking going on around here.
You killed it at the Super Bowl, man. I mean, you were on 2 feet.
I know, but man, it was kind of, I could feel it a little bit. But I took my medicine this morning at 4:45. Got on an airplane. Was flying with a bunch of the players are here. Was flying with Lunda Wells. Talked to him on the way to the baggage claim.
Awesome.
Talked to him and just kind of visited about some stuff. And but we're off and running here. I'm excited.
Are you looking to find out how the player types are evolving under Parker?
Yeah, I am. That's another thing. I've got to kind of dig in and hopefully run into some scouts. I know tonight, Bobby, Sean's got dinner set up for us tonight. Not really thinking about Broadus too much. He'll get there when he gets there. We might be done. I don't know. We'll figure that out when we get there. But anyway, yeah, Sean's got it all set up tonight, and hopefully running in. I've already been communicating with some people in the organization about, is Jerry going to be speaking at the end of the week? They're saying right now they're not too sure, so these are people close to Jerry. So hopefully we can kind of get a lot of things ironed out here. But, yeah, I'm going to try and figure out this thing with what type of player defensively is this coach looking for? And I'm in a good spot to do it here.
Well, you're in a good spot if you're tuned in here to your home of the Cowboys 105 through the fan, as Broadus writes another chapter in that lifelong football book called The Chronicles of Broadus, Tales from a Football Life. Yeah. We will have your chance to ask Broadus anything coming up at 4:20 on the text. If you have draft questions, if you have Cowboys team building questions, we'll take advantage of this as much as we can. And we'll have Will McClay's thoughts on how this draft and offseason is setting up coming up at the C-Note at 3:20, the Cowboys news of the evening. Like I said, though, to open the show, a lot of news is already cranking, as it's pretty incredible. It seems like an entire couple of weeks of offseason news is, just hitting the wires. And we'll start with Raiders GM John Spytek saying he does expect star defensive end Max Crosby to play for them in 2026 amid the trade speculation. I do. Max is an elite player. I've been very upfront from the start when I got here, and we're in the business of having really good players on the team, and we need a lot more of them. Said he has a great relationship with Crosby and that he's had great conversations with the 28-year-old veteran who has been in the building every day rehabbing from off-season knee surgery. What do you guys think? Should the Cowboys be discouraged from him being on the table as a result of what Spytek said today?
No, I don't think you believe anything these guys say right now. Any good general manager would say that. Like, even if you do want to trade him, you never want to be the GM that's just like, yeah, we're open for business, unless you're selling complete damaged goods and you're just trying to get off a contract like the Dolphins
Miami
are with Tua right now. Yeah, like that's a different deal.
Anything's on the table. Like, trades, releases. Hey, if anyone's interested, call us. We'll try and work something out for you. But I agree. I think this is smokescreen lying season, and you've got to kind of look through all the crap that's being said right now. I think if the Raiders got an offer offer that they liked, they would absolutely move Max Crosby. But he also is their star player. So as they try a rebuild here, and they've got a bunch of money, they're going to have a new head coach. They're going to have Fernando Mendoza, the top overall pick. They've got talent on offense. If they can figure out how to fix that defense, they could end up being better sooner than we think. So I can understand the benefit of keeping a Max Crosby. But if you call them and give them an offer that they like, I think they would take it.
Yeah, they've said, or at least the reports have said, they want 2 ones and a veteran. So I kind of take this as they're not getting that. So they're telling the market, well, if you don't come with something better, we ain't moving them to you.
2 ones and a player. Come on.
Yeah, that's a joke. He did say Crosby is not untradeable. Quote, I learned a long time ago, always listen. I'm always listening. Okay, and Clint Kubiak has said that he wants Crosby to be a part of the Raiders' success moving forward. Mark Davis also making it clear that he wants Crosby to stay in Las Vegas. It's tough because it's a fan favorite, and Max himself doesn't want to look like the guy who's, chomping at the bit to get out of town, but it's a sensitive situation. I think if you're the Cowboys, what makes sense to me is offering 20 and seeing if that gets it done. And if it doesn't get it done, that's fine. We could do something else with it. Alrighty, we also have Texans GM Nick Caserio calling the trade talk regarding C.J. Stroud, quote, moronic.
Yeah.
That's moronic. Shot down rumors of potentially moving Stroud and reaffirmed his commitment to his fourth-year quarterback. Quote, we're not trading the guy. He's our quarterback. He's going to be playing quarterback for the Houston Texans in 2026. How concerning was how that ended? I mean, overall, C.J. Stroud had a solid year from a guy you would expect to be a franchise quarterback. I guess you run into some tough teams in the playoffs, but he really had 2 stinker games in a row, didn't he, there in January?
It's a big-time concern. I mean, you're talking about 2 years now where he had an amazing rookie season, and then he has not looked like the same player, and you've had 2 different offensive coordinators. And they kind of got their season going when he was hurt. It was Davis Mills. Getting it done. That winning streak going, and then he kind of came in, and it was more like, don't mess this up, because we've got one of the top 2 defenses in all of football. So, if you're C.J. Stroud, he made comments today talking about the positives and the struggles, and I understand that. I mean, you can learn a lot in defeat, but, gosh, this is a big year for C.J. Stroud because the arrow's pointing down right now.
If you're another team, are you thinking this is an opportunity maybe to get a guy?
Yeah, I think so. You know what? If you're starting to hear whisperings of, potential trade, I mean, I don't think people make these things up. I think that people hear this from somebody in the organization, and then it kind of leaks out that way. I mean, the whole thing, we were talking about Trey Wingo and how that all got out with the Raiders. Yeah. But I think that if you're – listen, if you're really interested in the player, you owe it to yourself, and this is a great environment to walk up and grab another guy and say, hey, listen, are you serious that you guys not going to trade this guy, or is there something I can do to make you feel a little bit different? And then you get the John Spytek line, well, I've learned to always be open for business, that kind of thing. So, yeah, if you're interested in doing something, and you think enough of that quarterback, you're not doing your due diligence if you don't ask him. And if he adamantly says, no, I'm not going to do anything, then okay, take him at his word. But I don't sit there and just feel like that you could just, that we might have an opportunity here. Somebody in the organization is not liking this player like they probably should.
Yeah, I feel like C.J. Stroud's right on that line of if you don't have a quarterback, you could see him like an oasis in the desert. Like, holy cow, a legitimate, credible starting-level quarterback. If you have him and you've lost a couple of playoff games, you're like, man, we could get way better than this, and it might be worth the risk to move on depending on what you could get for him.
Man, I just don't know how you could have that defense and just allow a quarterback not to be good. You're only going to get this defense playing at the level for so long. And are you going to waste that? Are we going to look up one day and we're going to go, gosh, dang, the Houston Texans had a top 2-3 defense. Their quarterback was 21st, in rankings and stuff. So like I said, man, you got to think about this before time gets by you there.
Yeah, I think you got a point there. I would want to make sure we have a good running game, and have good protection. And then if he can't thrive in that environment, but it could be too late. I mean, your window could be gone. It opens and closes quicker than ever. At the end of 2025 or 2024, it looked like the Eagles would never lose a game again. Yeah. The momentum they had rolling, but that thing came crashing back to earth. The Jets are going to use the franchise tag on running back Breece Hall if they can't reach an agreement with the runner before Tuesday's deadline. So if you were still dreaming about an incredible running back backfield with Breece Hall and Javonte Williams, that thing's going to be out of there. I imagine a number of fan bases were. I love Breece Hall, and I thought if you were going to spend $8 million in Javonte Williams, maybe you should be interested in increasing that a little bit more and going after Breece Hall. But it looks like the Jets are going to pay him significantly more, not just a little bit more, but the tag's going to come in at $14.5 million.
Yeah, Breece Hall, if you look at Breece Hall as a player and the valuation of him and Williams was very similar. It was within maybe $200,000 or $300,000. One at maybe at 10.5, the other at 10.3 or 2, that kind of thing. They as the season wore on, their evaluations were very, very similar of where they were as players. So for him to get $14 million a year on a tag, that's a pretty significant jump for him.
And it's tough for him. He was one of the players that after the trade deadline was venting on social media about how bad it sucked to not get traded. Yeah. And now you have them locking into you. It's like, help, let me out of here. I wouldn't want a team build with that in mind, but maybe they feel like if we can get some winning momentum going here and Breece Hall is a part of it, those attitudes would change immediately. But I think if I'm Breece Hall today, I'm going in there and saying, man, please don't do this. And if you do this, please trade me. I don't want to do a long-term deal here. And he's still fairly young, drafted as a second-round pick in 2022. G-Bag of the Day champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, where are you taking it?
Fresh off the press, we've got an updated top 10 fast food fries list, all right? And number one might surprise you. 877-881-1053. Have you changed your opinion on the best fries in the fast food game? That's next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
There we go, Wyatt. He's looking to get a fat new contract.
A lot of words fat here going on.
A lot of
He is, but yeah, he's looking for that, isn't he?
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, for the Rangers, it might behoove you to get ahead of that situation. I know there's been other players. There's fans that are probably like, well, we've talked about this before, and, well, we saw what ended up happening. Let's go ahead and let him see if he can be productive again this year. Wyatt's one of those guys that I don't really have a doubt. I think that he is the real deal, and I can't wait to get out there at your surprise this time next week and get to watch him. But congratulations to the Olympics in Italy. Largest audience since 2014, according to NBC. They drew a daily average of 23.5 million viewers in the U.S., most watched Olympics since those Sochi Games, Gavin, of 2014.
Dawson thinks they're still in Sochi.
I mean, the Sochi Games were legendary.
Looking for tonight's bobsled event.
One of the best. One of the best in Sochi. Average daily viewership was a 90% increase over the Winter Games in Beijing in 2022. So across the NBC, Peacock, USA Network platforms, they crushed it. They did a really, really good job.
Do you think the time problem when these events were done, or just think that it was on, or the fact that it's on all day? That Peacock is able, because when I grew up, it was like on NBC, and you only got to see it at night for a couple hours. You know, and then now with another network, you can watch that damn thing from like 3 a.m. all day. You know, so maybe they made it maybe they figured out the Olympics on 2 or 3 different channels is the way to go. Just keep showing it.
Lucius, were you because you were really like our goal,
Luscious,
the Luscious,
hey Luscious, hey Luscious.
How was your
that boxing?
They calling you, bro. Turn around.
Your consumption of the Olympics this go around, was it as good as 4 years ago? Or even 2 years ago with the Summer Games.
It was kind of like the Summer Games. I was locked in on every little event, and then Peacock had that thing at night where they give you the whole recap.
Yeah,
it's a 2-hour show.
That was nice.
I would like that. I like the explanations in it because sometimes I would watch an event and not what's going on, but then you click the explanation and they tell you like, all right, you know what, I'm gonna ride for a second.
That's helpful.
Yeah, I don't like the single events though because it's like 19 people that have to do it. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's really spread out. But there were some events I'm like, I don't really understand what is going on here. But it is kind of cool, I think, having it.
The one where they had to take their skis off and run up the stairs. Yeah, that was kind of bizarre.
Yeah,
that was
I didn't know what was happening. But
hadn't seen that one.
And the skis are back
That's
on.
bathroom stop.
It's it's wild. All right, let's talk some fries, shall we? The top 10 fries in the fast food game. 877-881-1053. 214 Tolo Sean here. Broadus is in his bag, and I'm here for it. Oh,
thank you, Sean. Appreciate you, man.
Mickey D's has the best fries of all time.
Mickey D's?
Mickey D's. That's where Sean's going.
Okay. It's crazy that they've. Lucius is not feeling that.
Thank you, Lucius. Thank you, Lucius.
Lucius isn't really feeling the fries in general.
I don't eat a lot of fries. You're right. So the
onion
fries
ring, man.
Fired. They have to be fired for me to like it.
Yeah.
Arby's got some crazy good fries, bro.
Yes, sir.
I think both. I think their crinkle and their curlies are pretty damn good.
Their curly
Jack in
fries
the Box.
Jack in the Box.
Those curly joints.
Yeah.
Those are damn good. I think.
But right after that, it used to be Wingstop, but they kind of started slacking in their macking.
Yeah. No, that's heartbreaking, dude. I hate when places change when they have something that is like a 1 seed that like everybody talks about. Wingstop fries is one of them. I think Chili's used to have a great chocolate shake or whatever, but they tweaked it and did something stupid to it. Now it doesn't hit the same. So I don't know if the McDonald's hot fudge sundae still hitting the same. Did they change the hot fudge in there? Because that used to be that's not as good as it was. Okay, but they did change it though.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
used to be like a super thick chocolate that was in there. It was amazing.
Why do I always feel like the machine is broken when I order one of these things? It's they're cleaning it or it's broken. I never
has a tendency of that.
Yeah. Why does that happen?
I don't know.
But I never get the right. I never. When I want to order one, they can't make it. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, we're cleaning the machine right now, and I'm like, oh, okay, thanks.
If you had been here 3 months ago, you'd have gotten one.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's probably the most labor-intensive thing those employees do. So when it goes down, they're like, yes, nobody fix it.
I'm just tell you what, I think there's some sabotaging going on.
It can be surprised.
I do. I think there is.
Especially if you got to clean the machine and it's near closing time. Like that was always the worst when I was working at Chick-fil-A, and you get like a bunch of high kids or something that roll them through at like 9:55, and it's like, oh, can I get 4 shakes? I'm like,
Nope.
Gosh,
it's
dang
broken.
it. Are you kidding me? No, you can't. But you got to put a smile on and say, my pleasure. Absolutely, you can. Do you want whipped cream and cherry on that?
Man, that sounds like a beating.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of a beating, I would say I'm kind of coming around to how Lucius has looked at the fries over the last couple of years when we've done this list. I've been like, man, I think all fries are great. But I recently drew a line on particular fries that make theirs fresh. You can see them peeling up potatoes and slicing the potatoes. And I like, you know what? Not worth the calories. I'm not going with these. And I've started to do it at other spots. And I just think the fast food meal is better without the fries. You know, the burger or the chicken sandwich or the chicken strips or whatever is fantastic. But it's a very rare fry that I think can actually live up to it. I think what we want is something filling, and that post-meal bloat that comes if you consume the entire order of fries it adds a guilt factor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think it's multidimensional here. The psychology of it, the actual flavor. You know, we're just stuffing our faces, not even thinking that these are pretty empty calories that are also horrible for your health.
Yeah. No, I think it's you're better off eating like 2 burgers.
Yeah.
And no fries.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So nobody goes for the travel bag? Like, you know, while you're driving, the travel bag of fries?
Idea here, because I think there's still something just delicious about a good fry. But, I mean, from a health standpoint. But I guess if you're already committing to fast food,
you've already made a bad decision to begin with. Yeah.
I mean, there are certain places that have tried.
It's not like Wolchuk's logic.
You know?
Might as well just go all the way out.
No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Let's not half-ass this thing. I'm going onion ring. I'm going frings, baby.
Bro.
What is this frings Jack in the Box?
Where the barbiturates at? I should a little skag between my toes, man. It's me down.
Hey, it's an unhealthy day.
Just leaning into a fat day. It's a treat yourself Thursday here.
I'm not saying do crack.
I'm just saying, quick energy.
Energy. I mean, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, I'm like, screw it. You know, and if I'm going for fast food, let's just go ahead and go all out here.
Well, and there are still some that I think are good, especially if you pair them with the perfect ketchup. You know, like McDonald's or the Jack in the Box and Arby's curly fries.
Yeah. Whataburger, just because their ketchup's so damn good.
Yes, and Whataburgers is unique. You know, I have a place in my appetite for Whataburgers fries for sure.
Fries.
Yeah.
We do have some, different opinions on the Wingstop fries. Like our guy Zach in Frisco is still saying the Wingstop fries are good. He thinks they stay.
Is that sugar? Is that sugar that we're getting on
They do sweeten them up in some way.
I think that they've stopped, and that's why they're not as good anymore.
Okay, well, yeah, the original.
Yeah, the original was. And now, maybe they're trying to go healthier. Maybe they listened to Gavin and they're like, you know what, we can't keep putting this crack on the fries.
I'm helping you out today, Lucius.
I've been eating healthy for 5 days now. Are you having the shit? It's like I'm a damn nutritionist.
Have you flipped though?
Let me give you a lecture on eating healthy here, boys.
Dr. Gavin. TED Talk with Dr. Gavin.
My energy is better. My digestive system is working perfectly.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
Yeah. Apple a day.
How miserable are you right now?
And I'm crushing the salads. I was telling Chief, I'm making this terrific chicken salad at home. I think the secret ingredient is the cilantro, which we just talked about last week.
A little peppery.
But just some crumbled up cilantro thrown in there and then tossed around totally sets it off.
Well, the honorable mentions on the fry game, you will be happy to know In-N-Out was down to 14 on the list because I agree with you. In-N-Out's fries are trash.
Oh,
they're probably the worst.
Popeyes, Burger King, and Steak.
Man, Popeyes, you got to get right to them. They're great.
Yeah.
You got to get right with them.
Yeah.
I like the seasoning that they're putting on.
That's the one you got to eat in the car.
Right out of the basket into your hands.
Yep.
Just pour it from the basket.
Gotta get right with 'em,
Grease
bro.
all over your hands, whatever. It hurts. Well, give me the fries. Let's go.
Number 10 is Whataburger fries.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
Number 9, and I think that they brought the wedges back, is KFC.
Yeah, the wedges.
Yeah, potato wedges are good. Those are like steak fries.
wedges.
I like it. Yep.
8 is Shake Shack, which are
Boy, they're proud about their prices. That place.
They are, but it is good. But they are proud. Yeah. They're proud, Brian over there.
Yeah.
Five Guys is 7.
Five Guys, yeah, those
Okay.
are good, man. You guys don't like Five Guys fries?
No, they intimidate you like dumping a bunch of extra in the bag to try and make their fries better. That's what they're doing.
No,
They're soggy.
You get the volume.
They're kind of like
That's what I'm
Popeyes
saying.
and-
They're tricking you. They're like, look, we're going to give you a bag full, and they're not really good.
And I don't think I like fries if they still have the peel on them.
Okay,
You know,
you
I
don't
feel
wanna
like
see
they're the
potato.
peel heaviest.
Yeah, they are. The Cajun option is good. Taco Bell nacho cheese fries is number 6.
I have never had one of these.
Me neither.
Are they good?
I haven't either, but they must be good because they're up to 6 now. Yes, Nathan's was 15. Tolo Mark texting in Nathan's count. Yes, Nathan's Hot Dogs does have fries.
Really?
They came in at 15 on the list.
Oh.
Wendy's was at 5. And I feel like Wendy's is always changing up their fries. They went to natural cut. They went to the crispy. Like, they're always finding a way to remarket and rebrand
If you're
fries.
changing them up, you shouldn't be in the top 5.
Agreed. 4 is Arby's.
This is bad. That's a bad ranking for them.
I think I'm going to like the rest of these, though. Top 4's got to be pretty good if Arby's coming in 4.
Strong.
I can beat that.
Is Arby's only the curly, or do they have
No, they do crinkle cut now, too, and the crinkle cut are actually pretty damn good.
Okay.
3 is Chick-fil-A.
The
waffle.
wedge, the waffle thing. Yeah, waffle. My gosh.
And they are dominant. But again, as you mentioned,
they get cold
with Popeyes. Yeah,
they struggle.
You gotta, and it stinks because they don't let you in most locations. They won't let you do the extra crispy. When I worked there, like, you gotta keep them in there a little bit longer. You gotta crisp up those suckers.
I think so too, and I think a lot of Chick-fil-A's don't put enough salt on them. The one on Town East in Mesquite nails the salt.
Okay,
but the one on Collins, just 2 miles away, light on the salt.
All right.
Yeah.
2 is McDonald's.
Dr. Dawson just called them out.
They have a suggestion box there at Chick-fil-A.
Well,
Maybe we should drop one in.
They've got salt. Like, you can get some salt if you need to. If you go to one that you know, like, they're probably not going to salt it enough, you can either just ask for some salt packets on the side. You also get some people that ask for the no salt, and then they've got to go ahead and do a whole new batch just for the no salt people. That can be a real big pain in the rear. But
you've already proven, Woolchuck, you'll make shakes for everybody. So
I will.
Yeah.
Pushovers.
And it'll be
fast food.
Your pleasure.
And it's my
sure,
pleasure.
whatever you need.
Absolutely.
Let's go. They're closed on Sunday, but let's bully them a little bit.
Make
What do you
it
say?
extra chocolatey for you.
You can always spot the Chick-fil-A employee that's about to get fired. You know?
About to crash out. The Chick-fil-A crash out is one of a kind.
Won't see you again.
It's the dude in the short sleeve white shirt. Watch this.
Hey, sir.
Watch, he's going to say, "What the frick, man?" And it's all going to be over.
Go bleep yourselves.
Just throw the bag at you.
At 2, they took a tumble from 1 a year ago, which is a shocker.
No way.
And moving into the number 1 spot, and I can't say that I know this from experience.
Oh, it's going to be like a Carl's.
It's Checkers or Rallies.
Okay.
Comes in at number 1.
I'm going to call BS on this number.
Of the list. If anybody is a Checkers or Rally person, let me know.
If we're in California, maybe.
Let me know. I haven't seen the best fries in the fast food game. I can't tell you if they are or not, but they've moved into the number 1 spot. 501 is asking about them. They are number 1. Let us know. Is that a good ranking, or did they screw us over and McDonald's should still be number 1?
Arby's way too low at 4.
Yeah, Arby's deserves some love.
So someone is alleging that Dawson's French fry take is the worst take on the fan ever.
Does it override my cheesecake theory?
I guess so, bro.
Yeah.
Woo, glad to be off that podium. Woo.
Wow, that was offensive.
I mean, you got to be a free thinker. This world's going to condition you to all sorts of things. You'll think it's delicious. Next thing you know, you'll be sitting in a crowded movie theater room with people playing with their straws and crunching popcorn, thinking you're having the time of your life. That's hell. That's hell you're sitting in right there. Watch your movies at home, bro.
What a play by me.
Why are you at the
Watch your
theater?
movies at home.
Social programming. We're back with the Newsbag Nation, Chief. Where you taking
Yeah,
it?
perfect NIL collision course plus American grocery rankings and the New York Stankies next in the nation. But Tolos, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future. But listen, some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. If my kids needed help, man, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live in Indy at the Combine with special co-host Brian Broaddus and special guest Ian Rappaport. We'll also have another Godsmack ticket giveaway, and we'll chop it up at 7:40. It's a Combine Hump Day.
Hump Day!
On the Fan.
Guys, are you size conscious? At Body Up Medical for Men in Southlake, Dr. Mitchell is a national leader in non-surgical male enhancement. FDA-approved HA and PMMA fillers can help you gain 1 to 2 inches in girth with no cutting, no surgery, and 0 downtime. Boost your results with a P-shot or Botox for maximum blood flow. Financing is available. See real results in less than 2 weeks.
Act now. Text or call 817-903-1275. That's 817-903-1275. Or visit bodybodyformen.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
From sudden weather changes to busy freeways, driving here can be a challenge. That's why switching to AAA could be a smart move. You could save up to 21% on your auto insurance. AAA gives you trustworthy protection, personalized coverage, and service that brings real peace of mind. Plus, you can save even more by bundling policies or insuring multiple vehicles. My family does both of those things to enjoy the savings. Check it out at AAA.com. That's AAA.com.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we...
willing to take you on a journey across the country to cover the biggest sports stories in DFW. ASCO Equipment presents the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, all next week with access you won't find anywhere else. The fans' coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time now for a little news bag here with the Chief, Eric Chiafalo.
Yeah, this is the portion of the program where I go through some news stories and see if you guys already kicked these around yesterday while I was out. Okay, it'll be a fun game right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, live on the news desk, I see the New York Stankies. You guys familiar with the New York Stankies?
It's just people in New York that smell really bad.
There is that.
300, sir.
This is sort of a different branch on that same sort of tree.
Okay.
This was a welcome back to baseball moment in Tampa for the New York Yankees on Saturday, first spring training game. They're hosting the Detroit Tigers at George M. Steinbrenner Field, and then they realized that a couple of sewage lines had broken.
Oh, no. Oh, wow. Hadn't heard this one.
This was like a FedEx Field on steroids situation.
Yeah.
All right?
That sounds horrible.
All-time sewage. According to the USA Today, the lines broke just outside the stadium's main entrance. Meaning that fans had to carefully step around the aftermath, which a security guard is reported to have referred to as, quote, poo-poo water.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's feces.
No.
That's not going to leave the kind of impression they want
shotguns
on the fan base.
There were shotguns. I mean, it got wild out there, bro.
Okay, so speaking of broken pipes, I'm living in southeast Portland. This is probably 2002, 2003. Very old urban grid, right? Really outdated plumbing. Right, so I'm in the basement. Here I am in the basement. We're having a poker game. Probably had 2 or 3 poker tables going. This is right at the height of the ESPN poker tournament mania, right? Chris Moneymaker and all those guys and
studs.
And all of a sudden, we catch a whiff of the same thing you're talking about right here with the New York Stankies.
Oh yeah, that's quote unquote poo-poo water.
Okay, so the pipe going out to the road had broken. All the extra traffic in my house and flushing the toilet made the water start pushing back up. And as we're sitting there in the basement, like the drain in the bottom of that concrete floor starts bubbling up.
Oh, no.
With the aforementioned poo water.
No.
It was terrible.
I thought it was a poo-poo platter.
The only good thing was that it was down to like 1 table, so we could move it upstairs.
That's not good.
Yeah, you have to call an audible at that point. I mean, we're relocating immediately. So kudos to you guys for that. Unfortunately,
they are finishing the game. You see that? We're finishing this game.
Absolutely.
Straight up emergency going on downstairs. We got to finish this game first, fellas. Take your shoes off and walk on upstairs.
Yeah. I think it was probably my wife's fault too. I think she was flushing paper towels or something like that.
Oh, that is such an elementary freaking mistake, man.
Couldn't believe it. We actually blamed it on the city though, and they wrote us a check for our inconveniences.
Blamed it on the city.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah. How do you enjoy your Cracker Jacks at a baseball game? Imagine all the senior citizens that have been waiting months to get to their first Yankee spring training game. And they got their hot dogs and their popcorn and their nachos, and they're just surrounded by floods of poo water. And it gets worse because it didn't just hit them right there at the ballpark, but it actually made its way into the clubhouse. So the players had to scratch and claw their way through that as well.
We're going to need a new stadium here, boss.
That was a beautiful stadium. I mean, I got to go see a game there once, tainted. But now clearly, they need to go ahead and redo that thing. New plumbing.
I love the idea of being like a free agent first-year Yankees player. You think you're at like the height of the sport, and on day one you get absolutely crapped on.
Literally.
Welcome back to the Bronx Bombers. Okay, elsewhere, did we get the story about the Team USA hockey jerseys and how you can't purchase them?
No, haven't
after
heard this
winning
one.
gold. Okay, very good. Once again,
Fanatics involved?
Live at the news desk. No, this is not. We can't blame Fanatics for this.
No, this isn't
No,
Fanatics.
I'm sure some people
Sorry,
are
I know
lashing
people are
out.
listening. Sorry about that, Fanatics.
Some people are lashing out probably at Fanatics, but this is a Nike problem. So
can't keep them in stock, can we?
Well, they just weren't planning on the United States to win the Olympic gold. So they made a lot more of the Canadian jerseys, thinking those are going to be the ones that are going to be real hot.
Give them to the Canadians. Give them to those kids. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have plenty of free Canadian jerseys, I would imagine, to dole out. But, everybody was trying to capitalize. I mean, it's a hot market at that point. You win gold. Everybody's trying to go get their USA sweaters. And Nike was banking on Canada at the front end of the Olympics when they were putting this all together, because they don't want to make more jerseys than they can sell. So they're like trying to place, okay, what are we going to need more of? They thought they needed more of Canada, and of course Team USA dunked on them. But now we all pay the price if we're trying to get a Team USA sweater.
Yeah, Phil Knight, take the wheel back. What are we doing over there? Come on.
And the fact is, Canada, they're diehards anyway. They've got their Canadian jerseys.
Yeah.
They're not looking for another Canadian sweater.
Yeah.
They've had their thing
They had
forever.
some cool ones, by the way, they wore. Those were some cool uniforms they had.
The Reds?
Yeah, the Reds were cool.
Now, does MAGA boycott Nike for this, you think, for not believing in America?
Ooh. Interesting.
I mean, that MAGA and Nike have already, been crossways in the past.
They've clashed.
I could imagine an escalation here as a result.
I always kind of peek at their stock every once in a while. It's kind of something that, maybe, this might be a big blow to that thing.
Yeah, that hurts, man. That hurts.
Canadian go broke,
Yeah, no kidding, man. Well said. The American Customer Satisfaction Index has ranked Trader Joe's as the top grocery store in the United States.
It's awesome.
For customer satisfaction, knocking out Publix from its reigning top spot. You'll be happy to know H-E-B comes in third nationwide.
HEB will be up there at the top before it's all said and done, but I will vouch for Trader Joe's. I mean, matter of fact, I saw Michelle, she spent about $86 over there just here a little bit ago.
It is a good store.
Just a little bit ago. You pocket watch it over there.
No, I get it. My credit cards, when they charge.
This, $86?
Yeah, no, I do that. I tell you what, hey, I've been hacked so many damn times on stuff. I watch all that stuff, man. Seriously. But but Trader Joe's is great. Their food is fresh. It's well priced. The people there are super friendly. When they help you out. So I see why they're number one.
I think you got to know what you're getting into. And if you do, Trader Joe's is probably number one, right?
Yeah.
But if you want some high sugar cereal or some delicious frozen foods, I don't think Trader Joe's is your spot. If you want the best possible fresh sandwich meat and cheese, boom, Trader Joe's getting you taken care of.
I see what you're doing, Dawson. That's a good plan.
You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
If you want to eat healthy, Trader Joe's is your spot.
No, Trader Joe's, they have the fruit and vegetables. Dawson, with you being into salads, you need to take a spin through Trader Joe's and get your
got a lot of great
your
stuff.
fixins.
I love it. I love it. Still, I'm planning my first trip to an H-E-B ever. Forney's got one now. I saw the billboard yesterday on my way home.
Eric, is it still like they get you in and then you kind of have to make the rotation around? Do we still do that? Or we can't go against the stream, right? We got to go with the rotation?
At H-E-B?
Yeah.
I go against the stream at the Plano location.
Yeah, they don't have signs or anybody that's kind of directing traffic. I think it's just kind of on
I kind of felt like everybody just followed everybody around the store.
No, it gets congested in the cheese and meats area.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
By the deli. That'll get a little bit tough. But otherwise, man, it's free reign like your typical Target or Walmart or wherever you do your shopping.
I felt like I got on that train and I couldn't get off. I was in areas I'm not supposed to be in, But hey, it's a good store, man. It is really a good store.
It's fantastic. It really is. And we'll have to bookmark this maybe for later. The 817 says, Lucius, tell them about real poop water. Navy. That's all they left us with. So I don't know what they're...
Every day on that ship, you never know what you're going to wake up to. I'll tell you that, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make a man out of you.
Dookie water.
Make a man out of you.
You could be cleaning sewage nightmares.
At first you say you're not going to take a shower in it, and by the third day you start smelling yourself. You said, I guess I'm going to take a shower in it, huh?
No. Yeah.
Man, here we go. Let me put on my boots and take a shower.
Do they not just drain all the waste into the ocean? Or are we storing that?
But sometimes, things happen. It gets backed up. Sometimes you have no water pressure on there. Things get kind of strange. But for the most part, it's great.
All right. Well, we got 1 hour down.
It's great, bro. It's good.
If you don't mind tight spaces and being out in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah. Turning threes into nines all of a sudden. Like, damn, Johnson looking good.
We got a mixed bag coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
Let's do it. We got trash talk between these two coaches. A D-Ware story you got to hear, and a Ranger finally cracking the top 10. That's next.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Arizona for Rangers spring training. We do have some Rangers news for you. As shortstop Sebastian Walcott, number 5th prospect in all of Major League Baseball, has had successful elbow surgery. He is expected to miss 5 to 6 months. 19-year-old had an internal brace placed on his right elbow earlier this week. Procedures considered less severe than the full elbow reconstruction, which leaves the possibility of him being able to play at some point later on this season, which is very optimistic news. I was under the impression he's probably going to be out. I know CY was as well. But, hey, you don't have to rush anything here, but that's great that we didn't have to have a full-on reconstruction. The other positive news, now I'm taking this as a positive, Buster Olney's putting out his top 10s of every position group in all Major League Baseball. There's been a glaring omission. There's been no Texas Rangers on any of these top 10s.
He must have done shortstops, huh?
He did shortstop, Gavin. Yes, he did, you baseball man, you.
That's right.
And Corey Seager is 5th on the list of top 10 shortstops in all of the game. The players ahead of him, you've got Francisco Lindor of the Mets at 4, Gunnar Henderson of the Orioles at 3, Geraldo Perdomo at 2 with the D-backs, and then Bobby Witt Jr., DFW zone, coming in at number 1 with the Kansas City Royals. Right up from Buster on our guy Corey Seager. He says, look, Seager's very different from Lindor, that he tends to miss a lot of games. He was out for 60 games last year, but he reached 135 games on the season only once in the past 8 years. Gosh, we need you to stay healthy, Corey. But when he plays, he's a difference maker. He's generated a 6.2 WAR in 102 games last season when he averaged a 139 OPS plus over the past 8. The Rangers might bear more injury worry than just about any other franchise with Seager, Evo, and DeGrom as their core players, so they don't have a lot of margin for error. But they desperately do need Corey to stay in the lineup, and they do. We've seen the difference he can make. He can really carry you. He's that type of player. Corey, we need you, buddy. I know CY and the entire organization praying for a clean bill of health this year for our MVP. But Seager, finally, we got a Ranger in the top 10 of Buster Olney's list.
We should have a pitcher in there, shouldn't we, with DeGrom? He's probably around top 10.
DeGrom was
Could
10.
Be. Okay,
DeGrom
he was
number
10. Very nice.
That was the first list that he came out with. I think it was like 2 weeks ago now. He's really been slow paying this thing through spring training. But yeah, DeGrom was 10. Otherwise, it's like not even an honorable mentions.
Yeah.
Like at one point, you would have had Josh Young in there, but he can't stay healthy. Maybe Evan Carter, we thought would be trending to be on this. He can't stay healthy. Wyatt, I think, has a shot, but overall now no Marcus Semien, and that's a player that offensively is also, turned to poo-poo.
And if status quo holds, they're going to be really bad. Really bad.
Really bad.
But I think Jock Peterson could be a top 10 DH. I think Berger could be have a top 10 first base season. So we just got to have some positive answers, and we look forward to investigating that further next week.
Should our first question to Jock Peterson be, so Jock, did you finally learn where the weight room is?
I love that. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I asked you at a bad time as you were just eating.
I was just housing some chips.
Just crushing it.
In honor of Jock.
Do you get those little packets, do you bring those from home? Do you buy those? Do you get those fresh every day before you come in?
My wife has, sandwich bags.
Okay.
So I just use those.
It looks nice.
She doesn't let me take just a full bag of chips. I want to just take the full bag and have her trust me that I will ration it throughout, a handful of days. But
she's met you.
I've broken that trust.
Yeah.
So now we have the sandwich bag so that I can have just a normal amount instead of dipping back into that bag around 5 o'clock.
I get it.
When it's still sitting there.
You got them stashed around the house like a problem drinker, one out under the recycling bin.
That's why I am with the chips, no question. I got some questions for Jock for sure. He knows where the weight room is now. Absolutely. I think, want him to confirm that there was no fat shots involved with this decline in weight. And some other fun ones we're going to kick around.
Can't wait.
I've got it.
Do you think he's going to answer that one honestly? You think he's going to say no fat shots?
Well, I think we could also get into a discussion of is that MLB, is that illegal in the MLB? Is that a banned substance?
Yeah, so he might have some answers on that.
So he's the test case of
like, hey, I looked into it, trust me, but MLB told me no.
Sorry, we can't go there.
I'd like to know if he thinks that kind of leadership could have been used with Rowdy Tellez last year.
I knew this was coming.
I do anticipate asking him, hey, did this make the rounds in the clubhouse?
Well, we don't need to be like, hey, we screwed up. Just be like, hey, there was this whole earthquake thing going on.
Did you hear about these jerks that were asking some guy named Gavin Dawson?
Ask him what he thinks the nickname Girthquake is. If it's
yeah,
any
do you
good.
like the nickname Girthquake?
Yeah.
Has the Jotquake ever come across your news desk before? Let's move things to the college football world. As former Alabama assistants under Nick Saban decided to have a roast war as they were together at a wonderful, wonderful deal for Steve Spurrier. He does an awards ceremony. This is the 5th year that he's been doing this. It's an awards dinner, which honors several coaches and players. You had Malachi Toney, the stud for Mario Cristobal, was honored at this. And then you had Georgia redshirt freshman corner Ellis Robinson IV, which, my gosh,
sounds regal.
Very regal name. So,
can he cover?
I don't know. I actually haven't watched him yet, Brian. I don't know how much playing time he got. Maybe he got quite a bit, but I'm sure Ellis Robinson.
What award did he win?
He didn't actually win an award. He was just at the event being honored along with his coach and Kirby Smart. So the issue here, though, was it started off. We'll start here with Kirby. Now, I think it's Mario Cristobal's audio is much cleaner than Kirby Smart's audio here, but we'll do the best we can as Lucius has been gracious enough to pull this. Let's start with Kirby, who took the mic first. And Kirby, well, he didn't love that Mario was sitting super close to his 5-star corner.
That's all right. They deserve it. Mario's right behind him, and if it had been up to him, he would have paid a lot more NIL money because it came down to us, too, so I don't like you being real close to Mario right now. You know what I'm saying? He's still got another year left. Got to be careful around Mario. Sometimes he'll take your players, if you know what I mean. But, no, I'm just kidding. It's all right. I was talking to Mario earlier, and he came up to me, and he gave me a Lane Kiffin joke, and he and Lane are very similar in a lot of ways. They're like best friends. And he came up to me, he's like, you ought to start getting on some protein shakes. You've had too many carbs. And I said, well, you probably ought to spend some time with Steve Spurrier because he won more conference championships at Duke than you have at Miami. That's a good point. Coach Spurrier and him got to visit some. I don't know why you're over here laughing too now.
Amazing. Like, I didn't know these coaches just take the mic and it's like it's a roast war. It's amazing. So Kirby goes first. Now Kirby sits down and Mario Cristobal gets his turn. So obviously he's got to chirp right back at Kirby, and here was Mario Cristobal.
I'll tell you what, the first thing is it's a great piece right there to watch what a player like Carson Beck could do with great coaching. You know what I mean? No, seriously, let's give it up for Kirby Smart. Let's give it up for Kirby Smart. If it wasn't for all his years of pre-NIL, we wouldn't have NIL right now. But, did you reach somebody here? Robinson family, great seeing you. We leave at 9:30 on the real jet. We have more than one restaurant in Miami as opposed to Athens. Certainly appreciate being here. I know I could go on for a little bit now. But no, you gotta give a guy like Kirby credit. You know what I mean? When you have all that time to sit at home watching us play on TV throughout the playoffs, when you don't take care of business, but congratulations on the SEC and the championship. That's awesome. We were 5-0 against the SEC. I don't know what you were, but man, I'm in enemy territory too. I gotta feel some of you are on Kirby's side. But no, you guys are super professional. I never felt so welcome in enemy territory, except last year at the Swamp, 41-17. But
that's really good.
Well
man.
done.
Yes, the delivery, waiting for the cheers and the laughs, and then all right, I'm going to go. I mean, it was incredible. I don't know if these two had it planned, but I love this. I want Coach roast more often. In the off season, maybe this is something we can do. This can be
terrific content. I just wonder, like, this wasn't televised, right? So maybe these guys were a little bit looser than they would be. Like when you said Mario Cristobal, I was like, oh gosh, this is going to be a sweat fest. You know, like the flops, because he just seems so rigid and intense when he's coaching. Right, I didn't think he had it in him, but you're right. This is terrific content,
amazing,
and I think I'd pay for this if I could get more of it just delivered like that.
This is the recruiter sales side of these coaches, where they have to be charming and fun, and they don't really show you that during the season, and certainly not on game days. But that was pretty awesome.
It's a really good back and forth. 817 Kirby's lucky Mario didn't say anything about Georgia's driving record.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just low-hanging fruit. He's like, all right, I'm going to leave that one off here. We're not going to go there. But I thought this was a great back and forth. And Steve Spurrier's just loving this. He's just sitting on the side, smiling from ear to ear, grinning. But it's good. Like, I imagine Steve Sarkisian, like Lane Kiffin doing this would be incredible. Like, the SEC coaches should all just go ahead and roast each other. I think the SEC roast would be fantastic.
It was the most Steve Spurrier thing I think I've ever heard that didn't come from Steve's mouth himself. He was probably in heaven.
He was. Yeah. I mean, you could see he was giddy like Brian is right now at the scouting combine. It was fantastic. Now, Jeff Monken has a suggestion, and he wants to move the Army-Navy game to Thanksgiving weekend. And this is to aid the college football playoff. So it would begin and end earlier if the proposal by Army's coach were to be adopted. He said there's not an appetite for the college football season to go all the way to the end of January. There's a real hope that we can get this thing into one semester and have the championship game around January 1st, which I think would be awesome. So you've got the head coach of Army who is now saying, look, we don't need our own game anymore. I think Army-Navy is a huge part of the history of college football and what it is today. Even give us a 4-hour block on Thanksgiving, or on Friday of Thanksgiving, or on the Saturday of Thanksgiving. Give us a 4-hour block.
Saturday be good. Yeah.
You say nobody else can play during this 4-hour block. That's still protecting the game. So that's the pushback, and I know the president's also talks about this. Like, they want Army-Navy to be special, to allow the pageantry, to have all focus on that game, because it's great for the country. But to Coach's point, there is a way we can still do that and have them be honored and have their own window without having to have a specific Saturday a week after what is, I believe, the conference championship games now.
Yes.
Just dedicated to this.
This is maybe the first domino that needs to fall for there to be some sort of order to the chaos that is the end of the college football season right now. And I dream of a day where not only can the Army-Navy game get its appropriate respect, but we can also end the college football season on January 1st.
Yes, I know. You hate the fact that it goes
have a championship.
It's like, guys, come on. What are we doing?
We got like 3 weeks off in December. What are we doing here, guys?
Go.
No, I'm all for this, man. As a guy who went to the Army-Navy game, and, man, I think the coaches are right about this, and let's get this thing over by January 1. I mean, way back in the day when those bowl games hit, you know, all the granddaddy, all these bowl games on January 1, that was it. Season was over.
It would bring tradition and excitement back in there.
Absolutely it would. Absolutely it would. But, yeah, we live in a world where money dictates for these colleges. They've got to pay for these students. You know, they've got $20 to $30 million that the universities have to now put out there for their students too. So they've got to find ways to make money. I can understand it, but, man, I'd love for them to end this thing by January 1.
I got money.
Damn right. Damn right.
Yeah. Am I wrong about that, though?
No,
I mean, the sad thing is, I think that the universities would like to end it on January 1, but they can't turn away from money. Whatever gives them $2, $3, $10, $15 million, they have to do, because all of a sudden they got an athletic. I saw a deal the other day. The athletic department budget at Alabama, only 2 of their sports were above, not in red, and everybody else was in red. Football, basketball, everybody else was in red. These athletic directors have a lot of pressure on them, though, to keep those programs going, and they need money.
I don't think you're wrong. I just wonder if there's a way to make an equal amount of money in December. Like what?
I don't know, Dawson. I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. I think they're banking on the holidays to like, oh, let's just keep carrying this and carrying this. They're looking at the NFL model is what they're looking at.
Sure.
Look at like the NFL season. Hell, we'll be playing games till March 1st before we know it.
And the Monday night freeze up after the NFL is out of the regular season. Like,
right.
Yeah,
man,
I'm able to open that.
It's like the official end of football for some, whatever. It's really not.
It just seems like you'd have better success. I don't know. Maybe people are on vacation, but in that holiday 10 or 12 days or whatever it ends up being every year, if you could pack 2 or 3 playoff games into that window,
hell yes,
we're desperate for quality games.
I'm with you. I think this would be a great plan. Last thing here in the mix bag, some Stars news for you. We do have an update on Mikko Rantanen. He will be out at least 2 weeks. He will be back before the end of the season. It's just not going to be by Saturday, which initially the hope was. Otter officially will be back with the team tonight. He will not be starting in their game tomorrow. It will be Casey DeSmith. He'll probably be back in net for your Dallas Stars in the game following that. But Mikko Rantanen, one we're going to need to keep an eye on at least 2 weeks. And the Athletic has the perfect trade fit for your Dallas Stars as righty D-man Zach Whitecloud of the Calgary Flames. In this trade, the Stars would get Zach Whitecloud from Calgary, and it would be a second-round pick and fourth-round pick they'd be sending back to the Flames. They did that deal with Chris Tanev a couple of years ago. Cody Ceci, again, they're looking for that righty defenseman. But in this case, Whitecloud's got 2 years left on his deal. So he's a guy you could kind of keep around. Rasmus Anderson was a guy that I was looking at for the Stars. He already got traded. Whitecloud would be a really, really nice pairing, possibly with Thomas Harley. So I would love that addition. We'll see if Jim Nill gets aggressive.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Mixed bag is in the books here for this Tuesday. 214 says, ask Broadus if we're getting any late-night windows and sighting confessionals this week. Drunk post-dinner walkbacks to the hotel would be all time. It's a good question, and I would remind everybody, coming up at 4:20, it's an Ask Broadus Anything opportunity, so maybe we'll get the answer to that and more coming up in just over 1 hour's time. The C-Note Cowboys news of the evening is next here on The Fan.
Okay, let's chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's Trajan. And hey, when I met with Trajan Wealth, I got the straight talk. I didn't get a sales pitch. Eric went the same way there, and we left feeling empowered. That's right, because Trajan Wealth is fiduciaries. Their advice is built around what is best for you. We're clients now because we saw the difference with Trajan Wealth. We want you to see that difference. Give them a call today. Set up that absolutely free consultation. The number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. I love the Frisco spot. You've heard me talk about that plenty. Say what's up to my guy Steve there. But they've also got a variety of other locations, and they're all gorgeous. There's the spot in Arlington. They've got one in Fort Worth. They're also in McKinney, and they're even in Southlake, Eric.
Yes, they are. That's my spot. Shout out to Trajan Wealth. Get me taken care of at the highest level. Now I, too, have the confidence in
mensteaclinic.com. Get back to being you with Men's Tea.
Men's Tea Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteaclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Best Buy Windows.
Transform your home hassle-free with Best Buy Windows and Siding. Embrace transparency with zero surprises in pricing. Dial 469-WINDOWS today to affordably elevate your living space. Best Buy Windows and Siding.com, where quality meets your budget. On approved credit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. We got Will McClay at the Combine. Does Jerry talking about busting the budget change how he's looking at free agency? We'll give you what he said about that in just a second. But if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Before we get there, follow up from the 903 coming out of East Texas. Picking up on that conversation we were just having about the bowl games and the championship and could we get this thing finished January 1st, had an interesting idea. And he says it'll never happen that way because of the 4 major bowl games. They're not going to cooperate with each other because the Rose Bowl will want the championship game every year because they won't give up their January 1st slot. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I think these traditional bowl games, might be riding a little high on the hog. And I would just tell them back, listen, we'll just do the championship game without you, bruh. We don't need no stinking Rose Bowl, right? You guys are Pac-10 and Big Ten, right? That's your history, and that's great. If you want to get that thing organized without one of the best 12 or 16 teams in the country, have at it. But there's no, have we not broken away from this feeling of obligation towards tradition? Who gives a crap? We got playoffs and a real national champion. You're antiquated, Rose Bowl. Go do your own thing if you want, or we can see if we can fit you in here. And guess what? Every 4 years, you will be the national championship game.
Yeah. Just had that on the rotation there, and it could still be a prominent college football playoff game every year.
Yeah,
and then like you said, like every third or fourth year, it's the Natty.
Yeah.
But yeah, college football is the prime example of punting on tradition for better entertainment value.
Yeah, when you've got these teams switching conferences, you lose out on the rivalries. A&M and Texas just finally started playing each other again. The Rose Bowl has shown more of a willingness to adjust. They moved their kickoff time up an hour for this upcoming season. I think the main thing with them is the Tournament of Roses. It's the parade that is the big problem from the research that I did on this previously. But, I wouldn't mind if the national championship was the Rose Bowl every year. To me, it's the most beautiful stage in all of college football with the way the field looks. Aesthetically, it's gorgeous. So if that ends up just being your national championship host, I think I'd be fine with that. And the other sites can go ahead and have the other playoff games.
Thoughts, Brian?
Yeah, I just, the Rose Bowl, Zach's absolutely right. It's such a big deal for the Tournament of Roses folks to have that game at that time in that environment and on that date. It is a year-long process that they go through to get through all that. So, yeah, it's going to be really hard for tradition. I understand what you're saying, Dawson. I think money is eventually, as I said earlier, I think money is what's going to rule this.
Yeah, you nailed
TV's
it there.
Going to say, TV's going to say, listen, if you want to be a part of this and you want to get a piece of the pie, you better turn your attitude around a little bit and do what we want you to do. And they're going to say, well, we've never done it this way. And then someone's going to realize, hey, by the way, we can't pay our bills unless we have this TV, unless we do this. So I think that ultimately what will happen is I think the Rose Bowl people will get in line with the rest of everybody else.
I like the sound of that. It's time for the C note. Cowboys Director of Player Personnel, Will McClay, did a chat. Todd Archer wrote about it. Was asked, given owner and GM Jerry Jones' talk of busting the budget, has the prep for free agency been altered? McClay says, doesn't change because what we do, if we're doing it the right way, You still have to grade the free agents and know the free agent class. If you're doing your job, it's systematic because you do it every year, and you might not go after certain players, but those free agents come up in trades or get cut later or whatever it is. So you still have to go through the process, even if you don't have any money or you're shopping with no budget. You at least have to be ready to window shop. So not much of an adjustment there from Will McClay's perspective, even if the Cowboys are more aggressive. Must have been frustrating all these years doing all the research on all these players, Brian, to know that it's never going to come to fruition, but maybe this year's different.
Well, I'll tell you what Will McClay needs to do. He needs to draft better. I mean, and needs to draft better defensively. And Will McClay, I'm one of these guys, and Will at times hates me, and that's cool. I'm fine with that. You know, when I try to maybe say, well, what about this or what about that, and trying to maybe give them a little cover what they're doing. He's like, no, we're effing this thing up, and we need to figure this out and all that. But you know what? I think to me the reason why they're in such a situation because of being drafted and developed, they are in this situation now because they have busted on those second and third and fourth round picks defensively. And so now the draft is completely focused on that. Free agency is focused on that. So when you start drafting poorly, they were getting away with it for a while. Now they're in a situation where they're going to have to go out and spend some money, and they're going to have to do it a little bit different than what they normally do. But I think that's a good thing, you know. And I think the fact that Stephen Jones acknowledged what the Patriots and Seahawks did last year to get to the Super Bowl. So if they give Will the opportunity not to have to deal with Jerry and Steven and the coaches and the scouts and let Will take all that information and then go make picks, I think they'll be better off. And I think their pro department has shown at times they could be really, really good at this. The trades that they made for Pickens and all, I think were really good, going and getting Clowney good. But, man, going and getting Murray, going and getting Sanborn, going to get all – that was a big, fat whiff on their part.
What do you guys think about bringing Clowney back? I know Steven was asked about that yesterday. Since you brought it up, he doesn't seem like a natural fit for either of those spots, does he?
I don't get the vibe already. When boots on the ground here, listen to some whispers. I don't know if Clowney's a fit for what they're trying to do. So I just heard that coming into the building. So I need to kind of follow up with some people. Maybe this evening I could saddle up with somebody that can give me an answer. But I didn't get the vibe coming in here that Clowney might not be a fit here.
How about this developing situation? And we've talked about offensive line a little bit. Adam Schefter is reporting that the Niners and Trent Williams are having issues in contract negotiations.
Yeah.
Because they owe him a buttload of money if he's still on the roster.
It could conclude in the Niners having to release him. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a line of teams that would be signing up to go and bring Trent Williams in. I mean, the dude is defying age. He's an ageless wonder, still one of the best left tackles in all of the sport. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's a spot where you're like, hey, I'm down to throw some money towards Trent Williams. He carries a $39 million cap number this season, which is why San Francisco's looking.
It'd have to be a release and a signing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this would be a free agency. This wouldn't be a trade. I mean, they wouldn't trade him to the Cowboys anyway.
Holy crap! His PFF score is 91-1.
Yeah, he's still
on 1,100 snaps.
I mean,
still.
You're talking about just the health factor with him. Like he had the hamstring issue, and he's been around that electrical substation for many years now.
There you go.
So that's probably taking its toll on him. But yeah, when he's there, it is a total difference maker for that Niners offense.
Will McClay was asked how much. We'll maybe get into that more a little bit later on because I think the Trent Williams thing is exciting. And you guys know how I feel about Tyler Guyton. Like I don't want to give up on him, but I don't think if you want to make a big push in 2026, you should feel great about him being your left tackle. How much does the draft match your needs? He said, I think it'll be a solid draft. And as far as what we need, if the thought is you've got to improve on defense, there are some defensive players that can come in and contribute. And there's some explosive offensive players that are ball carriers, receivers, probably 8 to 10 offensive linemen that can start in some capacity. So as you go through all the positions, but I think it's more probably a middle-heavy draft, Brian. What does Will McClay mean about being middle-heavy?
Yeah, and Zach will feel free to jump in on this one too, Zach. When we start to talk about, where do you want to maybe fall on some of these picks, depending on positions, the defensive end seems like that there's maybe a couple in the first round, and then all of a sudden you've got like 6, 7 guys in that second to third round range that are kind of all the same player. The cornerback might be the same way too. We've done some mock drafts before with Zach and Aisha and I on the stack on Crown Global Media where we traded back and we kind of found that player 20 might be the same player at pick 39. So there's what they're talking about, that you've got a stack of players, a group of players, a pocket of players that all of a sudden they're kind of the same guy. So could be very heavy in that way when we're starting to talk about second, third, fourth rounds in at certain positions. I don't think the offensive line group is as deep as it's been in the past. The receiver group will be big, but man, it looks like the defensive tackles, the corners, and we're starting to see some safeties too kind of stretch this thing. And we're starting to see some guys that everybody's talking about as possible, those hybrid players that we've seen when you play with 2 safeties and play a guy as the nickel in the slot and then as a linebacker. We're starting to see more of those guys show up as well.
Not exactly the glowing endorsement of this draft class, though, from the words of Will McClay.
No, and it is one where it's like, dang it, this is one of those years where, gosh, I could feast on day 2. So, to me, one, that's probably signaling it might be kind of hard for you to move back. I'd love it. That's when you're really hoping some of these quarterbacks could get pushed up, because that's the one position teams would really be coveting, and maybe how thin it is at offensive tackle. Like Ian Achor, the offensive tackle from Arizona State.
Yeah.
That's a guy that, I mean, you talked about him the other day, Brian, and he 100% has his best football ahead of him. I think he's a better prospect than the Blake Millers from Clemson, than Caleb Williams from Utah.
Absolutely.
So does a team say, man, we're not going to gamble on this. We need to go up and get him, especially, I don't know, the Lions might be looking for a new left tackle at 12. Do they need to move up to go with the Cowboys? Because they're a pick ahead of you at 20. But I would love to be able to slide back if I can, unless a player falls to you, and pick up some more capital on day 2, because there are an abundance of edge rushers. When you talk about R. Mason Thomas from OU, Malachi Lawrence from Central Florida, Romello Height from Texas Tech, all of those guys then come into play on day 2.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Krusty is live at the Combine on Combine Radio Row, and the corner is coming up next. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some Combine thoughts for you as we get ready for the event. We'll do those next.
Okay, I can't wait to chat with you, though, about my friends at Window Nation, so I'm going to do it right here. WindowNation.com. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing for 2 years. This is the best sale of the year that you're going to get at Window Nation, because right now they're throwing in an extra 10% off. You can get all new windows, right? It's not just buy 4, get 4 free. There is no limit on that. And paying nothing for 2 full years, it's a no-brainer. If you want or need new windows in the house, go to windownation.com and tell them we sent you. You're going to love it. You're going to be dealing with a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, and Window Nation is incredible. Best window company in the world. And they're perfect here in North Texas because of our extreme weather conditions. Energy-efficient windows are about as important as anywhere in the country. It's too hot, it's too cold, and the entire time it's wreaking havoc on your energy bills. Hundreds, if not thousands of dollars extra every year spent on energy bills due to windows that are not energy efficient. And again, Window Nation has the most energy efficient windows in the world. Right now you can pay nothing for 2 years, nothing down, no interest, no payments for 2 years. WindowNation.com, buy 4, get 4 free, and take advantage of that extra 10% off. You're going to see why I love them. You know how much of a stickler I am for great customer service and professionalism, and Window Nation's going to knock it out of the park for you. WindowNation.com. Salute.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live in Indy at the Combine with special co-host Brian Broaddus and special guest Ian Rappaport. We'll also have another Godsmack ticket giveaway, and we'll chop it up at 7:40. It's a Combine Hump Day.
Hump Day!
On The Fan.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices.
biggest sports stories in DFW. ASCO Equipment presents the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, all next week with access you won't find anywhere else. The fans' coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian's live at the Combine in Indianapolis on Combine Radio Row. His Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Also want to thank Yorgie Pet Care and Connectors. They are also doing stuff with us as well, helping us at the Combine. We got East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding as well, and then the On Time Experts as well. So thanks to all those folks who got me out here, who got the morning show out here. I was hearing that tomorrow morning that the morning show's got Clayton Adams.
6:40.
How about that?
Coming on in the morning. So that should be some interesting stuff, and he'll give you a little bit of idea of how he felt the offensive line. I hope the guys get in. I'm going to show up. I'm going to show up and ask a question or two. I think I'm interested about
just hijack the interview, dude.
Well, yeah, that might not be a bad idea.
It'll be a better interview.
Well, I want to know if you guys could ask Clayton Adams a question. Is it something pertain to the running game, or what? If you had to ask him a question about something that you saw during the season that maybe was a concern, did you guys get to everything you wanted to do run wise? That when you came in, or where are you at? Where were you guys on this question?
How could you level up the rushing attack? Obviously, you want to get more explosive. I think we know the answer to that. You need somebody that is an explosive player. But the running game in general started to peter out a little bit.
Yeah.
After the second half of the season, it wasn't quite the same. Is that Javonte Williams maybe just carrying the full load and not really having like a 1-2 punch there, and so he was starting to wear out a little bit?
Right.
Was it defenses getting a beat on what you want to do? Was it offensive line stuff? Obviously, they were shuffling the deck plenty on the offensive line. But yeah, like how do you level up the run game outside of course, just having a guy like a Blue who can take something to the house?
Yeah, I think those are great. I'd also want to know, like, what do you envision as your run game identity moving forward?
Okay.
And how did that change from where we were 12 months ago? And then a consistent theme of his coaching press conferences, they do those on Thursdays, right, with the OCs?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Was him talking about, we're not getting everybody to execute so we can all be on the same page. There's too many leaks. So what are the specific, execution breakdowns that you want to get fixed?
I don't know if he would say it on air, but I really want to know his thoughts on Tyler Smith, and if he is a believer of we just need to keep you at guard, or if that is a serious consideration at left tackle.
I'll tell you what, Wolchuk, I'll go with that one. I like everybody's thoughts here. I'm interested in that as well, about, like, listen, do you feel like that I think it'll tell you a lot about what they think at left tackle, if that's the case. If they, I wanted to believe that there was going to be some competition there at left tackle. Maybe there's going to be some competition at the right tackle spot. And we'll see what they think about with Nate Thomas. And, is that something that they maybe is, it seems like to me these defensive coaches, are going to take a holiday during this draft because they're, Christian Parker's going to come in there and run roughshod over everybody, and get all these defensive players. But I wonder what if in fact that Tyler Smith, do they feel like that his best position could be at left tackle? I think that's a really, really good
I knew
question.
You wouldn't like my identity question, Brian. I know that one always rankles you.
No, the identity question, I think this. like when Ari asked me, because I never had a good answer. I never had a good answer for the identity question. It was always like, well, what do you think the identity? Well, they're losers. They're losers today. They lost today, so their identity is they're losers. That kind of thing. I never had a great answer for the identity question, so that's kind of why I was always like, kind of like, okay, when it's asked, I'm like, I'm not too sure because I never have. But your question's good. I just don't have. I wonder if he would have a good answer for you. Would he say, well, we want to be we want to be a hard nose, we want to be athletic, we want to pass block.
We want to be multiple and move people.
Yeah, I mean, what do they? Like yesterday, like I said, I wanted Stephen Jones to stand up there and tell us that he had no idea what Christian Parker's going to do on defense. Seriously. I wish one time somebody would just stand up there and say, listen, we're excited about having Christian Parker as our defensive coordinator, but I have no idea what he's going to do. I have none. I mean, I think, we think we got a good guy, but until we get him some players, until we do this, until we do that, I have no idea how he's going to call defenses. So, I mean, it's hard for these guys to be honest that way.
Broadus, I would also be curious about, like, the heavier personnel groupings and things like that, like what the Rams really flourished with, and over the last couple of years.
12, 13 kind of stuff on you?
Yeah. Like, what type of advantage does that give you as an offense, and how much is that something you want to incorporate? And then also just to hear him talk about the importance of, and Shoddy and Clayton and Dak do this really, really well, being under center. And how being able to go under center and hit that play action and how that helps you, because a lot of the best offenses are using a lot more under center than just straight shotgun.
Yeah. Remember Dak with back to defense was a little bit of a problem, and maybe because he wasn't reading stuff, but that's kind of that's a myth. That's a myth now. They're like, well, when Dak turns his back to the defense, he's not picking everything up. No, he just kills them on play action, though.
Yeah,
he's been able to kind of, he's been able to, for the most part, the way teams have fooled him has been the clog and cover stuff, and maybe some cover 6 and things like that. But overall, Dak under center, turning his back to the defense, has not been a big problem at all.
Also, just having like a full offseason of Lamb and Pickens, and like how like the creative juices, like what that's doing in his football brain right now, of trying to come up with ways to really get those guys going. And then I would be curious about our guy Jake Ferguson. Like why wasn't he getting explosive plays?
Okay,
what's his role in the offense?
Well, I've got an arsenal to deal with, and so if Broadus, I don't know about you asking a question. It's my show, You might F up the ratings, You got the problem on your own show. Check that out.
You get your damn act together.
I have. You're not asking a damn question on my show. Just let's be clear about that. All right. I told you guys what I'm going to try and do. And by the way, real quick, just a yes or no. They made dinner reservations for 7:15 tonight. I told them to go ahead and order. Do you think they'll be done by the time I get there at 8:15?
Yes, Choppy in particular. He's like me. Like when the food comes, that's all. He's a one-track mind.
Okay,
I mean, how quick is the service there?
It's a steak place.
Service?
Yeah, we're going to a big steak place.
That might not be like a super quick deal.
Okay,
but if you need to boogie out early, dude. Go.
No. We're not doing that.
How dare you suggest I take a minute off?
It's just an hour.
You question my work ethic.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Okay, but what I need to do seriously is I need to run into these guys. I got to figure this thing out about these defensive players. I got. He can't just sit up there and tell us he's going to run 4-3 spacing and all that. I got to know what type of guy. I need to sit there and figure out, and I'll run in. Trust me, I'll run into some people that can help me with this. But I need to know what type of defensive player we're looking at here with all these edges. I want to know is Keldrick Falk back in the mix? I want to know, is a guy like Anthony Lucas, and this is a guy, Zach, you're familiar with from USC.
Mm-hmm.
The big, long type of guy that really is a kind of a base end more so than a pass rusher.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the fact. Do they feel like that Donovan Ezerako is their rusher and they need another guy. So they're going to move, they're going to make Ezerako the rush guy and then get one of these other guys involved.
When they say 3-4 with 4-3 spacing, does that mean they're not going to play with like a dedicated nose tackle?
Yeah, it's going to be in gaps, Dawson. What you got to think about this with the spacing is, what you have to think about with the spacing is they're going to play a gap. And so instead of being like the old Rod Marinelli or Mike Zimmer or Dan Quinn, when it's take the A gap and rush it, and that's the only gap you got. So with 4-3 spacing, what they're talking about doing is playing a gap, but then playing half man going back. So you're really responsible for a gap and a half is what you are. So, for example, I'm going to take, I'm on a shade. I'm on a shade area, shading outside of the shoulder, not head up, and I'm going to take that gap. But if the ball goes back the other way, I have to be able to do that. In playing with the half gap, playing with a gap and a half defense, your linebackers don't play downhill as much. So everybody's responsible. It's not like, oh, well, you got these downhill runners. I mean, there's plenty of these linebackers that we could talk about are all downhill players. Our guy from Texas Tech, Jacob Rodriguez, that's a downhill player right there. Anthony Hill, that's a downhill player. So it might be a little bit different. Maybe a guy like Josiah Trotter from Missouri, who is a bigger thumper middle linebacker who plays a little bit more patient in the way. That might be where we're going with right now with these guys. I am very, very interested too to find out, guys, about these corners, and I'm interested to find out though if there are other guys that they're looking at that were corners that they're going to move to safeties. I looked at a kid today, Zach. I don't know if you've seen Trayton Stukes from Arizona.
Haven't seen him yet.
Okay, Trayton Stukes is a guy you need to watch because he does play as a corner at Arizona in the slot, tall, long, lanky, plays press coverage, all those things. He plays in the slot, he plays up, he can play free safety, but he's listed as a corner at Arizona. So how many of these guys fit the mold of what we're looking at as like these potential Nick Emanuwari type players? Right. How many how many of these guys are there in this draft that they kind of view as that? I think that'll tell us a lot what they're looking at too. And I'm very interested about the safeties. I want to ask them about Thieneman from Oregon. I want to ask them about Wheatley from Penn State. Those are the guys. And another guy, Genesis Smith from Arizona, is another guy that I want to ask him about. So I've got plenty of questions I got to get to here while I'm at the Combine.
I love it. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, all week long, live at the Combine. The Corner's brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, man.
Okay, and we're back with a football fix, Wolchuk.
Let's do it. We got so much buzz coming out of the Combine right now. We got Combine predictions, no guarantees. And did we start a blockbuster trade discussion? That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. Just call the Frankels right there roadside. Obviously, if you need emergency care, get first responders on the scene. But after that, get a hold of the Frankels. They'll make sure that you do all the right things to make sure you don't settle for less and make that full recovery. And speaking of what a full recovery can look like, 6 or 7 figures is quite common, actually. An 18-wheeler, commercial vehicle, something like that hits you, completely turns your life upside down, maybe slams you into a wall. And the next thing you know, everything is different about the next years and decades of your life. Pain and suffering can be on board. A significant financial cost to repair or replace your vehicle. Career re-education. Can you still do the job that you've been doing to provide for your family? If not, where's that money going to be made up from? And if you call the Frankels, the person responsible for the wreck is going to write that check. That money's not coming out of your pocket. It's not your inconvenience. It's not your burden for the rest of your life to now take care of your family. Somebody's negligence has interrupted your life, caused you pain and suffering. There's a price to be paid for that as well. Frankels will make sure you get maximum value. 214 or 817-333-3333. FrankelFirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Combine week is here, and that also means that playing nice season is here too. Now the Eagles want to keep A.J. Brown and the Raiders want to keep Max Crosby. Of course they do, until they get the right offer. The Eagles and A.J. Brown clearly had their issues last season and would be best off moving on from each other, and the Raiders would be better off tearing it all down and getting whatever they can for Max Crosby. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he could be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Hey, tell us RJ Chop here by good friends over at QC Kinetics. We're going to get you healthy, and we are going to keep you healthy, boys and girls. If you have been dealing with joint pain, and it doesn't matter if it's in your knees, your hips, your back, your shoulders, your elbows, your ankles, one thing I can tell you for sure, it's springtime, man. It is getting warmer. You're going to want to get healthy before the spring, before the summer months hit, where you can actually get outside and do something before the blast furnace hits. Let's get you on over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy. Let's keep you healthy. They did it for me back in 2021. I had right elbow, right shoulder, left elbow, left shoulder pain. It was really, really bad. Years of golf, years of exercise, wear and tear in the body. If you have arthritis, you can get helped out from QC Kinetics, just like I did. Advanced cellular regenerative medicine allows the body's own healing properties to target those aching joints. 972-972-8610. Get in there. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. 972-972-8610. Free consultation. QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. If your home is over 8 years old, you might be due for an electrical inspection. If you're dealing with breakers tripping, dimming, or flickering lights, don't let these issues leave you in the dark. Save $75 on any plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical repair. $250 minimum service required. Call us today at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey Tolos, Eric Schiaffalo here with Josh and Alexis Vining of Greystone Roofing, a family-owned business that's been serving DFW for years.
Thanks, Eric. Here at Greystone Roofing, we're licensed, we're local, and we don't use door knockers or high-pressure sales tactics.
We just deliver honest, quality craftsmanship. We're a family, and we treat your home like our own.
If you're looking for a roof that's built to last with no gimmicks and no hassle, just honest, reliable service, call my friends at Greystone Roofing today or visit them online at greystone-roofing.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes away from an Ask Broadus Anything live at the Combine. Get your questions in. The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is waiting for you. Go ahead, leave your name and city you're texting from. Okay, we got right now Zach Wolchuk's Daily Football Fix here, Zach.
Let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Todd Archer, Tad, reporting one more addition to the Cowboys staff is B.T. Jordan. He's been hired as a pass rush specialist consultant. According to a source, he spent the last 2 years with Denver. Oh, by the way, Denver did lead the NFL in sacks the last 2 seasons.
Sack Masters.
Before that, he was with Seattle, so maybe if you do get to rub elbows with your old buddy John Schneider, you can ask him about B.T. Jordan there, Brian.
Will do, Jordan. Sir.
But he is renowned for his work with defensive linemen over the years, and he does have a past with Kenny Clark. So I love it, man. The additions they're making to this staff. Will it work? Jury's still out. But, gosh, you got to be optimistic and excited with just the different blend of coaches, backgrounds, and a great hybrid of ideas they've got on that defensive side of the football right now, fellas.
That's exciting, dude. I mean, they're clearly like they got a coach for everything here.
They do.
You know,
we got a pass rush specialist, we got an outside linebackers coach.
Get your stance coach.
Yeah, we got a wipe your bum coach. I mean, this is amazing. And this is after Jerry was like, we don't need this many coaches on the staff. Well, Jerry, what a difference a few years makes.
There's an arms race, and because there's 2 different jobs. There's getting ready for the opponent, and there's developing the talent. And a lot of times those second and third stringers get ignored. You start doubling down on position groups.
Bingo.
And, there we go.
Yep. You got it. You got it. That's a Bill Belichick thing. That's how like guys like Eric Mangini and Jim Swartz and those guys, they were the coaches that stayed on the practice field afterwards and worked with everybody that wasn't playing. That's what those guys, they were the extra practice coaches.
I love it.
Is what they did. So Dawson's not wrong there.
Calvin Watkins reporting Cowboys guard Tyler Smith had a cleanup procedure of his right knee, according to a person with knowledge. Several Cowboys players underwent off-season surgeries and expect full recoveries before camp.
Tyler Smith, you said?
The off-season program. Yeah, that was Tyler. And, I mean, we knew he was dealing with that knee injury throughout the year. He missed some time with it, missed that Jets game, and he just kind of toughed it out. So hopefully that's nothing serious, but a cleanup procedure for that. I don't think that was
quite common. Yeah, hopefully it puts it behind him, though, because that was probably hanging over his head all year after he had to miss the time in Oxnard.
No question. Browns have added to their staff former 2-time NFL head coach Dom Capers.
What?
No
is coming
way.
What? As a senior defensive assistant, according to Jeremy Fowler. Dom Capers back in the coaching ranks.
Another
Him
guy.
and John Fox, man. These guys, what are they doing?
I don't know.
They made more money than ever, and now, like, I guarantee their families told them, hey, you need to get your ass out of the house.
Like that's
You're
always
wearing
my
us out.
thought.
Did Dom Capers, you see when he used to like dye his hair?
Oh, yeah, dude.
That was 20 years ago.
He was a favorite of Eric's, man.
Yeah, man.
We used to probably put that image up on the nosebleed seats like every night. It was worse than Jason Witten's toupee.
It's pretty bad.
It was like Carlos Boozer's beard that he used to dye.
This is the one seed for hair dye. I mean, just Google Dom Capers, and the first photo you see, the first headshot, it is just he's got a face of a 70-plus-year-old man.
Yeah.
And then he's got hair that just jumps off the screen with the color. Like, I don't know.
Black. Yeah.
It is insane.
You got to go salt and pepper at that age. Make it somewhat believable.
Yes, dude.
Less is more.
It is freaking hilarious to look at that. Man. And he also qualifies for sports names that connote food.
Oh, Capers.
Yeah,
damn
salty.
Right.
Salty guy.
Oh, salty.
Dom's a good name, too.
Dom is a good name.
I've been surprised he's only 75 years old, though. I thought he'd be more like 85.
I thought so, too.
Yeah. I was going to suggest this is a consulting ship where you watch the games on TV and text your thoughts.
Yeah.
But I think at 75, you probably still get around pretty good.
Man, we got an update from Dane Brugler, Arizona State, and Allen Zone wide receiver Jordan Tyson.
I heard this.
Not going to be doing any on-field workouts or testing at the Combine. Yeah, he's continuing to work his way back from his in-season hamstring injury. Just let it be known, Bri. And I hope...
No, Zach, I hope I'm wrong about this. I stand now in full acknowledgement this kid can't stay healthy.
He's hurt guy.
Jordan Porzingis.
Jordan, yeah. I mean, look, the tape's really good with him, and he is tough as hell, and he's a local DFW guy. I hope he ends up being a badass. My football gut is just so damn nervous.
No, you're
I'm
not.
going to draft him, and he's not going to be available to play.
I am sad to say that you're right about this.
We'll see. He hasn't missed a single down yet in the NFL, but this is not a good indication.
Well, if you draft him, these soft tissue things, it sounds like it's not good. So. It's a shame.
It is. It's a big shame. Now, Mel Kiper Jr. Oh, who the hell is Mel Kiper? He's got a new mock draft out, boys. Mock draft, I don't know what this is, 2.0, 3.0 for Mel. Number 1, not a surprise, Mendoza going to the Raiders. He's got Caleb Downs going to the Jets at 2. David Bailey out of Texas Tech going to the Cardinals at 3. Oh, my gosh. Arvell Reese off the board, linebacker going to the Titans. Then Spencer Fano. Offensive tackle Utah goes to the Giants. Carnell Tate, wide receiver Ohio State, going to the Browns. Sonny Styles off the board, linebacker of Ohio State going to the Commandos, and that's becoming a pick.
Get off the phone. Get on the phone. Get on the phone.
That
Let's
is
go.
sexy. You
Get
want
on
to
the phone.
up? You want to trade up?
Get on the phone.
Mekhi Lemon goes to the Saints at 8, wide receiver USC. Jeremiah Love, running back Notre Dame to Kansas City. Okay, that's good. We got some offensive players going. Here's Reuben Bain Jr.
Dang it.
Edge to Miami. God, was hoping he could fall to
Miami.
Cincy.
We got to worry about Miami.
Francis Malinois is who the Dolphins then take. From the Canes.
Great pick.
Guy. That's a great pick at 11.
Great pick.
So Mansour Delane, your LSU Tiger, falls to the Cowboys at 12. They really got their entire pick. No corner has been taken yet. So whoever they think is the best corner in the draft, they've got the ability then to take it 12. Mel has the Cowboys circling back at 20, taking Miami edge Akeem Mesidor.
Let's go.
I love it. If those are your top 2 picks, I know listening to the morning show, Sean is out on the 25-year-old.
He's too old. He by the time his second contract's around, hell, my kids will be in college, and we won't be able to pay them, I don't like this at all. When are we having Jerry on? Tuesday? I'll let him know.
Krusty, tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't even want to look ahead to the second contracts anymore. I don't care if the kid's 25. I need a dude that can at least be good for 4 or 5 years. How many of these second contracts are even getting to anymore? Mozzie doesn't even make it to year 3 as a Cowboy.
Yeah.
Let me just get a player that's good. I'll worry about the second contract when the time comes. If he's 25 years old and he can play and he can help me now, and you're probably not going to find a player that's ready to hit the ground running as a pass rusher more than Akeem Mesidor in this draft. If he checks out medically, I'm here for it at pick 20.
See, that's the thing about it. I remember Bill Parcells was yelling at us about Terrence Newman, that he was 25 years old.
And he played till he was 50.
He played till he was 45, basically, is what he did. Yeah.
Isn't Mesidor a bigger guy? So you're imagining him as an outside linebacker at 275 pounds in this defense?
He can stand up and just, he'll come flying around the corner. Guys, I'll tell you what, I might take a personal day and go down and watch Texas A&M Pro Day with Howell. I think all the Cowboy coaches are going to be down there working him out. I wouldn't be surprised. I've said this. I think I've said this on our show. I wouldn't be surprised if Elko, the head coach down there, Mike Elko, talks this guy into, if you're going to run your defense, you're going to need this type of guy. I'm gonna go down to Pro Day at A&M, do a report from down there. I bet you every one of those Cowboy coaches are down there working this guy out.
Will Lee, that's another corner that's pretty good there.
I tell you what, Will Lee, I just watched him. Will Lee's got some ability now. He is a good corner.
I don't know that he makes it to the 4th round. He's probably going to be. But there's
no way.
He's a day 2 guy.
Yeah, no way.
But gosh, there's some good players. The 2 offensive linemen, Basantis, and then Zune, the 2 guards.
I just have a feeling the defensive coordinator from the Cowboys is going to be down there working this guy out.
Well, you got connections. You got Ryan Smith, who's got the background at Virginia Tech with Mansour Delane. He also is with Kurt Signetti, so he'll be able to get some information on Pons and some of these Indiana guys. You got the Georgia linebacker coach now, so C.J. Allen will be a guy that he knows well. And then to your point, Cassius Allen, some of these other Aggie players. Obviously, you've got Christian Parker with the relationship with Mike Elko. So you've got some insight on some of these defensive players.
A lot of. We're going to play connect the dots here all spring. Get ready.
Okay, you were talking about, get on the phone, maybe a call up here with that draft as we went down Mel Kiper's projections. Well, Brian, on the stack, we threw out, what about moving on up to pick 6 with the Cleveland Browns?
We did that.
Were we on to something here? It's the Cleveland Browns who on the 6th overall pick, and Andrew Berry saying, we're open for business. We will absolutely explore a trade down in the draft from the number 6 overall pick, just like they traded back from the number 2 spot in last year's class. So, hey, I want as much help as possible, but in a scenario where you can go up, go get your guy, maybe it's a Ruben Bain if he's sliding the edge from Miami, maybe it's Downs, maybe you want to secure the top corner in the class, whatever it might be, Sonny Styles. Go on up. If you can get some return on day 2, which that worked out in our mock draft on the stack.
Was
there,
that
Brian.
pick 39?
It was pick 39. Man, to go up and get your guy that you think is going to be an immediate type of player for you on defense, I'm not opposed to it. We talk a lot about moving back. I'm not against being aggressive and moving up.
20 is kind of no man's land. I don't think there's that much of a penalty moving back to 39. If you can move up 6 spots, if Cleveland's willing to do that.
We kind of found like we were. This was a couple weeks ago. That Oregon safety ended up in our lap. I don't know if he gets to us at 39.
No, he went 19 in Mel Kiper's mock today.
We were.
No, him and
I think we're wishing right
Warren,
there.
They're both moving up a lot. But, I mean, Bud Clark from TCU, I think
Bud Clark's a damn good player.
That he's got a lot of those
Is it the
similar
Emin Worry
traits.
effect? Is everybody looking for their –
I think so. I think you're starting to see the hybrid safety, and there's a lot of good ones in this class.
There are.
That are showing up for you. But, hey, the Chandler Rivers from Duke, the D'Angelo Ponds from Indiana, the safeties are there.
Guys.
The linebackers, Golday from Cincinnati, Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas, Jacob Rodriguez from Tech. All those players would be in play for you if you were able to acquire a day 2 pick, in my opinion. Falcons. Their general manager informed Kirk Cousins, you will be released on March 11th. So Kirk Cousins officially will be looking for a new home.
See you, bitch.
Yep.
Oh, no, it's gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Yeah.
You like that?
You like that? Maybe he goes back to Minnesota. I don't know what's going to happen with Kirk Cousins. I don't know what's going to happen with Atlanta now and their quarterback.
Minnesota makes a lot of sense, but Cousins is old now. He's 38.
Yeah, and
he can still spin it, right?
I think so. He looked good down the stretch last year. He did. I mean, Kyle Pitts is going to be sad because he was getting Kyle Pitts paid. And now he's going to get the franchise tag, and Pitts is like, I don't know who my quarterback is. This could be a problem. We'll see moving forward. And how about Malik Willis, the top free agent quarterback on the market?
God, I might have been right about him.
Rap sheet, you might have been.
I might have been right about that guy at Liberty.
$30 to $35 million is what the projection is.
Happy days
Browns,
are here again.
Jets, Cardinals, and Dolphins all linked to Malik Willis right now. So
that's what I'm talking about.
That's somebody you got to be looking for.
I'm a quarterback guru.
The guru, yeah, you're a quarterback guru.
I'm a quarterback
we
guru.
wrap up the fix. The Lions are going to go and get their German on as they will be playing a 2026 game at Bayern Munich Stadium in Munich, Germany. So get your liverwurst and your Wiener Schnitzels ready as the Lions are taking on Munich. There's your fix.
Love it, Wolchuk. Thank you so much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Ask Broadus Anything at 877-881-1053. Text in your top questions for the Super Bowl champion. The former Cowboy scout, Brian Broadus, here coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. We'll read the best ones, get his answers to it here on The Fan. I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though, before we do anything else, because if you are running on empty, my man, you want to live your best life. You want to be sharp, more focused, be that more alpha version of yourself that used to make appearances all the time in your younger days. Now, you might be feeling a little down in the dumps. What is that? Pride Low Testosterone. Men's Tea Clinic has an instant fix for you. Men'sTeaClinic.com, 5 DFW locations. Now, I'm talking hormone replacement therapy, and you might be thinking, yes, it sounds terrific to get supercharged and optimized, Dawson, but it sounds too expensive for me. They got very affordable cash options, insurance options as well, because there's tremendous health benefits benefits, along with the class ups that you will get, performance upgrades coming to you with Men's T Clinic. And this testosterone replacement therapy is amazing. It's not something you want to go alone, do it yourself stuff from the internet or social media. They might make it look easy, but trust me, you want the dedicated medical professionals at Men's T Clinic to monitor everything that needs monitoring and make sure you get optimized so you can get the absolute most out of it. 972-GO Men's T. Quick phone conversation, weekend appointments, lunchtime appointments. They want to make it so easy for you to get in, get out, get back to being you. But testosterone is not all they do. Hair replacement, advanced bedroom wellness, if you need it. Joint therapies to get you back in the game, weekend warrior type stuff. It's all waiting for you. If there's a man issue out there, Men's T Clinic has a solution for you. Again, 972-GO Men's T or mensteclinic.com.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Your kid goes to bed a size 8 and wakes up
Time for Ask Brian Anything. He's live at the Combine, asking about the Cowboys draft, team building, free agency, the trade market, or something else that strikes your fancy that you've always wondered about. Our guy Broadus had a big day already as the Seahawks Super Bowl winning GM John Schneider gave him a shout-out. We retweeted that at GBag Nation on Twitter if you want to go look at that. And follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas at 877-881-1053. Let me get in this question that came in a little bit earlier, Brian. What do you think about the safety from Texas, Taft?
Yeah.
And where would you be willing to draft him?
Yeah, I tell you what, though, when you look at Taft and you watch him play, you see a super smart guy, aware. He's one of those guys, too, that, like, when the ball comes his direction, he's in position to make some plays. I wouldn't be surprised. I think he's probably more of a day 3 guy. Zach, feel free to jump in if you want to on this one. But when you watch him, he's a guy that, like, ball gravitates towards him. He's around the ball tackling. He's very aware. He's super, super smart. You see when you watch Texas play, he's a guy that kind of lining everybody up, but then playing downhill in the alley, the coverage stuff. I don't know how much I want to put him in some one-on-one stuff, but when the ball gets tipped in the air or the ball is near him, this guy's going to find a way to make a play on it. I like him. I just like the awareness about the player.
Wolchuk, you agree?
Yeah, I think that he's one of those guys where at worst he's going to be an excellent special teams player, intangibles off the charts. He's a leader, and he's one of those guys that, to Brian's point, he is always around the football. He has a knack for being at the right place at the right time. I think worst case he's a rotational safety at the next level, but I think he absolutely has the ability to be a starter. I've got him in the 4th round.
817 says, Broadus, why are you such a stud? You need to teach that young Colt Bobby Belt a thing or two. Shots fired at Bobby Belt we're just over an hour away now from him trying to be a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion.
Yeah. I appreciate Bobby right now because he set everything up that the gear I'm working on right now. Bobby came in and set everything up. So, man, he got me on air. So I have to be nice to Bobby right now.
903 says, Nation, question for Brian. Will the Cowboys please not draft an injured player for the first time in 20 years? I understand value, but stop.
Yeah, the question, I think everybody is really talking about McCoy, the cornerback from Tennessee, would be the number one on a lot of people's minds. When you start to look at mock drafts, people put in the corner, whether it's, we've seen Delane get the LSU corner. We've seen him get to Dallas at 12. We've seen McCoy be there. I can understand where people are at on this whole thing. I need to find a way. Another thing I need to do is go back and talk to some people about Ravel and where he is health-wise. I did get some confirmation about Smith's knee. It was a cleanup, and they were really happy the way it turned out. It absolutely should help him going forward, is what I was told during the break. But I need to find out about Ravel, and I know people are tired of that. They're tired of okay, why can't we get a guy that is ready to play right now? I think McCoy's going to work out. I don't think he's going to work out here at the Combine, but you're going to see him work out in Knoxville, Tennessee. You're probably going to have a time on him. Your coaches are going to be able to work him a little bit and see what he's all about. And I think you'll have a player that's ready for a training camp when it starts.
At 877-881-1053, it's an Ask Broadus Anything. We go to the 205 with the new defensive system. Will the Cowboys need to change the linebacker profile? Will they need to be bigger or cover more ground, et cetera?
Yeah. From what we talked about earlier, Gavin, with the gap and a half defense, the 4-3 spacing and things with the way you play an odd man front, is you're probably going to have to go with a little bit bigger inside linebackers. And then what you would do is your edges, of course, would be the guys that tend to play with, you get the pass rush, the upfield, whatever they have to do that way. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, in fact, that, the guys like we were talking about, Josiah Trotter was a guy that I mentioned, Anthony Hill, Allen, those guys. Allen probably not as big as Hill and Trotter, but that type of player. You're going to, maybe it's not so much just downhill attack. It's a little bit more of a patient, read it, and then be the fit. So, yeah, the size of inside linebacker might be a little bit different from what we've seen in the past.
A lot of linebacker questions coming in. I think people are hungry for it.
Yeah.
And, I have a question for you about Overshown.
Yeah.
Do you think he fits as far as being a guy that can help you against the run in the pass if Parker insists on having those traits with your linebackers, and how much you consider moving him to the edge?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit more thinking about him on the edge, to be honest with you. Again, another question that needs to be asked, and we can get that done too. So, I think it's a little bit more on the edge with him. I know there are people talking about him playing inside, but I kind of feel like that if you let him play in space, that might be a little bit better for him. The biggest question, guys, as you all know, is the health. Anytime there's that, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and you just when you feel like that things are going in the right direction, something happens to him health-wise. And, once he gets past that, then, we could talk about a guy that you can rely on and being an every down player. But until then, you might need to look at a couple of different players at that spot.
817 wants to know, would you be willing to trade up anything to make sure you get Sonny Styles from Ohio State?
Yeah, I would. I think that if Sonny Styles is player number 1 or number 2 on their board, absolutely. I think that Zach and Aisha and I, when we traded up, it was the thought of going to get Downs is what we were thinking about. And I saw Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 going into the top 50 going into the combine, and he had Downs as his number 9th player. So, man, you get him down in that area to where I have a chance to maybe go get him, I would be absolutely on the phone trying to go that way. Styles, I think Styles is one of the best linebackers in the draft. So if he's anywhere like 1, 2, or 3 on their stack, then going up it might not be a bad idea.
214 wants to know, how big of a gap is there from Jeremiah Love to the next running back available?
Yeah, I think there's Zach. You got a thought on that one, by any chance?
Well, I think his backup's the next best available, so that tells you all you need to know. I mean,
that would be Jarian Price, right?
Yeah, Jadarian Price.
Jadarian Price, yeah.
DFW guy.
Yeah, I personally myself like Emmett Johnson from Nebraska would be my second guy right there. Love is clearly running back 1, and then you get into the talks about with Johnson from Nebraska, Price from Notre Dame, Coleman from Washington. Those are the guys that kind of are in that next round, the second round. But yeah, it would be a pretty good jump between, depending on which one you like more. But me personally, I like Johnson from Nebraska more than I do.
You grab Mike Washington Jr. from
you know what? It's funny. He's on my list. I know Vach gives me players I have to watch, and I know he's on it. And I know a lot of people have been telling me, like, you got to watch this Arkansas running back.
He's fun.
And you've been the one that's really been championing that.
Yeah, if he could somehow make it to the 4th round, gosh, he'd be a fun guy to pair with Javonte Williams.
How about your guy Vach saying today he'd take Jeremiah Love at 12?
He would. He absolutely. I've done if he thinks that much of the player, and I'll tell you what, if you look at mock drafts, I've never seen Love get past like 9. Everybody seems to feel like that he is the number 1 back, and I don't even think it's a wiped out situation. There might be a time where he is better than he might be the first offensive player in their stack. And if you got to 12, he would surely be a consideration there. If you didn't feel as good about some of those defensive players, I would think.
Okay, speaking of defensive players, let's come back here to the 817. Can you tell us the difference between Downs this year and Starks last year, who was hyped before the draft, before falling down the boards?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, to me, I'm a big fan of Downs, and I'm a fan of Downs because to me, I see him doing everything. I see him doing everything in when it comes to, playing down in the box, when playing. You're not going to see him playing a lot of single high stuff or anything like that, but he's capable of playing on the hash. He's capable of playing too deep. He's capable of playing in the slot. He's capable of playing linebacker. He's capable of taking a tight end. He could take a running back. He could blitz. He could finish. There's just so much to his game. We had the chance on Crown Global Media to interview Dave Campo the other day, and Dave was really instrumental in getting Darren Woodson here, and that was 30 some odd years ago. And I see that same kind of player in Downs. Woody was a fast guy, explosive guy. Downs the same way. I just think overall, when you look at with Starks and then him, I think that to me Downs is more the type of guy that when you draft him, he could do more things.
Okay, 443. What about a trade back from 12 to pick up a second rounder? Grab Jacob Rodriguez while grabbing your other defensive help in the first round. There's a lot of questions about him and Hill. And I think those are questions that we're looking for answers on relative to what kind of linebackers Christian Parker's looking for.
Yeah, I think to me this is where just hearing some whispers, and Zach again chime in. I'm hearing the whispers that they like Allen more than Hill.
Yeah,
and
I'm with you.
that would be the Georgia linebacker over the Texas linebacker. Dropping back, sure. If you find a way to get a day 2 pick, great. That would be even better. I personally have Hill over, and I can understand though if you're telling me though a guy's not going to, if they're not going to play downhill and play that way, Anthony Hill might not be for them. So I could understand where, Allen and some others fit in that way. I think Anthony Hill is a downhill player, and he might not. But listening to some people talk, hearing some whispers, it sounds like that they like Allen a little bit more than Hill there.
817, I'm in a dynasty football league. I need to take a wide receiver.
Go ahead, Wolchuk, give him a go.
Take Mekhi Lemon. We'll see. Look, the fit will be really who we're going to have to tell you to take there, but I think Mekhi Lemon just fits everything in terms of wide receivers that have had success transitioning to the league, route running for a 5'11 guy, super twitchy, plays big for his size, catches everything thrown his way, can play the slot, can get him on the move. Like, I think Mekhi Lemon has a lot of Jackson Smith and Jigba traits, and I loved him coming out. Mekhi Lemon would be wide receiver 1 for me. If he were to end up going to a New Orleans, I think that he ends up surpassing Chris Olave and is the most productive player on that team.
Wow. Obviously, if you're drafting for fantasy, you got to find a guy who's in a good offense with a good quarterback. So I'd consider
the kid Bernard from Alabama might be a guy too. I mean, if you're starting to talk about guys. Zach, did you get a chance to see him yet at all?
Not a fan.
Yeah, not a fan. What the biggest issue you have for him?
I got to pull my notes up on him. I put him in the 4th round. I remember just thinking, like, I didn't love the guy like Surratt more. I mean, Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana, I think, is another one of these guys.
He's a dog.
Being an absolute star.
Yeah, no, Cooper. Yeah, Cooper makes absolute. Cooper plays mainly out of the slot. Yeah, that's the thing with Bernard that I liked about him is that when you throw him the ball, it was north south in a hurry. Mm-hmm. Like he is getting up the field. And so, I kind of feel like a guy that kind of a high-volume catcher. I kind of feel like that.
See that, yeah.
Skylar Bell is another guy that's interesting, too, out of Connecticut.
Dude.
Yeah, he's another one that had a really his last year, he had well over 100 catches, and every time they threw him the ball, it was like he was snatching that thing and getting north and south in a hurry. Denzel Boston's another guy, too.
Yeah,
These guys are big body guys that make catches.
Red zone threat. I mean, you talk about a guy that's going to get a lot of touchdowns.
Yeah.
Denzel Boston is that guy from Washington.
Seems like he brought up every name but KC Concepcion. Do you not like him?
No, I do like Concepcion a lot. And like I said, I was just trying to kind of think of guys. Concepcion, when you watch his North Carolina State tape and then watch Texas A&M, I mean, you see this guy's an outstanding punt returner as well. Ball in hand, can make things happen, got a running back type build, down in the red zone, go get it, run it in. Like I was watching the Mississippi State game, they throw him the ball on about the 5-yard line. He blast through about 3 tacklers to get into the end zone. Yeah, Concepcion is a good find right there as well.
That guy.
Yeah.
All righty, there it is. Ask Broadus anything. Maybe we'll do it again tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. I mean, the draft conversation is definitely spiking with a number of headlines across the NFL today. So we'll get you caught up on everything as we've passed the halfway point of this broadcast. Still a lot of sports to go. Is this Ranger going to fulfill his destiny as the next face of the ball club? We'll talk about that next. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock here on The Fan.
But Fort Worth, I am elated to bring you the news that the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located right there in Fort Worth. Shout out to the A17, I-35, and Golden Triangle is where it is. And listen, I worked in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. Him and his team are doing things second to none. Seriously, their commitment to honesty, top-notch service, and treating every customer like family is absolutely the real deal. I've seen it firsthand, and honestly, it's why people keep coming back. Right now, it's the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. It is happening at Alliance Hyundai. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance for total peace of mind. You can score huge deals like 0% APR for 60 months on the 2026 Hyundai Tucson. You can get $13,000 off MSRP plus 0% APR for 72 months on the all-new 2026 Hyundai Ioniq 9. No appointment needed for same-day oil changes, and they've got a great selection of the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisades ready to drive home today. State-of-the-art facility. It features advanced diagnostic tools and Hyundai-certified technicians who train constantly on the latest
to cover the biggest sports stories in DFW. ASCO Equipment presents the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, all next week with access you won't find anywhere else. The fans' coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got some interesting Rangers content here for you relative to Wyatt Langford, one of our favorites. Evan Grant writing about him today, and there's a couple of very interesting branches on the topic tree we'll get to in just a moment. The 469 says, I listen to y'all every day. What's a Tolo got to do to get his text answered? Do I need to use the app? I don't think so. No. Maybe we'll give you another chance tomorrow. Like, was there a specific question here if I bring up your history? Hey, Brian, what would you give up to move up in the draft to get downs? Was his question there, and we've talked about that. I mean, you could give up 20 and get to 6, couldn't you?
Yeah, give up 12 and 20, and then if you do the trade with Cleveland to get to 6, we kind of felt like we had to get ahead of the Commanders there. So, yeah, that you give up 12, you give up 20, and you could pick 39 back up. So that would give you 6 and 39 for your 12 and 20.
Brian live at the Combine all week long. Krusty's Corner every day, 3:40, and we will do another Ask Brian Anything before 6-9. Wanted to take care of you. Thank you so much for Toloing over the years. You are appreciated. Evan Grant writing this morning, the Rangers keep talking about Wyatt Langford like he is the next face of the franchise. And part of the article is, like, is he going to start performing like that? We'll see. You know, he's still, 24, 25 years old, still plenty young to develop into that hitter. I would say for the balance of things, considering what I expected of Wyatt Langford, just maybe a 5% disappointment, but you got to consider I had the loftiest of expectations for him, right? So not quite superstar yet, but I still believe it's possible. I don't know. Are we on that trajectory? You tell me. But the interesting thing is, like, where does the story come from? After 2 years, there's still plenty of time under control for the organization. I have to imagine Langford, or maybe the agent wants it, or maybe the Rangers are trying to get a deal done early to make it ultra team friendly. That was just a curiosity of me. But Grant writes that it's actually time to start looking at a new contract, and if they don't get one, he might start looking at other options. I was like, holy crap, isn't this early?
Yeah.
But the picture Grant painting is that you're not winning a lot. And if you don't show a commitment to him now, maybe after the next couple of years, he'll start looking at free agency. I thought it was incredibly premature to write this article, Wolchuk, but the next layer is, why is it out there? You know, is Wyatt already feeling antsy? Do the Rangers feel like they need to lock him up? I would say he hasn't done enough that I need to be lined up to go give him the huge $25 or $30 million contract. I don't know what he's asking for. I imagine it's got to be in that ballpark of, like, huge money. And if I'm gonna spend like that, I can go into free agency and find an established guy who is doing all of that.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Wyatt, this is going to be, in my opinion, the breakout season. Now, he needs to stay healthy. I think that's the key. I mean, that seems to be the fallback when we talk about all of these guys. So we thought were going to be the core of the Texas Rangers moving forward. But I think him putting together a 2020 season last year, he's got everything that you want in terms of a dude who's going to be a perennial all-star and has the talent to be a potential MVP. So while it's probably premature to be talking about, like, dude, you kind of need to go out there and show me a little bit more before I'm going to invest that type of capital on you, I understand it, but again, you also are you're planning for the future and you're investing in the type of player that he can be. But to me, like, Wyatt's everything on and off the diamond. that you're looking for in terms of the face of the franchise. And I think he's going to end up living up to all the expectations. Maybe it didn't happen as quickly as we were thinking it would, but Wyatt's a guy I really wouldn't hesitate to pay.
How do you ballpark? How do you go about 2 years in with so much team control, like what a contract could look at?
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I mean, I guess like Bobby Witt Jr. Now, again, it's like an outfielder versus a shortstop, but yeah, you kind of got to look at others of the position. You know, what are some other guys that have been paid that are outfielders? And maybe it's not even like age-wise, but just like top 5 of their game. Again, like it's a gamble, 100%, but they haven't hit on a lot of draft picks, and this is the one guy that you're feeling really, really good about outside of maybe Jack Leiter now. So I think Wyatt's one of those dudes when you're projecting ahead on the contract. I think you got to look at probably top 5 of the position.
972 says the A's signed Jacob Wilson, 7 years, $70 million. I mean, heck, if it's 10, 12, even $15 million, I think Wyatt Langford is absolutely worth that kind of money. We'll have to see as the reporting continues. Grant also noted, though, that not since Rugi Odor in 2017 have the Rangers signed a homegrown position player like he's a major building block for the future.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, they signed Seager, they signed Simeon. That is wild. I mean, I think you're looking, his projection right now is an average annual value, and this is mid-range, $18 million plus.
Okay. 18 million plus. So yeah, 15 would still be getting a bargain.
Yeah.
You know, and you're getting it done early, and you're giving him financial security, and it's like how much of the absolute top side is a player willing to risk, and it's impossible to know. You know, do I want to wait and bet on myself? I've been injured. You know, I went to college. I mean, I would love to get like $70 or $85 million now to lock in the fact that, you know, when I'm done playing, I'm never going to have to work again. You're already looking at generational wealth. You turn it over to a fiduciary advisor like your guys at Trajan.
Yeah.
And you just kick your feet up and enjoy the rest of your life and of leisure. Okay, Mavs at Nets tonight. Nets, one of 6 teams in the league with fewer wins than the Mavs. So we got to get focused on Team Tank tonight, guys.
We do. Yeah, lock in, boys.
The Mavs are on 20 wins. The Grizzlies are at 21. The Nets only have 15. Cooper Flagg, do we have an update on him yet? Not playing tonight?
No, I'll double check. I don't think that he's going to be playing though, and this might be a good opportunity to just make sure that he is just super healthy, you know, for the next match.
I like the sound of that. I like what you're doing there.
You know, no need to push it, Coop.
The Jazz did fall to the Rockets last night, so they're at 18 wins. Mavs have 20 going into tonight. Again, the Grizzlies are at 21. I mean, 7-8 spot of the draft lottery, it's fine. I don't know if it might be a little bit too ambitious or hopeful to think they could catch Utah in that 6th spot, but tonight would be a big step in that direction. Losing games that seem plausibly winnable is what we're looking for here. Stars back in action tomorrow. They are hosting Seattle. Look forward to being there. If you see me, bear me, NA. FC Dallas getting set to host Nashville Saturday at Toyota Stadium. They are currently 17th in the MLS power rankings on the power of Moose's 2 goals in their opener 3-2 win. Defense remaining the issue, and something to keep an eye on. If they could get that fixed, I think FCD might be heading back for the playoffs, but got a long way to go from here. All right, football's finest coming up next. Chief, where are you taking it?
We got some notes from the Combine, plus my strange football addiction next here in the nation.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing today at TaxSlayer.com. Add another quarterback into the mix, as the Falcons said today. They plan to release Kirk Cousins at the start of the league year. Cousins played in 24 games the last 2 years, threw for 28 touchdowns and 21 interceptions for the Falcons. Seems like a natural fit for a team in the NFC North who needs a veteran presence to battle their young quarterback, and Cousins already has a relationship with the Vikings. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROME. Get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's going to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Dawson back here with you for D&M Leasing. If you want or need a brand new vehicle right now, give D&M Leasing the call. Any local area code in 35 lease and tell them what you want. Any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV. D&M Leasing will take you to get you taken care of in a great way. You're going to love this way of acquiring new vehicles because you just call them, tell them what you want, go back to doing your life. Seriously, we're all busy, right? You got the family, you got the job, you got your hobbies. Who wants to spend 4, 5, 8 hours, 2 days at a dealership trying to get yourself into a new set of wheels? You don't have to when you could just call D&M Leasing, and they'll give you the highest trade-in value possible for the old one. There's nothing down, nothing due for 60 days. The benefits of leasing with D&M are endless, and that's why they win Dealer of the Year by Dealer Rater consistently. Best leasing company in North America, right here in our backyard. Brand new vehicle, one phone call away. So all you have to worry about is thinking about what's going to make you happy. Is it the new sports car, the new truck, SUV? You know, maybe you want a little coupe and get fuel efficient. Maybe you want one of those electric vehicles. You know, whatever it is, D&M Leasing has access to it, and they're going to make it so easy on you. That's why they call it the Easy Lease at dmautoleasing.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces.
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got a little bit of breaking news here on your Cowboys, and for the latest on that and more, here's the chief of football's finest.
Unbelievable. We got a lot to get to, so let's do it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, we go live to our kicker correspondent here in studio. He goes by the name Zach Wolchuk, and he is live.
Here I am, everyone, kicker correspondent here. We've got new information. Calvin Watkins, Morning News, reporting the Cowboys offer Brandon Aubrey the largest contract for a kicker in NFL history, according to a person with knowledge of the talks. Aubrey, who is a restricted free agent, was offered a deal with an average salary of close to $7.5 million, but is looking for nearly $10 million per season. Right now, Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker has the largest contract of the position. His average per year is $6.4 million, with a total value up to $25.6. So if the $7.5 million number is accurate, that's $1.1 million more than the highest paid kicker in the league, but they're wanting close to 10. I can understand the frustration here that Stephen Jones was expressing yesterday.
We're getting close to the point, to the breaking point of saying, you know what, we'll go find another kicker and we'll pay him $3 or $4 million, or we'll take a guy out of college and pay him significantly less. We're on turf, you know. This is putting off, to me, the Micah Parsons, David Mulligetta stuff, where it's like an agent doesn't respect you, thinks you will cave to anything, and it's time to play card number 2 in the bleep you agents playback game for the Cowboys. $10 million is too much for a kicker, guys.
There's no question.
I'm with you, man.
And I'm sure they'd be willing to come down from that, but they're setting the bar pretty high, and maybe they want to settle at north of $8 million. I feel
like 7.5 is pretty damn fair.
The first round tender $8 million, so put the first round tender on him.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think you got to stop at 8. I don't
absolutely.
think you can go higher than 8. And I love Brandon Aubrey, fellow Plano Wildcat. I am all about pay the kicker. You don't want to be the team. You don't realize how important it is until you don't have one.
Yeah.
But we're talking about crazy numbers now for a kicker. Get your money, man, but let's not hold the team hostage. That's kind of what that feels like if you're really trying to get $10 million. I don't know a team that's going to pay you that.
Who's the agent?
Todd France with Athletes First.
And he is the one that negotiated the Dak contract.
Contract. See, this is the thing that I think is going to be interesting. It's funny because we were talking to Rappaport today, and he looked down at his phone, and he hurried off. Like maybe that's the information that was coming down, because he was talking about Aubrey and stuff like that, and he got a text, and I was wondering if that's where. I looked at Bobby, and I go, something's up, man, because he put the headset down, hey guys, thanks, and then hustled off. So maybe they were getting that news that this was probably going down, or something like this was going down.
Yeah, and 940 says the cap's gone up 25% since Butker signed, so maybe the $10 million's about right. Look, I'm not the numbers guy. You guys know I am math illiterate. I am not good when it comes to numbers, but we're just talking about highest paid to your position, and you're setting the bar. You're setting history. $7.5 million, that's over $1 million more than the next closest guy. I still think that's a fair offer. If you want to go to 8, I don't know that they're going to go much higher than that. This is going to be interesting.
If you had a great roster like the Cowboys thought they had in 2007 and 2008, remember that when they traded down because they didn't feel like they needed to draft anybody capable of starting because their roster was full.
Teams draft.
If your roster was that good and you're like, wow, well, yeah, of course, let's keep our kicker. There are so many holes on this team that could be fixed and then some with a $10 million expense. You're talking about 2 or 3 place kicks for field goals, maybe a game at most, couple of those, couple of extra points, some kickoffs. That'd be a really tough pill to swallow, especially if you're one of the other good players on the team that's fighting for $5-6 million they're not going to give you because they gave it to the kicker. I don't think it's good for the locker room either, guys.
No, that's a weird deal. I guess I don't mind the idea of looking at things, especially if you're the agent, of looking at things like the percentage of the salary cap.
Yeah,
I think that does make sense. So
absolutely, yeah.
So I now I don't know if those numbers are correct though.
That's 3%.
No, yeah, I'm just going off of
that's 3%. It was $6.4 million. And that was when the cap was at $255 million, and now the cap's going to $305.
Yeah.
So it definitely, it's definitely an increase here, but man, that feels like quite a bit, and I don't know that the Cowboys would budge on that.
If you want to, I feel like, gosh, even 8.5 for. I don't think you're going over that.
Tag him and see if somebody goes after it.
Yeah,
that's what you do.
Yeah.
And when they tag him, take the second round pick or whatever the pick is, and just go for it. You lose the kicker, but if you're, listen, I think there's a team out there that'll give him $10 million.
AB.
You know,
maybe there is one that's just so frustrated.
And you get a second-round pick for him?
Well, if you could tender, you could tender. I know Dawson, we were talking about a first-round tender and all that, but if you tender where you can, like you tender a second-round number on him, hell, if you feel that good, I mean, listen, nobody wants to lose the damn kicker, but $10 million a year, that's a little rough right there, I'd say.
Well, I mean, if the first-round tender is $8 million, doesn't that put a value on him of around $8 million? So the first-round tender, maybe you're saying nobody will be willing to give him $10 million and give up their first?
Yeah, but what you're saying is like, you're absolutely you're seeing if somebody will negotiate. Somebody will negotiate for it is what you're doing. So you're putting the tender on him, and somebody will have the opportunity. You have the right to match it, or say no. We'll match it, and we'll take whatever deal you make. But I'd protect myself here. We'll see how bad somebody wants a kicker.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because I think like we talk about what the star does for you as an individual, and I don't think it does more for anyone than it does for Brandon Aubrey. Like you're a kicker, you are Mr. Nobody, but being on the Cowboys has elevated him in a huge way to where he's much more of a household name.
No, and he's a local guy. He's from the area. His family lives here.
Yeah, he's got a great backstory and all that kind of stuff. But like, there's plenty of kickers right now. Like off the top of your head, could random football fan name the Jaguars kicker or the Seahawks kicker who did some special things?
Yeah, it's Little, isn't it? The guy who makes long field goals.
Myers, but I mean, little rando person, probably not.
No, definitely not. So
hey, I got it confirmed. He did ask for $10 million,
and I get sort of asking for that. But,
of course.
But then being unwilling to sort of move off, you're like, okay, you set it at 10, we hit you at 7.5.
All right, we come back to 8.5.
It's like, okay, can we get to 8?
But we probably can't wiggle more than that.
Yeah.
Well, it's Todd France.
No, he's not screwing around.
No, he ain't screwing around.
He's playing with confidence here when he negotiates with the Joneses, that's for sure.
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and let's relive the moment. Bobby sent it to us, brought us the moment where you walk up around the Super Bowl champion general manager of the Seattle Seahawks, your former intern. He is John Schneider at the podium, and he's in the middle of an answer, and then he looks over, and his face lights up as he sees Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, just business as usual and all football.
Are you expecting
Brian, what's up, buddy?
Are you expecting her to be here?
What's up, buddy?
Brian, what's up, buddy? Yeah. And when you in the video, like if you go on Twitter, you can see it. Like his face lights up. He couldn't be happier.
I know that guy.
And more surprised to just see your mug right there. He was fired up.
Well, yeah, he was. I tell you what, man. They were asking him some tough questions. He was looking for a friendly face. I guess he's glad to have seen me there because they were, for a guy that won the Super Bowl, that media was going after him about the players and the guys and how they're going to structure the roster and stuff like that. But yeah, it's nice to come here and see those guys, and it's nice to see him having the success that he's had.
Any update on the Akeem Mesidor narcolepsy and how he overcame it?
The players, the defensive linemen are here tomorrow. So when he goes up on the podium, I'm going to go up and ask him the question like, "Hey, you've got a history of solving narcolepsy. Can you share it for us?" And see what he says. I'll get to the bottom of that, too.
Okay, beautiful. And then I heard there might have been a Kliss situation floating around there. You bumped him. You found Kliss?
I saw him. I ran right into him. Channel 9, I was trying to go around at the break. I think Sean Payton was talking, so I was trying to get around over there. He was getting in my way, Kliss. He was setting up Channel 9, was doing their stuff, and I was just like, why do you have to set up right here? He and I just don't get along very well. He's just not I don't think he's a very good guy.
Sounds like an epic grudge match. The Interruptosaurus against
two old men going at it is what this is. Yeah, but he just happened to set up right where I turned the corner and he happened to be right there. And I'm like,
oh God!
And it took everything in my power not to push the camera over and just keep walking. Yeah, okay.
That'd have been a power move right there.
Yeah, it'd been a power move, but I've been in jail probably. That was probably a bad idea.
Broaddus has an adversary in Denver, one of the old man sports reporters. They have
Channel 9, Mike Kliss.
What did he say about you? You're like an old hack.
I called him an old hack.
Okay.
He said he goes. Yeah. What kind of source does a guy who's in Dallas know about, And like, oh, okay. All right. You're going to challenge me on this one, aren't you? And he sure enough, he did. So every time I see him, I call him a hack. I'm like, hey, hack, that kind of thing.
I love that.
He looks at me. He knows. He knows when he sees me, it's going to be a problem.
All right, so we have
going to be a long week there in Indy.
Yeah, a lot of
St. Elmo's.
Yeah. Get him drunk out there. And maybe roll around the streets of Indianapolis.
Broadus,
like your Mark Sanchez.
Broadus v. Kliss would be an all-time fight, man.
She'll get stabbed, man.
That's going to get some clicks. All right, this is the quote.
It'd be like that boxing match. Maybe we can open for who's Pacquiao fighting Mayweather. What is that? Is that the 47 versus the 49 right there?
That is.
Maybe we can have the 62 versus the 82 or however old he is. Maybe we could be the undercard for that or something like that.
I'm here for it, bro.
Take my money. Here's my credit card.
Yeah, sign me up. All right, Nick Sirianni, Eagles head coach. This is the quote about the future of A.J. Brown with the Eagles. He says, quote, I can't guarantee how anything's going to play out into the next season. I can't guarantee that. I'm thinking I'm going to be the head coach this season, but it's like you can't guarantee anything past tomorrow. Like Howie said, the general manager, right? Like it's hard to get good players in this league. AJ's a great player, and AJ's a good teammate, and AJ's a good person. So like I said earlier, does he want to be here? Yes. Do I want him to be here? Yes. So, hopefully that works.
Yeah, this seems crazy to me because
he's dipping into the bag of I don't even know if I'm going to be coaching the team next year.
Wow,
like he is reaching his balls off.
It doesn't seem like what they have done which is to be aggressive in team building and like reshaping that roster. They must feel like there's no better option. But I'm going to say it again. There is another shoe to drop here with the Philadelphia Eagles and the troubles they've had and the bizarre things that have been said around this football team this offseason.
You would still take 2 Super Bowl appearances, wouldn't you, Gavin?
Absolutely. Yes.
Is that a serious question?
They won the last 10 years in a huge way.
Damn, Wolchuk.
I want the Super Bowl.
I have to Mike Kliss you here in a second.
No, don't call me a hack.
You are a hack.
Never go full Kliss, bro.
Yeah, never full Klissing.
All right, I do have a My Strange Football Addiction, but we can bookmark that. We can save it because I want to get to the more pertinent matters, which is the UFL. Making some rule changes. Now, the NFL is not going to do anything about the tush push, apparently.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Because they got a guy that doesn't even work for a team leading it.
Yep.
It was the biggest eyesore it's been yet in 2025.
Yeah, it got worse.
Thanks a lot, Dick McKay.
Yeah.
Dick McKay, he needs to go back home.
I call out teams like they're competes. Like maybe you just don't want to win bad enough. But you got them on the ropes last year. It's time to finish it, and now you have the idea that this play is impossible to officiate. Yes. I thought that would have been the decisive factor because of how frustrating it is to see a game determined on something that it should have obviously been a false start. Philadelphia's, taking advantage of it. I thought it was easy, but maybe it wasn't worth the fight, or, maybe the Eagles are saying, we'll vote for your thing if you don't come after us on this. Like, there's got to be some sort of bartering behind closed doors that allows this to make sense.
So weird.
Yeah, I don't know why they're just dropping the conversations on it. It really doesn't make any sense, but that's where things stand in the NFL right now as it pertains to the tush push. But the UFL and their spring season, which is right around the corner, they have announced that they have banned the tush push. Okay, so shout out to the UFL for that. They're also doing 60-plus yard field goals will be worth 4 points.
Love it. Now we're keeping Aubrey.
Yeah, then $10 million makes a lot of sense.
Final score, Denver 37, Dallas 4. Post-game show with Wolchuk and Broadus next.
Let's talk
about crap the leg on that, Aubrey.
Let's talk about 5 points for 70-plus, Now we're intentionally going backwards, down 5 in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Yeah. Through
Final
some
score, Detroit.
origami quirk.
Yes.
We got to lose 12 yards here.
Take a knee, run back 3.
Final score, Detroit 51, Dallas 5. Post-game show next with Wolchuk and Broadus.
Well, how about this one? No punting from inside opposing territory. So when you get into the other team's side of the field, past the 50-yard line, as soon as you establish yourself there, it doesn't matter what happens. If you get penalized and you get backed up out of it, you still are not allowed to punt. So as soon as your offense crosses the 50-yard line, even if on the very next play you get sacked and now it's 4th down, you can't punt.
That one's a little off to me. It just doesn't seem in the spirit of America. Where's my freedom? I want my options.
Right. I should have some more options here.
Coward Dawson.
Not America's sport.
It's not the most patriotic rule of all time, that's for sure. But they are like, there is a scenario where you could you could end up losing. It could be like 4th down and 40 from now. Now you're back on like your own 30-yard line and you can't punt the ball. That's how the UFL is doing it. That seems pretty strange. How
many times does this happen in a game there, Chief?
I'm sorry?
How many times does that happen in a game?
That's a good question. I'd have to look. How often does a team cross into a? I mean, I think it happens quite a bit where you
and then you get knocked back.
Yeah, then maybe you get a penalty, you get a holding call. Now you
take the delay of game.
Or there's a delay of game, or you get sacked or something, and now you're back in your own territory, and it's 4th down. You can't punt the ball.
Then, right?
No, that's the whole thing.
You can punt when you're in your territory, not in their territory, right? But aren't we in our territory now?
As soon as you on any drive get across the 50-yard line.
So you're deemed across. You're always across.
Now, no matter what happens, you could go all the way back to your 1-yard line because your quarterback did something stupid.
Okay. All right.
Now it's 4th and 50 from your 1-yard line. You can't even punt the ball.
Yeah, I was wondering if you can loophole this. It's like 4th and 8. You're at the 48, and I put my offense out there. I take the delay of game. Now I get a 5-yard penalty. Now I can punt and play field position if I want.
There we go.
No,
that's what I would
putting
do.
that loophole out of it and saying no, you can't. I mean, maybe it ends up being.
Sorry, Chief. I was
positive.
Here a little bit.
I mean, more offense is not a bad thing.
I mean, it's exciting. It sort of puts it all out there.
But there is some strategy elements that you're now losing out of because, I mean, field position, that tilts games. And that's one where, like, if I got a coffin corner punter, I want to pin your ass back there.
Yeah, I like
3 phases, man.
I like their ruling on the tush push. It seems like this one might just have been to try to get headlines so people would remember there is something called the UFL.
Yeah.
It's out there.
That was a friendly reminder for me.
Don't forget about us.
When I read that.
903 says all the teams that voted against the tush push used it with success last season. That's an interesting thing to explore. Like, okay, if you're not going to ban it, then watch this. You know, and if you want to run the damn tush push with your quarterback, then go right ahead because he's probably going to end up injured. We're going to do it with our 4th string tight end. He's special teams master and our designated tush pusher while Aaron Rodgers stands back there giving you the first down sign in your face.
There you go. Darnell Washington, step right up.
Makes sense. Okay, we got to step aside. We'll come back to hit the expressway, go commercial free to the top, get your G-Bag of the Day and LA Live in coming up next as Broadus continues live with us at the Combine in Indianapolis here on The Fan.
Well, Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It could absolutely change a kid's life, and it's so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Mr. Smith, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
They say they're from the IRS.
No need to panic. Get tax attorney Nick Namath on the phone right away.
Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you're facing IRS wage levies, garnishments, tax liens, or unfiled returns, whether business or personal, call me now. Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney at 972-484-0-TAX. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myirsteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Looking for the right machine to get the job done? ASCO and Case Construction is backed by decades of experience and a full lineup of equipment from light to heavy. Right now, our compact track loaders and excavators are moving fast. And with ASCO, you get the support and expertise to keep your operation running. Don't settle for less. Get the machines that get the work done. Visit your local ASCO dealership today or visit ASCOEQ.com and see the full equipment lineup for yourself. ASCO and Case Construction. Built to work, built to last.
Gavin Dawson here from Men's T Clinic. If you're not feeling like you, I know how hard it can be to take that first step. But once you take it with Men's T Clinic, everything starts lining up. Hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, and those symptoms holding you back finally end up in the rear view mirror. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what's next? Endless scrolling's not going to get you there. Do what I did and call a dedicated men's health expert at Men's T Clinic. 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Mention me, get free in-body composition analysis and a B12 shot. menstclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
menstclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The world is always changing. Now you can trade on what happens next with Kalshi. What will the president say during his address? Trade on the outcomes live on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen Jones spoke again today. We'll have highlights from that coming up at 6 o'clock. Maybe the biggest topic of conversation is that around the edge, Jadeveon Clowney, who, Stephen Jones was very certain of, and John Machota on Cowboys Twitter made note of that. At the end of the season press conference, Stephen Jones was like, shoot, yeah, we're looking forward to talking with his agent. And, Clowney was the only name he mentioned other than Ezeraku when he talked about the edge players that he was, looking forward to coming back for 2026. But fast forward to today, and it's definitely much more reserved or cautious type of approach from Stephen Jones. So the status of Clowney is interesting, and if he doesn't fit in their 3-4 with 4-3 spacing defense, then it just opens up another position of need for this football team. We'll talk more about that with you coming up at 6 o'clock. The Expressway brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Chief, you good?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, unless you're planning on dropping into coverage all the time, I don't know why he wouldn't fit that.
I agree with you.
I think that his body type absolutely
played in a 3-4 before. Like, he can set the edge really well as a run defender. He can get after the quarterback, at least in a respectful manner like he did last season. So unless there's just a money disagreement from a fit standpoint, again, unless Christian Parker plans on dropping his edge rushers into coverage on an extremely regular basis, I don't know why he wouldn't be able to fit that.
He might want to use Ezra Rocco as that guy. He might want to play Donovan and then try and get a rusher for the other side. Is what he might want to do.
Another young guy with more juice.
Which makes sense. Maybe Clowney's like, I want to be a starter. And then you end up being a rotational piece. But, I mean, as many guys that I can have, I'd sign up for because it's a battle of attrition.
Elsewhere in sports, Jacob Latz appears to be the leader in the clubhouse for the fifth rotation spot after today's job. Two scoreless innings versus the Diamondbacks in Cactus League action. Allowed 2 hits, didn't walk anyone, threw 20 of his 26 pitches for strikes. Jacob Latz picking up where he left off. He threw first pitch strikes to 5 of the 8 batters that he faced. So congratulations to Jacob Latz, although it is very early. We'll be live from spring training all next week, and we'll give you our thoughts on that. And hopefully Kamar Rocker can make a race out of this thing between him and Latz for that 5th spot. Probably going to need both those guys and then some.
I think Latz is better.
Yeah.
I really do. I just think I've seen it from Latz. I haven't seen the consistency from Rocker.
Breakout campaign there for Latz in 2025. Yeah. Sometimes guys they put it all together, and I think that's what we saw. Outfield alignment was interesting today. They had Evan Carter in left field, Wyatt Langford in center. Sean McFarland, Morning News, writes that specific alignment has never happened in any of the big league games that the two have played in together. But Skip Schumacher said that the plan is for both to rotate between each position this spring. So that's just something to keep an eye on. It'd be pretty cool if Wyatt Langford can give you that range at center field. I know coming into the big leagues, one of the concerns was how he was reading the ball off the bat, and if he would be relegated to just a corner outfield position. But that's only going to increase his value if he can prove that he can get the job done at a high level at center. Jock Peterson, club's DH, started at first base. Schumacher praised him as a sneaky athlete with good glove work around the bag. Said he's comfortable with the 33-year-old at the position if Jake Berger needs some time off of his feet.
Sneaky at grabbing snacks from some people.
I mean, shoot, 33 years old, you're around that age where you drop 10 or 15 pounds and you feel like you've shed 5 years off your life.
Hey, we've seen some of these first basemen over the years, man. I mean, I think Jock's very capable of doing it. You can have a little bit of a beer belly over there.
Mikko Rantanen's going to miss at least 2 weeks of time with his lower body injury from the Olympics. And Cardinals GM Amani Ossenfort said he has talked with Kyler Murray to discuss how last season unfolded. He only played in 5 games. Source told ESPN, though, the two have not talked since the season ended. And when asked Tuesday at the Combine whether he has sat down with Murray to talk about last season and what Murray wants in the future, Ossenfort responded saying, yeah, I've always had a good dialogue with Kyler, and I'd say last season wasn't up to what Kyler wanted. It wasn't up to what any of us wanted in the season as a whole, but at least the source is saying that is incorrect, and he and Kyler are on the outs. I'd be shocked if he's back in Arizona this year.
Yeah, he plans on getting on Call of Duty tonight and kind of going through his game plan for where he needs to be and all that stuff, yeah.
All right, the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and it's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander standing by to get G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Let's go to the RJ and Choppy Show where Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider out there with Broadus at the NFL Combine. He's going for 5 times today. My man was off his medication. He got triggered by the fan text. Somebody from the 903 says something about Bobby doubling down on takes.
In one of his moods.
And Bobby set off.
903 needs to shut the hell up. Bobby, in one of his moves, doubling down on takes. It's not doubling down on takes to say that that the defense was trash last year. You are a what?
Why are you getting so mad about it?
Because they are so
We're having a
freaking
sports debate.
I know. I'm talking
Bobby.
to them on there about the doubling down attack. It's not doubling down attack. You want the crap off their defense to come back next year? Be my guest. Don't bitch about it when they go 8-9 again here. No, enough. Yeah, go to the break.
Enough. Let's see what happens during the commercial break.
My man said, we're having a sports debate. I know.
No S, bro.
I know.
Man, you can hear the echoing in the room. Like that volume, yeah, that's usually only reserved for intoxicated Bobby. It's basically what you get when
this was too sober, Bobby.
Too sober, yeah.
Yeah, too sober is a real thing.
Too sober.
Too sober.
It happens.
That's a real thing,
You get
bro.
too sober and get some espresso, it's on.
Yeah.
Man, I love that espresso.
All right, let's see. Let's go to this door-to-door salesman right here. Rage baiting a boomer. I guess you're supposed to have some type of paperwork if you're going to go door-to-door trying to hawk something. Boomer said, you need to have the paperwork. So this dude just trolled him.
We'll have the cops out here in just a minute.
Thanks, big brother.
No. You want to be disrespectful to me? I dealt with punks like you on the street for about 30 years. And if you want to get in some trouble, I can put you down.
I just stopped.
I can put you down right now. You want to get insolent with me? You get your rear off my property and you get to trucking.
I'm out of here, dude. I'm not even on
And
your
don't ever
property.
come back here. If I ever see you on this
Trucking.
property again, you're not going to like it.
Ooh. Jeez, man. I really do feel bad.
You should. You're a punk. And we don't like punks in this neighborhood.
What kind of advice could you give me to not be a punk? I don't know what to do.
Do what you're supposed to in law. Go register at the city of Justice.
Yeah, go register at the city, bro. You're a punk.
I love this guy.
There's other neighborhoods that like punks. It's just not this one.
It's not this
I
one,
feel
bro.
really bad.
Where's the punk neighborhood? I'm here to register. Where's the line for punks?
Hey, all right. Let's go to the Stinking Truth podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Squirt of urine.
You guys got excited. More on Mark Schlereth later during LA Live, too, by the way.
Oh, what a tease.
Daunting. Yep. Mark Schlereth, Mike Evans. They're talking about New York Giants quarterback Jackson Dart. Went viral last week for riding a mechanical bull. You guys seen that?
Yeah.
No.
I missed
He didn't do a very good job.
Oh, wow.
Did he have a wet T-shirt on?
It was, there was...
Him and Cam
It
Scatterbill.
was very questionable what was going on with that whole thing.
Yeah, it very much was.
It was very questionable.
Stink thought the same thing.
Yeah.
If I'm a Giants fan, I'm just kind of wondering, is this guy... I need my quarterback to make good decisions.
Right.
And I'm really questioning if he's in good decision-making mode right now this early in his career.
Yeah, well, I mean, the mechanical bull thing is interesting because I thought, normally that's something chicks ride, right? Like that like
Nice
he's
and
all
slow
like, he's all like that, and I'm like, wait a minute. Like, put on your rally bikini, man.
Oh, no.
Let me see you ride the mechanical bull.
Put on your rally bikini.
Put on your rally bikini. He actually kind of crushed it.
Did he?
Yeah,
He's a
did
natural
really good
athlete.
job. He was back in his old college stomping grounds there in Oxford.
Is that something guys do at the bar, though?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm
he
never
definitely
getting on
looked
the mechanical
No,
bull, bro.
I've never seen a dude ride the mechanical bull.
It didn't look like it was his first rodeo.
This is making history right now, seeing this for the first time.
Crazy.
This is unbelievable.
Mechanical bull.
Yeah, he's been there before.
Didn't we do this in the Urban Cowboy, the movie back in the
This
day?
is not his first rodeo.
The John Travolta movie. Yeah, they did.
Didn't they ride the mechanical bull? When they
Yeah,
did
but that had vibes, though, bro.
Yeah, that was the 70s.
Yeah, that had vibes, bro.
We kind of like the Marlboro Man riding the thing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like his buttons, like there was 3 buttons missing on the top, man. He had all his chest hair out and everything.
He was Richard Jefferson riding the mechanical bull.
He was cruising, bro.
Dart went reverse cowgirl on that thing. That was crazy.
Don't do that.
He is as if like a pretty Instagram influencer became an NFL quarterback.
You ever jumped on a back of a bull?
Hell no.
Yeah, I have, bro.
I got stepped on by a horse one time.
Were you in a rodeo?
My family's all about them rodeos, dog. Yeah, my grandpa used to ride the Broncos.
Nice.
So they had a bull in the pen. And he just said, get on there. Get it hasn't left the pen yet. It was in this little pen. It was all tied up and everything. But as soon as you get on that thing, they swell up. when it gets all big and everything gets tight, and you're like, get me off, get me off, get me off, get me off.
Too late.
Yeah, get me off, bro.
That's terrifying.
They open the gate, Lucius just goes flying.
Yeah, I didn't go out there where it got the bucking, but just in that little pen area, he just swelled up. He was like, get off from me. Yeah. This is not one. We got some cop body cam footage right here. Kid is kind of reprimanding. I mean, the cop's trying to reprimand a kid. Kid must have been riding reckless on his motorcycle, so the cop's going to tell him, hey, man, I know all about bikes, bro. All about bikes.
I'm a motorcycle guy. I have a 2015 Harley.
Gay?
I mean, can be what it is, but...
You didn't hear him, did you? The kid said, gay? Then he said, sorry, my bad. Sorry.
I'm a motorcycle guy. I have a 2015 Harley.
Gay?
I mean, can be what it is, but used to ride a lot.
The Harleys aren't gay, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, seems like the Harley's pretty manly.
Oh, yeah.
My dad drives a Gold Wing.
Now that's a car.
Yeah, it really is. You got to put on a helmet and you can talk to him in the front.
You can talk. Yeah, you can talk to him. Come on, Lucius.
Yeah.
That thing's got heated seats. Come on now.
Yeah,
I think the Gold Wing's big.
We're
That's
the
a
loudest
big bike.
people at the red light playing Al Green.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You'll never find
Hey, so
someone like me.
I got this in from like a few Tolos. I normally wouldn't play it, but I'm going to play it today. USA Hockey.
Yeah.
Your boy Connor Hellebuck.
Connor.
Yeah. There's a song going around for him that 3 people sent me this, so I'm going to play it. I think
Is
it's
this the old
AI.
Winnipeg Jets thing from last
The
Is that
Winnipeg
what this
Jets
is?
song.
Connor
Yeah.
Hellebuck.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I wanna be a
No,
Hellebuck.
it's not that one. It's not that one. It got a little bit more vibes to it, but I think it's AI.
Unbelievable game by Hellebuck. He was our best player tonight by a mile. Unbelievable game.
Hellebuck.
So.
100 shots is not enough. We on the sport. That is so tough. He's on his head. He's Hellebuck. When we are old and stories told, how we enrolled, Olympic gold. We'll talk of you, gold and gold. But one thing needs to be known. Hellebuck. So every puck, 100 shots is not enough.
I like it. Sometimes AI hits.
That's
you know.
Sometimes it hits, bro.
You're prompted into hundreds of thousands of times a day. Throughout
That's
the
what Timberland's been trying to tell everybody. Hey, man, do this.
Connor Hellebuck. It's got some.
No, it does.
Got
I
something
liked
to
it.
it. Yeah.
I mean, the Canadians are crashing out right now.
The Canadian song was bad last year in the playoffs.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, way better than the Winnipeg song. That was an embarrassment. Yeah. Set off the Woolly Bully, I believe.
Yeah, Connor Hell suck.
All right, what do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
Yeah.
Is it Bobby Belt, our 4-time champ? He's looking for 5 right here. Is it door-to-door salesman rage baiting? That was awful good. That was good. That's how you handle it, as long as you don't get shot.
Yeah.
Man said, I'll put you down.
I'll put you I'm so sorry.
That sounds like a guy that's done something like that before. Like he's going to put you down like a farm animal. Stinking truth. Mark Schlereth talking about Jackson Dart and the mechanical bull.
Gay.
You got cop with advice for kids. Or the USA Hockey song.
Gay.
I'll go with Belt myself, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, samesies.
Lucius?
Big Bobby. Big Bobby, you win, bro.
Wolchuk?
Fine. Whatever, Bob.
Broadus, you want to make it unanimous? Or
Why not? This really, I told you earlier in the show I was going to vote for it. Here we are. Yeah.
Congratulations to Bobby
You're
Belt.
Fat. Oh, you're fat. Oh, you're fat.
Wobble, baby.
Your
Wobble,
name is
baby,
Brian
wobble, baby,
Broadus.
wobble.
You have a friend in the NFL. His name is John Snyder. You're fat. Yeah, I can see this. I know what's about to happen. Yeah.
It'd be a hit.
They're going to use your voice on the hook, bro.
Fat.
That's hilarious. All right, Brian, live in India Combine for us. We'll have more Cowboys talk coming up at 6 o'clock here in the Pimp Cup as Lucius in LA Live.
All right, man, it's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
I got a long story for you, y'all.
I just seen a dude, I swear to God, this is 2 days ago, yesterday, 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
I just seen a brother walking down Sepulveda in Manhattan Beach. He had a suitcase and his 2 kids and his wife. And they was walking and the wife had a bag, the 2 kids was walking. And I did a U-turn and I rolled up on and I said, "What's up, man?" And he said, "Oh, Mike Epps, man." I said, "Where you from, brother?" He said, "Man, I'm from Buffalo, New York." I said, "What happened?" He said, "Man, I had to explain it to you. I'm down on my luck, man. Me and my family ain't got no place to stay, ain't got no food, nothing." I said, "Where was you going?" He said, "I don't know." So they got in the truck, and I said, "Well, you got a hotel or something?" He said, "Yeah, it's a joint on Marine called Something Sweets is where we trying to go." And I took him down to the hotel, and I went in there. I asked the lady how much the rooms was. She said the rooms $500 a night. So I went and told the dude, I said, "Man, it look like y'all gonna have to keep up because it's $500 a night." I said, "What I could do is pray for y'all." They had some type of convention or something with it. Whatever. I told them, "Look here." The kids was looking at me like, "Yeah." I said, "Kids, I'm sorry." I said, "Y'all daddy gonna have to do better."
It's a little toxic story right there from Mike Epps to start this thing off. By the way, I don't miss any Mike Epps interviews that hit the internet. I'm watching all Mike Epps interviews and all Mike Epps stand-ups. Some people said the last one wasn't good. I thought it was fire. Like Mike Epps, brother. Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this here station. You are appreciated. Now, let's start today's edition of Toxic Tuesday off with a little reaching or preaching. Reaching or preaching, if you will. Former NFL guard with the Denver Broncos and the Washington football team and G-Bag Nation guest during the football season, Mr. Mark Schlereth. How you feel about Mark?
I love Mark.
I like he brings takes. Got a good broadcast voice. He's toxic. He's perfect for Toxic Tuesday.
Yeah, he's toxic.
Yeah.
He does hate the Cowboys, but I respect him. And I've enjoyed his football talk for my entire life, growing up watching him on ESPN.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes, he is very toxic. Well, Mr. Mark Schlereth had a take about our dear wide receiver George Pickens. First off, before I get into this, how do you feel about Pickens in this situation with the contract? And we trying to how do you feel?
Love him, just like Stephen Jones said. Okay. Think the world of him.
Okay.
I think right now, if you bring George Pickens back, you can bet on a top 5 offense. If you don't, all hell could break loose. So I think it's mandatory to bring him back, and probably worth around $34 to $36 million if I had to eyeball it on an annual basis.
I'm glad you said that. Anybody else?
Dawson's right on this one, though.
Okay.
If you play without this guy, your offense is going to look remarkably different.
I love watching him as a Cowboy.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how my dad feels too. Hey, is Jerry gonna sign George? Yeah. He better sign him up. Well, let's go to the stinking truth right here. Podcast. Mark Schlereth.
He hates him.
Oh, he does hate him.
He hates this guy.
Yeah, he doesn't like George Pickens. Is he reaching or preaching? He said he wouldn't touch George Pickens with a 10-foot pole.
I wouldn't touch George Pickens with a 10-foot pole. Is he dynamic? Yes. Can he go deep? Yes. Has he got great ball skills at the top? Yes. All those things. Does he play half-assed when the ball isn't coming to him? Yes. Can he be a total turd on film? Absolutely. Like, there's a guy that I don't want any part of. I want that to be somebody else's headache. And for all the big plays that he makes, man, there are so many things that he doesn't do well to support his teammates, for the love of the game routes. I don't want anything to do with that guy. I think that guy to me is a turd. And you know what you don't win with turds on your team? You don't win championships. And so I look at a guy like that and say, man, you can have that dude because all the talent in the world doesn't make up for the lack of effort, for the lack of commitment, for the lack of sacrifice, for the lack of all the things that are important to winning championships. So if you want a dude that's going to make big plays, if you want a dude that's going to have 6 games where he puts up 150 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns and you still lose, you want to have that, then go, by all means, go sign. If you just want to have a dynamic athlete on your team that everybody can go, wow, he's so dynamic, then if that's what you're into, and there's a lot of organizations that's what they want, right? They want the sizzle. They don't want the steak. Right? They just want to sell their fan base a plate of sizzle. Then sign George Pickens.
Is the Stinking Truth Mark Schlereth podcast, are they reaching or preaching on George Pickens?
George. I mean, he's reaching. There are certain things that he's saying there that I agree with when it comes to team building, but I can't say that George Pickens has been a bad teammate here in Dallas. I haven't heard a single word of that. I think they got rid of a couple of turds that were like that. I don't think George is in that category for at least the year that he's been in Dallas.
Yeah, I think if there's a turd in the division, it'd be A.J. Brown, who the team is winning and he's jammed up. I've never gotten the feeling of like when George Pickens is going through his games and he's only got 35 yards and 2 catches and people are talking about his routes. I never got the feeling that he was blaming anybody. He embraces being a decoy. Like you ask the teammates how they feel about George Pickens. I think Schlereth has a take here, and he's trying to grind his axe because he's in the hot-taking world, and he's trying to do his podcast thing. But I think it's a very prevalent and ill-informed take about who George Pickens really is.
I think the way that Dak speaks about him is all you need to know.
Yeah, there you go.
And Dak hasn't done that.
2 for reaching.
With everybody.
2 for reaching.
Yeah, he's absolutely reaching here. And Mark's in a situation where he understands that if you're critical about the Dallas Cowboys, you're going to be in a situation where you're going to get eyeballs on you. I think Mark's actually playing a game. There's not one teammate that Mark Schlereth could talk to that would say a bad thing about George Pickens. So he's clearly reaching on this one. He's playing the media game.
Yeah, I think that all of the good certainly outweighs whatever bad comes with George here. So I do wish there would be times where he would come across like he's more engaged in some of the route running and things like that. But he does that even when the ball's coming to him, and he kind of lulls the corners to sleep a little bit. So it's a little bit weird, but even him missing the meetings or being late to meetings, clearly Dak and the guys still absolutely want him there, and he is dominant. So ultimately, I do think he's reaching.
You will put up with players that give you a chance to win games.
Hell yeah.
You will do anything you'll put up with players all day that give you a chance.
Clean sweep on reaching right there, which Schlereth will be joining us on Thursday so we can talk about it. Yeah. By the way, I'm adopting that turds. I'm taking that to my son.
That's very, very old school of him to do that.
Yeah, my son's little delinquent friends, little knuckleheads. Like, yeah, you hanging out with them little turds. Yeah, you can do is ruin your life with these fools. Yeah. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. On this episode of Another One. First, we might have had Randy Moss calling into radio shows as Woody, suggesting that Titans head coach Jeff Fisher be fired. We don't know if that was ever really Woody, but it feels like it was.
Definitely sounded like him.
Yeah. Recently, we had boxer and the GWOAT, Clarissa T-Rex Shields, calling into a YouTube boxing show as a fake caller to clear up her name. She later broke character. She couldn't hold it any longer. Yeah. She later broke character. Now tell me, who do you think this caller is, called into a C-SPAN show as John Barron. John Barron, to talking about the Supreme Court decision on Friday.
Well, this is John Barron, and this is the worst decision you ever have in your life, practically. Jack's going to agree with me, right? But this is a terrible decision, and you have Hakeem Jeffries, who he's a dope, and you have Chuck Schumer, who can't cook a cheeseburger. Of course these people are happy. But true Americans will not be happy. And you have the woman earlier. I assume she's a woman. She's a Democrat. But she said she's disgraced. She's devastated.
All right,
by
John.
this.
We'll go to Chester, who's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Who is John Barron?
It's his alter ego.
Is that Big Trump?
That's
or
Mr.
is that
President.
somebody else calling in, acting like the president?
Yeah, that's the thing, is you have so many good impersonations And I guess he's relatively easy to impersonate because there's so many.
easy.
Now that was pretty dang good. Like this dude nailed it, especially with the actual content that was coming out of his mouth. Like he hit all the right notes.
Hold on, fam. Hold on.
This is a terrible decision. And you have Hakeem Jeffries, who he's a dope, and you have Chuck Schumer, who can't cook a cheeseburger. Of course these people are happy. Can't cook a cheeseburger.
I mean, Trump has a history of this, by the way.
Yes.
This.
That John Barron name.
Yeah.
That's why I don't know if it's real. It could be somebody that's impersonating Trump, knowing about the John Barron history and using that on top of it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's the tone of voice. It sounds younger. You know?
Yeah.
Like there's just
it does.
The impression is great. It's hilarious, but I don't believe it's really Don.
But true Americans will not be happy. And you have the woman earlier. I assume she's a woman. She's a Democrat.
That is great.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
She's a woman.
That is crazy, bro. So, now we have another one.
What's amazing is that, like, the lines from a comedy routine might actually be the president's words.
Yeah, no, he's really good at that.
It's like, man, would the president really say that? Yes, he would.
No, he would.
Yeah, dude, he's hitting zingers out there.
He would. So we don't know if that was Big Trump, but we do know. Hold up. Jeez.
That was dizzying.
Can't help it, bro. Can't help it. All right, so we don't know if that was Big Trump, but we do know that this is Big Trump right here.
President Pena of Paraguay is here. President.
Hello, President.
Thank you very much. Young, handsome guy. It's always nice to be young and handsome. Doesn't mean we have to like you. I don't like young, handsome men. Women, I like. Men, no, I don't have any interest.
What are we doing?
Bro.
Competition gets stiff.